The road, Jack. Aren't you coming back no more? Hey everyone, how's it going? It is I, the real Randy Chavez, coming at you today with a Veve and OMI update video. Guys, if you're new, welcome. For not, welcome back. I love y'all. Everyone say hello to Dashi. Hello, Dashi. Commenting, liking, and subscribing is a free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon and smashing that super thanks button down below. Super chats as well. And then obviously you have the Steve Cannon photo up there. There is one left. Normally his stuff goes for like 25,000, and is normally like one of 9 or one of 12. These are one of 3. I have one. Buddy of mine has the other one, and then the last one, which would go for 15. He's putting at a discount, 12K if you pay in OMI, which I thought was really cool. A portion of the proceeds does go to me and to Best Friends Animal Society. So just figured I'd throw that out there as well. We've got quite a bit to go over. This is going to be a marathon stream today. There are going to be special appearances by Lori Brenner, K Collections, Eva from VeVeVersity, Wendy Stabalis, Yo Steph. She has a bunch of kidney stones right now. She may or may not be out here. We are going to have Danny the Bull. We're going to have Wet Wizard. We're going to have VeVe Fam Bam. We're going to have Lori Brenner. I think I said her already. I think those 9 or 10 for now, and then we'll have Tamara Hannah. She'll be here at some point. So that's 10, 11. And then hopefully we could get Foster Hilt on. Oh, Mr. MC1's going to be on too. So we have like 11 or 12 people joining us today. So that'll be really cool. That'll be really fun. So it is going to go. This is 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 12:01 as of this moment, and we will be going for 12 hours. So this is a 12-hour marathon live stream. We will be going until midnight Eastern Standard Time tonight. I know you guys might recognize, wait a minute, Eastern Standard Time, for all of you that are in Europe right now, and be like, wait a minute, it's like 1 o'clock there, isn't it? No, it's 12 o'clock. It was daylight savings time last night. So instead of being 5 hours ahead, you're now 6 hours ahead because, again, the time difference. I don't know. I guess most of the world does not do daylight saving time, and most of the world just goes and says, hey, we're going to keep the same time. But in America, I think it was for farmers or whatever, they decided we're just going to fall back in November. We're just going to have a day where we just add an hour to the clock. And I think like March or April, you spring forward. It's really stupid. I hate it. But you know what? That's just the way it goes sometimes. So we're going to go and for 12 hours. Hold on. Okay, maybe Wendy's not coming. Which is fine. We have 11 other guests outside of Wendy. So let's get this bread. And Brittany Kahn might be coming on as well. Some go Brittany. It's been a little while. Did I not do anything Friday? I did not. I did the stream yesterday. So let's start from where we were left off on Thursday night. Clever Jerk, the man, the myth, the legend, going out and getting the number 123, the number 123 rare, ultra rare, and secret rare Miles Morales. That secret rare, I think, was sold for over $10,000. I think they had Clever Jerk and his the person he bought it from had been doing it for negotiating for a while. But yeah. Oh, the first guest of the day is the VeVe Fam Bam. Hey.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. Thought I'd jump on early.
That's quite all right. Quite all right. Before you get
ride
the day
bikes
started.
with a friend in a little bit. So.
Your friend?
Yeah, we're gonna go ride bikes. So.
Oh, I thought you were like reaching down like you had your cat. Like, oh, my friend that you were gonna introduce to everyone. But
no, I'm just putting on my shoes so I can be ready. So I'll be here streaming, and then I'll be like, gotta go.
Okay, cool beans. I haven't seen you since New York Comic Con.
Yes.
We had the parties. We had the tacos one night. You were there for the tacos one night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the one that recorded it.
Oh yeah, that was good times. So at Comic Con, what did people miss that weren't there? What was some of the more fun things? More fun things.
I mean, hanging out with everybody, that's always the best, I think.
Yeah.
Meeting the new people, seeing the ones that we've already met again. It's always just like fun, positive energy. Like there's no like real drama or anything. It's just always a good time.
You do you have like, so you ever see Star Wars Episode 2 Attack of the Clones? No. Okay, so
I need to. It's on my
you do. So in it, Anakin and Obi-Wan are getting their asses handed to him. Count Dooku's going pew 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 pew, and then just cutting them up, takes off Anakin's arm. Anyway, spoilers. So Yoda comes in and he's like, with his cane. He's like 700 years old, and then suddenly he takes out this little tiny lightsaber and goes, and then he just flipping around on everything, doing jump flips and back flips, and it's awesome. And it seems like just for a specific amount of time, he just had all of this energy. And it's kind of like me with exercising. Like my knees and hips are really, really good for like 45 minutes, and then they're no good after that. Mm-hmm. I feel like most times we all have a little bit of energy, for everyday life. But you went hard for like 5 days. You were there, and you were up most of those hours. How did you get that energy? How did you go? And
I don't know. It's just part of me. It's just it's at home, like. Yeah, at night I'm like, I'm ready for bed, done, yeah. I'm out. But I don't know. I think it's just the excitement and keeps you going. And like, I don't want to miss things. And believe me, when I got on the plane, knocked out.
You're done.
I don't sleep in cars. I can't sleep in cars. I can't sleep in planes. Can't do all that. I got on the plane. I had one of the little neck pillows, and I brought my regular pillow. It's like really soft.
Yeah.
Put the neck pillow on. And I'm waiting. And I noticed my head doing the thing. I'm like, oh, this is going to happen. Okay. So I got my other pillow and I just out. Woke up when the pilot was saying, we are beginning our descent. Didn't wake up for nothing. And I'm a light sleeper, everything. It was like,
wow. Yeah, you were tired. You were up most of the time. We didn't sleep that much. It was.
And then the last night, we all went out, had drinks and things, but I already knew. I was like, I got to stay up all night because my flight leaves at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And like, if I get even an hour or two, like I'm going to be so groggy. So I just packed it up. I went to the airport at like 2:30 in the morning.
Oh.
Just sat there. It went by pretty quick, actually.
Okay. That's good. But,
yeah.
I got lucky. Whenever it's in New York, I don't have to fly. I just take the train. So I stayed. I chilled for a bit. Stayed till Monday. And then I think Fanny was still there for a couple days after that. She was there. Me and Fanny had lunch on Monday, and then she had I think she stayed for like another day or two, and then she left. But on that train ride home, I was like, okay, I'm gonna start with the diet and working out, and I've only broken my diet twice since then. One was last Saturday, where Chandler Bing had passed away, so we all had to have drinks for him. I'm not gonna lie, I broke my diet well before during the day, but after that, we're like, okay, drinks for Chandler. And then yesterday I had all you can eat sushi. So that was a lot.
I'm trying to mess with this second.
How's the have you gotten anything recently, Addams Family, or have you gotten the Jurassic Park stuff, or are you waiting for the Marvel Mighties in a couple weeks?
Oh, Marvel Mighties will be great. I have not gotten for any drops recently. I'm just trying to have other things I need to take care of. But,
I feel you.
But yeah, I want to get the Addams Family. I want the Addams. Oh, I did get the stamps.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the Addams Family.
I like the spooky one. I think it was like $32 for the entire set, and one was a secret rare. I was like, oh, this is dumb. This is easy. Mm-hmm. The ultra rare was like $3. Like, this is stupid.
Yeah, so I definitely grabbed those.
Yeah. Good call, Fan Bam. Same. I was just going over Clever Jerk's most recent purchase. Clever Jerk had the, you know who he is, right?
Yeah, the Miles Morales.
Yeah, the 1, 2, 3 Miles Morales. That's insane.
Pretty cool.
That's probably on par with Tina and Rudy's number 46 set.
Yeah,
it's pretty ridiculous. After that, we've had, and he paid 10.5K for that, as per the VeVe analytics over on the Twitter or on the X. So Vegas, Decon Vegas. Obviously, you're in Arizona, so you are not. How far away are you from Vegas? How many was like?
It's not far. See, when I drove to the first Decon. I think it was like 5.5 hours. I think.
Vegas is close.
Vegas is like 4.5 hours drive.
Oh, okay.
So, I'll definitely be there. I'm excited for that. The only thing that I don't like is that we won't be able to do the Disney like we usually do, going to Disneyland.
Even if VeVe's not there, will you still go?
For what? Decon? This year?
Decon. No, in Vegas next year.
Oh, depends on who all goes. Like, if everybody goes. I don't see why VeVe wouldn't go.
I mean, it's Vegas, so I feel like people would find excuses to go anyway, even if VeVe wasn't there.
Yeah, if there was a lot of people going, I'd definitely go.
Yeah. Any plans for France or Dubai?
No. What's happening in Dubai?
So this was supposed to stay private until it was like confirmed. So I asked David on.
Oh, then they told Randy, so everybody's gonna know. Just kidding.
It was just David was on around the VeVeVerse last week, and he mentioned France. Like, oh hey, did you get my email about the other place the week after? And he's like, what other place? I was like, oh, I'm kind of on the spot here. I was like, well, it's Dubai. And he's like, oh yeah, send me another message. And then I was like, you guys get a free booth, you guys do whatever. And he's like,
oh, well, that person.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
yeah.
He said it'd be like a lot to put on like a booth and a show, because he doesn't want to go there and just be there. He wants to have like a presentation.
Mm-hmm.
But he said, even if they don't do that, him and Dan will still probably hop over there just for like maybe a couple days. So I think that would be fun. And we had somebody over in here. Where'd they go? That was saying, see you in Dubai in February. I'm not 100%. I would love to, and I likely will, but it's not 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Keep up with and so what are your future travel plans?
Right now, it just depends on when. I'm not going to be able to make it to France or Dubai this year. The only thing I can think of is maybe San Diego Comic-Con again.
Okay.
But we shall see. That really sucks though, to have such a big gap and not having a little meetup. I'm hoping something else will turn up.
I mean, you got like a good amount of the fam down there in Arizona. You got the Wet Wiz. Wet Wiz will be on later as well. You might miss them though.
I was talking to him earlier.
Okay.
Not today, but the other day.
When I told him about this, he's like, "Oh, Randy, I'm gonna be a little hungover that day." I was like, "Okay, well, go for 12 hours. So hopefully you're not hungover the whole 12 hours." And he's like, "Oh no, I'll be fine with that." So.
Yeah, I told him. What did he say? Something about hopping on, chilling. I don't remember what it was, but I was just like, dude, you're gonna pull an all-nighter and you're gonna like just hop on the street at some point.
Waiting for him to come on all buzzed. I haven't really drank though, except for that last Saturday, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't drink this weekend. I needed that.
Yeah.
Man, had all 5 weekends in a row. I was drinking.
My body's feeling all right, kind of slowly but steadily getting there. I had the instead of the gym 2 days ago, where I had some food beforehand, and it was like a little too much food, and I'm doing lat pull downs, and between one of my sets, I just let it rip, and then there was no one around me, so I thought I was like, okay, that's fine. And then this one dude comes, I was like, hey man, are you using the cables? I was like, no. And he does one set and then he leaves. And it wasn't just to like do another set or go to the back. He like left the gym. Like it was, I guess it was that bad. So feel bad for my gym mates.
Maybe he just remembered something he had to do later.
Yeah. I don't know. You ever have any embarrassing moments like that?
No.
Perfect.
Oh goodness.
It happens to me quite a lot, which I'm kind of happy about, because this way, I don't know, it makes for a fun story, and I tell people and people laugh. It's good.
Definitely. Supposed to get a free T-shirt. I actually am getting one of I think it's one of those shirts. What was it? Last Sunday in the Women of VeVe Discord, there was a Rumble that I won. I can't remember what it was, but I think it's one of those T-shirts.
Wait, there was a Rumble?
During the Women of VeVe Discord party, they do the little Rumbles in the Discord. So.
But I think Rumble, like Outsiders, and do it for Johnny. That's what I think of Rumble. Would you do a boxing match for charity?
No.
No?
I've never been in a fight in my life.
I
mean, I could take somebody down, no doubt. But no, I couldn't do that. I just I don't know. I'm not about hurting people.
Because I meant, yeah, I didn't mention it this last time. When it was on the time before this, I'd asked about, hey, what do you think about venture philanthropy? Because every time there's like a disaster happening, let's say like with Ukraine, VeVe did the Ukraine drop and they raised like $750,000. And it's like, like disasters are always going to happen. Should we have like a charity arm? And he's like, oh, that's already well in the works. What ideas do you think that VeVe could do or help promote that would help the charity arm in venture philanthropy?
I mean, the drops are good.
Yeah.
But, gosh, there's so many different things that are out there. The boxing is cool. Like, it's just I mean, if I could just go out there and we just kind of play around, not really hurt each other, I would do that because I would feel horrible. Like,
yeah, that'd probably be for the better. Just because, God forbid, I get like a tooth punched out, and suddenly I can't talk anymore, and suddenly it's like, oh guys, I'm the little one's house, and no one wants to listen to me.
No.
But also the ideas for the Vegas. Whose idea was that for the Vegas sphere? Is that yours?
No, it wasn't my idea. Okay, who was it? I just put the picture of the cost.
Yeah.
I was curious because I was thinking about that. I was like, who? I can't remember whose idea this was. I've been offline this weekend.
So obviously it's a fun thought experiment, and like, oh, could we do this? And we definitely could.
Oh, absolutely.
But out of where was it? 22,000 people that had seen it. There was a lot of no's. There was a lot of hate on that. I was like, oh, damn.
Well, I figured that's because of the way the markets are right now. But what was everybody's attitude when things were taking off? They were all great. So it's going to get that way again. So it was Josh and Fun Under the Sun. It was his idea.
I love him. Yeah. Yeah, he's such a cool dude.
Yeah.
Well, VeVe Magic, this is the first 17 minutes of the stream, so you got to give it time. You got to let me warm up before I get to the Well, actually, the first thing I asked you was about Star Wars, and if you saw the episode 2. So we're well on our way, VeVe Magic. Once you get on here, I invited VeVe Magic. She's quite busy, so I don't know if she can. But again, we have 12 hours, so take care of what you got to take care of. And that's what you should do. You should go and hang out and be, your awesome fan bam self out there, and then come back in like 10 hours and just tell us all about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I am going to go bike riding. I don't know how long. I don't know if we're going to eat after that or what. I don't know what's going to happen, but then I'll come home and I'll definitely pop back on.
Oh, that'd be great.
I'll hop back on, see how everything goes. Right now, I just had some good breakfast. I'm ready.
Oh, what'd you have? What type of food did you have?
Oh, gosh. I want to know what I had.
I'm just always constantly hungry now.
I had tuna fish and chickpeas.
Doesn't sound like it would go together, but that's that's cool.
Yeah, because it's got got protein, got fiber, like going for the day. We're just wrecked my diet with all you can eat sushi. Yeah.
Yes, Wes, I indeed wrecked my diet with the all you can eat. I mean, I didn't go super hard. I had 4 regular rolls, and they weren't like that. It was 2 were salmon avocado, and the other 2 were spicy salmon. Obviously, the rice really not so good. But then I had this. Well, the other thing I had was salmon lover roll, which it was a normal like spicy salmon in the middle, but they had a nice salmon sashimi on top, and that was good. But I didn't go too crazy. Did I eat too much? Yes, but it wasn't a ungodful, lawful amount. Super cheap today. Things when people selling these. Yeah, have you taken a look at some of the sub 100 golden moments?
I'm not.
They're not really like there. There's like very few there, and if they're there at all, they're usually at like super high prices. And I want a couple.
Get it. I'm not the one to talk anybody out of something.
Yeah. Outside the logos, what are your the logo? What are your favorite collectibles?
So it gets harder and harder because there's so many out there. Always like my first one, Pepperino. That was my first collectible. I do like my gauntlet. I love that whole experience. I love the whole thing.
Yeah, it was first
Um,
time.
my Black Panther is always going to be one of my favorites. He was just really well done. He was one of the first ones that was really well done like that, and I really liked him and sold some things to get him for back then. I think I paid $1,600, but I don't mind. No regrets.
I feel you. I have the ones that I'm taking. I have there's a number 41 Anna that was listed for $777, and I wanted it so bad, but I didn't. I was like, I should save money, and I'm gonna think about that forever because that was a really good one. Excuse me. Oh my god. On the other news that I was gonna go over before you got here, which I kind of want your opinion on some other stuff. What level are you on? I achieved level 52.
I'm level 41.
Oh, nice. You got a good amount. And you're master, right?
No,
You don't have any OMI on the app?
I'm still Diamond 1. Yeah, I have 2 million OMI on the app.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I am 41. I don't know if I can see that.
Nice.
Do-do-do-do-do.
And the
Jeez.
okay, and you have 2 million OMI on. Are you gonna move any more OMI on after?
Thought about it. I just haven't done it.
Oh, and I asked you about the Matthew from Ireland, right? David messaged me the other day. He's like, "Hey, can you like text us number?" I don't have like international texting, and I tried like on like WhatsApp, and it's not like a real number. So Matthew from Ireland, I don't, and it's not Vizeman because I don't think from Ireland.
Did you make a tweet about it?
I did, and then I guess Vizeman texted him for me, and he's like, but he didn't respond. I was like, all right, so we'll see.
What do you have to reach out to him for?
I don't know. He just wants me to reach out to him. I was like,
well,
so I've been trying.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be so great if we had like a rumble in the VeVeVerse and you can fight with all your little things, and I would love that.
Yeah.
Love fighting. I've been watching Dragon Ball Z Abridged recently. Do you know what abridged things are?
Where what?
So there's these things called like abridged series, which just means that let's say there's like an animation of something, whether it's Pokemon, My Little Pony, Dragon Ball Z, whatever, and the normal dialogue that's in there, they mute the normal dialogue and then they put in their own dialogue, and it's hysterical. It is.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, they can be pretty hilarious.
Those are my favorites. What stuff is your kid getting into now?
He's still like Roblox. I thought he'd grow out of that by now. He loves Roblox. He's doing it right now. I can see him.
Does he like Planet of the Apes?
He loves it.
Oh, are you guys seeing the new one in March?
Yes. Oh,
March or May?
You're on my Facebook. Like didn't you like?
Oh yeah.
Maybe you didn't. But actually, okay, because I already my daughter and I really liked the first one, so we made it a thing to go to theater and see the second and third. And my son was too small, and he's not really into movies. But several months ago, just at home, and I'm like, I'm gonna put on, the first one. And my son really got into it. He got into it so much that we had to watch the whole trilogy that weekend.
Wait,
and then he's been waiting.
When you see the first one, the Charlton Heston one, or the one with James Franco? James
Franco.
Oh, okay, so that's the recent one. Yeah.
Okay, because that's what I'm talking about. I like that. So we watched the whole trilogy, and then we started Googling if there was going to end up being, and then I saw that they were working on one, and then just Friday. Was it Friday, I think? Well, no, Thursday night, my son told me, he's like, I saw an ad, but the other one's coming out, and I'm like, oh, cool, whatever. And then on my Facebook Friday, my friend posted about it, and so I was like, oh, I shared the post, and then saw the trailer, showed my son, he's excited. What he really loves is the orangutan. I forget what his name is on there. Is it Maurice?
Oh, Maurice?
Yeah, Maurice. Okay. He loved him, and that's his thing. I've got to take him to the zoo. Of course, in the summertime here, I'm not doing that. So I told him when it cools down more, we're going to take him to the zoo to see orangutans. and he's just ready for it.
There's so I don't know, it's appropriate. Oh, maybe so there's I forget what zoo it was that was doing like a tour, and part of the tour you got to see orangutans, and they warned this ginger dude. He had like a ginger beard, and he had the long red hair, and they're like, hey, you might want to like put your hair up into like a thing and hide it in a hat or something. And the dude's like, nah. Because I guess they thought he was also an orangutan. And thankfully, the zookeepers got like a hold of the orangutans before I think before they did any like, the guy lived, like he was okay, at least physically, for the most part. But they messed him up. And then the zoos, instead of like paying him, I think they might have paid him eventually, but they're like, okay, hey, we're gonna give you a free tour. Like, if you ever want to come back to this godforsaken exhibit, you don't have to pay for it. It was wild. I love and hate. I don't know, kind of but I don't know. Have you ever read those studies about, let's say there's 5 monkeys in a just in an enclosure, and then someone puts in like a banana up like in this cage that a monkey can easily go and get to, and as soon as somebody goes and gets the banana, they squirt them with like a water hose, or like a fire hose, something that's like painful and it's not good. And then eventually they'll take one monkey out. So 4 of the monkeys that are still remaining will remember that, and they bring in a new monkey. And when the new monkey goes to get the banana, all the other monkeys like stop him, like, no, you can't get that banana because we're all going to get squirted with this fire hose. And then eventually they'll take one of the old monkeys out, put a new one in, and eventually there will be all of the new monkeys, all 5 of them, none of them will have been there for the original water banana thing, but they're all beating the other monkeys for taking the new banana, even though they don't know what happened.
Yeah.
It's just really weird.
Yeah. So I've seen things like that. There was something I saw, it's been a couple of years, where they were just doing this experiment. Like, everybody was in a doctor's office, and when they would like do a buzzer, like the people were in on it, they would do the buzzer and they would stand up, and the buzzer again, they would sit down. And then an actual person who didn't know what was going on would go in there, and the people would stand up, and then they're just looking, they would so they would stand up too, and then they would sit down. And I think about, and then they did it with like several other people. And same thing. Finally, the actors were gone. It was just real people, and they were still standing up and sitting down. And if it was me, I don't think I would be standing up and sitting down. I would probably ask after a few times, like, what are y'all doing? Like, what's going on?
Wow, we're so similar. Oh my God, that's. I thought, like, bringing up that, so I was like, oh, hey, here's how monkeys are. They're so similar, but they're so different. We would never fall for that. Meanwhile, apparently we did. Yeah. There's I don't know. Sometimes I feel a little like I feel like I should be smarter, and it was like, oh man, we're really not that different. Like this morning, I could have been doing so many productive things, but instead I was watching Dragon Ball Z Abridged for like 2 hours. It was not a productive morning. I could have researched topics for this stream, and I did not. I completely came in unprepared, but this is what we're doing.
Sometimes that's what you need.
I guess so.
Like, I didn't do a lot yesterday. I was just, I don't know. I had a headache. I just, whatever.
Oh yeah, what did you do for Halloween?
Halloween day?
Yeah.
Nothing. My son doesn't care for Halloween, and so I at least took him and went to eat and things. But yeah, he's always been like that. It's really strange, but like when he was little, 4 years old, whatever, I'd be like, okay, we're gonna go trick or treating, and he would go, but he'd be like, okay, but we're only going to 20 places, and I'm like, okay, it's a 4-year-old. Yeah, sure, okay, come on, he was keeping count in his head, and then we hit, and he's just like, okay, I'm done, and I'm like, but we still. He's like, no, I'm done. And then I'm like, okay, well, on the way back, we could still. He's like, no, I'm done.
Oh man.
So I was like, okay, so get back to the house, and he hasn't trick or treated in a few years now. I asked him a few months ago, to check. I was like, hey, what do you want to do for Halloween this year? Well, he's like, I might go with my friends just one more time. So I'm like, okay. And it got closer, and he's just like, no, like I don't want to do that. And then I was at the costume store, and I'm like, hey, do you want? I took a picture of like a Bob Ross, just the beard, and I was like, hey, do you want to do this? And he's like, I said I don't want to do anything for Halloween.
Aww.
I know, but I did go to Heather's the weekend before. We did a little Halloween party.
Oh, sweet. How's that?
That was fun. Yeah, it was fun. It was a good time.
I was trick or treating until I was like 15.
Yeah.
And then obviously, how crowded. But then in like 2010, a bunch of my friends wanted to go. I was like 19, and then they were all like 19. Like, you want to go? And I was like, that's how I was like on my own, and money was scarce. Like, yeah, you know what? Free candy. Let's go. Let's get it.
Yeah. Even when he got the candy, he wouldn't really even eat it, which is a good thing. I remember him bringing it as a kid. He'd be like, "This is for you." And I'm like, "Oh no, I don't need it." And I'm like, "No, it's for." And if I put it back, he would get it and give it back to me. Like, and the candy would not even get eaten, really. So,
oh wow.
Yeah.
Stark comparison to.
He's adorable.
To me, I mean, it'd be so bad, but good for him. Is he like an old soul?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, seems like
big time. Definitely he's very, very smart.
Seems it. JH is asking, what do you think about some of the old school collectibles? Are they locked away from the bot trauma, Spider-Man, comics, Todds, etc.? I would say probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I would think they are locked away. I mean, and whatever happens in the future, we will see. I don't see them being able to be purchased again. No. I think they would get burned, because if they already got money on it once, I think that would be a legal thing that they couldn't do that again, but I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind having them auctioned, and then maybe instead of VeVe getting the money, then it goes towards just like their charity arm, or even just, oh, hey, now these gems are going to go to the gem liquidity pool. So then we could all purchase those gems using OMI or something like that.
Yeah.
I think everyone would be fine with that. That'd be great.
Yeah. Both show.
Oh, the Jate was the James Bond one, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Did you get it? I didn't get it.
I didn't get it, no. Oh, and I forgot, Big A says tuna and chickpeas for breakfast. Is that legal? It is not legal. I like to break the law.
Breaking the law. Oh, so Dan's having an interview come out tomorrow with Mr. V. They're going to show clips of VeVeVerse in it. Can't wait for that. Did you see any of the VeVeVerse world at New York Comic Con?
Yeah. Oh, not in New York? No. I thought it was the same as the DCon, so I didn't.
Oh, no. It's so it shows that there's this, like, there's no NDI. All right, so it shows that there's this room, and you see, like, so this is Marvel's version of like the home space, because it's at the Marvel booth, so they made their own thing, and it shows a bunch of the Marvel Mighties. It shows a couple of posters in this room, and then there's a long ass hallway, and then in the hallway you see like the comics, like you can put your comics up on the wall. I don't know if you could open them and have them open on the wall so that this way you can see certain artworks in there. Yeah. I do know it's at least the covers, and you can make them as big as you want. They get like comedically big, but that was fun. And so they really just showed the inside of it. They didn't show the outside of the home space, and I feel like the outside of the home space is what a lot of the beta testers are getting. But again, we'll see clips of it tomorrow. So
yeah, I would have done, but I don't know. They also were having Wi-Fi issues when I was there, so it probably wouldn't have worked anyway.
Gotcha. Yeah, you were there. You're there, what, every day?
No, I only had tickets for one day. I was gone. Okay, this is my thing.
Yeah.
Okay. I went to sleep. What was that? Wednesday night. Went to sleep early to get up at 2:30 to get my flight there. I get to New York just in time to change my clothes, go to the first party. I did have a layover in Chicago, so I did eat there at least, but still, that was like hours beforehand. So that's why we all got so drunk. I think there was no food in the first party. We were all like smashed. Okay, so what time did they make us leave? Remember, we got I say
The
kicked
first
out,
one?
but we weren't
Wait,
technically.
VeVe's party?
The first, yeah.
That
The
was
Funko
at
party.
3.
Was it at 3?
Yeah.
So then we hung out outside, a bunch of us, for a while. I want to say it was at least an hour.
Yeah, somebody bought my they bought me, what was that food cart outside? Halal. They bought me halal food.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Wet Wizard or somebody, was it you? Somebody,
Yeah,
they
he
were
bought
going
me.
to charge like $60 for.
Yes, that was Wet Wizard.
Oh,
Yeah. So I still and he bought me one of those. I don't know, but I was so hungry, and it was just, I was like, I owe you money. And he's, I don't remember if I gave him money or what. Anyways, yeah, we talked about it, but yeah. So whatever time, got back to the room, went to sleep, woke up at 7 for they were replacing a door in the hallway right out there, and it was like so loud. I'm like, I was so hungover. I was just so. Anyways,
wait,
I'm just
back in the
screw
room?
it.
Oh
I'm gonna take
yeah.
a shower. I'm gonna
Okay,
go.
I completely blocked that out.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm gonna go to Comic-Con. So I walked to Comic-Con, 30-minute walk there. 30 was there the entire time until it closed. Walked back, same thing, just enough time to change my clothes, and then I walked to the second party. From there, we kept going out. Like, we went to several bars until they went to eat breakfast. Got back to the room at 7 in the morning. Went to sleep until 11. My watch went off because my coworker, sent me a message about like, oh, the drop. Like, we always remind each other.
Yeah.
And I remember being so like, oh, I took my watch and like, I don't care. Like, I'm so tired. But then, like, I'm awake. I can't go back to sleep. And that's when my voice was completely gone at that time. Yeah. My feet were hurting from all the walkings at Comic-Con, and my head was hurting. My throat was hurting. Everything was hurting. Then we kept going again. And that's the night where I was like, I have to stay up all night and catch the flight. So however many hours that was, it wasn't a lot of hours of sleep.
Yeah, that was the wildest. I remember, and Magic will tell us about it when she gets on. Just she wasn't doing any crazy dance moves. Like, she wasn't like doing spinneroonies. She wasn't on her head. She wasn't, but she was like going like this, and all of a sudden, and her knee just goes. I was like, oh, yeah. I vaguely remember getting back, and like trying to shower, and it was just. Thank God we did not go to, or I didn't go. We didn't have anything to do that day. I was drained. I was destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Such is the life of a VeVe partier.
And I kept going.
I don't know what did we do on that? I'm like losing a day here. What did we do on that Saturday? I know we went to like a German place, and we went to
Saturday. That's when we went to eat. We ate. Oh, we got the deli sandwiches.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Yeah, we got the deli sandwiches. We went to eat. I went to a couple of bars. Well, I know you were gone at some point.
What was that?
By that time, my brain was probably so fried. You probably told, I probably knew where you went.
I had to go meet. Yeah.
So then it was just Wet Wizard, Vibesman, and myself, and we went to a couple more bars, I think. I know there was one, and then I was just like, I gotta get back to the room, and I gotta just pack everything up and just go. Like, I can't sit down, or I'm just gonna pass out.
Yeah.
So
Like that.
That's what I did.
I'm hopefully gonna try to, as long as I can keep going to the gym and keep getting good body results. Pavle, who is the co-author of Stealing Manhattan, which is the book that came out recently. There's a link down below if anyone wants to go and order it. So it's really good. And I will be have a speaking supporting role in it. I don't think this is like the one I did last year where they let me wear. Oh my God. Yeah, you got it. I forgot he sent that to you.
No, that one I bought.
Oh, that one you bought? Did he send one to you?
He was going to.
Yeah, I think he's going to with me also. Yeah,
it's okay.
Yeah, he loves us. The last one I did, they let me wear my VeVe shirt in one of the scenes. I don't think I'll be able to wear one in this one.
Yeah.
But we shall see.
Yay.
I didn't see the final episode of Attack on Titan. So that is my B. That is my bad. What have you been getting into? TV, movie wise, any from animation that you're watching?
I just finished Gen V yesterday.
Oh, that's the Boys sequel, right?
Yeah. It's kind of cool. Like if you watch after the credits a little bit, just letting you know.
Okay. So the last I saw of the Boys was, I think it was like the orgy episode.
Oh God, I know.
So that was like 2 years ago, or was that more recent?
I'm wanting to say it's been a year.
Okay. I don't know how that season finishes. I just know it was. I love not Jeffrey Tambor. Well, I love him too. I love Jensen Ackles, who's Soldier Boy. So I love him. Do we get more Soldier Boy this season?
He's on Gen V.
Oh, okay, cool. All right.
They do bring some characters from the Boys into Gen V.
So is it like? So is it a direct continuation?
No,
it's not.
It's supposed to be later on. It's taking place with like college age kids, and their soups. I don't want to give too much.
Okay, don't get good. Oh, I should really go back and watch it. Did you read any of the comics back in the day?
No, I should. I know the comics are probably worse, right?
Oh God, it's so much worse.
Yeah.
I think it was one of the characters wants to be in the Seven, and what's his name? God, who's the main dude? The main Homelander. He's like, okay, I'll let you join the Seven if you like do this, and this is like at the orgy scene, and then the dude does the dastardly deed. He's like, okay, he's like depleted. He's just like, all right, when do I join? He's like, you're not fucking joining.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, life. Oh goodness. But TV's got. I know they definitely pushed the envelope. On the episodes, I figured it's like what's that show? The Magicians. Have you seen The Magicians?
I've heard of it, and I've seen some on TikTok. I haven't really gone into it.
I do like it. Like I get into it. And they say, if you've seen the show, you need to read the books. Read the books, you need to see the show. But of course, I hear the book is like way worse. I do need to read the books.
Okay. It's source material is usually always a bit more creative, a bit more foul.
And then I'm sure there's things you just can't have on TV without, having certain ratings.
Yeah, I guess even if it is an Amazon show, I guess it's I always get honestly some of like Civil War is like that from like the Marvel comics. Like there's some like Spider-Man gets blown to hell like a couple times. You see Punisher go in, and because like in all like the Civil War and the heroes are fighting each other, the villains are still being villains, and they go and they gather in one place, and Punisher's just like, you think because all the heroes are out and they're busy, then you're not gonna have to deal with me. Then he blasts holes in all of them. It's one of the greatest comic book battles I've ever seen. It's so good. I'm glad to hear a positive review of it though. Very excited. I haven't gotten too much into newer TV. Honestly, every time Stranger Things comes out, I'll go on.
Oh yeah,
watch that.
So ready for that.
When do we know when the next season's dropping? Is it next year?
No, I haven't heard anything.
Not next year.
No.
I hope they don't do this.
I know they're going to be so much older now.
Yeah, they're like adults.
Like, is Max going to be in a coma and then wake up an adult?
Oh, that'd be wild. I feel like they could probably do a little de-aging on some of them. They did that in. Do you remember the movie It from 2019? Like It Part 2, and and they had Finn Wolfhard's in it, and they like really de-aged him, and they made him look like younger than he was.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Possible.
Yeah, or I guess from because he was fine in 2017, but then 2 years like puberty hit him like a truck, and he's like just taller, and they just de-aged him.
Okay.
I would love that if you could have like in the maybe not in like the VeVeVerse, but when everyone has those glasses, and you could self-pay for an upgrade. Oh, people will see you 5 years younger if you pay for this $200 a month. I'm like, oh, okay, done.
Oh my gosh. Seem younger? No. Oh, that would be pretty.
I mean, you look pretty young
anyway.
You don't have to worry about that. Like, you look pretty young anyway.
Thank you.
But if they would do that for me, that would be super nice.
Oh, whatever. No, I'm just saying like $200 for that.
Oh, I'd totally pay it. I think it was like a year ago, and it was it was in December last year. I'm on like the cruise with Brittany, and I got kind of sick one night because I had a little too much of the Long Island's. I was like, Brittany, if I die out here at sea, make sure my tombstone says 1995. She's like, no one's gonna believe that. I was like, damn you.
Oh, it was really cool. I just saw a video of recently. Somebody went to the cemetery and there was a tombstone. On the top of the tombstone, there was a QR code. And if you scan the QR code, it took you to videos of the person's life.
Oh, that is so freaking cool.
Yeah. I thought that's a really cool thing to do. That's pretty nice.
Wait, this is like real life?
Yes.
Oh, wait, where was this?
I don't know. I just came across it, probably Instagram. I don't know.
Oh my God. I would so want to do that so they could go and look up my channel.
Saved it. Let me see. I've been saving everything. I mean, I got so many, what do you call it? Where you get them the saved tabs.
Oh.
But who knows? I could be going through this all day. I don't think I saved it. I don't know.
Yeah, depends how long you watch
I did not save it. Yeah. But yeah, that's a really cool idea. Like for me, I'd like to be a tree. Like, put my ashes in the fertilizer, put a little tree, and then, get planted. And even if, whoever ends up knowing you dies off, doesn't matter, you're a tree. And it's good for the environment.
I would like to do that and also have a headstone where...
Yeah, you can put a little headstone, you can put a little QR code.
Yeah, but totally.
They can show us streaming.
Oh, that would be so nice. I would love to do a thing where they get to somehow upload like our subconsciouses or somehow just upload something. Yeah.
Upload. There's a new season out.
I remember seeing the first couple episodes of the... How many seasons are there?
I'm wanting to say there were 2, but I didn't know if they would make another one. Sorry, I know I'm changing the subject.
Oh, no, you're good.
I think, yeah, so there's 3 seasons now. So there were 2. And I didn't even know if they were working on it or not. I was just on Amazon yesterday, and I saw, like it said, new season. So, okay, but anyways, upload before.
Oh, no, I just before I saw like the first 1 or 2 episodes. How many seasons are they in now? 2, 3?
For upload, 2. I guess there's 3 seasons out now.
Okay, all right. Yeah. I have not. I should really watch the rest of the first one. Hear a bunch of people talking about it. I just haven't yet. I'll go on.
So I'm putting it in.
Where is it? Amazon?
What's that?
Where is it? Amazon?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Prime Video.
Okay, I have that. That's fine. I hate how you can't find other, like the way TikTok's history is. Like if you try to, like, it only shows videos that like you liked. So every now and then because you know how you go to TikTok and it's like, oh, hey, this is just part 7 of 32, whatever, and you go to like their page and then you search for it and you find the rest of them. Sometimes I hit the back button too many times to go to like the home page, or sometimes I'll go to hit like something on the notifications and I'll hit like home or I'll hit whatever, and I don't like it before it hits back to the home page, and then I can't find it. and I don't know what it is, and I can't search it, so it's lost.
You know what I want? I want Netflix to do. I want them to where you can be able to add like friends, and then you can actually recommend things. Like, oh, you got to see this show, and like, and then it just goes in, like almost like an email type thing. And all you got to do is go in there and like, oh, okay, I'd like to watch that, and then just click it. That would be kind of cool.
I mean, yeah, I would like. It's just the problem with the Netflix shows that they're not just sending you like a quick 30-second or 3-minute video. It's like, hey, they're asking you to recommend this long force. Like, what if they recommend Supernatural? It's like 15 seasons, and they're all like, an hour-long episode.
Yeah, but say what kind of shows I like. You could be like, oh, hey, she would like to watch this. Boom, and then you can just send. It doesn't mean I have to watch it.
That's true. That's a good point.
It's just like a recommendation.
That's true.
That would be kind of cool because, like, my daughter and I, oh my god, we always like watch things together. So we'll. It doesn't matter. We don't watch them. She has a different schedule than me, so we don't watch the same thing at the same time. We just watch whenever we can, and then at certain times we'll be like, okay, where are you at? Like, I need you to let me know when you're here. And then she'll do the same for me, and we'll go, until we finish the whole thing. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. I love that idea. My problem is like sometimes I go deep down the rabbit hole and like, oh, I should be sleeping, but I'll just spend like the next 3 hours just watching it, and or the opposite end where I just don't have time, and someone's like, come on, you're behind by like 6 episodes. Like, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm just
But yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be a cool way to go and for Netflix. And I don't know how many people this would really do this, but it'd be like, oh, hey, you watched something that somebody else recommended. You get, 1 Netflix point, and then you're able to use the Netflix points to, I don't know, lower your monthly fee, whatever, by 1 month. Like, instead of paying.
Cool. I don't know if they would do that, but that would be cool.
Instead of paying $15 a month.
They'll give you a nickel. They're not going to give you a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be that. It would be like, okay, now instead of $15 this month, now your bill's $12. But you have to like work to get that. It'd be stupid.
No, it's kind of cool though.
I mean, I guess it would be worth it if Netflix accumulate, because you get, everybody's watch time, and you know how much time people spend on that.
Yeah.
So Netflix can like pump up their numbers, be like, oh, look at how many people are watching this many hours of us. I think they have a lower thing now where you can pay a very low amount per month for Netflix, but then they give you ads. So I don't know how. I could never do it. I don't even pay for ads. Or I don't even have ads on YouTube. Do you still have that?
Yeah, I watch the ads. Too many subscriptions everywhere. Too many.
I feel you.
But not just that, because you're supportive of your friends and their YouTube channels. I try. I do what I can.
I'll just send a super chat every now and then. Like on Magic's thing the other day, I was like, $2 super chat for this, $2 for this, because I felt like, I don't know, like obviously she earns it, but felt like, oh, $20 super chat's a lot, and what if I have more to say? And it's gonna be like $100 at the end of it. So I like doing the small $2 ones and being a little annoying.
I hate my camera. It makes that look like you put some kind of shadow right there.
Oh, anyway. I feel like I've like dry skin on this one spot on my head. Is that showing up? Or it's just
now that you pointed out, I see like it just looks like a little bit lighter than your rest of your skin, but I didn't even notice it until you pointed it out.
I also should have probably mentioned before, definitely hit where to go. My friend last week gave me this cookie dough candy, but it is mushroom infused.
Oh.
Premium magic mushroom chocolate bar.
Nice.
So that's doing a thing.
Well, I've never done shrooms, and I've never been a cookie dough fan.
What?
I know I'm on, but
the whole, like, but you don't like cookie dough?
And eating it out of the package, it's just always not been like something believe me, I like enough to where it makes up for it all. But that one has just never been something that I've
Oh, I love it.
I probably have 30 more minutes to be on here.
Okay, cool. I have not been paying attention to these comments. Is that JP Morgan talking about a stable coin that's handled by BlackRock on the ETH chain. Okay, so no, I have not.
Not either,
but I mean, if it's BlackRock, they're, I don't know, putting $1 billion in this development probably, where they have 10 trillion in assets under management, and it's on the ETH chain. That's, again, most things are. This is why I think Ethereum at some point will flip the market cap of Bitcoin. Yeah, because everything's built on ETH. I don't. Outside of ordinals, do you know anything that's built on Bitcoin?
Not that I've heard. I can't think of anything.
Yeah, I can't either. But apparently, this is going to be built on the ETH chain, which is great. So Mo Collection, send me a link on that when you can. What's up, nobody? Meow, meow.
You know what's funny? I just thought, okay, I just let him know this morning. Where's the box? Okay, remember I was taking Ollie. Okay, remember at Decon last year, I did a lot of giveaways, and it didn't matter if you're in other countries or whatever. And Ollie got one, and it was this hat, and he was just like, I know he wasn't too enthused about it, so we were joking about. He's like, I don't care if it was a rock that was painted and had VeVe on it.
Oh yeah,
VeVe fan, blah blah blah. So what I did was, it was the hat, but I went ahead and threw a T-shirt in there anyway. And I went outside and I got a rock and I painted it blue and I put VeVe with white paint. And then on the back, I put 1 of 1. And I sent it to him, and it took several months and it got sent back to me. And I was like, yeah. Then I found out he was going to New York Comic Con. I'm like, awesome. I'll be able to give it to you in person. We're at New York Comic Con. Like I didn't, well, the first night, I forgot. I think I was supposed to take it the second night. But the second night was when, that was the second party. And I, walking back from Comic Con, barely had enough time to change, whatever, and then I forgot it. And I'm like, crap. I was like, I got to get it to you. So the next day, that's when we went to eat. We went to the bars, and I took the package. I'm carrying this package around, and then it got lost. Like somebody took it. Freaking.
I'm sorry. This buildup, is it?
It got back to me.
Okay.
I had a like we have these lockers, and it's just like you have a package. And I'm like, I'm not expecting a package, and I go out there, it's a freaking package. I'm so excited. So I sent him a message, and I'm like, dude, like, we got to get this to you. This is like meant to be. And he was saying, like, we were looking at his messages, like, we went back, we're joking about, he was just like, oh, I would take care of it like a baby, like his rock. And I'm like, all right, got it. I was like, so we're going to try this again.
Picture him giving it like a shoebox in like his own dresser.
Uh-huh.
Cute little nightcap.
So I'm super excited for this. Sorry, I don't even know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
So speaking of people and visiting and you and down there in packages, Bill Gardner is headed down there, I think, early next year. And he's like, I am going to go and try to meet a few people down there. He put in a bid for the new logo that's being auctioned off. Do you know about that?
No.
So Lori is doing a...
Oh, yes. Yes, I know that.
Okay, cool. She's supposed to come on at some point. So I messaged everyone's Twitter, and I didn't text them. I feel like I probably should have done that. I probably should have texted instead of... Probably would have been a better idea. That's my bad. If only like 6 people show up now for this 12-hour stream. Anyway, for the people that don't know, there's this unredeemed logo card that David has that he's going to send out. And it's going to be personally from David. It's signed by him. I think it's signed by Dan as well. And the utility with it comes from Al Kahn. He'll be able to give you like a free, well, not a free, I don't know if it's free or not, but you'll be able to have breakfast or lunch with him or brunch, whatever it is, you and 2 friends. So not only do you get a unredeemed VeVe card, where I think it has like a 10% chance of being a sub 100, because I did the math, out of like 72, there's like 7 of them that are sub 100 that are left. So a 10% chance to be sub 100. And you have all that utility, like you can redeem, and for this one you can redeem anything, the Frankenfat, the VV2, the anything else. And then you get that lunch with Al Kahn or the breakfast with him. So, and she's auctioning it off at queenscourtcharity@gmail.com. So it's a silent auction. I think the bid's like, well, I started off at $44,069. I'm gonna come at nice envelope 69. And I know Bill outbid me. I know a couple people, so I don't know what it'll end up at, but it's currently 5,800 on the floor.
Nice.
So it's probably going to get at least that, if not.
I don't even pay attention. Like, what's the floor of the?
The logo is at 5850, I think.
Okay.
I was talking to. Did you see any of the stream yesterday with Vincent Rizzolo?
Didn't get to, but I want to. I did see it. It went like 2 hours. I like him. I like.
So, if you want to skip the first like hour-ish or hour 20, whatever, and he goes to like skip to where he goes and starts bringing out his comics, and the comics that he brings out are like Amazing Fantasy 15 graded 8.0, and I'm like, oh my god.
Jesus.
So that was wild. He has Captain America 3. He's got Action Comics 1. He's got so many of these incredible $100,000 million comics, and so those are fun to see. And then he gives you a tour around his office, which his office is not like a normal office. It's a he's got to have like $10 million worth of, maybe even $15 million worth of product over there. It's insane. So that's really cool to see. But anyway, I was talking to him about it, and obviously he knows Sanjay because he was at the party, and he knows like what it is, kind of. So we talk off camera, and he's like, "Oh, so you have to pay like $5,500 to be part of this club?" And I was like, "Well, no, like you have to get this gold logo and whatever the floor is, that's the minimum someone's selling it for," and then. He's like, oh, okay. And I told him about all that. He didn't really know much what OMI was either. So we got talking about that. So that was really cool. I got him talking about Grumpy Cat a little bit. It was a good time.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, his collection's insane. Magic was, she was like in the comments, like, oh my God, I'm going to pass out.
Yeah. I got some pretty good sleep. Last night I went to bed at like 8:30.
Nice. Do you guys do daylight saving time down there? I know some states don't do it.
There's small parts. I think it's the reservations up north in Arizona. They do observe daylight savings.
But you guys don't.
Don't, and I love it.
Well, you love it? You don't like getting that extra hour sleep?
But then the other time where you have to lose an hour is horrible. Yeah, and it's fine because you know how it gets dark certain times of the year early. It does that still naturally.
Speak of the devil.
Whoop, whoop.
I had to sport this today.
Oh, no way.
The number 41 hat. Where did you get that?
Just landed in my lap.
Did somebody forget it somewhere?
Uh-huh. Randy was so kind to help me get back to my hotel after my little incident. And then he went downstairs. I was on the 23rd floor or something. And he went downstairs to get me ice. And then we talked for a while. And then he left his hats behind. Mine now.
You're forgetting the most important part.
His mistake.
We got breakfast. And breakfast was amazing.
Yeah, it scratched the itch for sure.
We got hats, but Randy don't. We got.
You know what? I have my variant secret rare sleeping comics hat.
How's it going, guys?
It's going good. We are just hanging out. We haven't brought up double hat. I haven't brought up Gilmore Girls yet. We have had a healthy.
That's okay.
So there's 11 more hours, so we have time.
Although I did see in your stream yesterday, Vincent brought up, I don't remember what he was talking about, but he said Roswell, and you got all excited. I'm like, were you also a Roswell fan?
Oh, so this might be where our paths diverge a little bit. I think I did see a couple episodes when my friend Mark was watching it, but I just love aliens, and I was gonna bring up all the alien talk, and I kind of wanted to ask him before we left and re-bring that up again. It's like, so I think aliens are real, but we already went for 2 hours, and we didn't.
Don't scare him away, Randy.
That's true. It's probably good that I didn't.
No, he's cool though.
Yeah. But so with the Roswell thing, I just like aliens. That wasn't the.
Nice.
Yeah, actually, where you are, do they have any of those alien sightings? I feel like when people get abducted, I guess it would be Vegas, but I guess anywhere around where there's a lot of land and not a lot of people.
It's more of a New Mexico thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
where
I guess where
big centers are.
where
Okay.
Mexico was before they weren't. And,
Sleeping comics in the room.
oh, I'm still behind on comics.
So here we go. I'll tell y'all my alien story. Not really alien story, but I think I typed it out somewhere once. I lived in El Paso for a little bit, and when I was like, let's say 6 or 7, whatever. Like when I would go to sleep, my bed was by my window, and I would always, move the curtain, look out, stars, whatever, every night. One night, going to sleep, I moved the curtain. There was a huge, I'm going to say UFO because unidentified flying. It was just round thing sitting in the back of my yard spinning. And I was like, I jumped up out of bed, which I shouldn't have. Jumped up out of the bed, went to my parents, was just like, there's a spaceship in the backyard. There's a spaceship. And my mom comes, look, and it's gone. You could see something way, way, way up in the something really tiny, like with lights moving. And they're just like, oh, you're dreaming. I was like, I never fell asleep. So still don't know, it's probably government stuff, but I was like 6 at the time and I know what I saw. That's my only story.
Did you guys see that it was several months ago? But it was definitely after April. It was this dude that he's from Vegas, and there was actually even cop dash cam footage and like his body vest footage. And there's 911 like audio calls of it. And it's like, hey, there's this really weird humanoid creature in the backyard. It's messing with my tractor. And yeah.
It was like an 8 or 9 foot tall thing, right?
Yeah. It was like,
I saw that.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I saw it. But you never know, like, they're making it up. Were there videos? Was there video? Okay. Yeah.
There were, but when the
cop
cop went to the backyard, they turned off his body cam footage, so we don't.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see what was in the backyard.
Yeah. Why would? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I assume that video is there somewhere in a government facility. But yeah, he was even asking. I think on his prior body cam footage, he was asking someone like, "Did you see this?" And someone's like, "Yeah, we saw something land right over here, and it was at the place where the 911 call came from." It's like, "Oh, this is
interesting."
It's all adding together, like it's all coming together now, like Gronk. It's all coming together now.
Yeah.
So magic. It has been quite a while since we've seen you. It was New York Comic Con. It was only last month, but it seems like quite a while.
I know. It feels like ages.
It's been like 3 weeks. It's been so long.
Yeah. In the aftermath of that, what are some things that you have? You had this amazing makeup for Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about that. How'd you do all that stuff with your property and your?
At my actual house. Yeah. That only took 3 afternoons. I have an entire storage shed in my backyard that is dedicated to all my Halloween stuff, including my life-size, full-size coffin. In years past, we actually put somebody in the coffin with a mask on, and they jump out at people, and they have like a strobe on them and everything. But my uncle's been the one in the past couple of years, and he literally lays in there for 3 or 4 hours straight, and he's like, "I'm not doing it this year." I said, "I don't blame you." So he wore a ghillie suit, which was actually equally as terrifying because there's so much greenery in my yard, and he completely blends in, and he would just like pop out. He was manning a lot of the controls, and he would just pop out around the corners. They'd come off my porch and just scare the bejesus out of people. But so he was an engineer at a very large company, and he was executive level. So he just knows how to do all this stuff. And so he can set up a whole control panel where everything is rigged to just press buttons and things go off. So he was manning the skeleton in the cage that shakes, and he was manning the fog machine and doing that manually. We can have it on a timer, but it's actually more fun to get people as they're walking by because it makes the noise too, like the air noise. And then the person at the door, we would take shifts and stuff. The person at the door was manning the trash can, which was hooked up to an air compressor. And so it pops up in front of people as they go by. And then there were a couple of us throughout the yard that were just standing there with masks, or we'd kind of move and scare people that way. One of my favorites was this little kid who spotted me, and he runs backwards and he grabs his sister and points at me and goes, "He stared into my soul."
I love
Batman is not real.
Yeah, it was yeah, I love the videos on TikTok. Kids are like screaming and like
Terrified.
it's like fear. It's like, oh my god.
She's all happy. They're terrified.
It's sort of like, because people are like, I tagged like Tails and Falcon because they're into Halloween and all that kind of stuff. And Tails is like, this just doesn't make any sense. You can't watch horror films, and yet what you're doing in your yard is like far scarier than any horror film. And I was like, but the difference is I'm in control and I know exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And if no, I don't want to be scared. Like, and I don't know that I would per se go to somebody else's house, but because it's my house, I know exactly what's going on. It's not scary. And I get to sort of enact my childhood trauma revenge on
bring terror to others.
You have the what was the one that gave you the trauma? Was it Chucky?
Yeah.
Oh, it was. It was David's own son.
Yeah. Oof. No, it's legitimately like I have like PTSD from that film because I watched it way too young. I was probably like 6 or 7.
How did you?
And I grew up on Disney movies and princesses, and then I went to my next door neighbor's house, and they turned, they were in control, and they turned all the lights off and put that on, and I was, for months, I had nightmares. Months.
Oh my god.
I thought he was under my bed. I thought he was behind my shower curtain. I thought he was lurking around a corner. Like, I was petrified, and so I've just been a scaredy cat ever since.
Honestly, even nowadays, like at 3 a.m. when you're on scary TikTok and just like, and you have to go to the bathroom and just like, I don't want to get up. I don't want to go into the hallway.
I take it like very literally. Like, and it's funny because I do enjoy like real life crime dramas. I do like murder mysteries and things, but when it's a movie and there's the scare factor, I don't like that. So I don't make a lot of sense. It's okay.
Yeah, that is weird because it's like real life stuff. Like, real life stuff. It's like, I feel like a lot of women are like there's a lot of like TikToks about how, don't like, oh, my boyfriend's gonna think about mess with me because I know how to get away with it because I'm always watching all these crime dramas and all these murder mystery stuff and Dateline. It's like, oh my god, women are taking over.
Some of those are crazy. Like the women who put bleach in their and microdose their husband's coffee every day for like a year to slowly kill them off. That takes a special kind of crazy, man.
That's wild. Yeah, because it's not just, I did this out of crime of passion. It was, a one-time thing. No, you're consciously making that decision every day.
It like goes beyond premeditation. Like,
it's very impressive.
Impressive.
I mean, like,
dedicated, that angry for that long. It's just like
superpower. I don't know. I feel like this is where like a lot of men really like go like their downfall is because I feel like I would notice. Like I feel like I would notice I'd get slowly poisoned, or I feel like the carbon monoxide I would wake up. Obviously I wouldn't, but I always feel that I would. And
like, hey, every time I drink coffee, I've been getting sick. I think after a couple of weeks or something.
Oh, same with me and alcohol. It's still keep going back.
Yeah, so the Halloween was really good. It was a little slower because it's a weekday. Because that's funny. Let's see what you said.
And his face matches. Like, don't get my wife.
Look over your shoulder, man.
Yeah.
But it was still a great turnout. I mean, we didn't go through all the candy this year. I bought like 15 pounds, and the previous year I ran out 3 times. Wow. So I was trying to be extra prepared this year. One kid ran out or jumped so hard that like half the candy came out of the bag and was just across the yard. It's hilarious. But yeah, it's really fun. My kids enjoy being involved. Like they almost don't even want to go trick-or-treating because they just want to be here and scare the kids. It's so funny because I almost wonder if they're going to like scary movies because I've created this sort of lightness around all things scary. Like when we go decorating, I look over and my daughter's hugging this creepy looking clown and like, this one's my favorite. And I'm like, that's really creepy. So who knows? Maybe I've like raised them and conditioned them in a way that they're gonna love scary stuff and scary movies because they just like they couldn't wait to get back and just start scaring people. And my son's like, I hope I make somebody cry. And I'm like, well, that's a little mean. I don't know if we should go that far.
Oh, that's funny.
That's so good.
I've always been hard to scare.
Oh man, I wish. I'm that person. You'll see these videos. There's this one girl. It's on TikTok. You've probably seen it, Randy, where the husband just like pops around corners and she gets terrified every time and does this crazy reaction with her face. Like the way her mouth, she gets scared. And it's like that every time. I'm that person. I don't know what my face looks like. It might look like that. But you can pop out. Even just somebody walking in a room unannounced, I jump. Like I'm the biggest scaredy cat.
That's so funny.
I haven't seen the videos I did see recently are the ones where the guy goes to scare their wife and it like ends badly. Like she kicks him in the balls or she hits him with like an iron. And like, obviously it's just a reaction thing. They don't mean to, but they wind up doing damage.
They had it coming.
Yeah. So I don't know what this guy was. He was this woman. I don't know what she was. I don't know if this was staged or not. Because like I feel like he should be doing like the handiwork, but she had a hammer. Like she was hammering something. Goes to scare her and goes to whack him. Thankfully he dodges, but she destroys the TV. And it's a big flat screen, and it just and he's like, oh. And, yeah, that's really, really. So, yeah, I still love it. I still love the scary. Like my friend Tina, we just took her daughter to go see Five Nights at Freddy's. Like she's 18, like she loves the. But her daughter grew up with this, like with Chucky and with Michael Myers and with Jason and Freddy and all that. Yeah, if you grow up with it, you're probably gonna love it continuously, always, which might not be good for you in the later years. Mom, can we go see this? And you're like, oh God, no.
Yeah, hard pass. Yeah, I still won't do scary movies.
Apparently now they're sleeping. The kids.
We're the same.
Kidnapping. Oh, okay. Fair point.
Yeah.
Oh, let's sleep in the. Oh, what's that movie? Taken. Taken is so good. Liam Neeson going out and just destroying half of Europe, getting back his kid. I mean, what is Finding Nemo if not a kidnapping story? Like, we're being real here.
You know what? I'm in terms of the true crime stuff. There was one that I don't remember the person's name. It was a super famous crime where the I hate even talking about it, but I'm with sleeping on this. They did a reenactment of the whole murder series, and the guy basically got rid of his wife and his kids, and I had the most difficult time watching that. It made me sick. And then part of the reason I don't watch scary movies is because when I then go to sleep, as soon as I close my eyes, all the imagery goes into my brain, and that's all I see, and I can't like make my brain shift to something else, and so I can't sleep. And that happened with that show. Oh man, that was such a horrific story.
Oh, there's so there's this kind of taken by surprise, and obviously it's a weird thing to like bring up. I was dating this girl, it's like 6 years ago, and I didn't know this, but she had she had two like grown kids now, but at the time and the kids were younger, but she had another kid that had like passed away super young, and I didn't know that. So when it's like, I'll pick out a movie for night, and I picked John Q. I don't know if anyone ever seen that movie.
It's been so long ago, I don't remember any of it. So
it's Denzel, so it's an amazing movie. But his kid like has something like his heart is too big, and it's like, it's too compressed, and he's gonna die soon, but his insurance won't cover it. So he has to go in and like lock up the hospital and like with a gun. He's like, all right, you're gonna do the surgery, you're gonna get the heart, you're gonna get this, and it's just a really good movie. But like the first half of the movie, the kid's like kind of like in the hospital, just like totally dying, and then she like breaks down in tears, like,
oh.
So I like, because I didn't know like this is what. I was like, oh shit, and then I was like, oh. So then we watched Sausage Party, which was so that was fun. It's still a good night.
Yeah, I
It was
think that's probably one of my greatest fears. You know, everyone's like scared of something. I didn't really think about it until having a conversation, but I think one of my greatest fears is something happening to your children, because it's like you would rather anything happen to yourself than before your kids. And so like just I will see certain scenarios or think of certain scenarios and I'll cry just thinking the thought of something like that happening to my children is terrifying.
I've always had that's one of my things, and I don't know where it came from, but even as a kid, a little kid, okay, I had 4 brothers and sister, and even as a little kid, if we all went to the store together, I would make everybody walk in front of me because I was terrified if somebody would grab one of them. And then I'm thinking, like, I'm a little kid, what would I be able to do? But that was always my thing. And then say my mother would go to the grocery store, I would think in my head, like, how long would it take her to do this and come home? And then after that time would hit, I would start freaking out and I would start calling stores, having her paged because I was just scared, like, that something would happen. And then I'm with my son, like, I have a tracker on him, like, and I watch and make sure every morning that he's at school, he's this, like, I watch all of it. Like,
that's one great thing about technology is, you can now have your kids wear a little necklace. Like mine have one and it has like a Sully on the end or Mike Wazowski, and it's a tracker. And so like if we're at Disneyland, they can wear their necklace and it looks like they're just wearing a necklace that's on brand with Disney, but I know where they are at all times. Although that's the one place that I'm very unafraid of my children. Like I send my son off since he's been 7, because you can't ride alone until you're 7. And I keep him in eyesight. But, he knows how to contact a cast member. He knows exactly what to do here and there. He's been going since he was 3 months old. It's like his backyard, basically. But yeah, I let him go ride roller coasters and all that by himself. And that's like the one place. That's the safest place, in my opinion, for a child to get lost is Disneyland.
Yeah.
Pretty legit. I'd say, is there a like a area like, oh, hey, you lost your kid, like here's the designated kid pickup areas?
It would probably be City Hall. I've not experienced it. Usually, like I've helped find. There's this one family
in like City Hall in Disney.
Yeah, they have a City Hall.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like where you go if you like have a complaint or you have concerns like mobility stuff. If you want to, I don't know, change some of your plans around. It's just sort of, I never use it because I always go like, people go there and stand in line for like 30 minutes for a button to say like first time or they're celebrating. I always tell people, don't wait in that line. Just go to one of the stores. They have them behind the cash register. Don't do that. But, people visiting for their first time that don't know what they're doing. I actually had to go to City Hall in Paris with Wet Wizard because we had a ticket issue and it was the only place we could go to get it fixed. So it's guest services. Their City Hall is guest services.
Cool.
But they would probably take them there. I should ask. I haven't experienced it, so I don't know for sure. But usually it happens so fast that somebody's able to like find the kid and reunite the parent before it even has to get that far. It does happen. Yeah. But I mean, I've found a couple of kids where I see them strain a little too far and I keep an eye on them. And then where I see them start to panic, I go get them and take them to their parents. There's this family that went with, probably like 8 kids. And it was like survival of the fittest, man. Like if you don't keep up, it's on you. And so like I reunited like one of their littlest. And then like 5 minutes later, they sort of get like left behind again. I was like, oh, I tried.
Yeah. Guys, I'm going to have to get off of here. I gotta go.
Okay, ma'am.
Go ride some bikes.
Remember, you party hard for like 8 or 9 hours, and you come back and tell us everything.
I'm not gonna party. I'm gonna go try to work on.
Okay, all right. Well, whatever adventures you get up
to. But yes, I will come back. It'll be whenever. I don't know when, but yes, I will.
That's fine. I'll be here.
Okay. Bye, guys. Bye, everybody. Okay, bye.
Yeah. So Sleepin's very proactive and is like, when my daughter went to Spain for a month, I made her watch Taken before she left.
Oh, that's
probably a good idea. Well, I mean, it's probably a good idea, just in case.
Have her on alert, watching her back at all times.
Oh yeah, I might have scared her into something. Be a little too paranoid. My friend's mom, like mostly she was all right. My friend's mom back in the day, this was like 15 years ago. She was like super like overprotective. Like she had 2 other boys like before him, but I guess just the baby, whatever. One day, me and him just chilling. I didn't have work that day, and he like they had like a robotics thing that was supposed to go to, but it was canceled, whatever. So like, oh, I have a little while. So we hang out. We're just like playing handball, and then we get to his house, and there's like the fire department around his house, and
Oh no.
like, oh man, like what? And he's like, and his mom called the fire department because like he didn't come home. I was like, I guess she called the police first, and they directed her to the fire. Anyway, it was yeah, they I guess this wasn't like the first time, but it was the first time like I saw it happen. I was like,
I had
ooh,
an experience like that as a kid. When you're a kid, you just don't think about any
yeah,
of the adult stuff. It just does not cross your mind. Bad things that can happen, all that kind of stuff. And I went with a friend, and we ended up being gone longer than anticipated. And I never called. We only had the landlines. This is like when I was real little. And I got home, and my parents were petrified and like furious, obviously. And they were probably almost to the point of wanting to call the police because they didn't know where I was. And I was like on the opposite side of town. I don't even know what I was doing over there. And they like said, "Why didn't you call?" And I said, I don't know the phone number.
oh,
So they sat me down in front of the phone, and they had me dial our home phone number 100 times so that I would never forget the phone number again.
oh, it's a good way to good way to do that. Good way
Yeah.
to do
Another
that.
time I was mad and did the typical girl angry runoff thing, and they yelled at me about something, and I slammed the door, and they marched in, and they said, "Seems like you don't know how to open and close the door correctly, so you're going to open and close this door appropriately 100 times."
Oh man, that sucks. After the first, okay, I get it.
I was
And
raised well.
yeah,
Respect is a big thing. So, yeah, that's what I instill in my kids too.
good. I guess it's great minds think alike. 75% of the girls said their parents made them watch it as well before they went to Spain. So good for all the parents have the same idea. That's good. I
Yeah.
did. Um, I'm there's such a hard balance especially now because now that when we were growing up, I guess there was a little bit of technology when we were growing up. You had like AOL, you had AIM, you had like screen names and stuff. But I didn't really have a cell phone until I was like 14,
Hmm.
15, and now I feel like kids have them like all the time. How do you go about doing that and like raising kids like with technology? Like, what's the right balance?
Yeah, I mean, some of my son's friends in his class already have cell phones, and so of course he's like starting to ask, and I'm like, no. He has a tablet, and we let him iMessage like his uncles, his grandparents, and he can like play on Roblox with friends he knows from school, but
Oh,
like
it's legit.
no talking on the phone yet and that kind of stuff. To I don't know. I'm pretty strict. Um, on one hand, though, there's like the safety concern. Like, I want him to be able to contact me when needed. So I don't know when the
That's a good
appropriate
one.
age will be. I'm just going to feel it out. And my son's really responsible, but I definitely am going to hold off and push back on social media as long as possible. I think social media is awful for children.
I mean, if you have, if he already has Roblox where he can play with his friends from school, I mean, at 7, I mean, you're probably not. Well, I mean, maybe there. I don't know. Do they still like go out bike ride and playing like tag or like wiffle ball and stuff? Like, or is it like, oh, hey, I'll drive you here, and then this kid's parents here. I don't know really the way it is now, or like kind
Um,
of where they are 24/7.
we just do very like organized activities. Like I'm not even at the point where I take them and drop them off anywhere unless like my parents or my aunt and uncle are watching them so that I can go do something. We don't have a lot of uh, kid dates, and if so, it's like all the parents are together. Like I haven't gotten to the point where I've dropped him off anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm probably not ready for that yet. And then he's in like taekwondo, and so I take him to his classes, and like the biggest thing I'll do is I'll go next door to the grocery store while he's in class. That's like the most that I leave him.
That makes
um
sense.
but yeah, obviously with people that I like know, like there's a couple of families that we're good friends with as well. We've vacationed with them and stuff, so I would totally trust them. But just like a new friend at school, I wouldn't necessarily trust.
Yeah, no, that's hard, I guess. It's such a stark difference from when we grew up, and then it's like hey, mom, I'm playing kickball. And then you play kickball, but then you go out and play tag, then do something else, then you watch a movie you're not supposed to watch. Those are always fun. Friends with older brothers that have like the new video games and all like the blood and gore. It's like, oh, this is awesome.
Yeah. Sometimes he'll get together with friends and stuff, and they just like want to do. I'm reading some of the comments. He'll just want to like, oh, can we play on our tablets together? And I'm like, no, go outside, go play. Like, you have a soccer ball, we have a jungle gym in the backyard, we have a huge yard. Like, get outside. Like, they've been outside all day. I just
Oh,
like,
good.
go breathe air.
I noticed that in the military too. When I got in, everyone was like, "Hey, where are we drinking this weekend? Where are we going to party? Where we go to the Six Flags? We're going like go so they're doing something." And then kind of towards the end of my enlistment, all like the newer guys were just like sitting in their room alone listening to like Adele, which is fine. I like that too. But they'd be like, playing video games, which is great. Clearly I love video games, but I feel like the balance was kind of all out of whack, and they were just kind of leaning one way instead of having both.
Yeah,
That's
balance is important. So I haven't talked to you that much. What was your favorite thing from New York?
hmm. Probably it's a lot. There's just a lot of it's just a lot of love. There's that serotonin dump of just constantly
Mm,
getting like, hey man, like good to see you, and like not just like you're at this like social event that you have to go to where it's like a family obligation thing. It's like people are choosing to go, and they're not just driving like 30 minutes. They're traveling from all over the world, and they're coming and they're hanging out with each other, and it's a genuine like good to see you. And like it's so and
mm.
like I don't know, like the hug and like the like buddies, friends, and everyone's just happy, and everyone's just having a like it almost feels not real. It's like a treat that we're getting because like we were good in our diet all for like all month, and then okay, now here's the Sunday, here's the ice cream, here's like, but it lasts 4 days. Those good feelings for for more than half a week. So I really like that. The networking is really cool. Also, being able to go and meet some of these comic book artists, having Vincent Zorzolo on, have been able to go and meet some other people that were at the parties that Vivi has not mentioned anything. Like there's no public announcement of their relationship, but it's coming. It's like, oh, that
Yeah.
was cool. And just yeah, just seeing everyone. That's probably my favorite. Those are my favorite things. But then the aftermath of saying like, oh, hey, we had 450 new active members here that have made a purchase, have done whatever since the con. It's like, oh, that's really cool. Also saying that this isn't just for work or to blow off steam. It's or to party. Like it's for an actual reason, and there's benefits from it, and you're seeing that.
Hmm.
So that's just yeah. This is why I really like those events.
Yeah, you were asking Fanbam like, how did she keep going on so many days in a row? And
She's a
it's
maniac.
but it's what you said before. It's just like it's this feeling that you don't get anywhere else. And I feel like the serotonin and the energy kind of like kicks your body into overdrive and does it for you. And then you get hit once you get home or on the plane. Like, I slept for 2 or 3 hours on the plane too, because I think each night I slept 2 hours each.
Oh,
Yeah. And but you almost don't, I mean, you feel tired, but at the same time you don't, because you just feel so alive. And you have this sense of euphoria from being around all these people, and just having a great time, and the great energy that it just keeps you going. I mean, it's how it's been for me at every event. Is I did get very little sleep, and I somehow just keep chugging along.
I think your subconscious knows that this is special, so to like
Right.
take a message to your endocrine system, be like, give them a little bit of adrenaline, a little bit of this, and then because we
Hmm.
know that this is something that doesn't happen that often. It's like I don't know, like back in the day, the hunter gatherer season, fruit only happened in like the spring, and you didn't have it for so long, so you don't eat it while you got it.
Yeah.
Such a weird comparison.
Comparison, sort of.
Um, But
we
yeah,
were getting all that storing up for winter and not being able to see everybody for a while.
live off the memories until the next one. Speaking of the next one, I know there's a kind of short notice, but he was like, "Hey, we're going to France, or we're some of us are going to stop in Dubai." Any plans there? He's be like, "Hey, I'm done for like the next couple months, and I need to go and maybe
It's
someday it'll come."
it's dependent on a couple of things. I really, really want to go to France. I've known about that for a bit. And I would love to go again. Um, but I have to see what's going on with my leg and when I'm going to be scheduled for surgery. I was talking to somebody yesterday and I was like, I love this stuff so much that I'm almost ready to postpone having a surgery until after those events, which is another still 2-3 months out. That's
Wow.
crazy. Rather than get surgery and physically really can't go
How
because I'm
long's the recovery for
immobile.
this?
Huh?
How long's the recovery for that surgery? Like 8 weeks?
I mean, I minimum. I that's a you're out for the season if this
Yeah.
happens in sports. So
I mean,
it's
obviously no dancing, but could you still be like ambulatory? Like, can you like walk?
like as of now. I mean, I'm mobile and everything. I just can't bend my knee past
Oh,
90 degrees. But
I meant
after
like after the surgery. Is
the
it?
thing is, I don't know how long they're gonna. I think your leg has to stay perfectly straight for a while, and then slowly you start rehabbing. And I don't know what that. I mean, I still have to have this consult, so I don't know. I got to get more answers to questions first.
Yeah, I mean, even if you did it now, like right now, like let's say you did it next week, 8 weeks, and let's say I think I've seen the rehab for that after they put your leg on this machine because it stays stiff for so long it has to like relearn how to bend.
Yeah,
Um,
and I'm already
yeah,
doing physical therapy. I go once a week, and I'm supposed to do exercises every day because they want you going in. Because if you don't do stuff prior, your leg's going to atrophy, your quad and
yeah.
all these other muscles. So I'm trying to go in being strong so that on the backside the rehab is easier and hopefully shorter. But yeah, I need to get that's the biggest thing is I need to get the answers to those questions before I can figure out if I can go. Um, the other one is budgetary and just if I'm
Mm,
going to be able to make it happen. But I'd love to go to both of those things. Just it depends. We'll see.
yeah. The only thing that's kind of rough about the France was that it's not like near Paris. It's like
Yeah.
2.5, 3 hours south of Paris. It's like, and that so like there's somebody that um, if you want, I'm sure we'll get your room there that you could stay for a couple of days, but it's in Paris. It doesn't really help us with the
Hmm.
the 2.5 hour you know convention that's that far away. Um,
Yeah.
so
And
yeah.
I'd love to go too because there's so many people I'd love to see that, I talk to frequently, but don't get to see that much. I know Claire is going to be there. I haven't seen her since London.
I
I'd love to
love
see
Claire.
Claire again. She's so sweet.
Uh,
Um, a bunch of people that I'd really like to see. So I hope I can make it happen.
hope so too. Same, same. I would have. That's gonna be like a crazy couple because I don't want to just go. If I go for
Well, if I
one,
go, I'm gonna go to Disneyland.
oh, of course, of course. I haven't been there in quite a while. I didn't get to see all of it when I was there in 2019. I just saw like a little bit of it. I really want to go do like the good fun experience. So if we go, you got to take me there and be my guide.
100%.
Cool. um, I talked to Wet Wizard about it too. He's keen to go to both. He just has to figure out if he can get the time off.
Oh,
I know
wow.
he's got oh, want to jump in. Oh, so I'm actually live. The Crypto Rains like want to jump on a video with me. He's like, I'm actually live now too. I'm um, gonna give him that Uno reverse card. It's like, hey, come up the stream when you're done. Um, I have the so you had a video for Halloween. You have a what's the next video that's coming out of yours? What's the next stream that you're doing?
To be determined. I just sent off a box of goodies to Italy yesterday. And the person I sent them to is one of the next ones that I want to have on my channel. But I think I want to wait until he receives the package so he
Okay.
can show everything off. It's all his art on all of everything, but they can only be bought here in the US. So I wanted to make sure we could get his art to him. Um, So that's one of the next big interviews I want to do. Aside from that, I was, I had all these this backlog from the last couple the concert I went to and the Halloween. I wanted to get that stuff out. Even though it's a short video, those actually take a lot of time. So I'm probably gonna take a break for a couple of days, and then yeah, I'm trying to decide what I want to do next.
I speak of the devil, Michelle. Hey, I sorry. You just got off from a live that you did?
No, I was about to kick off one. I invited Randy, and Randy's like, "Oh, I'm live right now. Why don't you jump in?" I was like, "Sounds great." He didn't tell me he was with a superstar, though.
Oh,
With the she's responsible for a lot of big people getting in, especially coming to the show. Yet Crystal Hefner there, which I completely missed her there. There was so much going on at the that night. I was like, oh man, I totally would have said hi. I didn't know she was there.
yeah, she came late and she didn't stay too terribly long, and we just sort of like stayed on the side. Basically, we were like standing between on the wall, the walkway going out to the patio. We were either like on the bar right there or on the other wall. And and I took her to go meet David and say hi to David. But it was cool. She took videos of the event. We took a picture together. She posted them, tagged VeVe. She's got like 3.4 million followers on Instagram. She's got over 500,000, I think, on Twitter. And she also has a book coming out. So she's been getting pretty like heavily followed by the media outlets. So, you never know who's looking at her stories. And I just put all that in my head, and I had reached out to her and told her I was going to go do this. And she's like, oh, I've been going back and forth to New York a lot. Maybe I can make it work. And it was like literally down to the wire if she was going to come or not. She got a ticket that morning to get on the plane. She didn't land until like 6-7 o'clock at night. And I was like, it's fine. I will get you in. And she got to get her goodie bag. And she actually came to the booth the next day. She stood with me for, like an hour while I was at CGC. I'm like, I'm so sorry. This takes forever.
Yeah.
And she got to see the booth and she was like, wow, this is really cool. And she took footage at the booth as well. So yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, the CGC takes a while. Rain, when we went to the Bat Cow event last year and we got a bunch of those Bat Cow comics, did you ever get any of those graded?
No, I've got them preserved in their bag and in storage.
Gotcha. Hold on a second. Yeah. Okay. I didn't have
Did you get the poster from the Jim Lee poster from San Diego, Randy?
Was that last year or this year?
This year.
I did not. I didn't go to San Diego this year.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
they gave out a pin, a Bat Cow pin, and a poster.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't get the chance. I don't think they didn't announce it until that they were actually going until like 2 weeks prior or something like that. I was like, oh man, I'll like if they would have mentioned it like sooner, I would have gone. But it was like just the last minute travel plans. Like I can't. But the I try to get all of the digital stuff that they do for there. Just not I couldn't go to the actual event this year though.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday was the registration for returning San Diego Comic-Con people, and several people in the community got their tickets already for next year, which is great. I'm not allowed. I wasn't allowed to even try and get a ticket because you had to be just a general attendee. So invites and booth people, and then I had a press badge. I wasn't, because I would have almost gone in and done it, but I wasn't allowed to as a press badge. So I'm just going to keep my fingers crossed that I can get another press badge, but we'll see.
Gotcha. Rain, when's the next time you're going to an event?
I'm going to apply for the Comic-Cons for a press badge. Dr. Stuff was like, yeah, let's apply. And I was like, great. And then I got busy doing other things. So I haven't applied for like the next Comic-Con, probably the San Diego one. So especially I was going to go to DCon, but if VeVe's not able to make it, then that was my whole reason for going.
Yeah. I mean, so they might do.
Randy, to DCon?
What's that?
Randy, are you going to still go to DCon or no?
Likely not. No, it's just, that's my birthday. No, VeVe's not going. Probably not going to be. It's my birthday. It's having on my birthday weekend as well. And I don't know what I want to do yet. But next year, when it's in Vegas, even if VeVe doesn't go, always a fun excuse to go to Vegas. So
I think a lot of people are going to feel the same way.
Might just be an unofficial VeVe. I feel like Sanjay probably says, "Oh, speaking of which, have you guys heard about the VeVe Oscars?"
Yes. Yeah, I was listening to a Twitter space last night where Sanjay was fleshing out some of the ideas and getting ideas from other people as well.
Oh, I didn't know he was doing that. Oh man, I would have totally been on. So Ray, it's like he wants to do like things where who have the best 30-second clip, with their VeVe NFTs, who has the best like long-term video, like a story. I think they're gonna do whoever has the best, just like who has the best collectible of like whether it's the number, or like the month, the year, or whatever. They'll have a whole bunch of stuff.
That's an awesome idea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like that
stuff, and I will have to finish the thing we're working on.
Ooh, what are you working on?
Oh, it's top secret. But
do we get to know if we're rainmakers? If we're in the
nope, they don't even know.
Oh man, all right.
Yeah,
way to disincentivize the
doctor of stuff and I for now. Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be awesome though once it's done. It'll probably take a couple months. So.
That's fine. I'm super pumped for that. In the next couple months. So there is things that we know that the Marvel Mighties will have those in a couple weeks.
How do you know for sure that they're Marvel Mighties?
So it was last Decon, or no, it wasn't. It was last year. It was after a Comic-Con party where like the Marvel guys showed me on Disney's, like it was a public thing. I couldn't find it since, but they have like all like the line items of like the next planned projects, and it was, oh hey, here's like the next 6 Marvel Mighties things that are planned. I was like, oh okay, this is cool, and it just coincides with the movies. I was like, oh okay, that makes sense.
Well, we're definitely due for Mighties.
Yeah, so it was for this year. So I knew we were gonna get most. I didn't know which ones we were gonna get though. Like if they were gonna do something for like the Loki series or the Secret Invasion series, but it turns out to be just for the movies. So I think this is the last. I think they had another one planned, but I think it got delayed. So I think this is the last one for the year. So the Marvels.
That's interesting. That's an interesting concept too. Is with the strike and everything happening, you have to wonder for some of the drops how, because a lot of this stuff is planned out way far in advance, and how it's affecting the drop schedule. If it's like, well, we can't release this show or we can't release this movie yet, you then also have to postpone the drop along with that. And maybe the stuff's already done and ready to go, but if there's no movie.
Yeah, I mean, they had that for, I think, Jurassic Park. Like they've had it for, like they've had it since like 2020. And I guess they wanted that to be one of the first things that they did. They're like, oh, let's wait for the movie in like 2022, and like, okay, like, but yeah,
it's funny that could have been so much earlier in it, but they wanted to release it with the movie. I'm interested, VeVe Magic, in hearing. So there aren't a lot of females in crypto in general, and even in VeVe collectibles, there are a number of them, and I always like to get a feel for, like, women and men are often directed towards different things. What interested you in VeVe collectibles and in Komi? Like, what grabbed your attention that you spent so much time in the community?
It was kind of just a slow process. I mean, I came in with a lot of trepidation and.
What kind of trepidation? What was your worry?
Well, because I was pushed by Silicon to come onto the app and to invest basically in, what he was saying. It was the first Batman NFT ever created. And I'm like, what's an NFT? And, how to be, educated from the very, very beginning. And I was just very unsure, like, is this really a thing? Is this really going to make it? I had to take time to experience it, get involved in the community aspect. I started off on a Discord, started, conversing with these people and realizing that, wow, there's some really smart people invested in this, and also really liking this project. That gives me some assurance, right? Like you're hearing these people's professional backgrounds or educational backgrounds, and you're like, okay, they're not all idiots here. Like, these are some really smart people that I'm hanging out with and getting to network with. So that was one thing. And then it just also was the brands. When the brands started coming on board one after the other. Marvel was one of the biggest eye-opening for me. When the Spider-Man came, I was like, okay. And one of my early regrets is I wish I had bought more Todds from the store when I had the ability. But it was that me being like, I don't know how I feel about this.
They're $80, and that could be throwing money down the drain. I'll buy some.
Right. And so then when Spider-Man came around, I saw the same thing happen, where there was plenty left in the store, and then they were also in the market. I feel like that may have been one of the first times that we saw things go like below retail. And I remember
the comments.
What's up?
The common Spider-Mans, or the
the common Spider-Man. Like, there was a bunch of those below retail, and I remember like having these conversations with Silicon, like, wait, but what's going on here? And he's like, well, do you remember what happened with Todd? There weren't a lot of people buying them. Now look what it's done. Now this is, arguably the most popular superhero in all time. And people are doing the same thing they did with Todd. It's just, what do you want to do? And I said, I'm not going to make the same mistake. So this time, I had bought 4 Todds, and this time I went in, I bought 21 common Spidey, and I used those as great leverage once, the bull market came, because I was able to sell those to buy other things that I wanted. Now, I didn't know how the market was going to fluctuate. I could have saved all those gems and bought things way cheaper now, but it's okay, because it did allow me to not have to put extra money in, because the price, 10x, 15x from what I bought it at. And I was able, gosh, it was more than that, I think. And I was able to flip it into something else. And so that was kind of when my perspective shifted. And then, of course, with Disney coming in, and just sort of like seeing all the pieces come together, getting to go to events and meet the team, getting to meet everybody else in the community, stepping out and having more actual engagement with people and getting to know everybody's stories and stuff. It's all those things that, made a huge impact on how I feel about the app.
If I were to break it into 2 categories, would you say it's more the investment side, or you mentioned community like 12 times? Would you say it's more the community that kind of pulled you in, and you saw like high caliber people like Randy? Randy actually has a really good background. He's actually almost everything he's followed. He just is a natural, and his just has a sense for what has a good chance to pop. So we found this. So would you say it's community more than the investment side? The community really kind of, you saw the right people in the right environment?
It shifted. I came in completely investment focused, and I shifted to being community focused, and it's still, it's still ultimately an investment for me. But at the same time, I'm now really attached to most of the items that I have in my collection. I mean, there's certainly, when things hit price levels that I'm comfortable with, there's certain things that I will definitely sell and make a little bit of profit off of. But there's other things in my collection that I don't know that I will ever be able to let go of, because they have, greater meaning to me now. And I am truly one of those where I'm not over leveraged. I'm not, scraping, for money. If everything disappeared, I would be financially okay. And so that's why when I'm one of those that, obviously I don't ever want that to happen, but I am way more involved with the people and the relationships that I've met, built, and friendships that I'm going to have for a lifetime, that if things didn't work out, I would be okay. I'm not gonna go broke or bankrupt over what I've done.
Well, let me ask you a follow-up question to that, because I know Randy is solid and unshakable. When he finds something, he grabs onto it, and he doesn't care what other people say. The last year, we've seen even people covering big YouTube channels that are specific to OMI, and they've kind of fudded the space and left, and frustrated that either the OMI price hasn't done well, or the collectibles, and they have all these ideas that they think should be done, and they've left. Does that shake you at all?
No, I find it frustrating more than anything. I I've never understood. I think it's fine if you don't believe it anymore and say you are a big YouTuber and you say, I don't believe it, this is why, and I'm gone. Okay. Understandable. It's not for everybody. I don't understand the sitting around and constantly talking about what you don't like, or like being gone, but talking about it every day. To me, that almost makes me more bullish, to be honest, because that doesn't happen in real life with anything. If I don't like Walmart, I don't sit outside Walmart telling people, don't go into this store. You're gonna get robbed, or this is gonna happen, blah, blah, blah. I don't waste my time with it. I just don't go to that store anymore. And I go to Target or a different store that I like instead. And so there's this weird human dynamic that has happened in this space that I've never witnessed anywhere else. And that is it almost really does make me more bullish, because it shows that these people ultimately do care, because you don't invest your time and energy even hating something unless you care about it.
Unless you love it to begin with. Yeah. Now, Randy, you've actually, since an early day, and maybe you're just a natural at this, because you latched on to Tesla, Pokemon, at the time when probably there were a ton of people fighting on these things.
Yeah, so I think the reason why I'm so good at this is because, or not, I'm so good at holding on to things. I'm not trying to say like I've got the magic.
But you are good at this. It's okay. It's okay to say that when you are.
The reason why I'm okay with people saying something is wrong when it's not is partly because like it wasn't always cool to be a nerd. I think like Big Bang Theory kind of helped bring that out a little bit. To let nerds be kind of okay, and Comic-Con wasn't just about comics anymore. It started to be about The Walking Dead and Breaking Bad and panels. Like everyone loves Marvel. Most people love Marvel series, but like part of the reason I got into boxing was because this is from the famous Britney chair fall event of like last year, where I was telling her the story of how I got into boxing, where I had this. It was a Game Boy case thing that you could put your Game Boy and some of your games in. And like in 6th grade, in between periods, like that's what I'd do. I'd have it and I would go and I would play. And I remember on like the last day of 6th grade, these 3 dudes showed up out of nowhere to kick my ass for still liking Pokemon. They didn't even take the games. They didn't even take the stuff. And I just swore revenge, and I got into boxing. And of course, like they weren't there the next year. My dumbass, like, I'm gonna kick their ass next year. They went to high school. But it's just from years of just constant I don't know, I guess like rejection of what I thought was really cool, and really thought like comic books and Pokemon wasn't really cool up until like the last maybe like 4 or 5 years, especially when you start making money into it. But everything just made sense. And look at the type of people that are saying things are wrong. Like, okay, what type of, and I'm not formally educated at all. I have like 1 semester of community college under my belt. I think that's it. But when someone's talking about, let's just say like electric cars, let's say like Elon Musk, like that's what he does. Like you're not really going to talk. Smart people don't talk against the doctor about infectious disease or about neuro-oncology, because this doctor has not only been educated, but he has years of training and practice in the field. Okay, well, making electric cars and manufacturing them, this person is, oh wow, thank you so much, gold silverback. The super chat means a lot. These people are experts in what they do. They've been educated in this and they work in that, and it's kind of hard to argue against them or find good arguments against that. Same way, like in Pokemon cards, hey, who's spending the most time? Who's going and spending the most amount of time and actually going and buying the stuff and obsessing over it? And that was me and like 3 other people. So for this is a disruptive space. There's, up until the last couple of years, there were really no experts in the space. It's just who spent the most time here. And obviously Dan and David, like you have that super successful background that they always had. Like, he won Young Entrepreneur of the Year, I think twice. So before the accolades of this year, which absolutely pushed them to number 1, no doubt. I saw it I think in 2021. I said VeVe's won the decade for digital collectibles, and still right so far. I mean, could another thing come out and displace them as number 1 in the next couple of years? Sure, Amazon and Tesla and Google could fusion Ha, and they could make something, and but likely not.
It would be hard for somebody to catch up to where they're at. VeVe would almost have to drop the ball for a while.
Well, you don't. It's not like a new. It's still a new space, but you don't have to compete with a new VeVe. You have to compete with a war-hardened VeVe that has. This is their second bear market. It's very, very hard to compete. And like And One was saying before, they've got the secret sauce that you just can't buy. It's like that scene from Batman Begins, where Bruce Wayne's going in to kill Falcone, and then the judge he goes and says, like, there is 2 off-duty cops and there's a judge. I could shoot you in here right now, and I'd walk away scot-free. That is fear. That is something you can't buy, Mr. Wayne. And like the community that we have here, you could try to buy off some of the failing YouTubers. You could try to buy off some people that are trying to remain relevant and make them ambassador of whatever. But at the end of the day, to get what VeVe has, you just can't buy it. Hey, Tammy, you just came in at like a 20-minute monologue I just had. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Tammy, good to meet you. I haven't met you before.
You too.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
you too, Rainy.
Rain.
No, I listen to you guys all the time, so you're good.
Good to meet
But,
you. And thanks for coming in with us. I asked VeVe Magic this question. Randy, do you mind? It's your show. Do you mind if I ask Tammy's thoughts on the exact same question?
Oh, yeah. Go.
So the crypto space is dominated by males, right?
Yeah.
But there's some females, and so I like to get their impression, like especially the VeVe family and the OMI community. Like, what attracted you to the space, and then what attracted you to Akomi and VeVe?
When I first got in, I was really looking. So Rain, you might not know this, but I have a friend who's a Bitcoin maxi, and she tried to get me in Bitcoin back in 2016 and 17 when she started buying, and it was really, I didn't understand it. It was very difficult for me to get in. Well, then I went through personal things in my life, went through divorce stuff, and I'm like, I want to be better than where I'm at financially, and that's when I went and talked to her. And I started, and she's always going to tell anyone buy Bitcoin. That's just what she's going to do, which I understand. However, for me to get to where she's at with her financial situation, I feel I missed that boat with Bitcoin. Not saying Bitcoin isn't a good thing to have, because it is, but I want to get a better ROI. So that's when I started doing research, listening to videos, looking on white papers, just reading all this stuff. And I was listening to Altcoin Daily, and they were talking about small cap, big cap coins that they believed that would be good financial investment, or not financial advice, all that good stuff. And that's when I would just write everything down, and then I just go one after another and just start reading and listening. And that's when I found OMI. When I got in, for me, I got in on the crypto side before I got onto the VeVe side. But I liked the fact that there was a purpose for the coin. There was something for it to relate to. Then, so I bought OMI first, signed up for the app in September of 2021. And I'm telling my friend all about this, right? And she's doing all of her research, and she's really wanting to tell me no, it's a scam the whole time I'm doing this. I'm like, no, and like magic, because I was listening to her, it was Marvel that got me at first for the collectible side. I'm like, no, you don't understand. If they've got these big licenses, they've got DC and Marvel, and Disney hadn't even been announced yet when I got in. I'm like, no. She did not like the fact that MTL hadn't happened yet.
Mm-hmm.
And being that I'm in the casino industry, I know what MTL is, and I'm like, no. There's a way. I mean, if you want to get money out, and that's when they had all the secondary stuff with escrows to get money out and everything. If you wanted it, you could. So then I started buying. I kind of shifted a little bit from the crypto side to collectibles just because I liked it. It was more fun for me. But then I went back. I go back and forth. So, I'm like, oh, the mighties are coming, and I have all mighties just like Andy. I'm like, oh, I got to get more, get some more of those. But so when I first got in, my first goal was just to get a million OMI. I mean, when I first got in, I was buying OMI at 007. And I'm like, anything, and my mind was like, anything that's under a penny is good. So then I'm like buying the double, and then it started going down, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to buy more. So then, the next goal is 5 million, then 10 million, and I'm at about 12 million right now, which is more than I ever thought I would have. But it's, she's like, well, when is enough? I said, well, when is enough Bitcoin enough? It's, because
she didn't know how to answer that, did she?
No, she didn't, because she's 100%, and I've seen, some of what she has, and it's astronomical what she has, and someday I believe that this is what this will be, and I want more. But I work. I'm a single person. I have bills to pay. I'm going through a surgery in December where I'm going to be off work unpaid, so I have to think responsibly and everything. So, but once that's done, that's what I'm like, when I hear you guys say, oh, it could stay in this price range for another 4 to 6 months, and we don't know. I know we don't know. I'm like, yes, because then when I'm done,
that would be amazing, huh?
Right? I'm like, I'll be buying more. Well, then last year, I decided 10 days before decon just to go. Out of the blue, I just decided to go. Went by myself. I was with a significant other at the time. He got into the app and stuff because I was, and I felt it got competitive for him. It was like he's very successful, does very well, and I don't think he liked where my direction was going. I would make comments where when I retire in 2 bull cycles, I'm going to do this. When I do this in 2 cycles, I'm going to do this. And he didn't like that because he wanted it to be weak. But this is my money. I work overtime. I do my thing. I don't tell you what to invest in. You're not going to tell me what to invest in. So it was very competitive for him. And I invited him to go to decon with me, but he didn't go. And and that was
with him because he wouldn't go to decon with you.
No, I didn't break up. No, that's not no, that would have been funny, but no, I did not. No, we just had other struggles. that would be funny. No. We had other struggles just altogether. It just wasn't a good match. Good person, just not a good match.
But it was really good he didn't go to decon with you. We totally get it.
Okay, yeah, we blame it on decon.
TV life, he's out.
You're right.
My last girlfriend because of
He's
the
not
Vader drop,
curious.
so.
He can't celebrate my successes for me.
Right. Absolutely. So then I went to decon, and I'd actually heard Magic on a space talking about doing a Disneyland thing before, and anybody who wants to come, more than welcome to. So I DM'd her and said, hey, I'm coming. I'd like to come. And that's when I got there. Jennifer or Fam Bam helped me find some places, people to share a room with, to save expenses. Magic. That's when I met Magic and Silicon at Disney. And it's like we all clicked. I'm an extrovert. I'm very outgoing, and especially if it's something I like. And when I got there, I met Randy. That's when I met everybody there, and it was nice to be somewhere where you're with like-minded people. And at that time, so that was last year, November 2022, that I did that. Last year, there were still a lot of people, YouTubers that were still in that are not in anymore. I met Hello K there. I met all these people that are not necessarily here now, which is very surprising because that first night I got there, we all met and had pizza one night. That's when I met Randy for the first time. That's when I met Fam Bam, for physically, we'd talked through Discord and Twitter, X now. So it was just nice to be able to put faces, actually physical faces to everybody. And when I saw how everybody, they just very welcoming, they didn't care. But I love Bill.
I love Bill too. He's so
I love it. Yes, I love it. And then when I had the community, I spent a lot of time with Silicon that weekend. We built a unique friendship, which was very, very nice. Stayed in contact all the way to, that end, which was very hard for a lot of people. But he supported. We talked about things. We talked about personal things. We talked about financial things. We talked about VeVe. We talked about all these things.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I knew that this is what I wanted to be a part of. And when I came home, I mean, like my personal side, I knew deep down that that relationship was going to end. It was just figuring out how to get it to end. And that ended probably in beginning of January. And then I just started getting more involved. That's when Randy and I started talking more. We started doing live streams together. I went on a live stream with Magic. Went to New York for YCC. Met even more people. People came up and talked to me that I didn't even know. It was great. It was overwhelming, but it was a good overwhelming type situation. So for me, it's just the community, like Magic. It started off as investments, wanting to financially put me into a place where I didn't have to work for the rest of my life. And it turned into having a family, which is,
so
yeah.
if I were to summarize why you went to OMI over Bitcoin, was you realized that the massive multiple on Bitcoin had already happened. Not that it won't have gains, but a 6x or a 20x makes you significant money when you already have significant money. For you to make significant money, you need like 2 cycles and you need like 50 X's to happen in your life, right?
Correct.
So you were then looking at altcoins, and then you found this amazing community. Now, I asked VeVe Magic this: does it shake you at all when people like Hello K and other people just fell away and decided they were unhappy for different reasons, and it's going nowhere, and they leave?
It doesn't. What bothers me is the fact that, I mean, they loved it at one point, and I understand the team made promises and they stated things, and I get that, but that's with any business. Any business, and you know, at the beginning when I got in and when they started, they were doing all those AMAs and they were talking and doing all that stuff. That's not what normal businesses do.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that they've learned that they're just going to do things surprise, you know, maybe they'll say, oh, we're going to, I mean, a longer timeline. I don't know, but don't do that as often, nearly as often as it used to do. And I think that might be frustration for them, like Hello K, Cavell, all them. And I used to listen to Cavell all the time. And I can't, you know, and I try very hard to get different perspectives, because it's good to have all sides of every story. But when you believe in something, for me, I want to be around like-minded people. And something happened to them where they were not in anymore, and that's okay. But why are they? I mean, well, I know why they're still here. They're doing that content because they need viewers. They need likes. They need that. I get it, but it doesn't do any good for anybody else.
Well, let me ask you a question. OMI price is going down, and if it's got such a good future, why would the OMI price be going down? Shouldn't that scare the hell out of you?
It doesn't, though. When no, it tells me I want to buy more.
I'm actually in the process of buying more right now.
I know.
I bought some last week.
Yeah. So my friend, my Bitcoin friend, she tells me all the time I'm the only person that she knows is excited when their coin goes down.
I knew we were going to be friends.
Right. Because I'm thinking that I want to buy more, and she's like, but she's already got her bag. You know, she's already got that. So she's looking at, and she thinks it's absolutely weird how when Bitcoin goes up, OMI goes the opposite, you know, and that's just what it tends to do. And like, it's not what I've noticed. It's just because we're not out there. We're not on all the exchanges. You know, there's things that they're doing for a reason, I believe. And the whole time when people keep saying we need more exchanges, we need this. Yes, we do. But we don't want to do that in a bear market. You know, we want it to happen, but we want it to happen at the right time. I mean, everybody wants to make money. Everybody wants the community to grow. Everybody wants it to be successful, but there needs to be a right time to do that. And I want to buy more, so I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Awesome.
Yeah.
you know, one of the reasons I was going to go live and then Randy was like, I'm already live, is I've just been around in crypto for 6 years. I saw the last bear market, and when prices go down, people get worried, and they haven't been around long enough to know these patterns. And the reason even last bear market didn't scare me is because I'd seen the market swings in real estate over 20 years. And so when things go down, they then eventually go up. And when people are fudding on it, when people are leaving this space, what I realized is whether it's real estate or whatever market, they usually swing too far to the downside. We could see
I bought, this guy had some on the app. So it wasn't a ton, 417,000 OMI.
nice.
But it was on the app, so is it nice? He doesn't have to go and bridge it or anything.
I mean, the price is so juicy right now, and often prices swing too far to the downside before they then swing too far to the upside. So it is almost confirmation that it works exactly like this, as people are fudding and leaving the space, and they just don't know what they don't know. They're new at this. If you look at who's run into that, they don't know market cycles like this. They're in many cases smart. They're just inexperienced in ways they don't realize yet. So they're not bad people. They're just getting emotionally frustrated, and they're making a non-logical decision because they don't have enough wisdom that only comes from making mistakes and recognizing these patterns over time.
And if you want to hear more amazing explanations like that, click the link down below to get to Rainmaker's Crypto Rains. I forget what the course is called, but codename Randy, and you get a discount. Sorry, that's my plug. Okay.
And that price is going to go up to $9.99. So right now it's about $3.99. If you use Randy's code, you get half off of that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's zero to crypto hero, and it's just kind of like my 6 years of experience in crypto plus 20 years in real estate and other investment, just kind of helping people think the right way so that they don't get shaken out. Because I've seen since I came in 2017, I was like brand new in the space, so excited. It seemed like we were all going to be rich. And then in 2019, 2020, I realized all those people that started with me were nowhere to be found. I knew some of them, so I'm like, hey, and they're like, no, I don't want anything to do with crypto. I don't even want to talk to you about it. I'm like, yeah, but Cardano's at like 5 cents. They're like, what's Cardano? I don't care. Don't talk to me. You know, and Dr. Stuff was one of those people, actually.
That really makes me sad.
And then in 2021, he was like, oh crap. And actually it was VeVe. I had made a ton of money off of NBA Top Shots. About $1,100 went to $185,000. And I was telling him about it, and he's like, oh crap. And then I was like, the first Batman on the blockchain, nobody's talking about it. In fact, there's no videos I can even find on it, but you need to check this VeVe thing out. And he's like, first Batman on the blockchain? I'm in. So then now he's his own legend in the space. Because
I know I've listened to you quite a bit, and you said that you sold all the real estate.
Yeah, I have no more real estate. Now I'll buy some more. Like, I'm just even renting right now. I was hoping real estate would come down. I think it's actually going to go up even farther this year before it later crashes. But I also moved. I had some family reasons I need to move markets. And what I sold where I was would have taken me 3x for that to buy the same house back in the new market. And I just couldn't stomach it. I was like, what? Yeah.
No, I have one rental property. That's why I was asking you.
Oh yeah. I had a fourplex and some other rentals. I had a real happening about 12 years ago that coincided with the real estate crash. So I had about 14 properties, and I probably would have lost half of them from the real estate crash. But with the divorce, I lost all of them and then some. I was worth about negative 300,000 after all that. And I had to dig out of this huge hole that took me years. So I was building back my real estate portfolio when I found crypto. And when I found crypto, I stopped putting additional money into real estate, started putting it just into crypto. And then later I just sold all my real estate.
Yeah.
Because I was like, renters, dealing with renters.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I've
been very fortunate
to, get the Barbie doll out of the toilet so it will flush.
Yeah.
You've never had me as a renter, Rain. I'm super chill, super. I will just take up a tiny room in your house. The only reason I'm in the kitchen is because my friends are at a wedding.
That would be amazing. You've always got a place to stay in my future house, because I will be buying somewhat of a ridiculous house in this next bull run.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely move you. In fact, I might even build a room specific to you.
That'd be great. I just need
guest house. Yeah.
Just need a tiny place with a bed. Doesn't even need to be a full-size bed. Could be a twin.
So, you'll be so rich coming bull run with the amount of OMI that you have. It's
Right.
gonna be fun.
Can't wait. I now have 175.4 million ohms. I just bought a tiny bit from Legacy of Bermuda.
Crazy.
So shout out to him for selling that on the VeVe app.
So VeVe Magic, I'm curious. You talked about sharing it with, it was Crystal Hefner, right?
Mhm.
What caught her attention about VeVe?
So I think she was just perusing around different projects and stuff, and she happened to pop into a VeVe space. And that's how we met. I think Prop was hosting and I was like maybe co-hosting with him. And she and I just started DMing, and then we found out that we have like a ton in common with our love for Disney and everything, and built a friendship.
Nice.
Yeah. So I don't like talk to her about VeVe too much. I mean, she sees everything that I post and we follow each other and all that.
Right.
Because that's just not my
So essentially she mostly follows you.
What's that?
She mostly follows you related to this content and just
Yeah.
what
And
you
she's so busy with her book and everything and travel. And she's doing a lot of real estate in Hawaii. So I think she's with the bear market. I think she's just sort of like left her stuff alone and isn't really necessarily investing or paying that much attention to it. She's just letting it sit and waiting until the next wave comes. I don't take her to be a panicker at all. But I also like, if any of my friends or anything ever ask me questions, I'm like happy to go into great detail. But I'm also not one, it's just not my personality to shove it down somebody's throat. So it's like, we talk about it sometimes, but she doesn't want to ask about it, then that's okay too.
Yeah, and it's funny because people do get caught up in the emotion of the bear market, right? And they don't usually step on the gas. This was what was so cool about silicone, right? So the Todd McFarlane Batman was on the market, right, for a while, and he stepped on the gas. Like he drove. Sometimes when people see an opportunity, they don't just like go participate. They like rent a U-Haul and back it up to it, which is exactly what he did to the Todd McFarlane Batman, right? And bought like, how many did he buy?
A lot.
Hundreds, right?
What's that?
Like 400.
He bought like a couple hundred, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about silicone?
Yeah.
150.
Yeah.
That was awesome. I bought 5. I was like, why did I just buy 5? That was so dumb of me. I bought 5. Like,
And it wasn't just that. I think he had, I want to say somewhere between 2 or 250 Spider-Man common. He stacked multiple things, and he researched some of them. There's one of the Tokidokis that he had several hundred of because he researched that in real life it was one of the more expensive ones to find physical product of. That was the prima donna, so he has a ton of prima donnas. There's a ton of things he stacked. It wasn't just Todd. I mean, across the board, a lot of different stuff.
It was smart. I remember now why I didn't buy more. At the time, like I hadn't actually pulled any money out of crypto into a bank account ever. I had been a one-way ticket, and there was no way to go from crypto without going from crypto to bank account into VeVe. And so I was always somewhat limited, even though I was like crypto rich, cashing it, having to cash it out and then buying VeVe was a pain. And so I didn't buy more because I was like, why didn't I buy like 200? Oh, well, missed chances. There's lots of those.
It happens.
Yep.
But mistakes are made. I was talking to Clever Jerk the other day about the thank you for being the 50th like Magic. Clever Jerk, he just got the number 1, 2, 3 of all of the Miles Moraleses, the ultra rare, the rare, and the secret rare.
Wow.
And it was like, I was like, how do you know? Like you don't just buy crap. Like you buy all of these really good things, and then like before I get to like my next message, like my next thought, he messages me like the number 1, 2, 3 secret rare Electra. He's just like, trust me, I made mistakes too. I was like, okay. It's nice to know that it does that. Bezoj Man bought the That was the one that he just bought recently. It was. Y'all know who that is?
Mm-hmm.
I do. Yep.
Yeah. All right. So for those that don't know, he's just the one that has like the super. He has the largest VeVe account. He just bought another Miles Morales secret rare. The floor was 7K, so it wasn't like a $12,000 thing purchased, but it was still just a beast. And I feel like in this next year, as they onboard a lot more people, especially from Asia, but again, David and Dan going to Dubai, even though VeVe might not officially be there, and it might just be them. You know that they're going for a couple of days, and you know that it's not just to go to this one. I mean, it is to go to that one event, but it's to go and shake hands and, oh, hey, how are you doing? This is what we do, and they're doing that for a reason. So obviously, David and Dan, their schedules are exceedingly booked, but they know that if they can go and make a good impression and become friends with the one person that advises a bunch of the Colfoyle family members, a decent amount of them might come over and be part of the VeVe fam. So there's going to be a lot more. What does the average person do when when suddenly it becomes, a money person's app and all the good stuff is gone, and 7,000 seems cheap.
Well, is it fair to say it's big enough now that certain items will massively pump and outscale, and some of the other items might go up, but they'll still be somewhat affordable. So, especially with the volume, and I think this is part of the reason they're putting so many items on it. So there's always something everyone can afford, as well as there will always be new drops, but there will be a lot of missed chances, right? Like, people don't realize in the bear market, the pendulum swings too far to the downside, and they think, oh, I have forever. It's always going to be this cheap. And they have no sense of urgency. And then it 10Xs and they're like, ah. So then they buy one thing, whereas before they could have bought 10. And then it goes up from there. And then they have the story of, I could have, I would have, but I didn't. And I just see this pattern play out. I've even been part of this pattern, right? Why did I only buy 5 Todd McFarlane's? I was the first to cover it in a video about VeVe. I didn't even know how to pronounce it. I, somewhat embarrassed by those early videos. I was calling it Veve because I literally searched for YouTube for any videos about this app and couldn't find any, so I made some.
You weren't an early adopter unless you called VeVe.
Yeah, right. And I watched my video. I had forgotten about that, but I watched the early videos like a couple months ago, and I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, I didn't even know how to pronounce it back then. But that's how early the app was, and everyone was buying the token. I was like, what's funny is I lost half my YouTube audience over VeVe because a lot of them there were for Cardano and what they called serious stuff. And I love Cardano, but I'm not exclusively, I'm not married to any one project ever. And when I saw this stuff on the VeVe app, I was like, these Todd McFarlane Batmans are going to do tremendous things. And I got so much hate from my Cardano audience. Get back to the serious stuff. And like the number of unsubscriptions and the fall off was like, I mean, I'm after ROI. And from there, the $80 to the top, it did a 200x. Holy cow. That's the kind of gains we pray for, right? 200x is the wealth creators.
Yep.
My first OMI video had nothing to do with VeVe. I was looking for the crypto that Earth 2 was going to use. So I was looking for a super low cap, super high minted amount of token on GoChain. And I was like, oh, there's a thing called OMI. And there's like 300 something billion of them. That's in circulating supply. And I was like, oh, is this what Earth 2 is using? Let me go buy some of this. And then the next video, I was like, guys, ignore everything I said ever. And then I found out who Al Kahn was. I found out who all these I found out Al Kahn was involved, and I found out like all these amazing things. That was if I was never into Earth 2, I probably likely would not have found VeVe, or I wouldn't have found OMI, which would have led me to VeVe. I was here by accident.
Well, you just gravitated towards quality, right? And so people that are falling away during this time, it's sad. They'll learn. Even in one of the streams, somebody was arguing with me in our stream on Monday, and like they were there, and we had David Yu on there, and he was just saying like these ridiculous comments and blah blah, and I was like, well, let's let time do the talking. Let's just see where everything is in 12 to 24 months. Why don't we? We don't have to argue about this. Let's just wait. Tell me what your top 2 picks are, and we'll hold those against OMI and Animal concerts, and we'll just see how they perform. And he never actually then put in what his thing was.
Yeah.
I was, you know, that's all right. Like, they're just people, they think they know more than they are, because anyone can have a voice in this space. That doesn't mean they know what they're talking about, and they'll learn. Unfortunately, they'll learn through some missed opportunities. And if they're humble enough, they'll actually then learn really well. Sometimes we don't like to face those things as humans, and we're just like, oh, they just got lucky. There's no luck about this. It's an educated guess. Like, the risky time for VeVe and OMI was last bear market.
Yeah.
Like David was saying, you know, if we made a documentary on this, we'd call it No Chance. But the first 2 miles when a rocket is leaving Earth's orbit, it uses 90% of the fuel. And that's the hard part to get through. And VeVe and OMI's already through that. And so people that get frustrated with, oh, it's taking too long, sure. And there's that. There's timelines. There's a lot of considerations they have to take into account that they can't discuss publicly, because it wouldn't help the situation. So yes, do we wish it was on more exchanges? Yes. Will it happen down the road? Yeah, at some point. Last bear market, Cardano had the same thing. Oh, when is it going to get on Coinbase? I'm not buying till it's on Coinbase. And you know, the same types of arguments. And eventually things line up and they happen. And so I like it when all these problems are compounding and you have people with billions of OMI that are trying to suppress the price. And I just like, when I pray, I'm like, thank you for people like that. Thank you for, unfortunately, short-sighted people who will learn the hard way, because they sold at the bottom and they sold to me and Randy and Jordan and a bunch of our friends. And they'll learn. They're learning the hard way. They think they're so right. They think they're selling and it's just going to go to zero from here. Well, we will see, won't we? In 12 months or 24 months, one of us will be proved right.
That does make me a little sad, though. I felt this is gonna be a weird segue. In Comic-Con, Vibes Man was doing little he was doing little interviews of Tammy and then of me. And while I was waiting, there was one guy, he was on the sax, and the other girl was playing violin. You know, I just gave him like $5, like, hey, can you play Canon? Because I really love that, you know, Canon D. I love that piece. And you know, and they were playing, and it was beautiful, and I loved it. And some people stayed, and they, you know, stopped and they listened, and other people kind of just kept walking. And it's like this beautiful piece of music and art is like being played right in front of you, and you don't stop. And I felt bad that people couldn't really appreciate it. In the same way that I see some of these people that had OMI, and like they have it, they have it right in front of them. This is their ticket, this is their vehicle to take them out of whatever class they're in, putting them into the next 2 or 3 on top of that. And they let certain things cloud their vision, and they let other dumber people FUD them into, you know, like selling their bags away. And I've seen this before in Pokemon and Tesla and Hypersplane, and I was like, just got to hang on. And they don't.
And I think that's part of what we have to do, you know, as people in the community or whatever. I mean, I don't know. It's just hard to explain. You know, we have that convention. We see things that people don't. Just like my friend that has Bitcoin. She looks at OMI all the time. She watches videos. She does it. Does she own any OMI? No. She have an app? No. Is she gonna get it? No. But she does it because I'm in there, and she wants to protect me, which is great. But it's still not going to change my mind on what I'm doing. You know, I mean, from the very beginning, she told me, you have $500. That's what you get for this. You're going to do between OMI and VeVe. Well, I can say I spent a lot more than $500, you know, and sometimes it's just hard for people to see what we see.
Mm-hmm. And they're really not open to it. When they are open to it, they listen. They're like, and dig in. But a lot of times people aren't. And I remember the first time someone was talking to me about Bitcoin, they explained it in a way that I kind of prejudged it to be a certain. Essentially, they said, you put your computer to work putting a bunch of strings together, and eventually it makes a Bitcoin. So then my next question was, well, what's ever going to limit supply if you can just put your computer? What if everyone puts their computers to work building this? There's going to be an unlimited supply of Bitcoin. There's an unlimited supply. And so, like, I totally had it completely wrong because somebody who didn't know what they're talking about explained it to me wrong. And so then I kind of wrote it off in my mind for like 6 years, right? It wasn't until the price was hitting more substantial numbers that I was like, it couldn't be doing that if I don't have an incorrect conclusion on what this is. And then all of a sudden my mind was back open. And I'm like, okay, what is this thing about? So when people aren't hearing us or listening, it's because they closed their mind. They decided they know everything they need to know about it, and they're not trying to hear you. And then all of a sudden, when it hits really big prices, guess what happens? Their mind reopens. And they're like, well, crap. Oh, what is this really about? And then they call you. Tammy, tell me about this. Oh, my gosh. And da-da-da. And you're like, the prices are really high now. Only just hit 5 cents. I'm not sure it's a good time to buy. Yeah, but is it going to be going up? I don't know. From here, maybe, probably not though.
Well, and like when I get excited about things, and I've had to like downplay it. My family doesn't want to hear about it anymore. I mean, my kids are millennials. They're about gaming and all that stuff. And I'm trying to explain to them, and they don't want to they don't want to hear anything about it.
But
people at work.
How could you know? You could be Einstein when your kids listen to you about this, right?
Right.
Your kids, and you're just their mom. But like, yes, isn't that frustrating?
Hugely frustrating.
Me about crypto, like none of them. No. I have 4 brothers, and during the last bear market, right? And it's just like, here he is talking about crypto again. It wasn't until the bull market hit, and they're like, and Doctor of Stuff, I was able to talk to him about VeVe, kind of got him to look deeper into reopen his mind. Part of what reopened his mind is the money I made from NBA Top Shots, which was a big license, right? So when they lined up that project, I was looking through the history. I bought a LeBron James moment in September. What's cool about blockchain is you can see exactly when you bought things. So September 2020, during the bear market, and I paid $58 for it. Later went to $22,000.
Oh, geez.
$8, and the common LeBron I got out of one of the packs went to $33,000 for just, even if it's a terrible.
Wow.
And so that's part of what got his attention, was like, big licenses, hitting the right momentum can go crazy. And so then he's like, okay, first Batman, I get it. And so some people like don't get it. I did release just another course on 2 hot picks I have. They're not VeVe. But it's only $8.99 for the course with the discount code.
Discount code Randy.
The code Randy is for the big Rainmaker course. This other one's like a mini course it's $90, but it's 90% off. So it's only $9, but it's on 2 picks that nobody's paying attention to except the Rainmaker community. Been loading up on these because the course goes specifically into it. But it's a project that nobody is discussing right now that is freaking unbelievably hot with big licenses, and nobody's talking about it. Nobody.
So speaking of getting something out of a pack, things that go from really relatively inexpensive to really expensive. Magic, you have 2 sets of golden moments, right? Mm-hmm. When did you get the second one so you could sell it in the future when it does go up, or do you?
Yeah, that was part of it. I'm so attached to my set that I didn't want to have regret again when things hit an all-time high of not selling and then, possibly buying it back cheaper, because I still don't think I would take that risk. Say things at some point down the line go even higher than they were before. Yeah. I still think I'd have a really hard time letting it go, because there's always going to be that thought in my head of, what if I can't ever get it back? Will I be okay with that? Because I can't predict the future. Yep. And so I wanted the second to have the opportunity and chance to allow myself to do that, but still have a piece of it with me. So that was the goal in having 2 sets. That doesn't mean that I will sell it, but doesn't mean that I won't. I mean, I want one to hold forever, and one that I could potentially, get some of my investment back.
If you can ever pay off your house with it, the second set, you have to.
Yeah.
It's like mortgage goes bye-bye.
Yeah, exactly. I had a set too. Yes. And I don't have one. I don't have 2. I mean, my granddaughters even will say that Elsa is their college education. They know. They go through, they're like, Elsa's college. And I'm like, because that's what I told them. And they're like, I know, Grammy, it's for college. I'm not selling Elsa to pay for their college. I'll pay, you know, we'll do it with OMI, but they don't have that concept yet. So, but I gotta say, they are more on the, I am not good with the whole VR. I am not good with that, but they love their showrooms.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And isn't that like one of the home runs that VeVe hit since the early days with those showrooms?
Yeah. What I am waiting for though is when they can do like a parent control where they can have their own login or whatever, and then they can do it at their house. So then they're not always on my phone or being on. I mean, even on the laptops, I don't think we can get on the showrooms yet on the laptops. I think it has to be on your phone. But again, I'm not tech savvy. You know, I can buy crypto and move it on to my Trezor. I can do that. But that stuff I'm not really good with.
Those Vaultaholics have really good art, and I can't wait to see what happens in the home space. I'm so excited.
Randy, you look like you're taking a nap. You're frozen.
Yep.
I'm frozen, or Tiny's frozen?
You're frozen.
Not me.
I can hear you, but your face is frozen. I'm like,
oh, is it? Someone take a screenshot. I want to see if it's in a really unfortunate position, so that I can then go and make it a Christmas card.
Oh, you're crazy.
I got you, Randy. I'll send it to you on Telegram.
All right, thanks. All right, I'm gonna go offline, I guess.
oh.
And
wait,
3.
how does it keep going if he leaves? There you are.
I don't know, but I have to do this like every hour, where like for whatever reason, and the first hour is fine. It's always at like an hour 53 at 2 hours and 40 minutes. I don't know why this happens. There has to be some reason. It just.
Do you see the latest comment? That one's really good.
Yeah, that's hilarious. By Planet Vampire.
Oh, this is something that there's no. I love how all of the combination of human history has led to that joke being good. Like it just, you know. I love stuff like that.
I have to step out. I have a meeting this afternoon and a few things to do around the house. But
well, you can come back in 8 hours and tell us all about it.
I don't know about that, but maybe I'll stop by if I can.
That'd be super great if you did. Came back.
Oh, nice seeing you, Magic.
Good talking to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Give me my hat back.
Have you not got your hat yet? Oh, she still has your hats.
Yeah, she was wearing my hat.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't wear my hat because I got an autograph, so I'm not. I'm gonna get a case and put it in the case.
Oh, true. That's good. That's good. I got. Speaking of purchasing things, I was in the dollar store yesterday, and I had. There were these. I'll show you guys. Actually, I have them. I should have them right. Yeah, they're right here from the. Okay. From the Dollar Tree bag. Paper.
But they're not $1 anymore, right? It's like $1.25.
Yeah, which is fine because I got 30 grams of protein. It's a weird flavor. It's root beer float protein flavor, but it's 30 grams for $1.25. I legit took all they had. I took like 12 of these things. Like that's all. I was like, you have any more in the back?
But how does it taste?
It's okay. But for 30 grams of protein for $1.25.
How many grams?
Like, 30 grams.
Oh, nice.
For $1.25. I literally took all this. Like, do you have any pallets in the back? I will wipe you guys out right now. And the one dude, oh god, I forget his Spanish dude. He looked like the guy that always says like, I'm not fat, I'm fluffy. You know that dude. He's like, yeah, if we don't have any in the back, so if whatever we have is out there. And I was like, okay, so I just got what we had, and so I'm good now for the week. I think Rain is frozen. Oh no, there he's back. I forget what we were talking about before I went on my Dollar Tree tirade.
Yeah, before you were thinking about growing those huge muscles.
Right.
What's funny is I didn't have enough protein in my diet, so I was working out like crazy. All of a sudden, I amped up my protein like 2 months ago, like doubled my protein intake, and all of a sudden, like I was getting strength growth again. I was like, oh wow, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, you need that. I was down like 6 pounds that first week of just, but I was just so, because I was just eating like grilled chicken and I was just eating like broccoli and like eggs and vitamins. There was no carbs, and I was in like a serious caloric deficit. Now I am not, because I had all you can eat sushi yesterday. We have Mr. MC1 in the building.
Sunday.
What's going on, Sunday?
How's it
Hey,
going? How's everybody doing?
good,
We're
good.
doing talking about getting big muscles. What are you doing there?
Protein powder. Very good. Very good.
Ooh, what is that painting in the background?
Just some stuff, man. Some
Oh.
house. My wife picks up all this stuff.
Is that London?
No, man. It's just like it's pretty abstract kind of stuff.
Looks like London.
So,
Anyway,
how you guys doing? You doing well?
Yeah,
Good.
yeah. We were
Yeah.
talking about you before when about the VeVe Oscars. Can you tell
Yeah.
us a little bit
Oh,
about
yeah.
that?
Yeah,
Can you
So-
explain a little bit about the VeVe Oscars and
yeah,
what
for
we
sure, for sure,
have
for
to
sure,
do?
man. So, I saw this this clip on View Magic. How you doing? It's so good to see you. So I saw this clip where Fanny Carbonell, Fanny basically did this thing where there was, Rambo, somebody was kind of shooting a,
Oh yeah, I saw it.
yeah, like with an arrow, and she was kind of acting to fall down and stuff. So I was like, I responded to that with like an Oscar kind of thing. Then, I thought about it. I'm like, you know what? Like, why don't we have like a VeVe Oscars, right? Like, we should have one. There's so many people who do so many cool things. And this was literally like a day before, I think, whenever that tweet was, right? Literally, the idea came then. And so then I put out a tweet saying, look, why don't we do some VeVe Oscars? And a lot of people responded, man, like including David Yu and the team and stuff.
Nice.
So then I'm like, oh, shit. So might as well write a paper on it. So last night I sat for like a couple hours and I wrote a paper on it. And then I got a response from Corey saying, hey, good idea, let's chat. So then I ran another, so midnight, I think, or 11 o'clock Central, I had a space with Rebel Duck had a space. So I got a bunch of input. Then I got another space. I opened a space this morning, got some more input.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, you know what? This is it. This is draft number 1. It's good to go. Gone. And so Corey responded. He's connected me with 2 other people. I think one you guys know, Diana. She's like the new VeVe employee in Australia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She's like a pretty massive kind of anime manga kind of person, and also has like this whole Xbox kind of following, female Xbox gamer kind of thing. Anyway, so she's she's going to be on point for this. She's out of town now for a little bit, but anyway, good to go, man. So that's the general sort of background origin. It all started with Fanny Carbonell, right? That's where it started. But look, I'd love to get your thoughts on it, guys. So a couple of things. One, I think it's amazing to have like annual kind of awards for things like videos, short film, professional stuff, amateur stuff, people acting in these, kids that are in these videos. Maybe there's even like a kids category, right? Award some kid something. And then things like music, like there's guys like Will with the NFTs and these guys who actually made music about VeVe, original music, rapping and this, that, and the other, like whatever the community does. So many other things, right? We can do, do things like the best set on VeVe, all kinds of awards for those kind of things. We can do best content creator, right? For comics, for branded IP, for art. We can do, best YouTube, either YouTuber or YouTube kind of piece, best on X, best on TikTok, best on Instagram, and the whole intent, right? So anyway, let me pause there. I mean, those are some initial ideas. I'd love to get your take on it. I mean, are we on the right path? What do you think? It's kind of like an okay idea. We should test it out.
I love the idea.
I love
the idea. Like a best children's video will be fun, right? Letting them interact with the app and like seeing like the T-Rex or whatever. And then people will record that kind of stuff and then share it on Twitter. It will actually help blow up the space. So I love this idea because it actually then more people will be creating videos to then share. And as they get shared, it will make more people aware of like kids interacting. Like Doctor of Stuff has little kids. My kids are older, and they love his app and they like grab his phone and want to see it all the time. So just imagine like all the videos with young kids that people with young kids could make, that some of those are probably really freaking cool. It's
Yeah,
all the
think
different
about this guy,
categories,
right?
like-
Ryan's video. Have you guys seen Ryan's video with his little boy unboxing
Yes.
the Iron
Yeah,
Man?
that's cool.
No,
Like,
Yeah,
how
that was
cool
awesome.
is that video, man? Like, I'd love to see kids, you know, less than 5 years old, kind of doing stuff, and the parents with something, and then also older kids and stuff, right?
Or even Magic. She did one when she did the
Uh-huh.
unboxing. That one was good too.
Yeah, yeah. You know, these are all like pretty amazing things.
Yeah, there. So, can we do what type of scene? Obviously, Fanny. There's no blood in that, even though she dies.
Yeah.
Like you
Next
see
time.
you see a body, like she's
Redo.
you know, but how graphic can this get?
Well, you know, there's got to be an arrow too, right? Like, where did the arrow go, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Where do we?
So Fanny's got to redo that video, by the way. So
Okay.
So, but yeah, you know, I think so. A couple other things, right? So I think beyond that, one of the things that came up was international. Like in the US, there's lots of people, a lot of people that follow English channels, but the international channels, there's, you know, French. How many people speak French, right? So by definition, it's never going to have the same number of views and stuff like something like, you know, one of the US channels. So that would be the thought process of kind of doing an international kind of a content creator as well. And then all kinds of like different categories, right? People that host music spaces, people. We're also, I think, you know, Dr. Prophet had an idea around best animated collectible, best non-animated collectible, something for the artists in there as well. Those were initially, when I thought of it, I thought only community, you know, because 101 Pop had something running for like the ultra, you know, the VeVe exclusive comic covers and stuff. So, you know, like he's got a vision for it, let him do it, right? We don't need to go kind of co-opt that vision. But look, open to any ideas and thoughts. And my thought process is I put it in VeVe, put the ball in VeVe's court, let them chew on it. Because this can't, like many things can be, you know, like a community-driven Randy Chavez show or MC1 show or whatever. The VeVe Oscars have to be a VeVe thing. You know, we can help. And so balls in their court.
I think it would be harder for VeVe to do it than someone else to do it, but it could turn over time into the biggest event of the year.
Yeah.
Literally down the road, like because hosting the event, like down the road, prices will go crazy and people will have money and they will want to travel to an event where it could become a big deal, right? And then you just charge admission for it, which essentially funds the event and the venue and everything. And I down the road, now it's cheap. We can host like the actual awards and stuff really cheap right now.
Yeah.
Oh, could we all dress up? Feel like I haven't dressed up in a really long time.
I'll dress up.
I'll totally dress up.
We just had Halloween and you haven't dressed up in a long time.
Well, I mean, I haven't like.
Sorry, guys,
dressed
somebody's
like...
at my door. I'll be back.
You'll wear?
Okay? Give me a second.
I'm gonna say, Randy, you're gonna actually wear a suit.
Yeah, I'll get a suit. So I remember when we were in the last bull run, I was like, if OMI and this still will happen, if OMI reaches X amount of, you know, monetary value by the time they have the next whatever event where AOC wore the tax the rich dress, I'll go in an OMI dress. Like I'll whatever event that was. It was some gala. And I'll totally go in an OMI dress.
Gala.
Oh yeah, the Met Gala.
Why don't you just get an OMI suit instead of a dress?
I mean,
just because you want to be different.
Well, an OMI suit.
Okay, you wear the dress, I'll wear the suit.
Can you put on there tax the lawmakers? You know, she's like tax the rich. We'll put on there like tax the lawmakers. And
jail the lawmakers. I mean, I would do just because if you wear a nice looking suit is great. And I've seen some people at like Comic-Con or Dragon Con that wear like R2-D2 suits, and they have theme suits, and I think it looks cool. But for an upscale event, that might look a little silly. And obviously, if I'm going to be silly, I'm not just going to be silly with an OMI suit. I'm going to be silly with an OMI dress. I'm going to show off these goddamn guns. And I'm just going to, you know, show off what I got. And I
want to see you in heels also if you're going to wear a dress.
I can barely walk in general without falling over. Heels would not be. I don't
like wearing them either.
But you know, I think beyond the thought processes in terms of the dynamics of it, Crypto Rain, you brought up a good point, right? if VeVe feels comfortable running it by themselves fully, this, that, and the other, that's great, right? That's amazing for us. And we can just pitch in wherever we need to help. But if they come back and say, look, maybe it's better to start this as like a community kind of a driven thing with the awards being done by VeVe. Like, they'll fund all the rewards and stuff, but, it's kind of community driven for the most part. Happy to do so. We already have like an IRL event. I've thrown 3 parties. We can use one of those parties, convert them into like a VeVe Oscars kind of thing. We can do community voting on these things. We can pick who the judges are for some of these things. Some of them we can just pick like, whoever has the most likes or wins the poll, or whoever has the most impressions. Some of them can be like that. Some of them more technical, like videos where you want to have technical, we can get some technical judges. So either which way, we can. There's ways in which we can make it fair and stuff. But the ideal scenario would be this is like a VeVe-led thing with the community, like 50% to 60% backing them in the first year, with everything that they need help with. Like literally they're leading it, we're helping them, right? Every step of the way. And I think it'd be, so that we want, and then we do it in the VeVeVerse as well, right? So the thought process would be, it'd be an IRL event, but it's broadcast in the VeVeVerse for those who can't make it. So kind of gives that kind of angle to it. We would also, the thinking is that we would have things like people who have the best vault, nominated for the best vault, nominated for the best space on VeVeVerse, possibly the future best avatar, kind of thing. So there's many ways in which you can, make this super exciting. And then you can have like a pre-show as well, right? All the fun awards, right? The ones that people, best exit from VeVe, best, whatever. It's a billion ideas, right? The guy who's left VeVe the most.
Never coming back. Will you be accepting your award in person?
I responded to Metaverse Life retweeted, and I said I can be an actor. I'm just not good with making the video stuff. So,
see, that to me, that category for me, the short film, there's a storyline, there's actors, there's like a production, there's all this stuff, right? Like that's intricate. There's not like somebody taking an iPhone and shooting like one clip and putting it.
No.
Right? So that category, one recommendation I have there is to make it a very rich reward. So it's not every category needs to come with that kind of reward, but that category, or maybe, one or two other ones would be ones where there would be like a $10,000 award, or, some kind of a gift that's worth 10, 15 grand, or, includes like an NFT for the team that does it, plus, 10 million in OMI or whatever, stuff like that. Like make it a super rich category. So it's kind of like the talk of the town kind of thing, and it gets broadcast. It hits like, when you do something like that, the attentions that you get from some of these, I think they're all stuck on Randy's dress. So forget it. Forget the last 10 minutes, 5 minutes or anything I said. Let's go back to Randy's dress. maybe that'll get the impressions,
Celebrate poolside. That's funny.
We should get a golden. Flip flop and give it to the person that's flip flop the most.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Special awards.
I love that. Yeah. I love that idea. And what I love about this idea, right, is it will generate more people being fun and creative with it and make it fun.
Yeah. Well, the couple of thoughts, right? So if you sort of come down to the brass tacks of it, it's a couple of thoughts. One is it attracts new content creators to VeVe, especially in like that big category where there's a very heavy price for it. It'll just depending on the size of prize, it'll attract like a certain like people with huge followings of 100 million or 10 million or 15 million will suddenly say, hey, listen, maybe I should give it a shot. What's a VeVe thing? Let me give it a shot. So that'd be great. Kind of grease their audience. That's number one. Number two is the people who are on VeVe creating content. There's so many amazing people on VeVe creating content. They feel the drive and the motivation to put that extra, 20% into the video that they're making, make more content, things like that. And it kind of becomes interesting for them as well. I think the impressions go up. all that good stuff. But most importantly, when you do like these annual awards and you pick the 5 nominees or whatever it is, the best of the best content gets amplified.
Yeah.
Which is incredible. So you want your best content to get amplified more. And I think that to me would be an incredible, outcome if we were to get it. If it plays out in the way in which it played out in my head, that would be great,
I love the idea of getting someone because some of the best videos or some of like the most funny or videos that get a lot of traction were videos that were just made from someone's phone. And I'm not talking about VeVe OMI stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about in general. There's a guy called Long Beach Griffey, big on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, whatever. It just has all these skits, and it's just him filming himself from his hand, like on his phone, one direction, then the other. And there's a guy called Mandatory Fun Day on TikTok, and really anyone can enter this. You don't need to have a big you could have someone with a big budget that puts $1,000 into filming and all the production value, or you could have this like 12-year-old kid that has a really funny idea of what to do with Chucky and what to do with the Marvel Mighties and Chucky pretending to be one or wanting to be one. He feels left out because they're short, and and he's not one of them, and just something like that could. And suddenly this kid, let's say he's got like a single mom, is like, hey mom, I just want $1,000. Like I've got groceries this month. I've got this that type of thing. Oh God, I want that to happen so bad. That would be
very true, man. Very true. I mean, it's great if we can engage the family, right? Best kind of family kind of video or whatever. There's like a few categories like that we can do and engage like the full family, right? The other thing that I wanted to also add on to it was cosplay. Like there's a lot of people who do cos throughout the year, like best cosplay costume. Pick those. You get professional cosplay people who kind of suddenly get interested in VeVe. But, by the way, there's a requirement to get nominated. You got to have a VeVe account and you got to have like 10 collectibles in it or whatever.
Yeah. I think Magic would do great at that category. When her makeup that she does is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And then, one sort of ancillary thought here is when you set up awards like these, right? You can get them sponsored. There's no reason that VeVe has to sponsor all of them or the community has to. Like, I would love to do a community award too, like where some of us kind of put something together and do something down the road. Hey, Metaverse Live, how are you doing, man?
Oh, hey guys.
Perfect timing.
I thought you had to
eat.
No, I said I was editing, and you, you read that as eating. I was like,
that's why I said go get food.
No. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Good. How are you?
Oh, I'm
struggling.
doing good.
Apparently, I can't read.
Yeah, just finishing up episode 5 that's releasing tomorrow. So
legit. So we're gonna have a bunch of content tomorrow. So we got who's featured in episode 5?
A bunch of people. Chris Severs, Mark Hune, and My Collectibles.
Oh, that's a awesome.
Yeah.
How long
is that from when you were up in Canada?
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey,
it's luck of the draw, Magic. Like
she's mad.
Magic,
she wants to come back.
She was on for like an hour and a half, whatever. She gets off. Oh, Sanjay comes on, and then you just come on. Like it's she's missing everyone. It's okay, Magic. Well, like we got another 9 hours of this stuff. So
I love that you're rocking your tourist T-shirt, the I Heart NY.
Yes, right.
Oh, so that was funny.
Yeah, this was. I made this ridiculous statement to myself, like, oh, I don't need to pack for like 7 days. I'll just do laundry like halfway through the trip, and then I never did laundry, so I just had to continuously buy clothes each day. I didn't have anything clothes.
He was helping me find snow globes for my granddaughter, and I'm looking for T-shirts. Hell, what about this one? I'm like, you live in New York, and you're getting "I Love New York" shirts. You're great.
Well, I think it was like 3 for $15. Like they're like, hey, you're gonna get 3 of these.
I don't think he found those ones.
No, the New York's like they're not scams. It's just like the tourist traps, or it's. I'm pretty sure this is like a $40 shirt, and there's no reason for this to be $40
for sure. Yeah,
but yeah. So you have a powerhouse. How long is the episode tomorrow that we're getting?
That's a great question. I can tell you right now. It's only 8 minutes.
Okay.
It is
pack
on
a lot in
the
those episodes. Which is great. Again, you pack a lot in those. That's great. There's another video coming out tomorrow. I think it's Will My. He's got an interview with Dan that was
Nice.
ready like last week, but they had to get clips for the VeVeVerse to edit in there to go. So I'm really excited for that. We get to see some VeVeVerse.
Isn't there one coming out with Michael Campo too, right?
Who does Will?
I thought that was Will, but maybe it's.
Oh, he might. It might be.
There's like a Michael Campo one coming out too.
That might be him.
Cool too. He's Michael's got an amazing collection on VeVe.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Met the guy, spoken to the guy. He's super cool too. So that'd be pretty amazing video as well.
Yeah,
pretty dope. I don't have a.
VeVeVerse Life. Are your videos also dubbed in multiple languages or whatever?
No, but I mean, AI is great and is able to do that.
Yeah, you can now.
Yeah.
Go viral in multiple languages.
That's right. I need to look into that. I have seen so many cool things come out of that, and also some crazy things. I don't know if you guys saw, like, this AI company released a sample where they took a movie and then they wanted to dub it into another language, but they were also able to match the mouth. So they were able to go change the mouth to match to, like, I think they dubbed it to French and just took that clip. And I was really impressed.
It will change all those Asian movies for us for forever, right? Their lips will actually match. Fight me.
There's I don't know if anyone's ever seen Toy Story 2, where in that movie Buzz they press the SAP button on Buzz and he like speaks in Spanish for like 45 minutes.
Yes.
And but the joke doesn't land in Spanish speaking countries. Like they don't have him speak English. They press the button and he just continues to speak Spanish. So like nothing changes throughout the movie.
In Mexico, they're like, I don't get what that button did.
Yeah.
What was the big deal? And everyone else like, that's the funniest part.
Yeah,
Pixar did this interesting thing with their movies where they would take kind of like a bit part and then they would actually recast it in another country, but they would keep all the regular languages. So like, for instance, in Cars, I believe the agent that Lightning McQueen talks to on the cell phone is played by Jeremy Piven. And then in the UK, pretty much anything outside of the US was played by a different actor. Yeah, and usually they kind of cast based off of that region so that they had a familiar voice from that region, which is really cool.
That's cool. Some things that I don't like about like technology is that which I think is great mostly, but on TikTok, I see all these people from like Europe and all these people from the UK that are discovering what country music is, and they love it. And all these people are just like, oh, I didn't know this about America. And like, I typically don't like a lot of country, but it's just weird to see them discovering it. And yeah, I know, Tammy, you love it, and that's like your.
I do.
Yeah.
That's all good. I listen to other stuff, just not that, but it's like the main. Yeah. Classic rock. I like classic rock.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just funny to see these people listening to it for the first time.
Yeah.
My family is super into country. I am not. I am by proxy. So they go to like Stagecoach every year, which is basically the Coachella of country music. And so I just kind of tag along with them. It's always a great time to just like hang out with family and, but I can also easily tune it out because it kind of sounds, I'm going to get canceled for this, but it all kind of sounds the same. So.
It does. Yeah. Similar. I've met a lot of country artists, but it's usually, you meet a lot of good people. It's like down to earth. I mean, the casino last night, we just had Carly Pierce play, and I've seen her before, met her, a great person. but I'm working, I can't go listen, but we could hear the music from the event center into our ADR, which is our dining room area. And it's, everybody else is like, ugh, I'm having a good time. So it was, it was good.
Nice.
I love country. I'm not afraid to say
I love it. Yeah, I love it.
Crypto is going to carry that flag. It's a hill he's ready to die on.
You know, when I was in the military, I had a roommate that like loved it, and I didn't at the time. But old country was different, and it started to change with Garth Brooks, and it became more like enjoyable. Starting with Garth Brooks forward, like the old country stuff, like I don't want to hear about your tear in your beer. You're crying for whatever deer, you know, like that's boring. But the new stuff for the last 20 years is fantastic. Most of it, really like it.
Yeah,
I agree.
I would say I was more in Tammy's corner with classic rock, 80s rock, and then in like early 2000s was more of that like grungy rock. And so when I was introduced to Tom Hardy, who is a country music artist, he very much is, I think, on the very edge of country, where he is like that grungy rock, but has the lyrics of country, so that's why they love him in that realm.
Yeah,
he writes a lot of songs, right? He writes a bunch of Morgan Wallen songs and other ones.
Yeah. Oh, he was just at the Tacoma Dome within the last month. I hear those tickets were insane. The price for him, Morgan Wallen, absolutely insane. And I'm a concert snob. If I'm going to a concert, if I want good seats, so that would have definitely been out of my price range for going to see him. I would have been saying that's more OMI.
Yeah. Like 5 cents, and then I'll go see him.
Yeah.
We need concert tickets on VeVe.
The opportunity cost, right, of seeing Morgan Wallen versus how much would that make you if you were buying OMI at these prices?
Absolutely.
Think about that. That's why I didn't go to New York Comic Con. I'm like $2,400, or like that's like 4 million OMI. I'm gonna take the 4 million OMI.
Yeah, I wanted that. I'm having that struggle with Dubai and France. I was like, you know, I should go. I feel it's also community sentiment too. But I don't know. So for going into music, some of my favorite shows are shows that are like hole in the wall, you know, places where everyone's just feeling it. I feel like such a boomer now though, because I feel like all the new music is like trash. I feel like I got like in trouble on Twitter the other day because there was a song that I work in like the hood, and all like the kids there, they're just listening to like mumble rap. It's not like good rap. And so they only listen to hip hop, and they only listen to modern hip hop. And I was like, this is, one, is trash, and two, there was a song where they said the phrase "gang gang" like every 10 seconds. So after like the third or fourth "gang gang," I started saying like "meow meow," and this one dude got super mad. He got super salty. He's like, "Those aren't fucking words." I was like, "Well, I'm making up my own." And I posted on Twitter, and they just like said like, "Oh well, not all hip hop's like that." It's like, I know, but that's not the point. But I don't know. Do you guys ever feel like that? Like, do you like, oh, music today is trash and actors today are trash?
Yes. No, I would say that there are some artists that are still writing really incredible lyrics and making good music, but especially with the availability of technology to make any voice sound pretty much crystal clear and beautiful and whatnot, you've had this emergence of artists that if they didn't have that, I don't think they would exist. Because like back in the day, back in the 80s especially, when you'd have these like big grand bands, these big huge sounds and stuff like that, in order to have that, you had to have the talent to do it, right? You had to hit those notes and be able to sing and that kind of thing. Actually, what's his name? But basically one of the lead guys from the band Boston, he was kind of the forefront of developing this new kind of sound, but it wasn't with his voice. He actually built amplifiers and filters and that kind of thing to make his guitar sound different. And he was originally doing it in the studio with all these different kind of things. And then he was like, I can't do this in the studio and then go on stage and sound completely different. So he was like engineering brand new amplifiers and speakers to create those sounds live on stage, which was so cool.
Wild.
Yeah.
That people have that ability to do that, to make it, it's just a level of genius that, God, I don't think is so rare in the world. so we have influences that most of us love, and some influences that just we kind of wish would go away. But we have the Taylor Swift effect that I don't know if anyone goes on TikTok a lot. So there used to be separate TikToks, NFL TikTok and Swift Talk, where you would just they were just two separate TikToks. And then a few weeks ago, when she started dating that dude from the Kansas City Chiefs,
Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Swift Talk and NFL Talk merged, and it was the wildest thing.
Mhm.
And so she's going to be in Deadpool 3. We don't know what character she's playing. Most likely she'll just be playing I forget the name of that character, the one with the voice, the one where her music turns into like attacks. That one, that's the X-Men comic. But if there's a chance that she plays Lady Deadpool, which is instead of Wade Wilson, it's Wanda Wilson. What do you think happens to that collectible? Will the Swifties come and buy it up? Will there be a purge?
It's a great question. I was looking at the stats on it, right? So there's 13,000 total editions. It depends on how good of an actress she is, because she's a fantastic singer. Can she act, and what part does she play in there? But still, like, it could do well. It's only $4 right now. And so it is a common, but the list price when the blind box came out was $13. So at $4, it could go to $400. And anytime, and 400 is not unreasonable at all. It could do that anyway in a bull market. So anytime you're looking at something that might do 100x, it's like, okay, for $4, I call it coffee money, right? So yeah, you could go to Starbucks and spend $8 to $12 today, or you could just not go and you could buy 2 or 3 of these. Why not? So I only invest money that I'm willing to lose, and not that I want to, and I don't see how you could lose on this, but could. Great thinking, Taco Breaks. That is a very good one to be looking at right now for $4. Crazy.
Yeah.
I stacked 78 of her, so I'm ready.
Oh, nice.
You are ready.
I don't even know how many I have.
I mean, it's not just it's not like I have like psychic vid or nothing. I just happen to like her in general, and I bought a bunch of her when she was not $4 and she was like $20. So I've been dollar cost averaging though. So.
Well, what's fun is like a lot of times people collect the recent things that everyone's talking about. If you just go through the stuff that people were talking about 6 months ago, 8 months ago, that's kind of lost its shine, that's where the deals are.
Yeah.
Time is best for all.
Especially the rare stuff, right? The stuff that's not high quantity.
Yeah, and the stuff that's cool, that's just kind of got dust on the shelf that nobody's thinking about right now. Like Todd McFarlane Batman was kind of that way. It was just sitting on the marketplace in March of 2021, and people are like, I can buy it anytime I want. And it went 200x from that, drop price.
That's true. It went up to 14K. It's freaking nuts.
16, it went all the way to 16K.
So I know posters aren't that really well loved on here, but like Sanjay said, some things that are super rare, like for the Comic-Con exclusive, the X-Men 60 Uncanny Years poster, there's only 600 of them, which means 510, because VeVe keeps 90. And at a 510, like you get this for $26, and it's a secret rare. It's a full set. It's 20. It's not like it's $150. It's $26. I don't know. It's just super scarce, and I just feel like that's. I feel like it's too cheap. But my opinion, I don't know. What are you stacking nowadays, Metaverse Life?
Haven't been stacking a lot lately. To be frank, I've been kind of just keeping an eye out on older stuff. I've been picking up more MC1 comics, like the commons, because their prices have been lower. So it's like, oh yeah, let's grab a couple more of those.
You just brought such a big smile to Mr. MC1's face.
Maybe I'm buying his. Who knows?
No, I'm not selling anything, man. I don't sell anything, man. My MC1s are for a long time.
And there hasn't been a lot where I've been kind of chasing the collectibles, because I've been a little bit more focused on some other career stuff right now and finishing up this series. So I haven't been looking as hard, but of course I went for the Jurassic Park drop and got myself one of the gates because I really one at that gate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure that'll be in the next VeVe 500.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, they finally started doing the top 500 wallets again. Do you guys know
Yep.
Noldor a lot? Yeah. So some of it I think is a little off because it said I had like 1530. I only have like 1501. Collectibles and comics together. So it might be a little bit off. But he did the last week, and the last week we had from Stefane 08. So Stefane 08 bought 1,276 collectibles this week.
I don't think that's in the last week though, Randy.
Yes.
I
So,
think it's cumulative.
That goes in line with what Bezojman had done.
so
Like Bezojman was averaging like 1,500 collectibles per week. So actually, oh no, this week you're right. You're right.
I think it's
My
all of
number
them because
wasn't
mine
correct.
says I bought like 150 and I did not buy 150.
no, it's
Okay,
for a
that's a good
different.
point.
So if you look at the previous page, Randy, so there's
Yeah.
2 pictures, right? One's a summary one, one's the 500. On the summary one on the top, it has a date range. Look at
Okay,
that
on
date
the
range.
okay, gotcha.
So it's from September to whatever. So
Oh,
mine
okay,
said I bought
disregard.
101. I didn't buy 101 collectibles last
Right.
week. So, but
Okay.
it was for that
I
period.
didn't either.
That's on the date. But
All right.
anyway, so yeah, so it's a little.
You're right. My
different.
fault.
I was a little confused too, but yeah.
So which is really interesting because that means that over the last 7 weeks, or several weeks, however many there were, the top 3 people that sold, they only had 611. I'm sorry, 612. So the top 3 people that sold a bunch of stuff, they only sold 612 things, which is completely dwarfed by just Stefane 08. Now, obviously, Bezojman had bought 7,000 collectibles in that time, and that's a ton. But I still think that person's not a person. I think that's a conglomerate of people. And
Yeah.
Metaverse Life is
The Bezojman, that one.
yeah.
Who was the guy that bought 10,000 collectibles in a week or something crazy?
Yeah, that's
like
Bezojman.
Oh, that was
It
not,
went
that's
0 to
that's a
10,000.
different thing. That's a VeVe account, I think, or something. That's like a
No.
burner or something.
All right. So there is one
What is
called
that?
862F. That is a VeVe account that I think
Yeah.
is just the. I think that's
Old
just
stone.
the desks, right? The crafting. It's like a crafting account.
Oh, gotcha.
But Bezojman, before this week, like before these last few weeks, in general, he was purchasing like 1,500 collectibles per week. Sometimes it was up to like 2,000, but on average, it was like 1,500. And so that's why I don't think he's just one person. Either maybe he's got someone working for him and he's just got a list of stuff to buy. But I think it's like a conglomerate, like it's a big corporation of people. I don't know. That's just my theory.
That makes
maybe
sense.
some
I mean,
rich
for
guy,
the
man.
time,
You never know, man.
just for the time that it like mathematically, it was just like you had to have somebody 24 hours a day buying a collectible every 7 minutes or something like that, or something even faster.
Yeah, it was like if you did 40 hours per week, you're buying like two collectible, like a collectible every 3 minutes or something like that. Like
Yeah.
if they did 40 hours a week divided by how many collectibles they had, it was nuts.
So, someone took a shine to VeVe, man.
Mhm.
That's what happened.
And then just had his staff come in and log into the account and be like, all right, everybody start buying.
But
People coming
it's
in.
interesting. VeVe airdropped them in like a gold logo, man.
Oh,
Bezojman
right.
was rocking gold.
Yeah.
So that means they knew who the person was. They kind of, maybe got in touch with the person and kind of know that it's a
David
real
said he had
person.
legal reach out to
What?
be like, hey, who are like? I guess David was concerned that they were trying to become the store of certain things, so they had legal reach out, and I guess it's fine. But introducing,
Still a very small fraction of all the collectibles on VeVe, man. So
yeah. Introducing the person that has a lot more OMI than I do. What's up, Jordan? How's it going, fam?
Yo, guys, what's happening?
Gordon.
What's up, Jordan?
Hey, Jordan.
I've been watching. Yeah, I've been watching you guys all morning. Like it's still 7:23 a.m. here. It's very early in Australia. And I saw in the chats we got some other Aussies watching. So Aussie.
Yeah, I just sent. You know how much it costs to send 2 of those Funko Ironmans? Cost like $270 to send them to Australia, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Are you freaking kidding me?"
I got
man,
this
get 5
Tesla.
of them and fly there.
That cost me, I don't know, like $10,000 because I could have bought Tesla stock instead of the Tesla from Tesla, and because it's from America, and I had to get it like sent to a special place, then sent over to Australia. It was so difficult. So it's a
there's
very
the
expensive
Aussie.
Roadster.
Yeah, I got a couple of them. Do you guys have a like an Aussie meetup that you guys are planning to do? You really should.
I've got people chatting to me in X that are interested in like a Melbourne meetup, but I probably need to get together like at least 20, 30 people to make it worthwhile.
So there's a VeVe employee that lives in Melbourne. I don't know if you know that. Diana, have you guys met her?
Diana, no.
So Diana is she's on the marketing side of VeVe. She's building the influencer ambassador program. I think relatively new to VeVe, but she's based out of Melbourne. So
I think I saw her post on X. I think I've seen her say
Miss Deuce. That's her.
Oh yeah.
Aussie. Oi.
So you guys should connect with her, man. Maybe that becomes a VeVe event.
Awesome. Thanks, Mr. MC1.
Yeah.
And I think this might be our first time chatting before. I mean, I've seen you around.
Yeah,
I've seen you in the VeVe 500 as well. That was awesome. That video was so good.
A shout out to Metaverse Life for doing that and for letting me be a part of it too. That was fun filming the reaction. Like
Randy, you made like most of the appearances there, right? Like you were like.
I think I was just at the end. I was just what's the name of that movie? The main, the water comes on her head. I just did that at the end, I think.
No, you also had a VeVe 500 prediction video that was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's why.
That was fun. That was an amazing video, by the way.
That was so much fun. It was way more fun getting everybody's videos that was participating and going through them. They were just hysterical.
How many hours did that take? Because we produce content here. I understand how long it takes to edit things. I can imagine it took a long time.
Yeah, it took quite a bit of time. I'm hoping to trim that on the next round. But we'll see. I think the next one's going to be built in Unreal, where the last one was all in After Effects. So,
you use After Effects? Yep.
I use After Effects for the whole
thing. You edit in Adobe Premiere as well?
I do. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah. But no, it was cool. It was cool having everybody participate. That was so much fun. I hope that we can get the same kind of level of participation on this next one. It's going to be pretty epic.
Oh, what's this next one?
Reach out to me. I want to be in.
Oh,
tell us.
Hey, there's a casting call going on.
My camera's not working. What's happening?
My house is going through a tunnel.
Yeah.
So you got extra actors for you right here.
Yeah, well, speaking of actors, Sanjay, I think your idea of like a VeVe Oscars is pretty epic. I think that'd be really cool to like show off everybody's stuff that they've been doing over the year, and that'd be really cool.
That it's got a lot of traction already, guys. So I know David likes the idea. I've seen he's hit like on it. Number of VeVe employees have kind of chatted with me about it and stuff. So my sense, I think they need to take what I've written, absorb it internally, and then come back to hey, here's what we're doing and here's what you guys can help us with. But yeah, I think it'd be epic, man. And I think we should do like promo videos and shit, just like really kind of build up to it as well when we actually kind of do it,
Totally.
So, Mr. Armstrong, you never answered my question before, I don't think, where I said, hey, Fanny did something really cool where, she took an arrow to the head and you see a body, but you didn't see blood. Like, can we get R-rated with this? Can we get some gore in there?
No reason why you can't. I mean,
okay. Because we got some of those Happy Tree Friends stuff where they're lighting themselves on fire. I don't know if you've seen the
we're still talking
Crypto Rain. Do you not see those?
Right, we're not talking going about that.
Yeah, they're so for anyone that doesn't know, the Happy Tree Friends stuff is is where they start off like little cute animal things, and they don't really speak English or anything, and then they're going to an amusement park, but suddenly the rides aren't safe and their seatbelts come off and they get run over and people are being destroyed with blenders and helicopters, and it's just really cool. It sounds like we could have a lot of fun with that, hurting ourselves.
I think it's VeVe's call, man. You know, at the end of the day, we're all, you know, we're just part of the fam, right? We can
Because if
have
I
ideas,
go
we can
and
recommend, and see
if I
where it
put a
goes.
bunch of silverware into an old microwave and throw it into a campfire for
Oh,
and then they
goodness.
say I can't use that, and I've already taken the damage, I'm gonna be super salty about it.
It's funny. It's funny. But you know, one thing I was also thinking is we'll also get some sponsored, like, you know, some of these awards, not everything needs to happen from VeVe. So the thought process, once we get this thing going, we can go to Marvel or DC and, you know, some of these independent comic guys and say, look, man, like, here's the award categories. Which one do you want to sponsor, right? The award for it. And for them, it's great too, because it's going to get viewership from pretty much everybody in VeVe, right? Pre-event, at the event, after the event. It's a massive kind of branding there for, you can get those awards sponsored too, I think. At least that would be my goal, you know, with VeVe to kind of get some sponsored. And we know a lot of the, you know, like David knows so many people, right?
Yeah, he knows everyone. I think what would be really cool is like the stuff that we don't intend to happen. Like, let's say somebody makes this really awesome speech about something and they're doing it to a crowd of like Marvel Mighties, but then somebody like auto-tunes that and the auto-tune becomes more popular than like the speech. I think something like that would be really cool
sure.
if we had that happen.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens, man. It's an idea that started 2 days ago, and well, I'm very hopeful I can see this to the finish line with VeVe, man. I'm very hopeful.
So, Mr.
Are you
MC,
going to host it the same night as the actual Oscars and see who draws more attention?
Over time, the VeVe Oscars will garner more attention.
I'm sure.
we go with the hashtag Oscars at the same time. Come into.
Because if you think about it, in
What is
10
a
years
VeVe
from
Oscar?
now, who's going to be watching the main networks, and crypto will have had a few more cycles, and there will be so many people in it. It is possible it could beat the Oscars, and that the celebrities are trying to, you know, trying to get into the VeVe Oscars.
Yeah.
I mean, have you guys? I mean, for me, I have, outside of the 1 year that I was with the girlfriend a few years back, I haven't watched the Oscars in years. Does anyone watch it anymore? They're like,
just the slap. You guys saw the slap?
No.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Oh yeah, the slap. I definitely didn't see that live.
No, I didn't see it.
That's the only time I've looked at the Oscars in like the last 10 years. So I think that's something.
We just haven't had like a great slate of movies in the past few years where it's like, oh, this is worth kind of checking out. I just was looking up something about Oscar nominations, and you'd see years where it's like these like massive movies were all in the same year. You know, you had like Gravity and Wolf of Wall Street, and you had Argo, and like all, you know, all these like big movies that would all be in the same year, and you're like, I can't believe they were all nominated in the same year. And then now it feels like one or two are like competitors, and the rest are kind of just like hanging on with them.
It's also changed now, right? There's a lot more kind of made for streaming kind of movies, and you find Amazon executives there kind of cheering on shows and movies that they've kind of you know, funded and stuff. And you have Netflix and all these guys, and you know, they're competing with it's just the whole thing's kind of changed a little bit. I think that whole I like that thing that they did with this golden, you know, the golden thing, the series, the golden auction.
Golden auctions, yeah.
Oh
yeah. I thought that was beautifully done. I would love to see a VeVe, you know, series along those lines. Maybe season 2 or season 3 of that thing becomes like a VeVe thing, you know.
It'd be great.
Yeah, because it's a fine story. I mean, it's an amazing story. You got like these two guys from New Zealand, you know, doing a deal with Disney and Marvel and the USPS and stuff, and then you got, you know, all kinds of people buying all kinds of stuff, and you could cover the crypto cycle up and down. And you know, I think at least, yeah, maybe I'm biased, man. Maybe non-VeVe people would sort of say, "What the hell is this shit?"
People don't realize when they made their pitch back in 2018, because most people weren't around. Like, they had nothing. It was just an idea, and half of the idea was about the Akomi secure wallet. The
Yeah.
other half, that's what Dan was talking about. And David's like, oh, I think, these collectibles are going to be a big thing. And I have all these relationships. And then we can have them on the Acomi Secure Wallet, which the Acomi Secure Wallet didn't turn out to be a thing. Back then, like Ledger was new and pushing. And so these secure wallet ideas were big. But it was the collectible thing that caught my attention. I was like, oh, cool. I could see that happening. And that's really what made them big. But I can't imagine what that bear market was like for them. Like when David says, oh, if we made a documentary, we'd call it Zero Chance. I imagine that was hard, right? But that was like trying to live through the zombie apocalypse when there's 1,000 zombies and it's like you and a couple other people, and like they've made it through that. And so when people are like, oh, they're not going to make it through this crypto winter, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like they're so much more solid and stable than like last time. Last time was the worried.
Very true. By the way, Omar put a note saying, hey, the Golden, the owner of Golden was at NYCC. By the way, we had 2 people from the Golden company at my party as well on following day on Friday. So, man, they know about VeVe. They visited us at our, they came to our parties too. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they are. VeVe was approached a while ago for to be part of a documentary, but it was like you're a section within the larger documentary and not necessarily the full story. It was just kind of like, who are you? And so they didn't really want to go that route. And so I'm sure there's going to be an eventuality where there's something more centered around it. But yeah.
Very smart move. Very smart move.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But, there's a lot of other big IPs out there as well. And there was, a lot of people. Al Kahn is just a legend, man. He brought people to my party, man. He was just like, oh, I was just looking around. Who's this people, man? Like, I don't recognize him. They're like, oh, we came with Al. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I found out who they are and what they do. I'm like, oh, shit. That's pretty cool. We do have...
He was great. I sat and talked to him for like 45 minutes. It was awesome.
That is pretty cool. He's a very bright guy.
VeVeVerse Live, were you at the New York Comic Con as well?
Say it again?
I was asking him if VeVeVerse Life was at the New York Comic Con as well.
Yeah.
I got there, a little late. But I ended up showing up and going straight to Sanjay's party, and then I spent the next day at NYCC. It was fun.
You look dapper AF, let me tell you.
Weird.
Listen, I got the call. What was it, like maybe an hour before coming to your party, Sanjay? That Spencer looks from Comics and Crypto looks over at me and he goes, this is like supposed to be like a formal event, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So I
didn't pack anything formal.
Like, how formal are we talking right now? I don't have a tux.
Well, I had a nice lounge-like thing, right? I had a lounge-like environment and stuff.
Oh no, it was great.
Guests and stuff.
Good.
Yeah.
But hopefully next year we'll make this like there's a VeVe event at NYCC and there'll be a one event at NYCC for the foreseeable future, right? And so one of them will be the VeVe Oscars, hopefully, man. One of them would be the VeVe Oscars, and that one would be like a top shelf event, man. Top shelf.
You gotta
event.
do the red carpet.
We gotta do the red carpet. There will be a freaking red carpet.
So there will be another event. I don't know when we'll announce it. So the guy's is a big OMI whale, big VeVe whale too. He just reached level 91 or 92. So he's big wallet on there. He's in top 100. And he's got amazing stuff. But he's got a couple gold logos, and he's buying something that will launch. He's buying something, gonna renovate something. It's gonna be in middle of America, and he'll launch it the grand reopening late next year, in late 2024. And there will be some added utility for logo members, at least for the gold logo stuff. And there might be some other utility for the non-gold logo stuff, like the green logo, the blue and white, the orange and stuff. So I'll just leave some breadcrumbs here for now, and that'll be for the rest of the people for later. I can just put it in private chat, and then I'll.
That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool,
Yeah.
Randy.
So that'll be fun.
You guys at New York Comic Con, you guys had so much fun. Ray and I just got to watch and pick up more OMI.
Yeah.
Right now the price is falling, which is awesome, right? Like people pray for higher prices. I pray for lower prices for now. The bull market's going to happen, and when it does, I don't see why OMI doesn't go absolutely crazy. So until then, like, get cheaper, please.
That's
Come
right.
on.
Metaverse Live.
Billionaires, like
Do you hold any?
only billionaires that like, come on, dump your tokens.
Metaverse Live. Do you hold any OMI?
I do, yeah. Nowhere near your status, but I have a few million OMI, and it's doing what it's doing at the moment.
Is it in VeVe? You got like so you get your.
I keep it. I've kept it all on VeVe. Yeah.
Yeah, the MCP points.
There's this one. He's not really my whale. He's just a whale that knows who I am. Like, and we got to talking, and he said, like, how much of your OMI do you keep on VeVe? I was like, well, not all of it, but a good amount, more than what you need for the 10 million. And he's like, well, why do you keep more than what's needed? And I was like, okay, well, right now this is just for MCP points, but eventually you're going to have OMI used for, the bronze tickets. You're going to have them used for OMI to gems, so you can purchase gems with it. Eventually you'll have a land sale way down the line, but it'll have a lot of different uses. You have OMI to accessory in the VeVeVerse. So I said, okay. And the conversation kind of stopped. Like, all right. And he messages me like 2 days later, and he has like 105 million OMI on the app. I was like, oh my God, I didn't say to put this much in.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah,
he's ready. He's ready for OMI to gem, right?
Maybe he's trying to buy a lot of land too, if that becomes a thing.
That will eventually. They have lots of stuff that they want to do beforehand, but yeah, that's what I want. I want. Me and Lori and someone else were talking about you, Sanjay, last couple weeks ago on the last stream, saying like, oh, is there going to be land that people want, even if it's not really associated with like the main VeVe city and the IP branded worlds, but if let's say like Sanjay and Metaverse Life is there, Crypto Reign's there, is that land going to be more valuable because those are your neighbors? Like, okay, well, yeah, absolutely. And this says, okay, well, what's going to ruin the neighborhood if like a bunch of fudders come on and they try to buy the house next door? And that's a real thing, because when I was trying to buy a bunch of land in Earth 2, you could only buy plots of land of 750 boxes at a time. So I would buy it, but then a notification would go up that, Real Randy Chavez just bought this land. So I couldn't connect them, because as soon as I bought a piece of land, people would buy the land around me. So I couldn't like ever connect the big pieces of land. But I guarantee you that's going to happen here, where as soon as they get a whiff that any one of you is buying land, they're going to buy land right next to it.
Yeah, when you come out of your land, when you come out to your front of your property, the guy who's next to it can have like the butt of some collectible like blown up and put right there. Another one on that side. And say, well, teach you to be a friendly neighbor next time.
I think if OMI goes to like something crazy this next bull market, then let's just roll some of those profits and buy some land next to each other in Dubai. How's that sound?
Oh yeah, real life?
Real land.
Real land.
Yeah, let's build a real life OMI community around the VeVeVerse, and we'll go to Jordan's house, and we'll go to Randy's house, and everyone else's house in the cul-de-sac.
Are you saying you want to live in Dubai or just own land there?
6 years or 6 months out of the year sounds great.
That's where you get the zero capital gains, right?
I've never been there before, so I'll if I wind up going in February, I'll. Which, by the way, are you guys going to go to that the event in February?
Opportunity cost. It's too expensive.
Yeah.
How much OMI can I buy with that?
So it's going to be a lot, yeah. But speaking of VeVeVerse, Mark's asking Sanjay, Metaverse Life, are you guys still spending a lot of time in VeVeVerse? Is there like updates, or is it just you have this thing and no one's going to get any new updates until they have more beta users?
Sanjay, you want to take this?
Well, I mean, the short answer is I do spend a fair deal of time in VeVeVerse, but obviously it'll become more fun when other people come in there. But I do spend a lot of time on the VeVeVerse beta Discord as well, because what ends up happening is that a lot of the builders put their content out there, like Tails. I've seen Tails has made a video. He was asking for permission to put his video on X so he can shut people up. So I obviously saw that video because it's in the beta, the Discord for the beta users, right? Oh my God, it is stunning. I mean, that is very, very high quality. I mean, like literally, I think that the producers of Batman the next whatever will call him and say, look, man, like, can we use some of your metaverse, spaces to film? I mean, that's that good. It is that freaking good. So, funners are going to fud. They're going to keep saying stuff, and you know what? Let them keep rolling. In the meantime, all I can tell you is, man, it's pretty awesome. And the people that are building, that's amazing.
How many people are in there right now? Is just like a couple hundred?
Don't know, man. I don't know the number.
I think currently there's only like 30.
Oh wow! So
like
it's
30 maybe active. Excuse me.
So it's going to be a lot more fun as more people start.
Yeah.
Sure.
Can't wait.
I think I mentioned this too, and already cleared with Dan when we talked about it. But the current beta is it's literally just that. Like we're Sanjay and I are part of this group that's just figuring out what's capable within the metaverse or the VeVeVerse, and what things can be improved on before you bring in more users. And I would say that like there's kind of like a power user segment where it's like people who understand 3D modeling and texturing and that kind of stuff. And then there's the segment of like, I just want to build out a really cool showroom. And so the hope and goal is to be able to provide feedback so it gets to a point where you as a user, maybe if you don't have a lot of 3D modeling experience, that you could just come in and within 5 clicks have this really cool built out place. But then also, I think even David mentioned this recently, but there is going to be an economy within that where you could have these power users that develop something like, hey, you have a bunch of Batman collectibles. Would you like a bat cave to host it in? Well, it's already been designed and here's a template, so why don't you come over and buy it? You're a big fan of Spider-Man, so we built out Spider-Man's lair, war room, and you put up all your collectibles in there. That kind of stuff is going to be possible. And so I'm looking forward to seeing more users come in and give their feedback. But I think the initial run has been like, let's figure out how we make this as streamlined as possible for other people.
Yeah, and if you're a
use that on the
builder,
Quest,
What was that?
do you use that on the Meta Quest?
I personally have not. I know that there is a few users that have actually been using it, and being able to use certain AR features as well with it, which has been really cool to see.
That's
But
awesome.
I personally have not used the MetaQuest.
Yeah, same here. I haven't used the MetaQuest on that, but from what I've seen, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I literally have it. I got it here. I'm ready. Guys.
Yeah.
There you go, buddy. There you go. Nice.
Get me on the list. MetaLife.
If you're a builder and you enjoy building, that'd be an amazing, incredible place for you.
Mhm.
If you're not much of a builder, but you're social and like that, immersiveness, you're going to have that too, in a manner in which, just because you can't build doesn't mean you're not going to have a cool pad.
Mhm.
You can get the template and you can put your stuff in it and you can get people to build for you in it and do stuff for you in it. So I think those are going to be pretty amazing. It's just a function of, what will be the adoption. There's two things here. One is the adoption within the VeVe community. And then the second, and ongoing usage. I mean, everybody will go try it one time, right?
Mhm.
But the ongoing usage, that's one. And I think then the other thing is, does that become a catalyst to bring more people into VeVe? The whole lure of VeVeVerse. And we don't know that either, right? So obviously that depends and it takes time and stuff. But each of these will be quite spectacular, in my opinion. And we're at the cutting edge of something like this. I mean, think about it. I mean, for me, like when I meet my family, I tell them, hey, I'm in the top 50 users of one of the metaverses called VeVeVerse. And they're like, what? How did that happen?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. There's so much that's coming, man. Like you guys, I know that there's concern about it. You're not seeing it, that kind of thing. But like the true, like there's a lot of speculation behind what is possible, and I continue to say there are endless possibilities because there are. And I think the plans that they have are are pretty awesome. The things that they're building behind the scenes are pretty awesome. Stuff that even like the beta users aren't even getting to see. I really am excited for what's coming. But I do think, again, I think right now there's a level of just technology understanding that you need to have. I think Sanjay can attest to this, where it's just like there's some stuff you need to you have a minimum that you need to know. And we want to get that to be lower so that everybody can jump in.
Yeah. And also, when you look at something like this, it's just like any technology, right? If you create the use cases and the purpose to be there, right? For example, if you have auctions that are held there, right, in VeVeVerse, you'll have people coming there. If you have drop shows there, you'll have people coming there. If you display art there that you can't see on the app, you'll have people coming in there. There's all these use cases, whether it's if you have a VeVe AMA there, where David and Dan are only there, well, you have people coming there. So you have to build out, if you have a game that you can play only there, if there's museums that you can visit that are only there. So there's like all these different kind of use cases of how you would, create engagement in VeVeVerse, because VeVeVerse is happening and it's freaking cool. So now it's going to come down to having a creator economy, a builder economy, a social economy, whatever you want. So, and I think the possibilities are endless. Even peer-to-peer, right? Like, we don't have transfers, but if we can even do like a peer-to-peer sale, right? In there, if we can have token-gated events like all gold logo holders, or all, I don't know, I don't have a Donnie, but maybe all the Donnie holders kind of go do something, or you have things like that. By the way, one additional idea was in the VeVeVerse, one of the recommendations is we would have a VeVe Oscars gallery or room where all the best content, the winners and the nominated ones for each category would be in different parts of that VeVe Oscars room. And maybe you can have each floor, right? Each year there's a new floor. This is the first floor, 2024, 25, 26, like that. And so it's the one place where you can see the best of the best content in one place, something like that. So if you're a new user, why would you not want to go in there and check that out, right? So, you got to create those kind of places and pads. And then, Ron English and these guys have to create their pads. They've got to do one-of-one auctions there. You have Dr. Prophet and whoever else, going up against each other on it, right? And there's a bunch of people watching, like it's a Sotheby style. You come and sit on a chair in the VeVeVerse and you're watching this thing that's going up. Like those things would all be incredible, man. If once we're able to get it done, and it kind of far overtakes what anyone else in the space has. Think about who else is doing it today. Sure, there are metaverses. There are other metaverses. Who's doing this?
I have some concerns about the VeVeVerse that, like, the truth is I watched Decentraland since their token launch in 2017. And I thought this idea would be great. When they came out of it, like after running around in it for a day or two, it was boring as hell. So that's why I asked David some questions. I guess when people got really frustrated with his answer to my question on Monday about the VeVeVerse. And I have a thought about how this works really big, because metaverses are boring right now. And the amount of content it's going to take to make them interesting is quite big. And we don't know that it'll work. It's kind of like some test cases. However, I love his answer because it sounds like they're going in a direction that I think will be huge. And one of the things that VeVe hit a home run at with their app was the showrooms. The showrooms was a home run because this new app that launched, sure, it had Batman, but then you had somebody take like 20 Todd McFarlanes and make a flower out of that. And then other people got ideas and they started making art out of it and screenshotting. So if they expand what we already know is massively popular, which is the VeVeVerse, you just have expanded showrooms and expanded capabilities to share that, because wouldn't it be cool to be able to click on a link and go into that Todd McFarlane flower room where we could walk around it and maybe we could be in there at the same time as other people and maybe we could talk and interact. I think that's a massive winner. And if they make it directed towards being able to share a link for your showroom, and then have multiple people in there at the same time. This is a metaverse that gets traction. This is a metaverse that people use. And sure, then it can expand the functionality. But if they only gave us that at the beginning with a focus towards making it easy so that people that don't know anything about VeVe can click on your link in Twitter, go in, and it would be able to work with their microphone and their camera, and they could interact with you if you wanted, that would be amazing. And that's something that could get adoption. Because some people have this bigger vision of, oh, I want to see this big old world. They have to get to that. And if they just go right to it, people come in, they walk around it a day or two, and they're like, I'm bored, and they leave. And so that's not like they want this Ready Player One universe right away. And that's not what happens first. What happens, I hope, is an expanded showroom. So they take a home run and they turn it into another home run by focusing on what they know works. And then they make some experiments that add on to that, is I hope, because the truth is David isn't leading up that side. Dan is, and I haven't talked to Dan about it, and I haven't seen what the VeVeVerse is looking like. But that's been my concern because I watched.
So let me just address the first point.
Sandbox fail, and I don't want VeVeVerse to fail.
CryptoRain, let me address the first point. David was trying to explain one aspect of VeVeVerse in a language that he thinks people will understand. Okay, so if you think about any metaverse, there is your land, there's your neighbor's land, or there's somebody else's land, right? Mm-hmm. And all he's trying to say is, in this iteration, there's your land, which you can see. There's other people's land, which they can see. If they give you access, you can click a link and go there. But it's not a map where when you come out of your house, you go to Metaverse's Life's house on the left, and you go to Crypto Rain's house on the right. And if you go, 3 streets down, and you'll see the VeVe thing, and you go 10 streets that way. All he's trying to tell you is, look, phase 1 is your sort of thing, right? And he used the word vault just so people can understand. It is not a vault, man. That is a full-on metaverse property. You can build things. It's got walls. You can do all this other stuff. You can put collectibles. It's got the ability. You can link your avatars. Your avatar, kind of walking around, interacting. You can fly. You can walk. You can do all the stuff. You can chat with your people. It has, the whole connection into VR. It's got all of those things. Just because he said, we start off with like a vault, everybody's thinking, oh shit, they're going to take my vault and they're going to put it there, and that's the VeVeVerse. No, that's not VeVeVerse. VeVeVerse is way bigger than that. He's just trying to explain a simple concept that when you start, you've got your pad. And unless somebody sends you a link to their pad, when you come out of your house, you're not seeing anything. They're not, they'll take each one of these properties at some point and put them on a map. I guess that's sort of the next, whatever that happens, that happens. But
yeah, you'll have the
right now everything that you said it does. Ether. So go ahead, Randy.
Everyone's home space. So you're not going to need a piece of land in order to have the home space. The home space is just in like the ether, and then you'll step onto the VeVeVerse wherever the spawn points are at some point, and you could put your home space obviously on that land. I don't know if you'll have to redo certain things depending on how much land you buy. But like you said, like there's so much infinite possibilities with building. That's why Roblox is really fun. That's why Minecraft is really fun, because you can build some of these insanely creative worlds that sometimes take weeks or months to do. And that's if you're a kid that's like off for the summer, there's no school, there's no job, that's what you're doing. So some of these big ideas that a lot of us have might take a really long time to do, just because most people are busy during the day and they have kids and families and jobs. So.
Yeah, and the follow-up to that is to your point about everybody's expecting Ready Player One. That movie took place in 2045, so calm down.
Yeah, like they don't understand software development life cycle, right? They're, some people are 22, 23, and they're excited, and they don't understand software development life cycle, and they look at like phase 170 of Facebook, and don't realize that phase 1 of that, or the early stages of that, were like terrible compared to where it's at. And they're not, when they see VeVe, like I just want their expectations to be realistic, to take it from Ready Player One down to what it will really be like, so they can be excited about it. And it just will be an expectation problem. Have you ever had an expectation problem when you go to the movie and everyone's like, that's the best movie ever. And your expectations were here. And so though it was a good movie, it exceeded your expectations. So you didn't even like it. Like because it was underwhelming compared to what your expectations were.
Does anyone remember the skit from Mad TV called Lowered Expectations? And they just made a song called Lowered Expectations because it's just all about saying, hey, if you're, you can't be disappointed if you never have any expectations. And that's just what the whole skit was about. And they said it a lot funnier, but it was great. You can go watch it on YouTube.
I think it's okay to have expectations. VeVeVerse. It is pretty cool, man. You'll be fine if you have expectations.
Right. If you think about why some of the people washed out during the crypto winter, fair to say some of it was just an expectations gap. They don't understand market cycles. They thought it's supposed to go straight to the moon and it hasn't. And so then their limited understanding of market cycles led them to unrealistic expectations. When those expectations weren't met, they tried to say if VeVe would do this and this and this, then that would fix it. And, and just get frustrated, take their ball home and leave when, it's just improper expectations. They don't realize, we went through this in 2019, 2020. This is nothing new. VeVe could put $100 million into marketing and it would get a little bit of traction. They're smart not to during the bear market and just wait till the bull market, because then $1 million worth of marketing will have 100 times the traction that $100 million worth of marketing in a bear market could do.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the new TV show called Upload on Amazon Prime?
Not yet.
VeVeVerse Live? Oh,
Yeah.
it's so good. It's
It's
like
good?
Ready Player One, basically. But when people go to die, they just upload them. That's what's called upload.
Oh, yeah.
Their subconscious, yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. It's awesome.
With
They
the
just
guy
released
where
it.
they upload, his girlfriend has him uploaded and stuff.
Yeah. You gotta check it out. You gotta check it out.
And they
And I don't want to give anything away, but
yeah.
yeah,
Oh, it's good.
It's really
Hi,
related
guys.
to what we're talking about, right? Because that could be the future. I imagine eventually, 40 years from now, someone's getting uploaded into the VeVeVerse. You just live in your world.
I'm 96. My joints don't work very well. Just upload me.
Right?
What do here? Put me in the VeVeVerse. Everything will work again.
All right, guys. I got to bounce, but Randy,
Absolutely.
I'll happy to join later if you want me to come on for anything
I'll be
specific.
on
Just
for about
hit
the
me
next
up.
8 hours or so. So go do whatever and come back, and I'll be here.
Awesome, man. Awesome. It's great chatting.
Nice to meet you, buddy.
Thanks, everyone. I love you.
Later, buddy.
See you soon, Sanjay.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm glad you
Bye,
came.
Members Live.
See you, bud.
See you guys.
Yeah.
Sadly, I also do have to go, guys. I have to finish up some work. So
Yeah.
Always editing.
Great
see ya.
chatting.
Me too.
All right.
Fine.
Always
Good
working.
job, Fred.
Bye.
Can't wait to see this video tomorrow. So curious of what that's going to be.
Yeah, his
Well, I
stuff's
mean, he said Mark Hunt, and
Whose video is it?
it's Metaverse Lives. I mean, Mark Hunt, My Collectibles, and someone else.
Yeah.
nice.
Oh,
I met him. It was when he was doing that tour around the U.S. And he would do and then he went to Canada, saw them in Vancouver, and then he came down to Seattle and asked people. And I actually met him. I don't think we're doing one because it was just me that showed up. But it was nice having one time with him.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. I hope we can. I hope we can all spend. I like Rain's idea. Maybe not to. Maybe to. I don't know. Of just getting a place somewhere where a bunch of other VeVe fam is. There's a bunch of people down in Arizona right now. Wet Wizard and Fam Bam and Rudy and Tina and Heather from Kroga and so if there's a place where a bunch of people are always going to be, or at least for a certain amount of months out of the year, I think that'd be really fun.
Why don't we do Vegas, right? For those in the US, it's got no state income tax. It's Vegas. There is still lots of land there. I've got some business connections down there, and in the coming year I'll have a lot more. Vegas sounds nice. International airport,
Vegas.
easy to fly into, even for those
It's
in
cheaper.
Australia and New Zealand.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, we could do that. We'd have
We could just buy an island.
Yeah, let's just buy VeVe Island.
That's
Yeah.
gonna be in a full leather cycle after this, right?
Right.
2029, is
For
it?
it to be an
2029?
interesting island, you're talking about $50 million. I mean, you can get
Yeah.
islands for $1 million, but they're not interesting. They're not close to like resources because you got to have stores that you can boat stuff in and out of that are just across the way. And so for a good island, you're talking 50 million.
Yeah.
Would it be cheaper to build the island? Like,
you got to be in a jurisdiction where you could do that. So probably Central or South America, you can get some officials behind it.
I mean, because you would need, like, how much does it cost to import sand? Like the cheapest sand that you could.
Randy, they're doing that in Dubai. Have you seen it? They've got
Yeah.
a massive project where they're building all these amazing island like retreats. They look
Well,
absolutely.
is
Oh,
that
yeah.
Is that
But
like
like
the
they're
7,
doing in Dubai, but doing it in a different country.
is that the 7 mile thing?
Might be.
Dubai's
Yeah,
done like the Palm and everything, the Palm Islands, which is
they're
where Chris
literally
from
bringing
MM
the sand
Crypto-
in, right? Like they're fully designing the islands.
That is interesting.
Because you can, right? You can build them. Obviously, you don't just want to build them on sand. You want to build them with concrete and then throw sand over the top of it. But yeah, it's totally doable.
Yeah, I don't even know how they've done the ones in Dubai. You might be right. Maybe they've done concrete or something before.
But
I don't know.
it's cool that they've done that model because then you could get like a country maybe on board with it, right? So you would have to get Costa Rica or somewhere Central America or South America, maybe Chile or Argentina. You know, I don't know about Argentina. I like the country. Their monetary system is crap. Maybe because it is crap, maybe that will be a good place because, you know, government will need more money.
That is true. I would. It sounds really complicated. Maybe building an island would be a little too.
Well, yeah, so like, you know, in a cycle and a half, you know what, some of our family will be in the billionaire range. And so it's amazing when you get in the billionaire range, what's possible.
That's a good point.
You have the right connections, so it doesn't cost you as much either. So
Oh yeah, I guess you could buy things in bulk. That's why Costco is so cool. You pay like $60 a year, and then just buy things in bulk, and it's great.
Do you guys want to see the islands in Dubai? I pulled it up.
Oh yeah, bring that up.
Yeah.
That's sweet. Just get rid of that one. Share screen. Should be sharing. Yep, should come up now, Randy.
Oh wait, and
You
3,
guys see that?
2. Whoa.
Oh,
Oh.
Yeah.
Man-made islands in Dubai.
So that's where Chris from MM Crypto was living, and then he moved to another place. I think still in that area.
Wow, look at that. Can you see that? It's
Yeah.
not full. It won't go full screen though. But
No, and everything's backing to the ocean,
Wow.
right? Which is so cool because Chris would just get out and what are those powered surfboards that like have a little fin below them, and he just.
yeah, it looks insane. It just looks insane.
See, that's what I'm talking about. We could have our OMI section of that. The houses are just like 4 million or so right now, up to 40. It's cheaper. I guess you can buy an island for that.
But
there are
Ray,
places
like
in
you
the
said,
Caribbean that you can actually kind of extend an island and stuff.
in Dubai, it only takes 2 weeks to get a visa there, like to get to become part of Dubai, and then you have to spend 6 months of the year there, and you now get zero capital gains tax once you become a resident of Dubai.
We're all going to Dubai.
Yeah, because I'm just saving the tax alone would be like the cost of buying one of those houses, one of those islands.
Okay, before Rob has a heart attack, I have a twin bed, and no lady is coming over to my twin bed. So Dashi does not watch me bring lady friends over to my place, and Dashi definitely doesn't.
What's wrong with a twin bed?
He puts a blindfold over Dashi when he.
He turns him around. Face the corner, Dashi.
I feel like a twin bed sends the wrong message to a lady, saying that
You have
there's.
to get a king. Get a king bed.
It is totally okay to be completely upfront with the ladies and downplay it, not overstate it.
Tell them you got a single. They'll be like, "Oh, it's a double."
It's almost like when you go to talk them out of being interested in you, it makes them even more curious about you.
That's fair. That's fair. So are we gonna? Well, I mean, Rain, you already bounced back pretty heavily, and Jordan, you're married, and Tammy, you're a lady. But so I don't know if you guys know what passport bros are.
Oh yes.
Okay, so passport, for those that don't know, passport bros are where men in the U.S. can't seem to find a partner that they really want, that meets their standards, whatever. So they are or the ladies that do meet their standards, the ladies are just not interested in those men, for whatever reason. So they go to other parts of the world, mostly like Philippines or Vietnam, or I guess in Dominican Republic, just things where it's a lot cheaper to live. They'll get a remote job. They get their passport, they get a remote job over there. They live like kings. They live for like $1,000 a month, covers their rent and their food, and they go and they come back with a wife. They don't go there for like a couple weeks. They go there for like a couple of years, and they do.
Don't bring the wife back to the U.S.
Don't bring her back. What happens when that happens?
The culture in the U.S. is somewhat weird. So what's happening is only 20% of the men are getting their selection of females these days, and 80% of men are getting excluded for various reasons. Part of it is social media and Instagram. So the girls will date, say they're pretty, and they go on a date with some football player who might be second string or whatever. But that sets the girl's threshold of who they should be able to marry. They don't realize that guy was never going to marry her. So, but then in their mind, they're settling for anyone else, and they somewhat get ruined, right? So you might have this guy that makes $100,000 a year. He's 5'10", and like he's a really good guy, and that's who she should marry him. And she totally overlooks him because her threshold is set differently now. And so then he'll go down to a place like Colombia, and he'll get this very attractive woman who will see him for exactly who he is and be all about him. However, if he takes her back to the U.S., she's going to, over time, acculturate to that same thing. And then she might be looking to go hang out with that football player or maybe give her one night every 3 years, right? Depends on the woman, obviously. But there is that problem that over time, then the divorce rate on these passport bros is starting to hit for the ones that bring the girls back.
I like living in America.
There, the marriage rate and relationship rate stays very high. You bring them back, and it actually then falls into the normal distribution of divorce rates in the U.S.
Yeah,
That's so
and it is
interesting,
mostly,
right?
I think 75 or 80% of divorces are filed by the woman. So
it's like 80 to 85%.
Wow.
So Jordan, what's it like in Australia? What's the
Yeah, I was
divorce rate
just
like?
thinking about it. I think it's probably a bit lower here than US. Not by much, maybe 5 or 10% lower. But that's still significant. Yeah.
And it's not necessarily a bad thing. Like if you think about it, zero divorce rate is bad. Why?
Yeah.
Because
Japan.
some people are married with psychopaths. And so what, you can't divorce them because the social
Did I
shame?
freeze?
0%.
Yes.
Tammy, you're a little frozen.
Ray, have you heard about what happens in Japan?
No.
Do you guys know what happens in Japan? They can't divorce because it's shameful. So what they do is they leave the house, they get another girlfriend, and they have a different house up the road with their girlfriend, and they have their wife they're still married to with their family in another house. So the successful guys in Japan have like 2 or 3 women, and so majority of guys in Japan don't have any women. So because those guys that are still married, they can't divorce. So there's a lack of women.
Oh my God.
So the divorce rate's really low in Japan, but the amount of women that have there's a lot less women to go around because usually a lot of the successful men end up having a wife and 1 or 2 girlfriends.
I'm just wowed that they have 3 houses, 1 for each girlfriend. It's like, God damn.
Right. How can you afford that?
It's the top 10%, right? And they're getting all the women. Almost like what Rain was saying about the 80-20 rule.
And if you study history, it's always been that way. And so do you know that the majority of men historically died virgins? Virgins. So
horrible.
2,000 years ago, the majority of men, 50% of men, died virgins. Why? Because the women were attracted to the men who had worked on themselves and grown themselves. And can you blame them? They need that for survival, right? They don't want to marry a guy who's not going to do anything with his life. How's he going to support a family? And so it's not like they died virgins because they had whorehouses even back then, but they had never had intimacy with somebody that they were like in love with that was also in love with them.
Grumpy Baker has a good point too. He says that's why the suicide rate is really high in Japan for men.
Well,
because
in
of that.
general, so in the US, it's weird. Women attempt it more, but men actually succeed more because women, a lot of times, they take pills, they survive. Men are very, very violent, even towards themselves. So a lot of times they'll use a handgun, they'll use whatever. And so even though women attempt it more, men are actually victims of it more because they're successful at it. I think successful is a very, very poor choice of words. They wind up succeeding in their, I don't know how to word that. They wind up doing what they want to do.
Accomplishing it.
But yeah, they're like, yeah, men have it. I don't want to say men, people in general have it rough, but I feel like, you know, us short folk over here, like Rain was saying, oh, he's 5'10", he's gonna look over him. Me sitting here at 5'9", being like, ooh, bad times.
I'm 5'3" here, guys. 5'3".
There's this guy in LA. His name's Anthony Dorico, and he dates supermodels and porn stars. But you have to have more than, and he actually doesn't even have a lot of money, but he has achieved high status. So what a lot of people in crypto, they get into crypto and they're like, I'm going to make it rich and then I will be able to have whatever wife I want. No, getting rich is just part one. And there's part two of working on yourself and growing yourself. Because guess what? A woman doesn't want somebody who's just going to buy her with money. She will not respect you. That's not what she really wants. So she needs you to learn other things to be able to give that to her. And that's like the next journey. First step is make massive gains, but realize the journey doesn't stop there, because then you won't be able to attract the right women. If that's what you're going for, money just opens the door so you can now afford to learn the other skills that they really want from you.
So this should also be part of your
to just throw money at them. They want a man that they respect. It doesn't just shower them with money, because then it makes the girl feel cheap. She doesn't want to feel cheap.
I used to go to like pickup gatherings. They're called lair events, where there's a bunch of guys that want to learn about how to meet women, basically. This is when I was much younger. And there were some of the guys there were wealthy. They had lots of money, but they still didn't have the skills to get women and keep women that they wanted. For sure, they could find gold diggers, but they would not really. They had very few choices, and you don't want women like that. So it was really interesting that you can be successful in one part of life and still not have the other part down, like the relationship side. So yeah, I've always been into self-development and learning that stuff. And I literally, because I used to play computer games, like you know, during school time, I'd be at school, then I'd go home and play computer games like 5-6 hours a day. So I didn't know how to talk to people just in general, pretty much, when I was younger. So I actually had to learn everything from a book. So from a book, and then I went out and I met other people, and there was actually all these different events. And I ended up actually coaching guys. It's such an interesting thing. I was considering doing that again sometime. It's actually really fun. It's really fun to see somebody who can't go up and talk to a lady he likes, to then be able to like be dating multiple women and end up in a relationship. It's a really fun journey to watch.
That can definitely be learned when a guy's humble enough to work on it. Because a lot of times as guys, well, number one, girls think a guy should just know this, but most of the things as men in life, if we're not born with it, we have to then acquire it. And when I was born, God gave me a superpower. It's that I sucked at fucking everything. And so I never had this expectation problem. I was always like, okay, I'm going to suck at this because I'm not naturally good at anything. But then the superpower is I didn't have a weird expectation that if I'm not good at it, then I shouldn't do it. It's just like, okay, I suck. Yeah, with everything else. Like I remember being 5 years old and couldn't catch a ball they were throwing to me, and it was just so clumsy and embarrassing. I went into my room and practiced it for days, catching a ball at 5 years old. Like what 5-year-old can't do that? But I was like, hey, you know, I just have to learn everything. And so social interaction, like if you get your money right, puts you in a better place that you can get your muscles or your health right. You can also then get in a better place at then getting your social interaction right. And women will appreciate and they need that from you. And so to get your social interaction right, you have to understand, part of that learning curve is understanding yourself better and then understanding female nature better. So you can give her what she really needs, not necessarily what she says she wants.
The 5 love languages. Speaking
Sorry,
of
guys.
which,
Having so much fun.
Tammy, we need some female perspective here. Well, so I have 2 questions.
The whole time.
So,
I'm just
You're listening,
absorbing.
taking notes.
all right. So, two questions here. One, I guess it'll be three, but they'll continue on the first one. Do you know what the 5 love languages is? If so, what is your love language? And if not, just expectations for like a guy. What's like the bare minimum a guy has to do, and then we'll try to get there. Explain that. I have to pee so bad. I'll be right back.
Okay, 5 languages. No, I don't really know about that.
Like, I can tell you them if you want, because Randy's
Yeah, go ahead.
off. So it's like positive affirmations, physical touch, gifts, like giving gifts to people is the love language. Some people like that.
Giving gifts.
Yeah, personal.
I
Like
like to
spending
give.
time.
Receiving gifts from a guy.
Quality time is another one. That's 4. I can't remember the 5th one.
I don't remember either. But
For me,
these are the
physical
languages that you understand love in. And it usually comes up with how we were raised. So sometimes dad came home from a trip, brought you a gift all the time. That's how you then receive love. Or if your dad and mom were really good at sitting down with you, spending quality time with you, that's how you understand and receive love, is what the book was about.
So for me, I want I just want somebody. I want to be treated nice. I want somebody to to come home and get like a hug is nice, physical touch, not necessarily sex, but comfort. I want them not money, because that's not what it is. I want them to do whatever they need to do for them, not expecting me to. I mean, I'm setting myself up so I could be self-sufficient. I don't need a man to take care of me. And that was one of the problems with me and my ex, is that his culture, he's used to the women just bowing down and doing, women things, cleaning. I'm not a cleaner, hire a maid. And he made enough money where he could do that kind of things. So for me, I just want partnership, I don't know. It's been a while. So right now, I don't even know.
Yeah, from Randy's question is sort of generally people have like a primary and then they have a secondary. So obviously it sounds like physical touch will be your primary.
Well, just like the, security, when you have that person, for me, a male, they're the protector, just the physical, I go to Vegas. I want somebody there that's going to be able to, be there with me, so I'm not hit on every day. It just gets ridiculous. It's yeah, and emotionally.
It's so funny because women have the opposite problem of men. So women, if you're good looking at all, you just get hit on constantly, and men almost never experience that unless they're at the very top of the sort of the looks and
like
height.
the top 3% of men that just look so stunning. Yeah,
but I've been watching. You guys gotta check out YouTube.
That all the time.
On YouTube,
yeah, quality time.
Before the last like 2 or 3 years, I remember pretty much every compliment a woman has given me. Again, minus the last couple of years, because then the YouTube started and whatever. But I feel like I'm not the only guy that remembers like every compliment that, because I feel like they're just given so sparingly and so like spread out. He's just like, 2.5 years since the last one.
So what I saw, guys, recently, you guys would love this. It's someone's done experiments on YouTube with getting like a hot woman to take over a profile of an average guy on Tinder, and you got to watch it because like by like day 1 and 2 they get a few matches, they're really excited. By day 6 and 7 they're giving up. By like 1 month in, these women are like, no, it's impossible for me to get a date with a woman as the average guy's profile. They just can't believe how hard these guys have it, and like it's crazy for them to experience that side. And it's
average guy who's on Tinder cannot even get a date from a 3.
I mean, Rain was talking about that before, the Pareto distribution, where the top 20% of men get 80% of the women. But then on top of that, you have the algorithms on Tinder and Plenty of Fish and all these dating websites where they only show the top like 10% of men, because they're mostly men on these websites. And in order to keep the women around, you have to show the top 10% of guys. So these top 10% of guys are getting all the women. So the it's really hard on dating apps, I feel like, unless if you're looking like Metaverse Live and he's all dapper AF, and but yeah. So
And
you
I
have
tried
that.
dating apps, but they didn't. Yeah, it wasn't for me. The swipe left, swipe. Having all these young kids, and that's the problem that I'm having is that I work in a very I work in an industry where there's a lot of people, and getting hit on is not the same as getting a compliment.
Mhm.
For sure.
There it happens almost every. And I had a dealer one day. Look, this guy was hitting on me. He looks at me, dead face, said, "Can we go one day without you getting hit on? One day." And it's flattering, yeah, but it gets old. Compliments a lot better than getting hit on.
So where do you draw the line at, hey, this is a nice compliment, or this is, just getting hit on, it's a little creepy? And does it have anything to do with how hot the guy is?
No, some of them are pretty creepy. I had this one gentleman that wouldn't take no for an answer, kept trying to give me his number, would not take a no, and I had to go. It went on for days. I had to go to my my management team, and he ended up disappearing. But they were going to bar him. They were going to bar him because it was getting obsessive.
That's an effective management team. Maybe there's a connection. You raise a complaint to management, and then the guy disappears.
Right? Yeah. We're not in Vegas. I don't work in Vegas.
Number.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Yeah. Quality time, and I agree with Magic. Quality time. I want somebody to spend time with. Go. Just be with.
Guys in this space, it's like put this part of the conversation, store it in the back of your mind, get your money right, and then DM me. I will start to connect you up with the right paths to get the other parts right, because money isn't going to take care of your women problems. It's only step one, and you need all 3 steps, and then you're going to have all the options.
Oh, wizard! Yeah, and it's just
what's up?
Getting gifts and stuff is fine, but don't just go buy a purse. No.
That is not the right answer. It will actually make the relationship weird. The girl will feel weird. She won't even want the purse at that point because it makes her feel weird about it. Yeah.
What's up, everybody? The usual suspect.
Hey.
What's up, Wet Wizard?
Hey, Wet Wizard, my first time chatting to you.
Interesting topic that probably the rest of the audience is like, why are we talking about women? And maybe half the audience is like, yes, we're finally talking about women. The other half is like, come on.
I love a woman's touch.
Yeah.
And Tammy gets to represent, right? So Tammy's like, how did I end up in this spot?
That's because Magic had to leave early.
I'll tell you what I think.
Yeah. I know. Down for sure for the women up there. I was actually gonna enter to I was gonna put the Stone Cold theme music in the background and then fucking enter, turn my mic off and then come. I was like, I didn't want to.
Yeah, we can't play that with the YouTube. We'll censor the video or whatever. And
can I fuck your 12-hour stream up because of that little clip?
Oh yeah, that would suck.
Totally demonetizes the whole video.
No.
Dang it.
That happened when I streamed for a while. It was whenever Black Adam came out, and the Batcowl holders got to go, and it was 8 days early before the movie came out, and we're waiting for the Rock. And I thought I was going to get a couple questions with him, maybe. I wound up screaming one question at him, which is just, I was like, Rock, everyone loves you. Will you ever run for president? And he goes, and then he just walks away. But during that 3-hour stream, the music that was playing at the event wound up getting me demonetized. I was like, no! Because I was like, oh, the struggle was so real.
What were they playing? Nickelback and Hootie and the Blowfish?
I don't remember what it was. It wasn't memorable, so I don't think it was anything really good. It was just, it might have been the soundtrack from the movie. But I like the movie, but again, the soundtrack is obviously going to be copyrighted. But yeah, we were talking about
shit. Well, now I wish I would have did it. Demonetize your ass.
Don't give him any ideas. We had other women on here. Yeah. We had VeVe Fambam, and then we had VeVe Magic. Lori Brenner's supposed to come on. K Collection's supposed to come on. Brittany Kahn, Wendy Lopez. But again, we're only 4.5 hours in. There's another.
I'm almost there. Like I'm contemplating transitioning right now, so I'm like in the middle of the, you know.
Yeah, you're gonna have to shave that beard if you're gonna.
Thoughts? No, I want to keep the beard. I want to be like that ma'am in the GameStop fucking video.
Ma'am. Did I ever tell you when I got not accused? I was. So it was in 2020. We had just gotten back in the gym. Like the gyms had just opened up finally in New York because they were closed down for months. And obviously, I had put on a bit of weight. I had man boobs. I was in a shirt that was a little too small for me. So you really see the man boobage. And I had long hair and I had just shaved. And they were like cleaning the men's bathroom or whatever. Or like they weren't cleaning it. There wasn't like a thing that you couldn't enter. There was just like a piece of mojado, like wet floor. And I was like, do I still enter it or whatever? But I wasn't verbalizing this. I was just standing there. And then the gym worker like kind of touched me on the shoulder. I was like, you can go in the women's bathroom. And I was like, wait a minute. Is she thinking I'm in the middle of transitioning? But then I saw a dude come out of the men's like, no, okay, I'll just go in the men's. But yeah, that was a very low moment in my life.
You're like, fuck, I can't shave anymore.
Yeah, I had to like get back in shape before I could shave again, or else they thought.
Yeah. Damn. I got this tight man boom shirt. This fit.
I have a lot of embarrassing stories like that. I mean, there's that rumor going around that I've yet to feel the warmth of a woman. So I don't. And obviously, me posting that picture of us, Sweat Wizard, waking up in the middle of New York Comic Con together, that probably didn't help.
I wake up and I was like so freaking like hammered because we got it in. That was after the Funko Pop party, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and like I think that was the day I flew in. So literally I was up for like I think like 24 plus hours. And I started drinking the second I got into New York. And so it was just a marathon. And then I wake up and I'm like hungover, disoriented. And I look at my Twitter and it's like freaking blowing up. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And then I see that picture with freaking Randy next to it. And I'm like, oh, it's fucking hilarious.
That was so good. So there, obviously, the big highlights are like the parties and the events. What are some things that maybe weren't that a lot of people didn't go to, but you're like, you know what, this was really cool. I'm glad I got to see this or experience this at New York Comic Con.
Yeah, you want me to go for it?
Yeah.
I mean, well, just it being in New York is just I mean, just New York itself has a life of its own, man. Like that was my first time actually being in NY, and yeah, it was freaking awesome just in itself. And then when you get to a place where a bunch of people, whether you've actually met them before or through like Twitter, it's just a bunch of friendly faces. So it's like it's so welcoming, and it was just a cool like culmination of the VeVe fam, awesome city, just so much cool shit going on. And then there was just so many big players that were there too, whether it was like VeVe people or, YouTubers, the team. Cavernous was actually there as well, which there was a representative from Cavernous. I know the VeVeVerse is like a hot take right now with like that interview that David, you did with a couple of you guys. I actually chatted it up with the guy from Cavernous at New York Comic Con. And yeah, he gave me a good tidbits of information as well. Al Kahn was there. I mean, it was just epic, just legendary. Being in New York, like that city was perfect. Like the Funko party was right outside of Times Square, like literally one street over. And Sanjay's party was awesome. Yeah, it was just fun. I don't know if I answered your question. I'm sorry. I'm slightly hungover myself.
I told people, I was like, hey, I asked Wet Wizard to come on, and he's like, I don't know if I'll be able to make it. I'll be hungover. I was like, well, we're going for 12 hours, so when you're not anymore,
yeah,
come by.
Oh, he was performing like right down the street from my house last night, and it was a freaking rager.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I got to say, what was awesome is that when we were all hanging out, Wizard had all of these places for us to go see, and he's from Arizona, and Randy is from Long Island and had nothing.
I mean, it's if he wasn't there, I'd be like, okay, we can go here and we can go there. But he had this itinerary as like,
It was awesome.
So I was like, okay, like I wasn't gonna. But if he wasn't there, I would have been like, okay, I have a few places to go. I don't know if they would have been as good as what was it, but yeah, those sandwiches. I still think about those sandwiches.
Oh,
Dude, that was legit.
What was that place?
Sarge's. It's called Sarge's. So yeah, I do like, because I like food for sure. Like, so I was watching like YouTubers before the New York trip. So I was trying to get like all the good places to go eat, good places to go drink and like chill and stuff. So I'd try to have like just a little visual map based on areas. So if we're in a general area, I'll be like, okay, cool. I know like this spot is good, this, whatever. And then, yeah, so we went and got some bomb ass pastrami sandwiches. It's Deli is the one that's really well known throughout like the world, New York and the world. But this other place, Sarge's, is like a locally known spot. And when we were there was us like a little like mid-tier celebrity comedian that was there too. So that was kind of cool. He was actually, I just saw, I don't know if you guys have seen that movie Old Dads from Bill Burr.
I saw the preview. It looks awesome.
I saw clips on TikTok and it looks really funny.
It's recent, like it just came out on Netflix. It's a pretty funny movie. I mean, I like Bill Burr, but that comedian that was at that Sarge's Deli, Rick Glassman, he was in that movie and he played such a funny role. But yeah, he was in that movie. So he was at that same deli that we went to too. So it was good. That was a super good sandwich.
What was on it? Was it like pastrami?
I think it was corned beef and pastrami. So it was like two.
Yeah.
That's why it's freaking like this big.
It was huge. There was no way I was going to eat. I couldn't even eat half of the sandwich, the whole sandwich.
What you know about that, Jordan? What you know about those big sandwiches in Australia? Do you guys have like crocodile sandwiches?
Yes, you can get kangaroo and crocodile.
How does kangaroo taste?
I'm making that up. No, kangaroo meat's the real thing. Kangaroo meat is the real thing.
Before you went vegan, did you ever taste it?
I never had kangaroo meat. No.
Okay, I'm curious how that tastes.
I think it's very, very low fat. They're all like muscle, so
they're super
very
jacked.
lean, very, very lean. Yeah, the kangaroos are so strong. It's crazy.
Yeah, they.
I've got to head off anyway. I've got to head off, guys. Thanks for having me. I'll probably jump you on 12 hours. I'll be back on later on.
Yeah, honestly, if it goes longer, it goes longer. We could go longer than 12. Depends.
24 hours? No.
Well, I work tomorrow, so I don't want to do that.
Just joking.
It would go on towards past the VeVeVerse if we did that. Oh no, I could go 24 hours.
Yeah, it used to be good. We got over 12 hours.
Yeah, but you'd be wrecked though. I assume you wouldn't come on if that's the case.
Yeah, I would. I might not. You just see me sleeping in the background around the VeVeVerse.
We've had you laying down the bed before. That's not that big a deal.
We're just boring in the background. It was like,
nice to meet you.
Bye, Jordan.
I do.
Chavez and the fam. Bye.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that'd be funny if I joined tomorrow, but 3 minutes in, I just on the bed and you just hear me screaming or snoring. But
What's up, Bill? How's it going?
Oh yeah. Where's big ladies, man.
Yeah. Oh, remember the bar where we broke the glass?
That bar was awesome. Yeah,
that bar was fun.
That girl turned me down. God, she was freaking hot.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Give me a minute. Yeah. So Crypto Rain, there's this bar. What was it called?
I think it was called
Break.
I think.
Anyway, it's you finish the drink and then you go into this room. You put these goggles on and take the glass. You go, and you throw it against the wall and just shatters into a million pieces.
It was sick.
Yeah, it was really cool.
It was good.
Yeah, and then finally, like, we escaped paying like $30 a drink when we got there because it was kind of like a dive bar. But yeah, basically, whatever drink you get, once you finish it, you can smash the glass. It's sweet.
Okay, that was really fun. I was teasing Tammy because.
Oh my god! I throw like a girl.
She like threw it on the floor.
How do girls?
But at least it broke. That would have been really embarrassing if I couldn't. It didn't break.
That would have been a viral video if it didn't break. We could have uploaded
Oh.
that everywhere.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
That would have been fun.
Definite ladies man. Yeah, I'm surprised she turned it down. You were looking good. You had the suit jacket on. You had the hair
you
all
looked good.
different.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, well, she's a bartender. She probably gets hit on all the damn time. She is freaking super hot. She's from Mexico City too, I think. Which
Yeah. I wonder if Wendy knows her. This is Mexico City. I feel like
I imagine there's a lot of people in Mexico City.
there is. I went there earlier this year, and it was oh my God, Wes with the unexpected heat. So you still have men. Oh, I gotta Snapchat that. So I have this thing. I usually don't use Snapchat unless one of my subscribers goes and they hit me with that unexpected heat of the. I think my favorite line was Wes. It was when my back was hurt back in like August, September, and it's like Randy's like back is in more pain than his hairline or something like that, or his hairline is in worse shape than his back. I was like, oh my God. Sorry.
Oh,
the savage comments.
Yeah,
that's bad.
Those are great. I do like the clapbacks though. Have you guys seen those memes for like Thanksgiving, like the clapbacks?
Oh
No.
yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah, it's like you know, when your auntie goes and she says like oh, you you still not graduated from college yet, and she'd be like, oh, you still don't know who the third baby daddy is, and like the clapbacks that you only get at Thanksgiving. It's I'll post some when the Thanksgiving memes roll around. I've only the ones I've been seeing recently are TikToks from like it's November 1st and like Mariah Carey's like raising from the dead and like all I want for Christmas. Christmas songs are coming out. I hate them.
Giving's coming up. Shit.
Yeah.
It's already November 4th or 5th, whatever.
My girl, the tree goes up October 31st, just after midnight, right? So November 1st, the tree goes up, the decorations go up, and then it's Christmas music for 2 months.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro.
Fun.
That's too much.
She makes it so fun that I can't even be mad because like she just makes her so happy that I see that. And I'm like, it makes me happy.
How old is she?
She's my age, minus 3 years.
Gotcha.
Cool. So I'm 26 these days. I don't know. I lost track a while back. So.
Oh yeah, 29 molding.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do when I grow up.
I think we all are.
People ask me, "What do you do for a living?" I'm like, that is a complicated question. I don't know. What do I do?
I think VeVe Magic has the right idea. We all need travel buddies when we grow up. So there was something I might have brought this up to you guys independently. I haven't talked about it in a while, but it was like a year and a half ago. I was in my old apartment. I had taken a whole bunch of mushrooms, and I had this really cool idea. I don't know if you guys ever have like you just get those moments where you have big life energy, and you just want to go to an amusement park or a football game or play frisbee or go have a beer and get a burger, and then your friends are just like, I have company coming over, or it's like it's Netflix and chill kind of day for me, and nobody's around. And I think it would be really cool to have like this app called like Buddy Friend or Rent a Buddy or something like that, where you go and you rent a verified cool person to hang out with, because you don't want to hang out with someone that's like a loser. You want to hang out with someone that's gonna have good conversation, that can do stuff. And it's like, okay, well, how do you know who's gonna be cool? And we're gonna have a show, and the show would be me and like 4 or 5 other people going and taking these people. We're bringing them to baseball games. We're taking them skydiving. We're taking them to fun stuff. And at the end of the day, if they're cool, we give them the thumbs up, the verified cool sign. But if they're not cool, we just give them like the L, the loser. Like, you can't work with us. You can't be part of the app. And I think this would be really fun. Let me know if that's a good idea or not.
No, that's lame. I hate it.
Damn.
No, I'm just joking. Yeah. I think they probably have some apps like that. I think there's, I don't know, I'm not like into the like online dating thing or whatever like that, but I heard that there's some, like I think girls have it where they can like meet other girls and like go hang out and kick it or something like that. It's like a sub app or some shit. I don't know. I've heard them talk about it, but I think they have some things like that. I don't know about the like cool meter though. That might have to be a little add-on.
I think that would be fun. I don't know. I wanted to try to do something like that. One, just because it would be fun, and then two, because if it makes money, I could buy a fudge ton more OMI. Rain, last time we were on, I don't know if this was on stream or if this was in private chat, you had mentioned that you may or may not have some investments that you put money into years back, and you were looking to maybe put some of those into something else. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Well, so one of the problems many of you are going to find after this coming bull run is that you're like equity rich, right? And hopefully you take some profits aside, put some money away for the bear market, as well as put some money away to buy during the bear market. But you'll find you run into a problem even when you have larger amounts of liquidity, that sometimes it's tied up in things. So sometimes the timing isn't all right. Like I have far less OMI than I would like. I would like to buy much huger amounts, especially at these prices. But one of my principles is I don't sell things when they're massively down, and everything in crypto is massively down. Even if I just bought it, it's not massively down from what I bought it at, but it's massively undervalued. So I only so in order to free up as much money as I would want to buy in a OMI, I've got to sell something when it's up. And I might have something that I invested in 2.5 years ago that might then, it was an early project. It was very much prior to pre-sale, and their token might finally be launching. And if so, there's a strong chance I do really well on that. At that point, I would free up some and buy OMI at these prices, because I don't just talk about things when they're cheap. I buy them, right? And I'm just sharing with people what I'm buying. This whole methodology I found doesn't lead to much YouTube growth, because when you're talking about projects when their price is really cheap, you don't gain a lot of followers, because people are following projects that are currently in the hype cycle. So your channel never gets very big, but your audience gets rich. And isn't that the better way to go? So when I do share stuff, I'm sharing stuff that legitimately I'm interested in and that I'm buying, that I myself, like, I'm not a YouTuber, I'm an investor that has a YouTube channel. Just like Randy is an investor that has a YouTube channel. And it makes it hard for massive growth. The way to get massively big in YouTube is that you talk about whatever has already just 10x. Especially in a bear market, when something's 10x, guess what's going to happen to that token? Well, it's going to get absolutely crashed. But if you make a video on why it's going to go another 10x from here, you'll get 15,000 views and you'll get like 500 new subscribers. But then your audience, like, they're all excited and they buy it because they don't know what they're doing yet, and they get wrecked over time. But you'll grow a massive following that way. And so a lot of YouTubers, that's what they go, because their goal is to have a big YouTube channel. My goal has always been different, and Randy's just talking about what he's passionate about, which is, why don't I just cover what I'm buying? I'm doing all this research anyway. Why don't I share it with people? In fact, if we get enough of an audience, we can get interviews with these projects, and with an interview, you can get a better feel for the team behind it, whether it really is a good buy or not. And that was always the thesis of my channel. So my goal is, like, this next bull run and then the one after is the richest audience in all of crypto per capita. Even if my channel doesn't grow a single person from here, that's fine. But if I reach the richest per person audience, then I'll have hit my goal. So yeah, I would like to buy a OMI, especially at these prices. I'm just praying they stay down. They talked about launching the token this month, either this month or it might be pushed all the way to January or February. And I'm like, we'll just have to see what happens. But if so, it might free up significant liquidity. And if it did, I'd buy much bigger bags of OMI.
Yeah, same. I'm waiting for Earth 2's essence to roll out, and I'm ready. I'll be ready to go.
I know, right? Right, is a OMI so cheap? And one of the downsides is like, oh, geez, where do I scrounge up a spare 100K without selling things that are massively down? Well, there is no place to scrounge up an extra 100K, because 100K, you can get 130 million more OMI at these prices. That's crazy to me. That's
nuts.
Like a dream come true.
I would. Comics and crypto got me excited the other day. They were talking about Pi Coin, and I haven't checked it in like a long time, like to see what it was able to do, transition from the main net, how many people KYC, and they're like, listen, it's, and I have like 50,000 of it, but only what happens with Pi is that you have to go and you have to have people in your network, but everyone has to KYC. If nobody KYCs, like I only have like less than 1,000 Pi. It's like 989 Pi. Because nobody's KYC'd yet. If nobody KYCs, you don't really have access to all the stuff that your group or your network has mined. So that's why it's like $35 per Pi. And it's like, okay, well, it's trading on like BitConnect, it's trading on, or Bitmart, whatever. It's trading on these things, but apparently what's trading on them is like an IOU, and it's not like the actual coin. Like you can't migrate it yet. Has anyone else ever heard of Pi or gotten done those types of things?
No.
It's something that you mine from your phone, and it was just like it didn't slow down the process or anything. It didn't slow down really anything. Didn't affect the memory. But I'm just waiting. Like all of these, like whether it's Pi or Earth 2 or anything, they're waiting for the bull market to kind of move. Like Earth 2's Essence was supposed to launch last year, and it won't until next year because they don't want to launch in a bear market. They want to launch in that bull market. So
that seems like a relevant or a continuing kind of like excuse that projects are kind of saying right now. It's like, oh well, we don't want to. It's just like a coverall. Like, oh, we just don't want to release during a bull market or during a bear market, which may as well be true, but it kind of seems like that COVID excuse that like businesses were using for a long time. Like, I don't know, for example, like hotels wouldn't clean your hotel room for a while, and they're like, oh, because of COVID. And it's like, it just seems like it's just like a coverall excuse that like projects can use right now. It's like, whether or not they're like, that they don't have the capabilities or whatever the case. I'm not saying OMI with this, but it seems like that other project, it's like a coverall that they can just say, and then it's like, oh, we're good. We can do it, but we just don't want to do it because it's a bear market. And then it just buys them X amount of slack. It just, I don't know. It seemingly seems like an excuse possibly too. And it's possibly true. You know, you do potentially want to launch things when there's excitement around it. You don't want it to fall on deaf ears, but I don't know. It's just like there's a little bit of a leeway / slack that a company can have, you know. Well, you still want to release some shit when it's regardless of a bear market, you know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm hearing that a lot from projects, and it just sounds like it's just like an excuse in some ways.
I mean, you're right. Oh, hey, how convenient. You know, this is happening now. You can't release what you said, but also like you do have some projects that are literally dying, and some projects that had like big IP. You know, like when Recur went down, it's like, oh man, bad times. Now, obviously, they weren't really dropping any drops. They weren't making any revenue. But I think they had raised like $50 million at one point, or like they didn't raise just like a couple million. They raised like tens of millions of dollars, and they couldn't go and keep up. Does anyone else have any other things that they might? Let's say if OMI moves, you know, third or fourth, you know, obviously Bitcoin and then ETH and altcoins and whatever. All that moonshots. What are you guys gonna sell that you have now for OMI, if anything at all? Answer that. I have to go change over laundry. I'll be right back.
What are we gonna? Oh, like if we have Bitcoin when it runs, we sell that for OMI. Is that the question? I don't know that.
I think so. Well, he's been trying to talk me into selling a house for a year, and I'm not selling my house. So
no, definitely don't do that.
Full risk mode.
Yeah. Well, and I got renters in there, and I've got good ones. You know, they pay. You know.
Oh yeah, for your investment property.
Well,
what market is the rental in? Some are going to crash, though. This spring, summer, I think interest rates are going to come down, and if that happens, I think this spring and summer will be another hot year for real estate gains. But I don't know about after that. I worry about after that.
Well, like my house, my rental, it's my family home. My grandfather If it was my grandmother's, my dad's, mine, kind of thing. So it's one of those things. I might if the interest rates go down, I'll refinance because I have a lot of equity in the house.
Yeah.
Just refinance and do that, but not with the way the rates are right now. I'm not doing it.
No,
So.
it's so expensive for money right now that way. And
Yeah.
and that's what's actually hurting the real estate market is how expensive the money is. And they're going to have to bring rates down. And they always do on an election year in U.S. election cycles, right? And so I think they've been pushing it as far as they could go the one way so that then there's some room to bring them down next year. And that's probably what will happen. If it doesn't happen, I don't know what's going to happen next year financially, but I don't see how it can't happen, that they bring down rates tremendously, which brings down mortgage rates, which then fuels the real estate economy, probably will fuel stocks even. And I think it will be like extra gas on the fire for crypto. I do
Where
have
did
to
the conversation leave?
I've got to start my own stream on. I wanted to cover some blockchain gaming, but nobody from this stream is allowed to go over there because that wouldn't be fair to Randy. So
You could totally do that. And while you're at it, if you're looking to make the what's it called, Rand? The
Zero to Crypto Hero course.
The Zero to Crypto Hero. Use codename Randy, and you will get percentages off.
Yeah, 50%.
Yeah,
that's dope. Yeah,
I might do the one that's $9.
Yeah, that one, there is a specific code on that. The code Randy doesn't work on that one, but it is 90% off the $90 on that. So it's like $9. So.
Yeah.
Cool. That one is 2 projects everyone's sleeping on. They're massively undervalued compared to actually VeVe collectible prices. You'll see these prices are even lower. And nobody on YouTube with any size of channel whatsoever has mentioned it in months and months and months. It is massively undervalued. A sister project by the same company made me ridiculous gains last bear market into the bull market. So totally everyone's sleeping on this. That course will probably help change your finances. So of course, Veve and OMI are the right place to be too. But when I saw where current prices were on these, I was like, oh my gosh, everyone's sleeping on this.
Okay.
Oh, Brandon, cheers. Thank you so much. I
nice meeting you, Ray.
Around the VeVeVerse tomorrow. If I come, my voice might be a little.
I bet it will be. Wet Wizard, good to meet you.
Yo, likewise, brother. Take it easy.
All right.
He's such a cool dude. He's such a chill dude. So this is a familiar scene. We need a
Comic-Con right here.
Yeah.
We need Fam Bam.
I told her, I texted her before I hopped on that I was gonna jump on.
Oh, she's out with a couple friends right now.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, she'll be back.
Nice.
I don't know when though. It might be like another 4 or 5 hours from now.
Yeah, hopefully she has fun.
I don't know what she's doing. I think she said she was riding bikes. I guess it's still warm enough in Arizona where you can ride bikes. Pretty chilly up here.
No. Did you say it's chilly?
In New York, it's chilly. And
oh no, I was gonna say my friend who's in Phoenix. She's like at the pool every day.
Oh yeah, weather's perfect now.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's great.
So jealous.
Yeah. Hopefully I'm there soon.
Hopefully I get there next year. I don't know. We'll see.
You're still considering it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, my friends, the friends that I live with, they've been trying to get pregnant for like 8 months now, and it's
one of them.
So I mean, at some point that it'll happen, or they get so frustrated they just adopt, which I don't know if I would recommend that #adopted. But so at some point they're going to need my room. Vibes and weather's amazing. I hate y'all. I'm so jealous. But at some point I'm going to have to leave anyway. And I could go to Rain said he rented out a room to me. I want to go down to North Carolina. My friend Lida, he's over in Raleigh. I have a bunch of friends in Florida. There's so many places that I could go. I don't know yet.
Excuse me.
Yeah. But Arizona seems.
But the cool people are going to be in Arizona, just so you know.
Yes. What was it? Sell me on it. Sell me on it. Be the best salesman you can be, and I'm just a customer. I'm on the fence. Sell me on it.
That's great. Well,
That's awesome.
So, like San Diego's cool, fun. Obviously, it's known as one of the best like travel destinations in the U.S. One of the top cities, whatever the case. But I like Arizona a lot more. I mean, from a travel, but then again, that's because that's my hometown, San Diego. So, I've kind of done anything and everything you can do there. But yeah, Arizona. So it's more affordable. In every way, in terms of like money, like state taxes are lower. The like DMV, which is like the motor vehicle, like people will get a license and all that shit. Like all the things that go into like running a state are significantly cheaper than I'd imagine New York and California. Just like as an example, like for California, if you're going to get your like car registration renewed, basically what you have to do is every 2 years you have to do like a smog check. And in California, you have to go to a third party mechanic for them to run a check. And they're usually like dodgy little shitty mechanics that like specialize in smog checks. So like if they fail, you pay significantly more. You got to go to a third party. And if you get it failed, you're like kind of questioning it. You're like, fuck, is this like shop trying to like fucking scam me and make me like do things? Whereas in Arizona, it's attached to their like national DMV. So it's through the state. And you pay like $3 and then they just pass you or don't. You don't have to go to this like dodgy mechanic or anything like that. I don't know, just like little things like that. Whereas California, I'd imagine New York is pretty similar as well, where they just try to like, take money like at all points. Arizona, not that way. So in that aspect, it's cool. I mean, in terms of where I'm at, I think the women are more attractive than San Diego too. Like
that's also wild to me.
Attractive people are out here, and then there's just a lot of fun. There's always good events, top level shows, live shows, comedians, bands, DJs. Yeah, I mean, it's just where it's at right now. I mean, it's fucking popping for sure.
That sounds fun.
You could own guns and stuff like that. You still have your rights out here. They don't. Which is, I think, every human should have the right to be able to protect themselves. So,
Yeah,
they weren't tripping during COVID. They didn't completely decapitate the small business owners over here.
I hear that there's really good food too.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's great. Everything is cool here. And then there's a really good airport right here. Phoenix is a really good airport. If you're traveling domestic, international too, it's not bad. So it's an hour away from like Vegas. It's an hour away from LA, Diego, not far, Texas, whatever. Like, yeah, there's just a ton of positives. There's a lot of naturistic stuff if you're into that. You can go up to Sedona, which is like a nationally known, like, beautiful area.
What's the wildlife like? Is there like bobcats? Is there like things I have to worry about, like cougars?
There's a lot of cougars over here, for sure.
Like the bad kind or like the?
Is there a good kind?
Of course.
Yeah. Cougars up here. Yeah, proud for sure. No, I don't know. I mean, here I don't really see, like, it depends if you go into the area. So it's like desert. So if you go into the area where it's like isolated and you're kind of more desert, like I'm in the big city area of it. Yeah, sure. There's like snakes and like probably scorpions and shit like that. But that's like way out. Yeah, it's just chill. I don't know. It's just normal.
All right, that's good to know.
That was a sick ass sales pitch. Fuck.
I'm just like sometimes a little scared of like wildlife, because I know, like in California, on your flag is a bear, and I'm a little scared of bears. I didn't know if they had I guess Vibes is saying Scottsdale has cougars.
Yeah.
Is that I can never really tell if he's if he's saying the women cougars or the.
No, he's
Oh Lord,
for sure.
I'm pretty sure he means real cougars, Randy.
Okay, the animal cougars. Gotcha.
Animal
Yeah,
cougars. Yeah.
Like if I'm going for a run, I don't want, like, God forbid, because I like, I would be one of those guys that are going for a run in like the 110-degree heat, and then God forbid I trip and then like a snake gets me or a scorpion gets me, and then I'm like 45 minutes away from civilization and I die out there. That's likely not going to happen, but you know.
That wouldn't happen at all. No, there's it's a big city. Phoenix
Okay.
specifically is probably one of the biggest cities in the US.
Okay, that makes me feel a bit better.
Yeah, you're not going to be off the beaten path by that much, I wouldn't think. And then the areas you were thinking about moving to, yeah, they're nice.
$400? Oh Lord.
Magic.
Oh yeah, Magic lives in California. Yeah.
Yeah, you got Magic. You got a Magic. What's stopping you from moving to Arizona with the rest of the fam?
That's crazy. $400. I think I pay. I have a 2015 Mazda 6, and I think mine is like $90.
Yeah. The other thing, like, you could do a 2-year registration for Arizona. I remember when I first registered my car here, I got a 2-year registration, which is freaking sweet. You know, because California, you got to register it every year.
Yeah, so do I.
And so yeah, I can get a 2-year registration. I got a customized cool plate, and it was still less than my 1-year car registration in California.
Dang.
Like they don't try to kill you like in California. California fucking blows. Gavin Newsom fucking sucks. Sorry.
Yeah. Preach.
I'm lifelong California. That fool is destroying that state.
We're getting political up in here.
No, I don't want to do that. It needed to be said.
Okay, it came up on my memories. Oh, okay. All right. We found the reason Magic's staying. Disneyland.
That's a good reason.
Yeah, that's a good reason. What if we all go to Florida? Because this way, there's a Disney World, which I think is a bit bigger than Disneyland, and you have Islands of Adventure, and you can go to Harry Potter World as well. I feel like there's much better reasons to go to Florida than if we all go to Florida.
Just the weather's fucking rough.
Oh, the hurricanes? Yeah.
I mean, the humidity. Yeah. And then Florida's just a different. I've only been there once. It was an extended amount of time, but yeah, and it's different vibe. I mess with Florida. Like, if Florida would be one of the other states that I would move to in the U.S. There's only a few that I would move to, and Florida's one of them.
Yeah. So talk about in political. 3 years ago, it came up in my memories. I was like, what? I don't remember this. And it was a video that said like, why I'm alt-right. I was like, why would I? So obviously it's a clickbait title, but it was because I had, at the time, like in 2020, everything was so polarized. Like, you know, you're either right or left. There was no like center. And it was just like, well, I don't know. I just don't really get the reasons why you can't go to like weddings or funerals or whatever, but it's okay to go to these large protests where a lot of these riots are happening. And apparently that made me alt-right. And I was like, so I made a video about it. I think that was my most political video, I think, ever. I got so much hate for it. It was, I don't know.
I mean, there were so many little hypocrisies that were going on. Like, I remember I was in California for quite a bit of it, but I would like travel around. I was still traveling. I did whatever the fuck I wanted to do. Like, I'm not good with authority, and I didn't really believe the official narrative as they were presenting it. But like in San Diego, I think you could go into like restaurants, and then you'd have to be 6 feet apart. But if you sat down, no, you had to have your mask on and be like 6 feet apart. But if you sat down, you could take your mask off, and you could literally be right next to the people in line. Like, the line would be right next to your table. They're having a mask because they're standing, you're sitting, and you take your mask. Like, there was just no logic. It was just so stupid. Like, there was zero logic to it and a lot of things that were going on. So yeah, tons of hypocrisy. And then usually if you just say something like this is not logical, like I could take my mask off because I'm sitting down, but the person standing right next to me, they have to have it on because they're standing, but they're literally right next to me. Like it was.
The germs can't get you if you're sitting down.
If you say that there's some kind of like crazy, like freaking, oh, you're saying something controversial, like there's just a lot of stupid nonsense that mostly it's on the internet, you know?
Yeah. So this is, I get this like Sharknado vibes where it's like hurricane season is jellyfish season, meaning you don't want to go in the water anyway. I wonder if when hurricanes happen, do they like pick up the jellyfish that's in the ocean and just whip them around at like 80 miles an hour and like people get smacked in the face with jellyfish? Jellyfishes?
Jellyfish NATO. Did you ever see the Sharknado movies?
Oh yeah, I love those movies. Those are great.
I never saw them, but it was a funny concept. I don't know, that'd be crazy.
Oh, so the first one's like it's so bad it's good. But the first one's like okay, and they get progressively worse but better as the movies go on. I think like Frankie Muniz is in like the fourth one, and there's it goes from Sharknado to Sharkacane, because they have it's a hurricane with a bunch of sharks in it, and they try to throw like a bomb in it, and it becomes like this flaming tornado with shark. It just became
yeah,
awesome.
They just leaned into it super hard.
Yeah. Yo,
So-
what the vibes?
Hey,
Oh, look
What's up,
at
everyone?
vibes.
I'll turn this light on.
there's a local.
I see
Yeah,
that Iron Man in the back. Very nice.
Yep. I still got 2 more waiting to be delivered, but it's delayed. It's still delayed. It still says label created. So I got 2 packages of 2. So one delivered, I don't know, within a week, super quick. And this other one still says it's delivering. And I'm like, I sent a support ticket to Funko, and they're like, oh, it could take up to like 8 to 10 like business days. I'm like, well, I'm contacting you because it's been 10 business days and I haven't heard anything yet. So I'm kind of just giving it till Monday. And then if I don't hear anything or I don't see anything updated, then I'll contact them again. But I'm mostly here because we're talking about Arizona, right? That and some other things too. You know, and those
what part of Arizona?
Scottsdale Cougars, they'll take you down while you're out on a hike. So you got to be careful, you know?
Okay. All right.
So
That's
Awesome.
Definitely in North Scottsdale for sure too.
yeah.
That's where they prowl. That's their mating grounds.
I want to
Yes,
know what's it drinking right there.
oh yeah, what you got?
Just
Not
water. Just water, unfortunately.
No, it's not.
Yesterday, pretty hard. If you look around my house, I actually cleaned up a little bit last night, but we had like an after party, so there was quite a bit of things around.
Nice. I haven't hosted a party in years. It's been a long
You're in
time.
a room.
Well, even like in the house, like there'll be weeks that they're gone. They're doing whatever. I don't know. I just haven't hosted a party in a while. Even when I had like the apartment last year, I just never hosted anything.
Yeah.
I'm waiting. I had a 30th birthday party at a hall. That was pretty fun. That was pretty dope.
Mm.
Took a bunch of
Randy,
acid.
I'm gonna jet out. A couple things. Okay.
Yeah, come back.
All right, bye,
later. I'll be
guys.
in for another 6.5 hours. Come
Yeah.
back later.
All right.
So-
Nice seeing you. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Oh, no one here but men. All right.
Yeah.
Let's start the misogyny. No, I'm joking. Vibes. Sell me on Arizona. Sell me on why you like it there.
Well, I mostly moved out of here because I was living in Northern California for the first 28-ish years of my life or whatever. It was just like way too expensive. I grew up in more like inland California, which is like different. But I lived in like the Bay Area for probably like a good 8 years or so before I moved out to Arizona. So went to school at like San Jose State, but then I worked in like San Francisco proper for a while, which got like ridiculously expensive. So I was just like, all right, I'm over this. I'm living in a house with like 4 other guys. We're all sharing like the same bathroom, and it just got like really annoying. I mean, it's awesome. It's a great place to visit, but I would not want to live in San Francisco. So if anyone's ever going to San Francisco and I'm going there, I'll definitely take you guys out on a tour and all that stuff. But mostly moved to Arizona because I got a job at Yelp at one point, and like there's headquarters in San Francisco, but I was like, all right, I'm done being here. I knew there was an office in Arizona, like Scottsdale, so I ended up moving out here and just put all the stuff in my car and just drove like 14 hours from Northern California all the way down to Scottsdale, and I've liked it ever since.
So what was your position at Yelp? What did you do there?
It was just basically like phone sales. So I was just calling up business owners all across the U.S., convincing them to buy ads on Yelp. You know, the little advertisements on the top and like on the app and stuff like that. We're like, hey, pay money to get, you know, kind of shown at the top. I would literally call anything and everything you can think of. I've called like real estate agents. I've called vet clinics. I've called like nail salons. I've called burger joints, like all kinds of stuff, like contractors, like trying to convince all these people to like basically sign up for online ads. And it depends. Like Yelp works very well for like the food industry, right? Because everyone's always looking up like what's the best burger spot, what's the best taco spot, you know, the sushi, whatever. Some stuff is a bit more niche. Like not everyone goes on Yelp to like look for a contractor to build a new deck, right? People, there's other platforms for that stuff, but I feel like people mostly use Yelp as a way to kind of confirm something, right? Like you find a business and you look like at a real estate agent and you're like, all right, let me look at their Yelp reviews, like kind of as a way to like, after you've already chosen to kind of confirm it. But
what would it cost? Like, I imagine it's different if you're like a food truck versus a contractor versus someone that's in construction, et cetera.
Well, the cost per click is different. So definitely, you know, if you're a lawyer or a contractor, like your cost per click is going to be significantly higher than someone's that's like has like a taco truck. It's hard to remember. I mean, this was a while ago. This was like 4 or 5 years ago when I last worked there. But like, yeah, the cost per click could be like, you know, like less than $1. I don't know, probably like 40, 50 cents, maybe a little bit less if you're just like a food truck. It depends on like whatever your category is that you signed up your business as. Because there's like different categories. There's like tacos or like food truck or whatever. But if you're listed as like a contractor or like a real estate agent, yeah, your cost per click is like much higher. Sometimes it can be like 20, 30, 40 bucks like per click because, you know, yeah. But the thing is, it's, you know, if you get, you know, if you're like a real estate agent and you actually get someone and they find you and they actually like do business, okay, that just paid for, I don't know, like almost a year worth of advertising, like right there in that one transaction versus taco truck. They need a lot of I mean, you get repeat business, so it kind of adds up, but it's hard to like realize those gains, right?
Paid, even if they sign up, do you only get paid if they get a bunch of clicks?
We get paid if they stay on. It was like a month thing, and there wasn't like a. I know other platforms like Angie's List and stuff like that. They have like a year-long contract. They have to like sign people up for. But Yelp was like kind of like month to month. It was almost like a day-to-day program, but we positioned it as like a month-to-month thing, so people could technically like turn it on, turn it off, like anytime they wanted. But yeah, if they just stayed on the program, I'm trying to remember the exact timeline. Like I said, it was a while ago, but that we would get paid out. We would just kind of get paid out what the projected amount was that they would get. So you would kind of, in a way, kind of get paid up front based on as long as they stayed with the program. If they didn't, then you would like owe the money back. But it just depends. So
gotcha. Have you ever seen Cobra Kai?
I have not. No. I mean, I've seen the original Karate Kid, but
yeah, everyone's seen that. So there's this one scene. I don't know if Well Wizard's seen it. There's this one scene where this guy Dimitri. He's like this big nerd and he leaves like a negative review on one of the gyms, like Yelp. He leaves a negative Yelp review. And someone's like, I'm going to beat the trash out of you unless you take down that review. And he's just like, well, if I take it down, it would affect my Yelp elite status. And he was like super serious about it. Is there a Yelp elite status? Like you're an elite reviewer?
Yeah, if you do, I don't remember exactly the criteria, but occasionally you would just see people that were like Yelp elites. I think it's just people that just did a bunch of reviews. I think that's kind of it. And whether they're like, I don't know if it has to do with like time and app versus how many like comments you get put up, and then versus ones because like Yelp also has like a program where they like will like remove reviews if it's like some fishy stuff. Like if you open up if you start a Yelp page and then you get 150 reviews in a day, like, all right, that's something weird going on. Like you just created the page and like they try to position it to like not solicitate reviews and just like let it happen organically. Because that's kind of the whole point of like Yelp is like, it's for people that are like on this like Yelp, like community thing. There's a lot of people that use it. That's kind of what you're kind of cater your audience or like your clients for. It's like, all right, if you're not happy with the people you have now, we have a whole, we have millions of people that use Yelp every day. The goal isn't to like start a page and get a bunch of reviews. Like the goal is to like start a page and get those people that are on Yelp to find your page. I actually like, I've actually kind of adopted like Yelp's, like they have like a little positioning statement or like a slogan. It just says like their goal is just to connect local people with, it's connect people with great local businesses. It's such an easy slogan. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. So I kind of did the same thing where it's like, I feel like at least with my channel for the most part, it's just like, connect people with their favorite collectibles or like their favorite NFTs or whatever it is. It's like people are looking for something. There's been quite a few times where I just like look at random stuff or like look at the market and people are like, oh wow, that's really cheap. I totally forgot that NFT. You know, because you guys ever go through like the marketplace? Like, when was the last time someone's talked about Oswald? Yeah. I totally forgot that NFT even existed. Like sometimes I'll go through the market, I'm like, holy shit, I totally forgot this. Or like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Like, when was the last time someone's like, so was it like you remember? But it's like, I don't think anyone said that name in like 6 months. You know, even though those things have been on the app forever. So sometimes it's just nice to kind of get a refresher. Like, oh yeah, I've been meaning to buy that. Oh shit, you know, it's 30 gems right now or 20 or whatever. Like, I'll go pick it up now because before I forget again for another 6 months. So
yeah, so it was so cool. I was Wet Wizard let me look at his wallet. And he has so many secret rare Thors. So many secret, you have a bunch of secret rare everything. Yeah, big on the app. What's some of the last things that you bought that are just like, oh yeah, I forgot about this?
One thing I keep forgetting to buy because I'm being greedy. I do really like the Necronomicon book because there's just a lot of just, you know, it's used in science fiction, it's used in horror, it's used in so many different genres. The whole like Necronomicon / Book of the Dead, like there's been like different iterations on it, but it all started with like the Necronomicon. I've been trying to buy that for a little while. I was being greedy. I saw it like below like 40 gems at one point. I'm like, oh, I'll just buy it because it's just a cool book. I just like Cthulhu and all that kind of stuff. But then it kind of pumped up to like 60 or 70 gems. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna let it cool down a bit. I kind of wait for things to get boring before I kind of go back in and buy it. I don't know. That's just my take. But the recent stuff I bought was I got the laser gun on the drop. I bought the Jurassic Park gates on the market.
Nice.
I actually do like the animated stamps, the Halloween ones. I think those will actually look pretty cool in the VeVeVerse if you like blow them up like really big and like your whole wall is just like an animated like bat or cat or something like that. Then of course X-Men and a bunch of other comics. So it's kind of what I've been doing recently.
I got the stamps because they were, I think it was like $32 for the whole set. You know, the Secret Rare was like $24. The Ultra Rare was like $3. I was like, this is dumb. What about you? What Wizard? Anything lately?
That I bought? I haven't really bought anything as of late, I don't think.
Outside of redeeming that epic poster.
What's up? Oh yeah, that was freaking sweet. That was for
free. Tell that story. We haven't had you tell the story yet.
Yeah, what's that?
Yeah, for sure. So when the Christian Louis Vuitton set came out, you know, there was the shoes and then there was the poster. And so the shoes, I ended up purchasing some shoes to get that shoe NFT. So actually, yeah, I guess I bought that. And then the poster, I was like, how the hell do you get this poster? So, because there was so little information on it. And basically, they said that you had to attend a launch event, like Christian Louis Vuitton / Marvel, like announcement event. So I was like, okay, well, the collaboration already launched. So how are these events taking place? And so I called like the corporate Louis Vuitton, was trying to dig and get as much information as I could. And then I was calling like the local ones because there's a Christian Louis Vuitton store out in Scottsdale. So I called them and I was just trying to get some information like, hey, when are these events and like where are they taking place? And I basically found that because there's multiple Christian Louis Vuitton boutique stores throughout the US. And I basically found that not all of them are getting it. There was only 4 in the United States that got the Marvel collab in their stores. So the girl was like, yeah, out of those 4 stores, then they would have had their own events. And basically it was for Christian Louis Vuitton VIPs. So basically you already had to be a customer of theirs and you in their mailing list, and then they would have sent you, hey, we're having this event, whatever, this launch event or whatever the case. So it was very freaking, basically I was like, damn, this shit's going to be super freaking rare because there's, you know, it's going to be extremely hard to get. But me and Randy and Tammy, we were out in New York for Comic-Con, and we were at the actual Saks Fifth Avenue, like the original Saks that's on Fifth Avenue. And they had a corner display of the Marvel collab with Christian Louis Vuitton, which was dope. And basically Randy's like, yo, let's go in there. I was like, oh yeah, cool, fuck it, let's check it out. That store is insane, by the way. The actual Fifth Avenue, it's insanely, it's
Was it
beautiful.
like 12 floors?
It was a lot of floors, yeah, at least like 8 floors, I think, maybe even more. It was freaking awesome. So we went over to the shoe section, and they had the whole like display and everything like that. And then Randy and Tammy were just kind of checking it out. And I chatted with the guy that was next to, that was kind of running the show. And I kind of presented myself in a sick way. I'm in sales, you know, so I know how to, you know, I know how to say what's up. But I was telling him, I was like, hey, like I saw this, you know, collaboration. You know, I'm actually in town for this collab, you know, that's going on with like Comic-Con and everything like that. There was some like digital code that they were giving away for the event. Do you happen to like know anything about that? And then he's like, yeah, like, let me go ahead and get the girl. She should know more about it. So she goes and gets the girl, and he tells her whatever he, you know, relays the message kind of. And then she comes up to me and she's like, oh, cool. Are you like here for like the Comic-Con type of thing? And I'm like, yeah, I'm here for that. And she's like, okay, cool. Like, yeah, I think I have like another like digital code. Let me go check. I was like, hell yeah. I was like, cool. Yeah, sounds good. And like in my body, I'm like, holy fucking shit. Like, this is fucking awesome. Like, I was like freaking out almost, but I kept my cool, whatever. And then she comes back and she hands me a code, like a digital code thing. And I'm like, oh, dang, like, thank you so much. I was like, hey, you know, my 2 friends are also here. You know, we're all here for the same thing. You know, is it okay? Randy and Tammy? I was like, hey, is it okay if they get a code? And then she's like, oh, did they purchase anything? And then I'm like, no, you know, they didn't. She's like, okay, then yeah, I can't do it. So she knew she was hooking me up. And like, you know, I wasn't going to push my luck. I asked once, but I wasn't going to push my luck. So she gave me one, and basically it was the poster. So that's how
that's awesome.
Louis Vuitton poster. I was like freaking out. It was so fucking badass.
That was just by luck, just by chance. Like we just happened to see it. It's like, oh, hey, cool, we have one there. And
then I think Randy saw that there's only been like 30 of those that have minted, and
they're super
non-existent anymore now. You know, that's kind of an old collab, somewhat.
Yeah. But it's weird. It's 2 months old. It's old now.
Yeah,
exactly. Well, you don't know until you ask, right? It's kind of the whole sales thing, right? You don't know until you ask.
Exactly.
Gotta ask for it.
So I got fucking lucky. It was so awesome.
I got a little jelly, and was that Wednesday or Thursday?
I'm not sure, but I do remember right after that we went and got some freaking Sprinkles ice cream.
Oh yeah, I needed that. I was like walking that whole day.
Yeah.
Because that was the day that there was the Israel and Palestine protests.
That was Sanjay's party. Yeah, and then that. So that was the day after. I think that was Thursday, Friday. Whatever.
I forget which day it was. Whatever day that was, and I was like, oh, okay. I just went to get some interviews. I know that was wild. That was
the party.
That was a which party?
Wasn't it I don't even remember.
I forget. It's all a blur. We drank way too much.
Yeah.
All a blur, but it was good times. Vibes, have you gone to the Disney Museum in San Francisco?
I have not. No. I might have to go next time. We'll see.
I want to do a bunch of stuff. Vibes, do you want to go to France or Dubai?
Yes, but it's just a matter of money.
Oh, okay.
Plus, it's also just like, I don't know, any like extra expendable income I have, I'm honestly like putting a majority of it in OMI for the most part. So that's me personally. Like, I've kind of debated. I remember talking to like some other people in the community, like what they would do if they got like David used 40 grand or whatever. Like, oh, like how would you negotiate that, or how would that play out? I'd be like, if I could, first off, I want 80% OMI. Like, I just want like put all of it directly into OMI if you can like move it that way. And then the rest is, I don't know. But
I'm curious. What was it? If you got that 40K, or if you got the number 1 Secret Rare Iron Man digital and you sold David 40K, how'd you split that up? Would like 20% of it go to like a vacation, the rest go to investments? Would you get, I don't know, what would you get?
Yeah, I mean, I'd definitely vacation. Yeah, I'd probably, yeah, I'd throw some to it, some towards investments. Yeah, I'd probably throw some towards investments. You know, basically, smart little things just to take care of whatever I needed to take care of, and then yeah, investments, and then vacation for sure. I'm in my mode, like I'm into enjoying life, because who fucking knows? Who knows if we're gonna, like, World War III is gonna happen and we're not gonna get the chance. So I'm kind of in a little right now.
It's true.
Kind of all split up, I like to do things for the right now. I like to do middle of the road, like middle term things, like middle investments, and then long road type of things. So I like to split it up. So yeah. Yeah, if World War III starts, I don't think we're gonna be worrying about how much fucking OMI we have.
Yeah.
I will be so heckin' salty if, like, as soon as my life's about to get really freaking good, World War III pops off. I will be so freaking salty. You have no idea.
The Great Reset. At that point, it's just because I work at one of the biggest, I think it's like the second biggest like financial firm, and people are like, what happens if your institution goes under, or blah blah. I'm like, at that point, I hope you're loading up on like canned food and guns, like, because that's the whole, like, if we're talking like Schwab or Fidelity or Vanguard or BlackRock like going under, or if like one of those institutions goes under, it's like at that point, like, the economy's collapsed and people are going to be scrambling for those kind of resources. So
yeah. You remember in Pirates of the Caribbean 2, Dead Man's Chest, where Jack is debating with himself, is like, okay, do you stab the heart and become, the captain of the Flying Dutchman, or do you use the heart to secure somebody's freedom or whatever? They hunt you down until you're the last pirate on Earth. And Jack says, Jack Sparrow, the last pirate. That was a nice ring to it. What if World War III were to happen? I would, as stupid as it sounds, I would go back in the Air Force just so that if I did survive, I could tell everyone that I was a World War III veteran. Like, it sounds like the most ridiculous plan that should never be contemplated, but if that happens and if I survive, I think that's just badass.
You'll get the cool hat.
I will. I'll get the
cool hat. Another reason to move to Arizona, because if World War III does kick off, what are probably going to be the first targets in the U.S.? All the coastal cities, right? And there's a lot of military presence in Arizona too. There's a lot of I think there's a bunch of Air Force bases and all kinds of stuff too, like all around here. A lot of military presence in Arizona. So,
and then you also have like the Wendigos. You have like the supernatural. Like, I forget who it was I was talking to. Oh, it was my friend Sabrina's dad, I think. He's a truck driver from Ohio, and he just, like, we were talking one day. I was like, where's like the weirdest place you've ever been? And he's like, well, this is the only time I ever got scared. It was in driving somewhere. I think it was in Arizona. It was through a one of the Indian reservations down there, and he just heard this like lady scream like, but then he remembered that somebody said, if you ever hear like a lady scream or someone whisper your name or whisper something, like, that's not a human, that's not a person, it's like a trap. And I don't know if it was like a human trafficking trap or if it was actually something supernatural. And I know this is getting like kind of a far away from World War III, but I feel like if they do invade, and we have the supernatural stuff with us. So I ate some candy mushrooms before, so I'm a little.
Yeah. I know bobcats can kind of mimic like screaming like women or like young children, like screaming sounds too. Not perfectly, but they can mimic it pretty close.
Yeah, that's probably true what Bill is saying. Yeah, that's I'm pretty sure AZ has a little bit of a water issue.
I see that in Vegas a lot, where Vegas is essentially a desert and there's a lot of water that everyone uses, and they just have to import it, and they're already importing, I think, a lot from California, and they already have a drought there, and it's just, I feel like now I understand why some of these companies, I think it was the president of Nestle saying that, trying to buy water rights and trying to say that, everyone shouldn't have access to free water, everyone should buy it. Because I feel like that person knows that water is going to be it might be a very scarce resource at some point. And currently, I think for the desalination, it's too expensive. Like there's desalination machines, but in order to convert that, from salt water into drinking water, the cost is too high. Like it's much cheaper to ship it in from elsewhere. And if that cost doesn't come down in a dramatic way, and it kind of keeps going the way we're going, water could be very, very scarce. Could be wild.
It is a very, I mean, it's the main resource, in terms of life. So,
reminder to everyone to hydrate.
Yeah, I'm drinking water.
Drinking a Monster because I'm a degenerate.
It's
the worst thing. Yeah, I do think it's like the next big technological leap that if humans can overcome is like desalinization. Because I used to watch a lot of Star Trek, and I still do in some sense. But like one of the biggest things that like really catapulted like human civilization and technology and everything like that. Like the two big things was like warp speed, that you could fly faster than light and go super far and all that stuff. And also too was like the replicator, like the fact that you can replicate anything, or you can like rearrange atoms and molecules to make whatever you want, or synthesize food or whatever it is. After that, it's like, all right, now there's no reason to fight over resources. Like if you want gold, we can just make it. We can make food, we can make water, we can just make stuff. So it's like a lot of the reasons, especially any wars over resources themselves, like that kind of just died out. At least that's like kind of like the the perfect world that kind of Star Trek kind of did. But it's like, yeah, if we can find a way to like desalinate water, we can give free water, or purify it in a way where it's like we can give it to people all across the world. Like, yeah, that's a huge deal.
Mr. Beast is doing something in Africa where he wants to create like 100 like super wells.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, and I don't know how many he's done so far, but that was like one of my plans back in the, like, if I were to make like a bunch of money, I'd get the blueprints from where Bill Gates sent all of the like the vaccines to all these places in Africa. Okay, well, these people are gonna be vaccinated. Now if I could bring them wells, get them clean water, and then like, Elon Musk sends a bunch of solar panels, they have energy. Figured you can get like tens of millions of people that are like struggling for food. Now suddenly you're tapping into their brain power, and now they're focusing on like science and tech, and then you can get these, I don't know, I feel like that would give rise to like a couple more geniuses. And if like one or two of them are just like super good for humanity, that just benefits like everyone. Yeah, you missed the talk about Cobra Kai.
I think Cardano is doing something like that. I know they have a big, I mean, not in terms of like exactly what you're doing, but I think they're really investing. Yeah, he knows what's up. He shares the first.
Yeah, he's done some very. So I don't want to seem like I'm a big Bill Gates supporter. Obviously, sometimes he has good intentions, but then other times he's like, oh, let me give the people in South Africa malaria nets, so they could ward against mosquitoes. But then they use the malaria nets for fishing. It decimates the ecosystem, and the World Health Organization has to tell Bill Gates to back the F up because he's effing up everything. So I understand. I'm not like a huge Bill Gates like super fan or anything. I understand it. Sorry, go ahead. No.
But yeah, I think Cardano is really kind of investing into that, to where they're going into, I mean, at least they were. I know I was looking when I was like actively holding their project and stuff like that. I know they were like looking to expand into Africa, and they were creating like training programs for people in certain areas, so they can kind of teach them about like crypto and those types of technologies and stuff like that, so they can have like create like kind of pioneers in different areas that are currently not really doesn't exist. Yeah. So yeah, I think cool programs like that, like across the world, is awesome. Crypto does a big part of that, where they can teach people how to basically work within crypto and could change a whole nation, based on certain people bringing money into there.
Yeah, Cardano has, I think, probably the biggest community, like on like Twitter, and like just they're super loud. They're super. Everyone really likes them, or most people like them.
That's a good, for sure.
I think there was some guy, I forget his name. He did like he was scraping all the data from everywhere. I was like, listen, Cardano's got the biggest community, but the second biggest community of like the top 20 that's not even in the top 20 is OMI. And I was like, oh, let's go.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he's he did like the top 20 or 50.
Who did that?
Cryptos to see who had the biggest community, and he said Cardano by far is the biggest, and it said the second one that's not even in the top 50 like is OMI. And I was like, yo, let's go.
Well, XRP, I'm guessing is pretty big.
Yeah.
You said top 50?
I think it was the top 20 cryptos of the data that he scraped, or the top communities that are in the top 20. And then I guess he found the irregularities with the and this is on Twitter. This is just on X. It's not like that's okay, here's Discord, here's Reddit. This is just specifically to X.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what it is. I don't know what the list was. Like number 3 probably would have been XRP, and then Ethereum, like whatever it is. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting.
Well, I mean,
I forget who it was.
New York Comic Con was freaking sweet. I mean, there's quite a bit of people that were there. I think XRP actually had an event too around New York around that same time.
Yeah, they did like a week prior.
And yeah, so that's sick. It's cool. Yeah, OMI has a huge community, which is great.
Yeah, I think XRP. I think J-Kill XRP, like the dude's name, like he was at the XRP party like a week prior. His wife, Mrs. J-Kill XRP, was also there, and apparently it was epic. Like it was on par with what the VeVe party did. Like that's how huge it was.
Yeah, I met them both at the party. They're both really cool. At first they were like I thought they were taking pictures. So like they uploaded their video of us, like of them like at the party saying hi to everyone, and I'm just like awkwardly like smiling like at the video. I thought they were taking a picture, so I'm like awkwardly smiling, and they're like trying to interact with me, and I'm like, is this a picture or video? They didn't tell me, so I just look like an idiot. But you know, it is what it is.
What
at least
video?
I didn't do. It's just a video they uploaded of like just them at the party. JKL XRP, like the video that they did together. And they're just recording them hanging out with random people. But I'm like looking at the camera like an idiot because I thought it was a picture and not a recording. At least I didn't make a fool of myself doing karaoke, Wet Wizard, right? At least I didn't do that. So thank God there wasn't karaoke. Dude, I was obliterated. Like
wait, y'all did karaoke one night?
No, I'm talking about DCon the previous year.
In the UK?
No, at the go ahead.
That was the night where you fell on stage.
Oh, where Fan Bam pushed me?
Dude, that was the funniest fucking thing of all time. That video is hilarious. I
don't know how I didn't break my nose. Like I clearly fell face first.
You have 2 drinks in your hand, and I think you just
and I didn't spill the drinks. That was
you because when you fall, you have some like put your hands down or something, but you had 2 drinks in your hand and you couldn't. You just literally face planted. On this, the fact that somebody got that recorded was freaking fun. But it was that night. Vibes.
Yeah, it was the same night. I requested I'm in Love with a Stripper by T-Pain and whoever else. That's what I requested. And they didn't bring me up on stage till like 2.5 hours later. And by then I already had an insane amount of drinks. And like I could not read like the teleprompter clearly, and I was like reading every other word. I was like stumbling and all that stuff. And then the only person at the very end that was like clapping or rooting me on was Wet Wizard, like literally right in the front with a table, like yeah, like all right, go Vibes. I was just like, dude, thank you. I don't know. I just like walked off after that, but yeah, definitely made a fool of myself. But it was fun though. I don't know.
Had a karaoke experience, so I know what it is to have like a road dog right there. Like that means everything right there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had the same experience where like I performed. I did karaoke. It's like the one true time I did karaoke, and it was packed there. It was probably like 200 plus people, if not more. And yeah, basically it was dead silence when I finished, and I had my boy right next to me, and he was just like, yeah, and I was like, fuck yeah, like
yeah.
It would have been not as cool if like I didn't have one person cheering me on. So I was like, I knew what it was. I was like, hell yeah. I was surprised you actually did it. You told me like towards the beginning of it, you're like, oh, I'm in Love with a Stripper. I was like, no, you're not. I was like, all right, well, if you do it, cool. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, 2 hours later, you're actually getting called on. And I was like, no way, you're actually going to do it? Hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, by that point, like a lot of people were actually cleared out of the karaoke room. It was like kind of towards the end of the night. But I mean, I was already feeling it pretty good by the time I request the song, and they didn't like, I guess there was such a queue of people just like waiting to sing that, like, for me, it was like 2 hours later, and I'm like, I am beyond gone. But I don't know. Was just boys being bros, you know, up front.
I got mine out of the way early. Me and Taps doing the make a man out of you.
That's your guys.
That was a good one. I was there for that one. That was really good.
Speaking of Taps, you should hit him up. Tell him to come on.
Oh yeah, I should. Let me give me a sec. Hang on. Let me find my boy.
I think he was at the party, right? That's why he couldn't go to New York while he was thinking about it.
What? Oh yeah, he was supposed to come to New York, but he had a bachelor party to go to. I was like, damn. And it was in what's that popular place in Tennessee? It was
Nashville.
Yeah, Nashville.
That's the number one destination in the United States for bachelorette parties.
I bet.
Arizona is number 2.
Yep.
So many bachelorette parties over here.
Just come to Arizona, Randy. It's great. If you want to go to it's like a 1 hour flight to Vegas. It's like an hour and a half flight to like SoCal. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of there's like music festivals here and stuff too. You can go. River rafting. You can do a bunch of stuff here.
I would totally do something like that. I would totally go, and I don't want to. I want to so bad. I really should wait for Omi to go up first.
We gotta hit Pirates too. I have his WhatsApp. I think I still have it.
NFT Pirates.
Hey, Michael was cool. I met him at New York Comic Con too. What's up?
Yeah, he's a cool dude.
Yeah, hell yeah, it's awesome.
He's a cool
awesome
guy. So let me go and let's see if we can get Mike Campo up here. Send him a StreamYard link as well.
Yeah, right. Whoever just said that, let me see that comment. We need a 30-minute breakdown of Taps doing Omi for sure.
Yeah, we could do that. Oh, I'd love that. We haven't had a video from him in a while. He's supposed to come back. Like, he was supposed to come back, but he was planning a wedding and he got married, bachelor party. So he should be coming. Like, he's running out of excuses.
This is this is his moment to step back into the game.
Yeah.
Give us a little teaser.
Yeah.
The mighty.
I'd love that. We need to get him on. I need to think about my Omi holdings. Yeah. We got some people that have a good amount of Grumpy Cat. Good times. Have y'all gotten the Grumpy Cat? Have y'all seen what that is?
I mean, I've heard of you talk about it. I haven't really gotten into it or anything like that. I mean, I have been, now that I have like an okay amount in Omi, nothing crazy, but it's like I do want to invest in some like other coins or some other stuff. I know there's been a lot of talk recently about Omi, and it's like dipping because of David's interview and this and that, and there doesn't seem to be any immediate plans with like OUP, with like VeVeVerse or MCP and a lot of that stuff. So, but it doesn't hurt to put $50, $100 in a random coin and thinking like, all right, cool, like this thing is. Put $50 in it, and if it does 100x, cool. And if not, then whatever, right?
Yeah, it started out with a meme coin, and that guy Pro the Doge, the Dogecoin millionaire. He had like he had bought like I think $10,000 or $20,000 worth of it, and it went up originally to like a $30 million market cap. As it came back down, because you have the up and then the other swing back down. I put in like $7,000 at a $7 million market cap. It's down to like 2.5, 3 million right now. So I put a little bit more in the other day because now it's gotten like not only does it have like a bunch of cool exchanges, but it also has a comic book that's coming out that they have an interesting writer that just came on, and then they have outside of the comic book they have a charity arm, and then they have something else that's going to come out that you're going to be able to earn and burn the Grumpy Cat coin. So I'm pretty pumped for that. I'm pretty pumped for what is to come. I don't know who has that fall video. I think Fam Bam has it.
She's I forgot her name, but she's from she lives in London. She was at New York too. Her and her boyfriend.
Claire?
They were on their Comic Con. I forget, it's slipping what her name is. They're both awesome. They're so cool.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I met them too. They're really cool. But
I'd have to go to X and like look for her profile. But if you could probably put on X like Randy Chavez Fall. I think I did that once. Like,
Okay, all right. So we're gonna go Randy Chavez Fall. No results for Randy Chavez Fall. Randy Chavez Decon. Oh, I put Devon. Okay, hold on. Decon. Maybe that'll. Okay. All right. If I put in Randy Chavez Decon, there's just a bunch of posts about Randy Chavez. There's not. Okay, I know. Maybe if I go to Fam Bam's profiles, I know she has it on there.
Oh, that's gonna be a lot of.
I won't scroll, but I could search, and if I search the word fall, maybe that will help.
Hey, there you go.
It is not showing up with fall.
I just saw it somewhat recently. I don't know why. Like, it just made me. I just looked at it. It was just so funny.
Well, there's nothing Randy Chavez, but maybe Randy. I put in Randy. There's just a bunch of pictures with. All right. Well, we'll find it at some point. Someone tag me in it on the Twitter, and then when you do tag me in it, that is when I'll show it. So we'll put that on somebody else to find.
Yeah, that's a good one. Well, that was fun, man. Yeah, TV parties are always sick. Like, they're always awesome.
Oh, so what's missing?
Pretty wild.
You guys have been...
My bad.
Oh, so you guys have been to a bunch of events. What's missing from these events? What are some things that you'd like to see that we haven't had yet?
That's tough. You got anything?
Yeah, I mean, I would say something. So, like, I would think one thing that I would say is just something that would captivate, like, the entire conference. Like, something that's like, wow, like eye-catching in a way. Like, somebody that's walking by sees that and they're like, oh crap, I have to go check it out. Because for the most part, with the New York, with the Comic Cons, you know, they're right there positioned by Marvel, which is great. You're going to get a lot of foot traffic. It's just going to be busy because of its location and it's right there with Marvel. But if you had something that was like next level revolutionary looking, or some type of thing that was very interactive that people could interact with, like if they could interact with the NFTs and stuff like that, like just something where they could get the conversation going, like, oh, you have to check that out. Have you gone to the Marvel booth? There's this cool thing where you can do this or whatever. I don't know, something like that, I would say, in terms of like the conference presentation.
Mm-hmm. I definitely think VeVe was in a kind of a golden handcuffs situation being at the Marvel booth. It's like they can only talk about Marvel. They can't talk about DC or Star Wars or Disney or anything else. They can't talk about any other big IPs that they have. It's funny because remember when Alex G was doing a little presentation, they were talking about it. They're like, oh, we have a bunch of stuff. We have Marvel and more. Like they can't say anything. They could just say like and more, and that's it. Like they can't say we have Cartoon Network. They can't say like all the other stuff. I'm really hoping like next DCon or like next event they go to or something like that, they just bring their own booth. So it's just they can just present anything. I'm sure they'll have to work with licensors of what they can and can't show right at their own booth kind of thing. But the fact that it's like if they have a booth and one side is RoboCop, the other side is the DeLorean, and then we have X-Men and then Star Wars, like all this stuff. People are like, whoa, what are all these big IPs over here? And they walk over and then there's a bunch of nerds like us just like hanging out doing AR photos everywhere, and they're doing giveaways, and they can, it's so much, I feel like it's so much better when I enjoy DCon a lot more. I mean, I like, don't get me wrong, I like Comic-Con and just being there with everyone else, but it seemed like it was definitely like Marvel focus, and plus the internet was god awful there, so you couldn't do anything AR. I was helping some people like onboard like outside. I was trying to find people dressed up as like Spider-Man or Spider-Gwen or whatever, and taking like an AR picture with them. I would pretend like, oh, can I just get a picture? And I would take a picture, but I actually put the AR collectible there next to them, and I would show them like, oh, that's cool. What is that? I'm like, oh, it's like VeVe, and I would send them the picture to like, I would just text it to them with like a link to just VeVe, or I'd just say, hey, check out the VeVe app or whatever. And I would delete their number afterwards, so they don't feel weird that like I still have their number and stuff like that. But and I think like the next big thing like VeVe could do is just like if there was like a QR code that like every person had, you know, when you create an account, you have a QR code and you could share with other people. And if they log on, buy a certain amount of money, you can get some sort of kickback either in gems or you get like airdropped a collectible. Maybe the collectible is not tradable. So it's not like you could just sign yourself up with a bunch of phones and like get rewards and stuff like that. But it's just one of those things. Well, they have to like be KYC. They have to spend at least, you know, $50, whatever it is. But I think even if you get airdrop collectibles that can't be tradable in the market, just being able to show those off like in your vault or when we do have the VeVeVerse, like, oh man, this guy has the collectible that you can only get with 100 referrals. Like that's a pretty big deal. And you can't trade it, but it's just there, right? That I think it would encourage people way more often to like onboard them. Everything's with like a QR code, all that stuff. So, like I said, it's a gold handcuff situation because they're at the Marvel booth, but they can't talk about anything else, and they can't present all these other cool aspects of it. Because a lot of people are like, yeah, I like Marvel, but like, I'm not a huge Spider-Man fan. I'm like, well, we have other Marvel stuff, or we have Batman and this and that, and that's kind of like my take on it. It's hard at the Marvel booth, but if they do something like Decon where there is no like actual license they have to like abide by, and they can kind of just let loose, I think that's what I'm most excited about.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good point. Having all that. I have the video. I'll show you real quick. Hopefully it.
Oh, you, Paul.
Okay, hold on. I didn't get all of that.
You have to put it up so we can see you actually fall. Yeah, like how you land.
I gotta do that again. Hold on.
Oh my god. FA Fall. There it is right there. Fall Guys. That's how it all started.
And you see Bab like push me. Like, you see her hand over on my shoulder, and then but yeah, it's like I don't know how I didn't break like my nose. It's just all right there.
That is the exact stage that VeVe blessed with I'm in Love with the Stripper. Just moments.
I christened it with that song.
That's the holy stage.
It is a holy place now. Many people visit there to witness that stage, right, and leave offerings on that same day every year.
We didn't have karaoke this year, but there was some people were like just kind of singing a little bit at Sanjay's party. I guess I was singing Teenage Dirtbag, just like going around singing. And then Fanny trapped me in the bathroom and threw soapy water on me because she didn't like that song. That was funny.
Sounds called for.
I like your referral codes idea. I think that is going to get so many people, especially big YouTubers. Like, so there's one, I won't dox him or say what his name is. He's got at least 100 million more OMI than I do. And he's got
Foster.
No, he doesn't have that.
Foster.
So this guy he's foreign. He's not in the US. He's I won't dox, but he's got maybe between YouTube and Twitter, not including TikTok, but between YouTube and Twitter or X, has like 20 something million followers / subscribers, and is ready to go do videos. But it's like I want to wait until either the VeVeVerse comes out, or I want to wait until they have referral codes. Because if he starts going and talking about this, one, there's going to be like tens of thousands of people going in, and doesn't want to do that. Like if they say like, hey, if this person spends 100 gems or $100, whatever, and they spend it, then you go and you get 5% or whatever. I mean, dude's going to make millions off of it.
They should, that for sure. Referral codes is a great idea.
Yeah. Even if they don't tie it to like, I would do it even if there wasn't any. You got that. I remember seeing Foster hand those out.
Shout out.
Those are cool.
Dude, this is so fucking awesome.
What min number do you get?
I got 48.
Nice.
So I was 2 away because I think he minted 50 of them. So
I think like, got the 41.
One of the last two.
I don't. It's somewhere. Yeah. I don't know where it is right now.
And I think he gave like 1 through 5 to like, David and Dan and the other people actually working on that stuff, obviously. But yeah, I think for me, like even the referral codes, even if it wasn't mine, it might get a little hairy if they start actually paying out gems for like referrals and all that stuff. But even if they just gave you like MCP point bonuses or something like that. Or maybe you get a cool portrait on your profile, right? Like if someone looks at your profile, you get a cool portrait or something like that for referrals. Or like I said, like every 10 referrals, at the 10 referral mark, you get airdropped a collectible. It's non-tradable, but at least you own it. You could show it off. And then at the 100 referral mark, just something like that, where it's like, it doesn't cost VeVe any money, at least like giving out money, right? But at least just things that make you stand out from other people. It's like, all right, I'm a referral or like an ambassador or whoever, like someone that is actually showing VeVe off. Yeah, like a badge or just something like that. I think that would be cool.
And then if you reach a certain tier, like VeVe could send you like little packages, like T-shirts and a shirt and or something, or maybe they'll even hop on a little call for like, I don't know, 5-10 minutes or whatever, or just send you like a thank you like video. It's like David just talking, hey, just wanted to thank you VeVe Vibes for bringing us on. I don't know, just little things like that. A long way.
Yeah, and those are the same people you would want to talk to about like, hey, clearly you guys are having a lot of success onboarding like new users. Like, what could we do to make this experience easier? Or like, is there any other tools we could provide you guys to onboard people or to incentivize them to actually like put money into the app? In my personal opinion, whenever someone creates a VeVe account, they should be given a comic and a collectible that are non-sellable, right? They're just like a generic comic and a generic collectible. Maybe it's like a VeVe comic. You can't sell it. It's just there, but at least you can play with it. And then like a VeVe, whatever, everyone gets one for free, but at least you could play with it in AR. You can look at the comic, you can look at the collectible. It's not tradable, but it's just like attached to your account. And one is just minted every single time a new account is created. So at least they can get a feel for like, oh, this is how AR works. Okay, this is kind of cool. And oh, wait, I could do the same thing, but with the T-Rex or whatever. Like, okay, that's kind of cool.
They do that in the military where if you have like, as soon as you join, you automatically get like 2 ribbons. You get like the Global War on Terror ribbon, and you get some other ribbon. I forget what it is. Like as soon as you leave basic. So when you have your dress blues on, you at least have 2 ribbons there, and you don't look like a schmuck. So yeah, I think that'd be cool if like you said, automatically getting like on MySpace, you automatically became friends with Tom. Like you automatically had that one thing going.
Yeah. Is VeVe going to DCon this year? Have they announced that? They're not.
No. Alex had mentioned that I think in a space. I'm not sure he said why, but if on, just kind of guessing here, if they're going to France and then unofficially going to Dubai, I think they're making their way towards Asia. And again, DCon is great, and it's a lot of fun, but you don't really see a ton of uptick in new users from it. Like for New York Comic Con, there's like 450 users that got onboarded that weekend. And you just don't see that from DCon. So if you want to go like to somewhere that's worth it, where it's going to be in the long run, Asia is probably going to be your best bet.
It's for the community more so. There's not any new users that get onboarded from that.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Asia, that one thing that boggled my mind is I watched the interview with you, David, Jordan Ritz, like all that whole group, right? Interviewing David, when he was talking about like there's already like NFT companies out there in Asia already selling a bunch of these, what they call them, like registered tokens, or like NFRs, like non-fungible like registrations or registered or whatever. He said like they're doing like $1 billion a day in like revenue. Didn't he say something like that, or was it? I'm like, dude, that is insane. Like maybe he's nowhere close to that, but yeah, we have way more IPs, way more stuff. So it's like,
and you kind of didn't answer my question when I was like, oh, hey, VeVe hasn't officially announced this partnership, but you posted it on your Instagram where you happen to sign this deal with Alibaba. They're Asia's version of Amazon, and they have the AWS type networks, but they also have Alipay, which a lot of companies can use to onboard fiat and crypto payments. When are we going to see what we can do with Alibaba? He's like, well, we have to do X, Y, and Z, and it might take several months, but this has been in the works for at least a year, if not longer.
So one thing that I think is interesting as well with, and I don't know, this is kind of going to get into like the deeper part of the licensing and stuff like this. But I believe there are different licenses, and you have, so like, let's say, Disney or Marvel or whatever the case. So they obviously have the license for United States, but I'm not fully sure if that encompasses globally. Like if they also, with having them licensed, they also can enter the Asian market through that license. I think particular license, you have to have it has to be outlined what region you can actually utilize. Because I remember I talked to, I won't say specifically the person, but I talked to a member of the team. I don't know, this was like 2 decons ago. And we were talking about Cartoon Network and how the season 1 Powerpuff Girls is China exclusive, and like why they really haven't done anything before. And he was mentioning that at that particular time, which was very early in the app, obviously, the Cartoon Network only gave them the license for their Chinese type of IP. So specific, like they couldn't do it for the US at that point in time. It was specifically, they like, okay, yeah, we'll work with you, but it'll be China that you can market towards. And there was something like that within that very early on within the apps. I'm wondering if all this IP that we have can also translate to being released in USA, or if it's going to be like, you know, Marvel, they do a drop, the next Iron Man drop or whatever. And let's say China is open, that area is open within VeVe. But if it's going to be a USA only drop and they can't really access it, I don't know. I think that's a question. Probably going to be for licensor. I don't know.
Because after the drop, people could buy it in the market, right? Like people in the US or everywhere else. So that kind of makes it interesting. Where like maybe the drop is exclusive to China, or vice versa. Like if there's a drop in the US, okay, people in the Southeastern Asian market could then just buy it in the secondary. Okay, they can't play the drop, but they could just buy it in the secondary. So yeah, it's kind of interesting how that's all gonna play out. I think it's kind of like the bet. Yeah, it's kind of like the best and worst thing about VeVe right now. It's like they're trying to do like 37 different things at once, but like once a lot of those things like line up, it's just like, man, what's going to happen? But it's just, it sounds like they're just trying to balance a lot of plates right now and waiting on like a lot of regulation and this to fall off and this to start and all that. So, I mean, no one really knows the whole picture of what's going on, right? Except for the people like on the team. But yeah, just got to be patient. I've never been concerned about time. People always forget about timelines and stuff. I never really care. I'm like, as long as they do it at some point, or at least it's similar to what they initially brought up, like I'm not too upset. Like I'm not too afraid about timelines. It's like, all right, VeVeVerse is coming out. Is it going to be exactly what we expected? Like, no, okay, whatever. Or like these IPs or this thing, like, okay, whatever. So I've never been too concerned about timelines. Like as long as it's going to happen eventually, or that they're still talking about it, or okay, this happened because of this regulation or this law that came up, or this thing happened internationally with crypto. Okay, now they have to readjust. But other than that, like I've never really cared too much about timelines. Like I'm just buying stuff because it's like first on the blockchain. That's kind of like my thing. And I do think digital collecting like is the future. That's kind of my whole point about it.
Yeah, I'm so curious. I don't even care when. I just want to know what's coming. Like, obviously, we have Ron English's Delusionville that was announced, and there's no timeline on it, but we know that if you happen to have, I don't know if it's the secret rare or if it's the set that you need, but it says if you have the Mogul Grin, you know, whichever one that is, you will get something special in the VeVeVerse. Well, what is it? Is it a extra collectible? Is it something for your showroom? And okay, well, this is the first thing that they announced, and it seems like a lot of people really just kind of glossed over it. What other IP branded worlds are we getting? And I'm so excited.
I know the answer to one of those actually. So I had spoken to members of the team and got confirmation. And another one that's guaranteed to come, I talked to the team about it.
And we're going to keep that secret, right?
No, well, it's just something different.
Okay.
This is guaranteed. I talked to the team. They said, yeah, 100% that's coming. There's going to be a Wet Wizard water park coming to the VeVeVerse.
It's happening.
Let's
go.
Water park. Bring your towels. Bring everybody. It's going to be a awesome time.
I would totally go.
It is confirmed.
I would love to see. I would love to play with the mechanics, like on the physics. Are the physics in the VeVeVerse? Are they like if there's a hill, can we take like a giant roll of cheese and roll it down the hill, and how will the physics affect that? If we launch someone from a slide or on a cannon, how are they gonna go and react?
Oh, so I do have a little bit of some. So like I mentioned, I talked to the Cavernous guy.
Yeah.
At New York Comic Con, and he was at the booth where they had the like AR or VR like headset thing, and I saw he had the Cavernous hat, and I was like, oh shit, hell yeah, like, and I went and chatted with him because I know Cavernous is the people that are building the VeVeVerse. So I was chatting with him, and he's working on the actual project and everything like that. I forgot how high up he was, but he definitely knew his shit. And I asked him about, because I have bought in quite a bit of aircrafts and stuff like that, and then, you know, the cars and stuff. So I asked him, I was like, hey, you know, within the technology that you guys are creating within the VeVeVerse, would like airplane NFTs or, you know, car NFTs, whatever, would they have the ability to fly around or drive around within the VeVeVerse and within the metaverse? And he said, yeah. He's like, absolutely. Like, the technology definitely can support that. That's no problem at all. Basically, it's like limitless. But the one thing he did say, and it was in scope of VeVeVerse, he's like, the only thing that would prohibit that would be the licensors. So it's incumbent upon the licensors, if they want to allow their NFTs to do that thing. So like, if they want to allow the airplanes to fly around in the VeVeVerse, it's basically the technology can support that. He said very easily. It's just if the licensors want their NFTs to do that. That was a very.
That sounds amazing. I don't know why, if let's say, what are the aircraft that we have? Okay, the James Bond.
The fighter, baby, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to think why MGM wouldn't want their baby, like, that's free advertising. Oh, what is that? You can fly in this game? Like, and then all you have to do is get this. I feel like that would be, and it's not like they're like, you know, DC in the first couple seasons where they're not getting any of the resales on the secondary market. They have that 6% licensor fee. So it should incentivize them to go, even if they're not making money on the drop on the store and they just buy a secondary market, they're still at least making some from it. And they don't have to do any marketing or advertising. That's just giving the okay and letting other people do that for them. I think that'd be dope. Same thing with the flying DeLorean.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping the VeVeVerse would just be just give us a lot of tools. Like, I played a lot of games where you could like customize your own worlds. I haven't played like Minecraft or anything like that, but I did play like Halo 3 like Forge, where you could like make your own maps, your own modes. I did play like Gary's Mod. I did play other games where you could like customize your own world. And people just like, you know, Bethesda and other companies do this a lot too, where they allow their community to like make mods for the game and stuff like that. They're like, you know, why would we hire hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of developers to come up with new game modes when you could just outsource the creativity to like your whole community and they could just come up with their own game modes and their own things, right? So that's kind of my thing. Like, I just hope there's just like, if you could just place a pad there that like anything that touches that pad gets launched forward 140 miles per hour. How many games could you come up with that? Like, okay, you can play dodgeball, now you can race, now you can do all kinds of stuff with just that alone. Like, just drop random collectibles, you know, just put people in a small room and you're just throwing collectibles at them. They have to dodge it, and the last person alive wins. Like, just something simple like that, where it's just like collectible dodgeball. And some collectibles are really small, some of them are huge, and they take up the whole thing. Like, I think that kind of stuff would be a lot of fun.
I think what was it? Put that in the private. You put that in the private chat, not the comments.
I didn't see.
I saw that.
Breaking. Wet Wizard Water Park confirmed for VeVeVerse.
There it is. Breaking news.
Have you seen the Feesh on TikTok? Where it's a fish from SpongeBob. Where it's like breaking news, and then it just goes like, there is slime in New York City now. Like, there's like, just go on TikTok, Google green slime New York City. I saw it from the fish, like, breaking news. There's green slime that's oozing out from the sewers. I was like, no freaking way. Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
What are water kangaroos?
That was just a joke.
Oh.
He was like, yeah, Jordan Rissa said he was going swimming. I'm like, oh, watch out for water kangaroos, because he's talking about how ripped they are. This will beat you up.
Dude, those are funny. The video of like the guy punching the kangaroo.
Oh, because he's holding his dog? Yeah.
Yeah. There's actually two of them that came out. There was a recent one, now more recent. There was in the water, and the kangaroo was trying to drown his dog. And then I think the kangaroo actually like swiped at the guy. Like, it wasn't as heroic as the other one, where he
wow.
And the kangaroo was like stunned.
There's two videos I saw recently. One was where it was two kangaroos fighting, and I guess they were near like like a construction yard. I don't know if it was like a real like male fight or they were like brothers and they were just play fighting. But they're just like they're fighting, and it's on this construction site, and I guess there's like this wall that was just built or put in, or a fence, some type of thing, and one kangaroo punches the other, and it falls through like the fencing, and the kangaroo's like, oh, and they both run away. It's like when two brothers are fighting and they break something of their moms, and like
didn't want to tumble over, and like who knows what happened. He could have like fell. I saw one, like the kangaroo pushes him through like this like weak metal fence, and then he just falls.
Oh, that might have been a different.
I've seen that.
It might have been different. I saw this one video where this deer on the road, and there's a car that's coming towards it, but the car's slowing down as it, like, you know, it's not going to hit the deer. And then the deer just yeets itself off the bridge, and it was a long way down. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
They say that happens a lot, like
man.
deer just jumping off bridges.
Could you imagine if you were on the underside of that bridge? I don't know if it was another highway underneath, or there was like water and you were fishing. Could you imagine just like a deer like, oh my god,
a fucking just getting slammed by a deer that jumped off a bridge?
That would be the most embarrassing way to die.
Death by deer. Like, did it at least have antlers? Like, no, it had gravity. That's what it just annihilated me. Like, I don't know.
Oh, that'd be horrible. The other one I wanted to tell is there was this guy that he's on a boat, and so he's like a relatively young guy, and you know, he brought his dog, so he's on this boat, but it's already docked. I guess he's either going to somewhere or he's coming back from somewhere, but the boat is docked, it's tied, and the dog is at the dock as well. You know, here's the dock. There's some feet of water, and then here's the boat, but the dog can go around on this way, can get to the boat whenever he wants to. The dog's just exploring. And then the dog's like looking at something. He's at the edge, and a croc comes in, or an alligator, whatever, gets the dog by the nose and pulls him in. And the guy's just like, he has like a fishing pole or whatever, and he's like trying to swipe at the alligator or croc. And it wasn't like a huge 12-foot thing and that snapped the dog's neck and like he's gone. It's just, you couldn't tell where the dog was for like 4 or 5 seconds. And the fact that he didn't like go in and try to help this dog, because the croc was maybe, I don't know, 4 feet. Like it wasn't like a huge monster. Mm-hmm. Eventually you see the dog like come up for air, and he's confused, and he's doggy paddling. But the fact that the dude didn't like just jump in and rescue like his buddy, like I was like, he's familiar enough with this dog that the dog is going with him on this fishing trip wherever he's going. I don't know, it just made me super salty.
I don't know, that's rough, bro. I don't know if I'd jump into crocodile water either. I'll be honest.
If I fished and this is why I would never go to Florida. Like I would never live in Florida. There's like reptiles there. There's like I don't want to move anywhere. There's like natural disaster season. Like, oh, it's hurricane season. Let's get our asses kicked for the next few months. And that's it. Like I don't know how you not bring a gun with you. Like if you're going to be in a place where there's like wildlife that could potentially kill you, or at least like an animal. Like I already know people like Nevada, even around here, occasionally, like when they go hiking, like technically there is wild animals. Like they're very, very scarce, but you just never know. Right, like if you're gonna go hiking like way out, like I would say in like Phoenix proper, like there's no real like big wild animals that are gonna like take you on or anything like that. But if you go like really far out and you're like actually by yourself, or if you're fishing with croc infested waters, like why don't you have a gun on you to defend yourself? Or if you're bringing your little dog with you, I just don't get it personally.
Beer gun or something.
But a fishing pole.
Yeah, I don't know. Taking on a croc is fucking a whole nother thing.
No,
but it wasn't like an 8 foot, like a 12. It was like it was like a 4 foot one, and that's still freaking huge. But you know,
you don't know his buddy over there too. Just
I know, yeah. It's just a bait and switch. That's what it is. Just lurking, waiting for you.
I don't know.
There was this one video I saw. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I hate crocs. I mean, they're just vicious, man. Like. Yeah, there's no playing games with those things. If they get you there.
Yeah, they're dinosaurs. I saw one where this
actually have a little thing right here.
Killed it yourself.
Yeah, look at those teeth.
Yeah,
that's so many teeth.
My buddy went to Florida and got me this, And then I went to the Everglades too before, and I saw live ones. Yeah, they're crazy.
Yeah, the swamp puppies are gnarly.
This fool fucked up. Got caught slipping.
Fucked around and found out.
Now he's
Yes.
There was this one, it was a gator or a croc, I don't really remember which, that I guess it was trying to sneak up on a horse. It was like a dirt road, and I don't know if it was a wild horse or not. I don't think it was. But the horse notices it, freaks out and bucks and stomps the croc like twice. And this is like a 2,000-pound horse. And it stomps the croc, and the croc's just like, oh. Like it like felt it, but it wasn't damaged. And I was like, oh my God, this thing is so durable.
Have you seen the video? There's a video of this old, I don't know if they're in like a croc farm or somewhere. I think they're just kind of in wildlife. And this like old man has a pan, and this croc's like coming to get him, and he like hits it twice head with the pan, and then the croc turns around and runs away.
I have seen that.
There was one where this lady, she had this really small dog. This croc, and you see the croc coming up and like slow, and she takes off the chancla, she takes off the flip flop and goes, just on her hand, and the croc sees it like, and then it just swims away. It's like, oh, he didn't want none of that smoke.
Yeah, crocs are wild, man. Like that'd be scary, just like running by just knowing that there's crocs around your like water. Like there's people that run around like water, like to get fitness in and stuff. It's like, I don't know how you do that when there's freaking crocodiles like right there. It's just so unknown.
Yeah, that's
out of your mind.
Yeah, and I feel like they're one of the few animals that just like intimidation doesn't typically work on them. Like I feel maybe that alligator or crocodile or whatever, but like with bears or other like mammals, you can kind of like look big, or you can make a sound, or if you like do a certain thing, like they'll kind of go away or like leave your own. The crocodiles like don't care. Like they just don't. I feel like most of the time they wouldn't react. Like, even if you try to get big, they would probably either keep chasing you or whatever. But I don't know, unless you have a chocolate, unless you got that, maybe that'll work. But other than that, like I don't know. It's like there's no. Like how many videos do you see online that are like, this is how you just defend yourself against an alligator? Like there's none. Like there's nothing other than just like get the hell away.
I think the croc was just scared of the sound, because the sound it made
something like, maybe.
Yeah.
I heard when I was in the Everglades, and we kind of saw him, the tour guy, we were on like the big jet, or the big like there's the big fan boats or whatever. I don't forget. I don't know what they're called. But we saw him, and but he was just chilling, and basically they said that crocs are like really like lazy, so they'll just wait for something to kind of come around them, and then they'll pounce. So when they like decide to actually go into action, they're going for a purpose. They're definitely trying to get that food source, whatever it is.
I forget where I saw. I went to like this. I think it was Dragon Con last year. There's an aquarium over in Atlanta, and I was talking to this girl that worked there, and she's like, this is this croc, and he had all four legs until this other croc just decided to just take a leg, and I was like, oh my God. And then she's like, yeah, but they get along fine now. I was like, Jesus, man.
I saw that in a video once. I think it was some crocodiles were like fighting over food or something happened, and one of them accidentally, I think either intentionally or accidentally, grabs another alligator's like back hind leg and just started death rolling. And you just see the leg just come right off just immediately. And the other alligator obviously was probably pissed and obviously reacted to it, but it all happened within about 2 seconds. It was like grab, twist, gone. I was just like, what? And the leg is just gone. And like, I'm sure that, I don't think it may or may not die to that injury or whatever, but I'm sure they'll take care of it. But it's just like, I just saw it just was so instant. I'm just like, holy moly. But
yeah, death
roll is no joke.
Yeah, they're just ultra violence, high speed, just.
They have a weird power where if something's bleeding, and now obviously this whole extremity was gone, but if something is punctured on them, or if something gets taken off, they can choose to not send blood to that part of the body so they don't bleed out, which is a wild superpower.
I think I've heard of that before. It's some like weird like
menopause.
Jesus Christ. I was about to be like, it's a weird like coagulation thing maybe they have, and you're like, nah, menopause, bro. That's got to be that.
Probably a very terrible joke. I don't know.
My god.
Sometimes you got to go for that.
Some people just they go for me and Wet Wizard were with a couple of friends at after party, and I don't think it was an after party. It's just that bar where the ceiling was leaking. And this one dude who's pretty drunk, he comes up to us with like a backpack and like some machine. And I don't know if he was like foreign or whatever. I was like, "Hey, do we know you?" And we didn't. He drops his phone and he screams like, "Ah!" And like it was like an anxious person's like worst nightmare, just going up to people you don't know, not saying anything, putting your drink down, and eventually he got out of there. I don't know. It was weird. He just went for it. You remember that?
What did he do? He just
he had like a jacket. He had some machine, and then he had his phone that he put down, and then he dropped his phone, and he's like, "Ah!" You remember that?
No.
He just went for it. He decided to go and I don't know, just try to talk to us, but I don't think he spoke English, or he was just super drunk and couldn't form words.
It was at a bar?
It was at that place where we had to go downstairs and the ceiling was leaking. We had to wait for a table, and Tammy flirted herself into a table. She flirted her way into getting us. These two like Mexican dudes were there.
That's right. Okay, yeah. I was in the kitchen.
In Hell's Kitchen.
And they had like the pig.
The pig?
Yeah, that was like its logo. It had the
pig.
Yeah,
I have a picture with the pig.
Yeah. It was Rudy's bar. Yeah.
Cool beans.
That spot was sick. But yeah, that's right. Yeah, those dudes were faded. Yeah, he was. Yeah, those guys are faded. That's right. I remember that.
And we got Tammy in chat too. Yeah.
Oh, where's she at? I haven't paid attention to the chat.
Yeah, she was chatting. So she flirted her way into a table, right? You did not flirt. I'll say you complaining about getting hit on, then you're flirting your way into a table. I see how it is.
We got that table, Tammy, and it wasn't because of me.
Yeah. Yeah. Then he came back around, and he was like, yeah, it was just funny.
Randy hasn't transitioned yet. He's not getting that table just yet.
I've not until I feel the warmth of a woman, and then I'll go on the other side. And no, I won't do that.
Feel the heat of a man.
Feel the heat of a man.
Spark. Oh, I haven't heard of anything like that, Raven. So I guess the Microsoft game, Build Your Own World. I remember Club Penguin. Do y'all remember playing that?
Speak about penguins. Let's go.
Oh,
Penguin. Was that on Facebook? Was that a Facebook game?
No.
Club Penguin?
No, it was on it was a Disney game. Or no, Disney bought it and then they shut it down. So it was like this game where you could go and you have this penguin and you could live chat with people, that were also a penguin. And you could so this is what I'm really curious how VeVe's going to solve this, because part of the reason why they got shut down is because the people there that I imagine are like 13 years old. They would get their other 13-year-old friends together and they would go and say like, oh, hey, let's rearrange our penguins into like a swastika just to piss off the minorities. And then so things like that would keep happening, and they would somehow hack it and edit it to say like no minorities at the pool, like whatever. And really funny, but also like, okay, how do you deal with that? And they dealt with it by just shutting it down. And if you have something like that on VeVe, if they buy land in a certain shape or pattern, how do you go and now? I mean, VeVe would probably just be like, hey, you can't do that. It's a private company. We're just going to ban your account or whatever. But I don't know. That brings a very interesting question of censorship and how much power should a company have and how much power should they give to the people?
Yeah. I mean, Meta dealt with that a little bit. I mean, it's just going to create a whole new way of interacting. So there's going to be a new set of standards that are going to have to come with that.
So I just saw the menopause comment. I gotta take a picture of that. Oh God, I miss. Oh, right. There we go.
Yeah, but the VeVeVerse looks freaking sweet. What I saw on the VR glasses at New York Comic Con, I was like, damn, this looks freaking badass. It looked tight.
It was a Marvel themed thing, right? I didn't get a chance to look at it because by the time I got there, I think it wasn't working. The internet was too bad, but
yes,
yeah,
it was Marvel themed.
Yeah, it looked freaking sweet. They had comics displayed, and then it was badass.
I was gonna ask, like, what collectibles did they have showing in there?
They had like the Mighties. So they had the
I figured.
Beta Ray Bill looked fucking sweet.
Oh yeah.
And then they had comics on the wall. So the comics are really cool. And apparently you can make the comics any size. I think they just had them at like a standard size. But you can get really silly with them, which is really fun.
Yeah. Did they have like FA Spider-Man or like the actual like premium 3D collectibles, or was it just Mighties?
It was just Mighties.
Okay.
The Mighties right there. And then yeah, it looked like it was in this grand room, and that you could actually go through all of it. It just looked it looked awesome. I was like, damn, this looks freaking sweet. I mean, yeah. Somebody needs to interview the Cavernous guy. Somebody on Cavernous. Yeah. Interviewing Cavernous.
If only we knew someone that like interviews a lot of people, stuff like that. Just has good connections.
If only somebody knew, like, or had
yeah.
I'll reach out. I don't know who I should get for my 200th interview. I did 197 yesterday. That was with Zerzola. What's that, Wizard?
Cavernous would be tight for 200th. I mean, I feel like that'd be a pretty big bang. I mean, they're the ones that are creating the metaverse essentially.
It's true.
Yeah,
I should reach out. Okay, all right, that's a good call. I have a couple people on the roster ready to go.
Or Taps.
Oh, Taps would be great.
Taps. I've been in the because how many more interviews? Is it the next interview, or do you have like 3 or 4 more to go from there?
Well, I did 197, so I have 190. Okay. I have 2 more to do, and then the big 200. So
okay.
But I have. I know I have at least one other person. Well, I have a bunch of people lined up, but they're going
to be a good.
I would say.
Have you ever interviewed Dan?
No, I haven't. He's been on the channel before, but he hasn't. It was supposed to be for the 69-hour stream, but it was a busy weekend for him, or a busy week.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. I feel like Dan has he wants to say a lot, but he can't. I feel like he needs to.
Yeah.
Because when I was at Decon kickoff event last year, and I was going around just interviewing people, like, hey, how's it? I was like, hey Dan, can I get an interview? He's like, oh, not right now, Randy, not right now. I was like, okay, Dan, no problem. So
that was the first time Dan and David ever came out, right? The one in Anaheim. Is that what you're talking about? The kickoff?
No, the kickoff party was in 2022. They came out in. Oh, you mean for like a party?
No, there was the very first time Dan and David ever came to an event.
No, that was Decon 2021. That was the first time they came.
The one-day event, the pre-party, right? The pre-announcement Decon party.
Oh, actually, no, they weren't there. Alex was there. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they came. The very first one they came to was the one-day thing in Anaheim, where they had food trucks and like we were like outside.
Yeah. I think another good person to interview if you can't get hold of Dan or whoever else is actually Corey. Corey's the guy who was a VeVe collector, content creator. Then now he's like behind the scene. I mean, he's doing all the drop info now, right?
Yeah, he makes really good videos.
So I think I talked to him a ton. I mean, me and him, we were close before he kind of joined VeVe and all that stuff. We talked about a whole bunch of stuff. But there's a period of time where it was me, my collectibles, Crypto Chris Coffee. I mean, he's changed his name like 3 times, so he's a VeVe OG, and then Corey. Like the 4 of us, we're gonna make like a Millennial Money, like almost like podcast. We're gonna do it like weekly, and I was gonna talk about the market. MC was gonna talk about like the physical, like kind of collectible side as well as comics and all that. Chris was going to talk about like the crypto side, and Corey was going to be kind of like the general person that talked about a lot of different stuff. So we're supposed to cover like all these different things. Then the logistics just didn't work out. Like, all right, is it going to be like are we going to make like a new channel? Do we switch channels? And how does that work? We have different schedules. Half of us were dads, half of us weren't. And it just didn't like work out. But I think he's very knowledgeable. He told me like a lot of really cool stuff. Nothing like crazy, like alpha breaking or just like, oh my God, but he's just like very passionate and definitely has some like ideas for the future. And I think you'd be a cool interview because he's been us. And then now he's like behind the scenes, seeing all the stuff. So
yeah, he's a cool dude. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just seconding. Yeah, Corey's legit, man. He's freaking smart. I got a chance to talk to him for like 45 minutes at Sanjay's party, and just one-on-one talking with him, and it's just like, damn, he like brings a lot to VeVe. He's super smart, super on it. Like he's legit as fuck, and it's sick that he's on the VeVe team. Like he's a big ad for them.
Yeah, they do. I don't know what specifically. He didn't like get tuned up, but he might bring it up in like your interview. But he is involved with like some of the decision making process with some of the stuff. I don't know what specifically, but initially he was just trying to catch up with drop info. But I think they do like trust him with certain like information or like kind of like actual stuff that actually affects the drops themselves, whether it's like numbers or the cover or whatever it is. But I think he's I don't know, whatever he's allowed to say. I'm sure he'll say it. So I think that'd be a good interview too.
Yeah, he has input for sure.
And there's always a little bit of pressure on that as well, because there was a VeVe think tank for the Ukraine drop where there was a team that, okay, how do you price it and how do you, how many mints do you do? And, because it's something that, and I feel like there's a pressure drop. Like, okay, we have to make, it's the first thing to charities for the Red Cross. Thankfully it was successful. But yeah, I don't know, have that responsibility all the time. I don't think I would want that. So it's a lot.
I still have those sets. It was all the grade school Guernica and then like the 2 potted flower like grin thingies. I think that was the first charity drop, right, on VeVe. Yeah. So I still have those sets. I'm like, just like everything else, I'm way down, right? But it's like the first charity drops.
Yeah, I got those.
Just like everything else, like I'm way down on it. I think I bought the posters for like 300 and something gems. Now it's worth way less. Yeah, those are the ones. So,
posters worth now. Let's see what they're at.
Let me see how much I bought mine for.
I'm gonna say 17 gems.
They are, and yes, they are 17 gems for the poster.
Wow, right on that.
Okay, I nailed it. Are you serious?
Yeah, like 17.2 gems. It's nuts.
The ultra rare flowers are $4.90 and $6.20. So if you have $11.10, you can be the proud owner of. That's amazing. You can get a whole set for $11.10.
Yeah. I forgot the poster initially dropped as $100, and then let's see here. Do I still have my poster? I think I do. Yeah, there it is.
I actually interviewed Corey's wife. It was like last year, maybe even almost 2 years ago. She's a Navy vet, and we just talked about it. Like that, I don't think Corey was working for them. I think they were in talks to work with VeVe. So he's like, we shouldn't do this yet because I don't know what I can say and can't say. I was like, okay. I interviewed his wife, and she's cool. She's awesome too.
Yeah, Heather's awesome. I remember she made I don't know if she's. I'm subbed to her channel. I don't know if she's still making content on the VVT, but I know that she's been very busy and she's had stuff she's dealing with, and plus they have 2 kids, so it's always
it's so
always fun. Are we all single? Are we all? None of us have kids, right? Or so like, Randy, I know Wet Wizard. You know, not that you know of Wet Wizard. I'm sure, but
no,
there might be some wizards running around that you don't know of.
You can't have kids if you don't get any action.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. That is a big fear of mine, though. Like someone coming up with like this 10-year-old brown child and be like, "Hey, is yours?" Like,
heard you have 75 million OMI. This kid's yours.
Yeah, it's ours now. It's like, yeah, that's crazy. I know what the whole. Actually, my friend brought it up to me just the other day. It's kind of funny. I remember there's this old story about this doctor at this sperm donation place. He swapped like all the sperm with like his or something like that. This was a long time ago, but he was already, by the time they found out like what happened, he was already passed away. But like they found out like he had like thousands of kids or something insane like that. It was just like all over.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
It's heckin' nuts.
Yeah. Me personally, I think I know where me personally, I do think if there's a kid, I think there should be like a mandatory like DNA test, in my opinion, like no matter what.
You go to the sperm bank when you're thirsty, right?
I meant aside from the sperm bank, yeah, I was talking about like general DNA test, but I see what you mean.
I think one of the ways I was trying to Google, like how to make like fast money like super quick. I was like, okay, how much? And one, it's not a lot, especially if you're like me, if you're uneducated and have no medical history. Because I'm adopted, and there's no like record keeping in Peru. Like when you die, like nobody remembers you. Like there's no records. So I have no medical history. I'm not educated like at all on paper. So I don't even know if I would qualify to donate sperm, but if I did, it would be like the lowest paying amount like ever. But the more you are, the more educated you are, and the more medical history you could show, like the higher. Like some people get like $400 a pop. They're going good. They got the good sperm. I on paper I do not. It's not spermtastic.
If you eat a lot of pineapple, it increases the quality.
Yeah, it does. That, and if you wait for Omi to hit $1, then you're gonna be like known as like a serial entrepreneur, and then like now you're higher educated. It's just like, dude, I got all these moves I made. Sperm's gotta be worth something now, right? More than whatever this is.
They was a time in like 2021 or like where people were. I think it still exists, but the margin is very negligible. Of if you don't have the jab, like if you're not vaccinated for the Rona, at one time there was a significant premium on your sperm. It was because you were unjabbed sperm. But now the difference is like this much. It's like no difference really.
Wait, how many people are watching us or listening to us talk about sperm?
64.
Oh yeah.
We were close. We had 69 before. I mean, we had like 70. We had like 80 before. But so 64. Right?
Specifically jabbed and unjabbed sperm. But yeah, there's that.
Bringing this back to VeVeVerse. Well, I mean, there's really the issues is just the delaying, and that's only issues for some people. And I don't know why there is this FUD about people saying that OMI won't be the main currency of VeVeVerse. That's 100% false. Of course, it's going to be the main currency.
Magic.
I mean, yeah.
I don't even know how we got on that topic. I was like, yeah.
I think it came with kids, and then it came from, I don't know. We're talking about kids, but yeah, we're all single here. We're all. We needed to take Crypto Rain's class. He's making a new class called I don't know what it's going to be called. Just how to be a top G, how to get women. I guess the first step would be to. Well, he said first step is make a lot of money. I feel like we're already on that board. But the second step is, he didn't say what the second step was. I guess it would be to cut the hair and shave and,
Whoop, see you later. Welcome back.
Cut the hair, disappear.
I went to do that. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what you're looking for, right? I mean, if you're just looking to have fun, you don't need like a ton of money. Like, I mean, I'm sure it helps, but like it's one of those things. Like,
girls just want to have fun.
Yep.
No.
We do.
Be a D-gen. Be a D-gen and be fine.
Bye. Yeah. Yeah, Smarty Pants. Get that.
I think I may have to X out of here for a little bit and get some grub. You still got another like 6 hours, right?
5 hours, 18 minutes and 26 seconds left. Yes.
Right on. I think I'm just gonna be chilling. It's gonna be an easy Sunday, so maybe I'll hop back in a bit later.
Do it.
Pick up this sperm conversation where we left off.
Yeah. Wait for David you to show up and then pick it up.
Yeah.
David you to show up at the 13th hour and then be like, I want to pick up where we left off.
Yeah, I gotta get his thoughts on this one when he comes in. Like, hey David, what are your thoughts on
vaccinated and unvaccinated sperm?
No.
I think he'll just leave at that point.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? There'd just be fucking hilarious.
Gets a phone call from legal. David, get out of there right now, man.
Yeah.
Right when I leave too, David's gonna come on. As like freaking last time or something. Some big name is gonna come on. They're just waiting to get out of here.
I haven't I haven't talked to David in a couple days. I don't think he knows I'm doing this, so I don't think it's a
Yeah. Well, last time Jeremy came on, that was freaking sweet.
Oh
and
yeah.
I was hammered too. I was like talking to myself. I was like, all right, you gotta straighten up, be good, be cool. God, I was annihilated. Well, we drank all night. I drank all night.
Well, so yeah.
New Taps. I think Taps was. I think it was that one.
Yeah, we were feeling all right, man. Like that song. But I haven't talked to Jeremy in a couple days either. Trying to get him in Action Comics #1.
You're just you're just constantly in communication with these guys. That's dope.
Oh, I haven't talked to him in a couple days, so like I'm not.
Couple days.
Like, except for that one the stream. That's sick.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's not hard. I feel like just do 12-hour streams, and eventually, they'll take notice. And be like, oh, hey.
I don't know what I would do for 12 hours on a stream. You got iron. Yeah, you're an Iron Man. You're an Iron Man.
Got the iron butt cheeks that allow me to sit on them all day.
Those gold vocal cords.
It used to be worse, where I would do like a 3-hour stream in the morning. I'd make a video, and I'd do a 3-hour stream at night, because this is in the bull market, and I had like 300 people here each night, so it would take that long to get to the comments. And my voice started changing, and like my teeth started hurting because I was always like talking, and the vibration on teeth. It was just really, so I had to stop doing that.
Yeah.
But in 2022 I made 654 pieces of content. It was between live streams and videos, and I don't think I'll ever do that again.
That's a lot, man. Yeah, you were throwing it down during those times. I remember even before I met you, like before the first decon, like I remember I would always watch your shit, and you were just always throwing out content. Constantly throwing out content. I always had something to watch with your content.
Okay, trying to keep it going, and hopefully, I don't know. That's the one thing that I'm like really, really proud of, is that now obviously VeVe's still here and is doing it, but just as far as not really missing a day, or at least not missing more than one day at a time without doing some content. And a lot of the people kind of not too much anymore.
Yeah, people like Superstar Money, they've been doing it every day. Like they are a totally another level of like dedication. I mean, you can like or dislike or not agree with their content or whatever it is, but like you can't downplay like the dedication that, because they're both parents. They're both, even though there's two of them, okay, one can alternate or whatever, but it's still like every day. I don't remember how long. I thought it was like over a year or something like that. They've been doing it like every single day, which is nuts, right? So people that do it on the daily have a bunch of respect for it, even if it's a short video or whatever it is, right? But just keeping it top of mind. I know people get busy in real life, but I think it says a lot where people are there for like the bull market. Then the second the bear market shows up, a lot of people just disappear, or they start fighting the project or whatever it is. Like it is, I get people get busy. Like even I took like a 4 or 5 month break because I was like between jobs. Okay, I found another job, and then I had to do a bunch of training and stuff. But so it's like the people that are still here, like during the like bear market, I think it says a lot. Like, because I'm not making content for the money. I'm not making, like, I don't think anyone's making a lot of money, at least strictly off of YouTube revenue, right? You can get donations and all that stuff, which is nice, but like outside of that, like you're not making a whole lot on YouTube itself. So
I
was just to say, what did Tap say? Did he get back to you at all?
Let's check. He did not get back to me. It's a Sunday. I don't know if he's out doing a hike, doing something with his wife. They got a dog recently.
He just make like this Superman and shit. I don't know if he's like working at a soup kitchen right now, or he's like
saving someone from a burning building. Like it's just or just
lifting 1,000 pounds, benching 1,000 pounds.
Yeah,
he's probably running a marathon right now.
He's in good shape. I mean, I don't know if he does a lot of cardio, but he is in good shape.
He definitely is. Yeah. But we
Yeah,
just
I
got
think it.
time like anybody asks about Taps, we just gotta say some sick ass thing like, "Oh yeah, he's hiking Mount Everest right now." That way. Right on, right on. Fuck, I'm gonna go get some food, guys. So yeah, I'll probably circle back with you guys a bit later. I'm thinking.
We'll be here. Well, I'll be here. Vibes might be. Might do
Everybody in
something later.
the
Yeah. Yeah. Bye.
Thanks for. See you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there were two.
Or two.
So you have two. You opened two Iron Man. You have two left, right?
I opened one and I gave the other one to my collectibles. So I actually shipped it up to him up in Canada. So yeah. So we hung out a lot during New York Comic Con. And so at first I'm like, hey, you gonna buy like the Funko collectible or like the toy or whatever? I'm like, dude, I'll get you one if you need one. He's like, no, I probably won't. And then like 2 days before like it goes live on the market, he's like, actually, can you buy me one? I'm like, that's fine. I was gonna buy 4 anyway, but I'll just buy 3 and have the extra one go to you. But that was before they did the whole like increase the limit to 12 or whatever. But yeah, I'm still waiting on my other 2 boxes to show up. I don't know. I did make a tweet a while ago that actually got a bit of traction talking about how it wasn't necessarily like random and a lot of things seemed to be like paired up when people got like 2 boxes. It seemed like there was just a very, very high likelihood that like if one was a common, the other one was going to be a common. And especially since we had 2 people get 2 SRs, which statistically is like impossible if it was actually random. But I think, if we're talking, maybe this is just how Funko does shipping, or maybe they just don't do blind box style releases a lot where they just, all right, order of 2, grab 2 boxes next to each other, and they just throw it on the truck or just, send it out, right? Especially since, when they make these versions, right? Like they probably did, hey, let's do the 1,500 of the red ones. That's done. All right, 650 of the silver ones, and they just go do them in order. They put all the boxes next to each other. So when they do the shipping, they just grab the 2 next to each other. Who knows, right? But yeah. I kind of made a tweet about that, and I think a lot of people thought I was like fudding the whole thing, or like that, like there was some like favoritism or something going on. I'm like, that's not what I'm insinuating at all. It's like I just noticed a trend, and I just wanted to bring it up because I think if you have 2 boxes, if you have 2 boxes, the chances of you, at least if it was technically random, of you getting 2 SRs is like 0.03% chance. Like you have like less than a tenth of a percent of a chance to get 2 SRs in the same box. And the fact that it happened twice, I'm like, all right, there's no way this is genuinely random. I think it's just a shipping and logistics error, like a miscommunication, or maybe that's just how they do shipping at Funko. I don't know. I've never bought anything from Funko before, so who knows? Yeah,
someone that had gave me a super chat before, Taco Breaks. He got 2 of the secret rare, number 11, number 36. And so I don't know who it was. Somebody bought, I think it's WC3NTE, that bought one of them for like $3,000. Not his, just a random secret rare for like $3,000. But the floor is at $5,000 right now.
Yeah.
I don't know how many have sold and if they sold for how much. If anything beat that $3,000, but that's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. And I think the hunt for the number ones, we only have one number one, right? I think it was
the common.
I think it's just the common, I think. But like all the other scarcity or all the other rarities, they haven't been discovered yet, right? So
yeah, we don't know. So
I mean, I would definitely sell it to David. I mean, obviously I would contact him and let him know I have it and all that stuff. But it's just weird because like you have to do it in gems, right? Like before, I mean, if this thing actually had a mint number on the bottom, I would, because honestly, if I unpacked the SR and had like the mint number, or and I was kind of debating like, all right, if I get the SR, do I just sell it unscanned and just kind of let everyone else pay for the gambled aspect of like, hey, this could be the number one. Yeah. So I'm asking for above floor, like well above floor, but you could have the number one. And I think now I would just scan it. Like if I did happen to get an SR, like I would just scan it and just find out for myself. But
let me see what goes on in how many were redeemed, because there is I could tell how many were okay, so let's see. We got number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It was 10. Hold on. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. So 20 of these are 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27 were redeemed. So more than half of the secret rare were redeemed.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta, it's not bad of a
getting
chance.
Down to it.
It's a 1 in 23 chance. That's like what, like almost 4%.
That's like you have a 4% chance now of getting the number one. Did someone open the number 2?
Yeah.
Or is
they
that for a
have
different? Okay.
2, 3, 4, and 5, I think are.
Yeah.
Let me see. No, oh no, 3, 5.
I see. Oh yeah, I do see 2, 3.
Oh, maybe this is
And
wrong
5.
then, because I'm. Hold on. We might have. Yeah, there is 2. Oh, okay. So actually, and I think 4 is up also. So my
Mhm.
mistake. There's 29 of them. Then it's not showing on this thing. But there might be oh God. But there's at least 29 that are redeemed then. So it's 1 in
Even less than
21.
that.
Yeah.
1 in 21.
So
That's
it's
like a
almost
5% chance now.
that
Yeah.
you get it.
It's
That's
looking
like
pretty good. Yeah.
What would you sell it for if you got like
The number 1?
Oh no, the
Or
number
just
like
anything
if you got a
else?
secret rare unredeemed and you're like, hey, we have this unredeemed. What are you selling that for?
Uh,
I'd say at least 5K.
Above, I mean, I would give him the physical too, like counterpart, just like the whole thing. But if I was, I don't know, what's the floor price right now?
5,100.
5,100.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But that's
Probably,
also you get that in gems, the 5,100, and when you sell it, it comes out to let's say 4,600, and then the cash out. So it's real. You're really getting like $4,200 or 4,100. So it's not a ton.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you, I mean that's kind of the point of selling it unscanned is because you don't have to do it in gems. You could just give me cash. I mail you the Funko. Obviously, you have to trust me, right? Or maybe I could give you the code at like after you send me the money, I'll give you the code, and then hey, I'm going to ship it to you as we're speaking. But yeah, I don't know, probably like at least $8,000 because the floor jumps up from 5,100 like immediately up to 71. And there's like a few other listings at about like 8. So it's like, hey, by you buying this, or you have a 5% chance of getting 40K. I don't know. Some people might take it.
Maybe up not. There for 24.5. So I mean, I'm not saying that that's worth it right now, and you should buy that because the number 1's obviously going to go for 40K. I mean, if David gets that, if somebody redeems it and like, hey, I'll take that, and they don't try to be cute and they don't try to negotiate. That number 1 is gone forever. Nobody is ever going to get that number 1.
Yeah.
So the number 2 is the next best thing. And okay, yeah, that's a lot. So 24. I don't know what they could go for in the future.
Mm-hmm. And part of the reason why I didn't want to scan it either, like sell it unscanned, is like I do think a big part of NFTs in the future will be like the original owners or like the history, right? Because it's like if you own a collectible that David Yu, or like if you're on the history of like a collectible that David Yu owns, like how many collectibles is that? Like I feel like David Yu typically just either mints off the the box price or whatever, or he gives himself the number 1, right? So I just don't think there's too many collectibles where it's like other people are on the history of his collectibles, right? Yeah. So if you do have something like Funko or whatever, but I don't know. I do think that's going to be in the future. That's going to be a big determining factor in my opinion. I've done other digital trading on like video games and stuff like that where there is no condition, there is no whatever. I mean, I know Counter-Strike Go has like conditions for their weapon skins and knives and all that kind of stuff, but for VeVe there's not really like conditions, especially not for like DC Palm where there's like a 2.0 and then a 9.8 graded and then whatever. But on here I do think one of the things that's going to separate it out is like, hey, how long is the history on this collectible? Because naturally if you had the choice of buying a collectible with 2 people in the history versus 700, you're just out of a weirdness, you're just gonna be like, all right, I kind of want the one with the shorter history and I don't want to add my name to this long list. It's not going to be a big deal now until I think VeVe finds a way to make the history like more available to just be able to see easier, or maybe there's just a link with every collectible that you just click on it like, oh, here's everyone that owned it before, right? But as of right now, it's just too much to actually look at the history, but I do think it could be a thing in the future.
That'll maybe in the VeVeVerse when someone displays it and you can see past ownership. Vincent Zerzolo was even showing me yesterday. He's like, this comic strip or this page, this artwork was once owned by whoever else. Like, oh, that's so cool. How'd you get that? And he showed it with me with a couple of things, and that type of history is fun. And is that going to be for everyone? No, but it doesn't need to be for everyone. There's going to be enough people interested in that it's going to form its own submarket.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, a secret rare sold on eBay for $960. So, and that's just the
Physical.
That's just the physical with no digital thing in there. So that's pretty legit as well.
Maybe I'll have to pump those numbers up then if I get one or unbox
Those
it.
are rookie numbers.
Yeah. Did you end up getting a Funko, or did you open up a few? Or
I got 2, and then I got 4, but 2 were sent to Mintalocks that just didn't have. He was working or somewhere, like, and I was like, hey, I'm not gonna be able to get it. I'm in a place that's gonna have no internet. Can you get 2 for me and ship it to my address? And I was like, okay, yeah. So get that, and I'll pay him back. And then of course it came out that, oh, this didn't sell out. It's going for 24 hours. They could have bought it anyway, but which is fine. And then the other 2 were sold to so in the VeVe logo group, a lot of the logo fam was not in the US. So it's like, okay, how do we go and how does the logo fam take care of each other? So some people volunteers, like, okay, I'll get 2, but I'll sell 1 to you that's in Europe. Or so I sold 2 to Candy Bev in Australia. So I did not get it. Because I was like, hey, I got these. I don't know. I just didn't. We'd just come back from Comic-Con. I'd spent so much money. I have France and Dubai I want to go to. I have Vegas I want to go to next year. Like, so all of these places, like, I probably shouldn't be doing this. So I figured the selling was the easier thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Typical Randy, always being selfless, right?
Incoming double secret Funkos for vibes. Yeah, get that bread.
Let's hope so. I'm probably going to submit another. I'm going to submit another thing tomorrow or whatever, like a ticket for help or whatever.
Especially when you said that you want 80% of it in OMI. Would you really have $32,000 of it into OMI?
I don't think I'd put that much. Maybe that's like an exaggeration. But like, if I knew for a fact, like if this had the mint number on the bottom, like, and it just told me, I would approach David and say, hey, by the way, I have the number 1 mint. I have not scanned it. Like, I want you to be the original owner. Because of that, I would expect a bit more. And like, this is how probably just do like an over-the-counter deal where it's like, first off, I want a VeVe logo card, and I want an unscanned, so I want a card so I can physically own one and all that stuff. Probably some OMI, and then I don't know, maybe some other things with like, I don't know, tried fish for something like sub 41 mints or something like that, where it's like, all right, I want a sub 41 mint of what you have. Like, what do you have that you're willing to give up? I'm not sure if he can or will do that, but if he's not, if that's like a hard line where he says like, no, like I just can't do that, but like, okay, like we'll figure out something else, maybe the rest in gems or something like that. I have no idea. Something along those lines. For me, it was mostly like, all right, I'll get some OMI. I do want a VeVe logo, gold and silver, with the card. But I do think the cards themselves are going to be worth a lot in the future, like a lot. So
the highest I saw for just the card, I think was it was like 460 or 550, something like that. Yeah. And let me tell you, boy, I hecked up on that. Because when I got the card and I was in my old apartment and then I moved, I lost the card in the move. That was like the card for the number 41. So that was bad.
Randy's already burning more supply than VeVe already. Just already burning. But I mean, that's the thing, right? With physicals, like you can lose it, whatever. Like that's the kind of the whole point of digital collecting, right? But that's that just makes the physicals more scarce, right? So I don't know. I would love that's probably the one thing I'd probably never sell unless I was like, I don't know, I would have to be like in a really bad place to like sell my logo, like sell everything like all together. Personally, just because it would just like mean too much to me, especially if it was like given to me by David or Dan or whoever. But I don't know. It just seemed like the very earlies when they were given. I don't think they realized. I don't know how David didn't realize this when he was initially giving these out. That he was just like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to hand these logos out or like these cards out." Because I heard was it New York Comic-Con right last year? He was like giving them out to people, right? Or was it London D-Con? I'm trying to remember where he like first started doing it, and he was just kind of giving it.
San Diego.
San Diego, okay.
No. Mm-hmm. And this is how the weird it was. Like, so he comes to me I see him the first day. He's like, "Oh, hey, Randy, I didn't expect to be. I didn't know you'd be here." I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm just San Diego is gonna be fun." It's like, "Oh, find me tomorrow. I have something for you." I was like, "Okay, cool, thanks, man." But he didn't tell me what it was, and then I see Fam Bam that night, and she's like, "Oh, guess what I got?" I was like, "What?" I was like, "I got one of these." I was like, oh, that's so cool. So clearly a bunch of these were handed out already. And I'm sure it was like, okay, I'm sure that's what David's going to give me. And then I find him the next day. I was like, oh, hey, you said you had something for me yesterday. He's like, oh, I didn't give you one. I was like, no, you said to find you because, to get it. I was like, okay. So he takes like a stack out of his back pocket and he's like, here. And he just gives me one randomly. So when I got the 41, everyone's like, oh, of course, Brandy got the 41. He was selected. Yeah. It was airdropped. So it was like, guys, he just gave me one out of his butt pocket. Like it was not anything at all.
Yeah.
And then some of the they almost like got to me like, oh, well, they could like handle that like on the back end. I was like, oh, could they? I was like, oh, maybe they did. And then I was like, oh, maybe they did, feeling like all types of special. And then I was at a dinner with him at New York Comic Con, and I was like, oh, he was talking about the logo. I was like, yeah, I got the 41. He's like, you got the 41? I was like, you guys didn't do that? Like, I wasn't special? And he's like, no. I was like, oh, me.
Like, Randy, you're just a normie. Like, don't get excited. No, that's awesome, though. I mean, I don't think David realized he was just handing out like $5,000 checks. Just like basically just like, here you go. Here's $5,000. Here's $5,000. I mean, that's after like cash out and stuff, right? But yeah, I don't think I'm kind of surprised he didn't know that that it would be that popular. He's like, oh, I didn't know it was going to be like this popular, like this in high demand. I'm like, how could you not? Like, how could you not? I don't know. Like, I remember saying a long time ago. I mean, this was probably over a year ago at this point, probably maybe shortly after the gold and silver logo like thing kind of kicked off. I remember saying, I'm like, I think the one IP everyone's sleeping on is VeVe, like the VeVe IP itself, like the logos, everything. Like, it's like, all right, if you think Marvel and Disney, all this stuff is going to be big on VeVe, like, how do you think VeVe IP itself is not going to be this like huge thing that everyone wants to collect and do all that stuff? Like, I even have I actually collect, I'm kind of preserving VeVe licensed stuff. Like even the sunglasses they gave out, I still have a lot of those, like still packaged in the plastic. I still have like the VeVe tickets they gave out at the Decon for like the bowling. Remember they had like the VeVe tickets like printed on there?
Oh yeah.
I didn't use mine. I kept mine right now it's in like a card sleeve, so it's like preserved. And like I don't know if they're gonna keep doing it. They could do more, who knows, right? But I still have those. So it's like I think the VeVe like IP itself, like any physical collectibles or especially like pre-logo change stuff, is probably going to be pretty big too.
That's a really good idea. I even like the ticket for like a free drink. Yeah. Do you still have that?
Yeah, let me grab it really quick. Hold on.
Oh my god, I didn't think of that. Oh man, I fudged up. I mean, what's a free drink? Everyone's buying me free drinks anyway, so I could have just kept that. Oh man, and I could have just. That's going to be really special because there's going to be like none of those left. Dude, congrats, Crazy Dan, minting the gold Iron Man mint number 29. You got a sub 41, which is heckin' fantastic. Yeah, I didn't think of that. That's such a smart play. I had no idea that would be a
yeah, I still have it's in a little sleeve thing. I know it's kind of hard to see, and it says drink ticket. So
that's my god, that's going to be worth. Yeah.
And then I still have like, these are like the VeVe, this is still in the plastic. So it's like the VeVe like sunglasses or whatever. I almost grabbed some of because I think it's only for logo holders, but I almost grabbed some of the red tickets at the VeVe party. Remember, It was at New York Comic Con. They had the red ticket. I just saw the tickets were red. And I think those were reserved for actual logo holders. So I didn't want to like just grab them. But
yeah, that was so you could get something at the end of the night. Or maybe that was so you could get the...
Oh, okay.
Or maybe that was so you could get the you give like Foster the ticket, and Foster gave you one of the golden monkey things from Ron English.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I just knew it wasn't for me. I figured it was for logo holders. So I was like, all right, whatever. It's unfortunate. I did hear like people stole a bunch of stuff like on the way out or whatever for that thing. Yeah, not sure what happened there, but I mean they're just gonna learn to obviously up the security or maybe have this stuff like in a separate area if they're going to give it away to logo holders like at the end of the day and stuff. But I'm going to get a logo at some point. I do want to buy one. I do want to own one, but right now it's like it's going to go up faster. Logos or OMI. It's hard to tell. Like that's kind of that
is hard because you have
my issue personally.
I mean, that's the kind of struggle I'm going through with Grumpy Cat right now. Now, obviously OMI is and again, this is obviously just my opinion for anyone that's listening, first time, long time listener. You know, I think that is one of the safest bangs, the best bang for your buck. You know, could something like Bumper, you know, do 1000x while Omi only does like 100x? Sure, absolutely. Are there other meme coins that'll do 1000 or 10,000x? Yes, absolutely. But nobody has any idea which one of those are, and you have to sell at a certain point, or else you'll be like Pepe and trying to catch a falling knife. And you know, but for the what I think and know that it's going to do versus how safe it is, I think Omi is definitely the best bet. But in the short term, I mean, they might not have bronze tickets out by the end of this year. They might have to wait until Q1. And then, okay, then the VeVeVerse. So when the dominoes start falling, it's all going to be great. You're going to have bronze tickets. You're going to have Omi to accessory. Everyone's going to have that home space. And then you're going to have Omi to gem. That there's so many different catalysts that are going to come. And once it gets rolling, you know, you can't put that toothpaste back in the tube. But that might not happen for several months. And in the meantime, you know, if you put, you know, 10,000 into Solana, you know, a month ago, okay, well now you have 14,000. Now you have an extra $4,000. And well, what do you have if you did that with Omi? Well, you put in 10,000. Now you have like, you know, 8,000. So it's, yeah, short term it's hard. And so I did buy a little bit more Grumpy Cat yesterday, and I bought a little more Omi before because someone was selling it on the app, and I really want more Omi on the app. But yeah, I don't know what's going to go up first. It's anyone's guess.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's kind of one of those things where it's, at least in my mind, it's easier for Omi to hit, you know, 007 than it is for Miles Morales to hit 120K or whatever, you know, whatever the 10x it is from right now. Especially like during the next bull run. It's like, yeah, Miles will probably go up, but it's like, yeah, is it going to go up to 100K, right? Versus Omi hitting, you know, 007 or whatever it is. So no one really knows, but I do want to kind of, because I have been like all in on just like pretty much just like Bitcoin and Omi, and like that's kind of it. But I have been hearing about like Grumpy Cat and then Bumper and then a few others. So it's like, all right, maybe I could diversify a bit instead of putting my, you know, next $1,000 like all into Omi. It's like, all right, maybe I could put 150 here, 500 here, 200 there, and just kind of see, you know, just kind of see, like, just because if you don't know which one's going to do it the next like 100x, 150x, right? But you just have to get one of them, especially if there's already a big community behind it and things like that. So,
and I mean, if you have, and that's the other thing, I think the market in general, you know, the crypto market will go up, and that doesn't necessarily mean Omi goes up at that time, but if you have a bunch of money running into Bitcoin and suddenly that goes to like 45, 50,000, now everyone's got that cheddar. And what do? They buy things. So a lot of things on VeVe will go up. Oh, what's going to go up? Secret Rare Spider-Man, you're going to have Partner Statue, you have the Todd, the Riso, and the logo. And, you know, I think it's really only a matter of time. I was talking to Vincent Zerzolo last night, and he wasn't 100% sure what the logo was. I mean, he had talked with Sanjay about it at the party. He was obviously there. But he's like, did I hear you right? You have to pay like $5,500 to be a part of this club? I was like, well, yes and no. It's everyone that has the logo can go in, and they're just private Telegram chat or you know, Discord, invited to all these parties. And I said, but you know, it's whatever the price of the floor is. And then we looked at the floor as, okay, well, it's 5,800 right now. Now to someone like him, that's nothing, because he's got, I assume like $30 million in net worth, just 10 million in just comic books. But it's still like, I don't know, kind of weird. Like, it's, you know, obviously we met at the party with me saying, hey, buy this logo. It's $6,000. You know, it's a little, definitely want to get them more familiar with that. But for the 200, I'd love to get to 200. I just, you know, I spent so much over the last year, especially, you know, the number 43 Luke Skywalker's, number 41 logos. This is not cheap to do. So I'm hurting right now. What about you? What's your next play?
Right now, I'm very picky with my drops now on VeVe. I think most everyone is. You know, a year and a half ago, everyone was playing everything. 2 years ago, everyone was playing everything because it was all profitable. But now people are getting a bit more picky. So, right, like less. I'm trying to remember what the most recent I don't know if it was like VeVe Fox or whoever, but like they did a thing like a month or two ago that said like I don't know, like 80% of the drops haven't sold out, or no, they're like below retail, and then like 40% or 60% of drops are like still in the store, things like that. I think it's just people are just being a bit more picky, right, with what they go for. That's kind of me right now. I do know these next two Spider-Man comics are going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
From what I've heard, like My Collectibles has a couple good videos on exploring that. There's even kind of a cool little Easter egg with like the ultra rare for the Superior Spider-Man, that it was actually like the original rough draft of AF-15 before they changed it to like the original cover and stuff. It's almost kind of, it's the equivalent is like, remember the poster that came out that said Revenge of the Sith, or sorry, not Revenge of the Jedi instead of Return of the Jedi. So, yeah, the era poster, or maybe that's what it was before. And then they changed it after, when they actually started doing production, like in the US or whatever. But that's kind of the same thing here. It's like, that was actually like the original rough draft of AF-15. And then they changed it before they did like full production. That's kind of what My Collectibles said. So I do think that one will do very well. And then obviously Spider-Boy is like the next big thing where a lot of people are putting it pretty much on par with like Ultimate Fallout #4, like as like the next big Spider-Man thing, right? And he's also from 616 universe, so he's not like some weird alternate universe version. It's like, no, he's right there with like Peter Parker and everyone else. So yeah, those will do well. But yeah, for me, it's just like anytime I have some expendable money, obviously I do find time to like have fun, hang out with friends, do other stuff. But at the same time, it's like right now I'm kind of doing more of like an 80-20 split, where it's like, all right, I'm putting 80% in like crypto, OMI, maybe some other things. I know there's a lot of grumpy cat people in here, so maybe I'll do some research in that. And then the other 20% is like just putting it in gems, playing drops, like when it's available, things like that. So it's kind of what I'm doing right now, just because I think I do think OMI is going to go up a bit more versus collectibles. It's like, all right, if I really want miles, I could buy miles right now for $8,000, or I can maybe put like $5,000 in OMI, and then now I can buy miles for $5,000 in OMI, because it's going to go up more in OMI to NFT and all that stuff. Who knows when that's going to play out? But
yeah. So this is one of my favorite stories. When they were making that last movie, The Revenge of the Jedi, and then someone realizes, well, Jedi don't get revenge, and they had to change it. I was like, oh, that's so cool that they did that. What's up, Michael Campa? My man, how's it going? You're muted also. I don't know what.
Let's go, muted.
Mute. Oh, I see. He's got the
mute Campa. The gold logo hat.
Yeah, sweet hat, brother.
Oh, thank you. No, you got some of those.
Yeah, you got the. I gotta see the Iron Man. What's in your background back there?
So that's the 3 Tods, the blue, the black, and the Joker eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice. And then, so we have the new list that came out, and you are, so over the last like 7 weeks, 8 weeks or whatever, you have bought 628 collectibles, and you are at the 10,000 mark. Heckin' amazing.
Congrats.
Do you remember what your 10,000th collectible was?
I think I posted, but I don't remember what it was.
Man. Okay, cool. So there's a I wanted to do it for my 1500th collectible and comic, but then it was one of the stamps. So I wanted to be cool. I wanted to get that number. The number 40, the number 41 Anna. Did you see that out there for $777?
No.
I wanted that so bad, but they sniped it. Sniped it from right under me.
Yeah, I didn't put too much thought behind it. I should have gone for like a number 10,000 collectible or something like that. That would have been cool.
Yeah, that would have been great. Oh damn, people have their drink tickets. Hurting for scoring Chavez. I love you guys. So, Michael Campbell, where are you at now? Where you at nowadays? Living at?
For what? Sorry, what?
Oh, where do you live?
Oh, I'm in Denver.
In Denver?
I live in Denver, Colorado.
Okay, cool. I had a so it's like freezing there.
So last week it snowed already, but right now it's 60s. Yeah.
Snows in October. Heck that noise.
It's not too bad though. It goes away fairly quick here in Denver. It doesn't stay long. Couple days and the snow is gone.
I am not a fan of the cold. I
Yeah,
have a pretty. I'm Peruvian, so I don't like the cold. What about you? Where are you from?
Well, I'm Cuban, so
So we both. Why
Yeah.
why Colorado? Why go where the air
my
hurts
wife.
your face?
I came to the U.S. through a fiance visa, and my wife was from Denver, so I moved straight over here, and that's where I've been. I liked it. I enjoy it now. But yeah, I miss the ocean and the humidity.
Do you get nostalgic when watching stuff like Moana? Like, oh, the ocean.
Yeah, and I was lucky enough because I run my own business. Right before the pandemic, I used to live half time here, half time in Cuba. So I'll be here for 5-6 months and back and forth like that.
Oh wow. Have you gone back since the pandemic?
Yeah, but not for long term, like a couple weeks here and there, and that's it.
Gotcha. That I have not gone back to Peru. I'm a bad Spanish person. I need to. Someone's got to take the brown card from me.
Yeah.
I'll go one. I don't know. I know everything's super cheap, and you can go and live like a king. I've just never been there. I'm still technically a Peruvian citizen, but I've never, yeah.
Because you were born there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
How
I
old were
haven't-
you when you came?
Oh, I was like 6 months old. I was like a baby.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Super small.
So
Don't
you never
remember.
watched Señorita Laura and stuff like that?
Señorita what?
Yeah, Señorita Laura. She's like a super famous Peruvian TV host. Yeah.
Is she
miss
like?
all that fun
She's
stuff.
still alive?
Yeah. She's still around. Yeah.
Oh, how old is she?
Oh, she's probably in 60s, 70s, something like that.
Oh, okay. So not
not attractive now. All right, just getting that. You're saying there's a chance. That's what you're saying.
Señorita Laura.
I would. I'll say I was like I've met like 2 other Peruvians in my life. One was this girl I worked with at Tropical Smoothie. Her name was Whitney. She was cool. And then there's this dude I met in Florida who worked, I think, at some college. He was a professor at some college, wherever the Florida Gators play. I don't know what college that is.
No idea.
He took me around like the campus and like the field. I was like, oh, this is cool. It was pretty fun. I'm not that big into sports though, so I don't. Oh, look at here. We got. Oh god. Hang on. We got. Good Lopez. Hi.
Hello. Hi guys. How's everyone?
Hi.
I was listening about the Señorita Laura. I know who she is actually.
Yeah, see, there you go. We need to take Randy's card away. How do you know who Señorita Laura is?
How dare you? What did you say?
What did she host? What were things that she was like presenting for?
It was about gossip stuff and
Family
like she
fighting
was
and
very
conflict, family conflict, stuff like that. Yeah.
Exactly. How dare you? How you don't know who she is? She is still active on TikTok, actually.
Okay.
So it's a very interesting character.
Okay. There you go. I didn't know that.
But she only speaks Spanish, though. I'm guessing, right?
Yes.
I believe so. Yeah.
I
You
can't
need to
get it.
improve that Spanish. Listen.
I should to get it. Like I feel like I'm missing out on a lot of really cool people that I can't get on because I don't speak the language.
I know, but you will get there one day, maybe.
I don't know. I'm not likely. I'm not that good at
With
it.
AI, you never know.
Yeah, I guess if I had like glasses that have like a thing that would just translate stuff in real life, and hopefully it works out. We're just talking about Michael Campa's 10,000th collectible that he just bought recently.
Orale. Wow, congrats.
Yeah, he went crazy.
That's a lot of them. A lot of NCP points to spend one day, someday.
What are you? What collectibles do you have now? What are you at?
What?
Oh, how many collectibles do you have now?
This is embarrassing. I don't have that many. I just have like let me see. 1 second. Collectibles. I have 115.
Oh, nice.
And comics, I have $99.
Oh, nice. Ooh, what's going to be your 100th comic?
One away from 100.
Yeah.
Oh, I have been chasing the Miles Morales one, or I want to get the ultra rare of the Amazing Fantasy, but
Ooh.
it's not on my target. It's in my target, but I haven't bought yet.
Yeah.
I will choose a special one.
That's hard. It's hard to be able to know when to buy.
Mm-hmm. Which comic do you guys suggest to buy?
I mean, Optimal File Out, the one that you mentioned, Miles Morales, that's a good one. That's a good one for sure to have. Yeah.
Thing is that I already have them. Like, I already have, I think, the ultra rare and the... Which one do I have? So that's why I was like, I have this one.
Yeah, I have that one too.
Yeah.
I like that one.
That's a really good one. I like the Thrawn comics. I don't know if you guys have seen so this one's the uncommon, but so there's not a ton of them. It's the Star Wars one, but he's just like I just farted. I'm so sorry. He's a super popular character in the Star Wars.
To it. I would have never known. You could have blamed the chair. You could have said anything other than that.
On my end. I thought for sure you guys heard.
I mean, I heard something, but you could have just played it off.
Yeah, I didn't know that was that.
I take it back. It was.
Somebody had a good suggestion. Spider-Man 7 with Spider-Man Boy.
Oh, that's a good.
Yeah, wait for that one. It's coming in a couple days, so.
Yeah, it comes out on the 9th.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I would say that one or the Death of Gwen Stacy ultra rare, the one with like the huge like kaleidoscope like pink and red. That one.
Ooh.
That is a good. Yeah, Wendy.
That's probably one of my. Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite ones. Let's see if I can remember the name of it.
I think I have that.
I like your pink background. Device, your background. It's very nice. I have actually the same. Like it has like pink color, but the light is on.
Nice. You went to Amazon as well, I see. I just found mine. It was like $20. I don't know. But yeah, it's like
exactly.
There's so this isn't really pink, Wendy, but there might be a comic that's pink. So the Uncanny X-Men number 130 has Dazzler, and supposedly Dazzler is the character that Taylor Swift will play in Deadpool 3. So, but the common is like $9. So I imagine the other variants are very, very high. I'm just imagining they are. I don't know 100%.
I'm gonna take notes of the suggestions.
So I'm assuming you already have the this one, right?
Which one is that?
No, I actually do not have that one.
It's the ultra rare.
I like that one. What is
the Edge of the Spider-Verse with
Spider-Gwen?
Yeah, Spider-Gwen. That one. The ultra rare version of it.
It's called Age of Spider-Verse?
Yeah, Edge of the Spider-Verse. That's my favorite comic to stack, by the way. I already have 250 of those.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's my favorite comic to stack.
This is the one I recommended. Hopefully we can see it. Like looks like this. It's the Death of Gwen Stacy.
Okay.
It's a Spider-Man 121.
Okay.
121. So 121. That one looks really good.
121. Yeah. Right?
If you just type 121 in the search bar and go to comics, it should be there. And look at the ultra rare.
Oh, Michael, that comic that you were talking about before, what number is that?
I see.
He's gone. Michael's gone.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Oh, that's 70 doll hairs for that ultra rare Spider-Man 121.
Yeah, it's up
310 for her. Jesus.
I'm assuming you want an ultra rare, like a VeVe exclusive cover one.
Yeah.
The 100's got to be a big one.
They really do her dirty, and they look at. You see her falling, like you see her about to go snap, crackle, pop. Oof. I don't know if you guys do this with movies where you watch most of it, but you skip the parts that like you don't like. Like I'm like, whenever Gwen Stacy goes and in Amazing Spider-Man 2, I just skip that part. And then it doesn't happen in my mind.
I can find the suggestions. It's not working.
Wait, you can't find 121?
Yes,
when
I
you
can find
go to
it.
the market, huh?
Huh?
So when you go to the market, just type in 121, and then
go to
comics.
click the comics tab.
Oh,
There
I
you
see
go.
what.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Michael, what was that number?
Ultra rare.
Where you were the number of the comic you were talking about?
Edge of the Spider-Verse?
Yeah, what number is that?
Number 2.
Yeah, number 2. Edge of the Spider-Verse, number 2.
Okay. All right. So going to the comics here.
But why did you suggest this one? Why did you suggest that one?
That's just one of my favorite ones. I just really like the ultra rare cover. Yeah, that and
It's cute.
I don't know. It's just colorful.
He's romantic. I see.
Well, she's dead,
romantic.
but yeah, I guess that too.
VeVe's got the. So I put in number 2, and the comics are. It says 4 of them, but then there's nothing there. I'm trying to buy this. I swear.
Which one is of when? What number? The
You're
pink
muted.
one.
Like, which one?
The one that it was pink with when.
That
And
was
actually,
number
when.
That was
What?
121.
No, the other one. There was another one.
Oh, it was. He said is that one's number 2.
2?
Yeah, but when I type it in, it says there's 4 comics with the number 2, but then it shows me that none are found.
I'm sure if you just type in Edge, you might have to look for it a bit. But if you just type in EDGE, I'm sure it'll pop up.
You're muted, Michael. We can't hear you.
That's how I hear it every time. I just type in Edge and it shows
Yeah,
up.
Edge works. So if you type in Edge, EDGE.
That's the top option.
Hold on.
Oh, this is a lot better. This is only $37 for the ultra rare.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Oh, this is cute. Actually.
I don't know if I have it.
Oh, I like this one. Should I?
So out of the, I'll show you guys. Out of the 533 comics that I have, how much do you think my comic vault is worth?
500.
You have 500?
533 comics. How much do you think the vault is worth?
Without knowing variance, let's say 8,000.
I'm gonna say. Let me look at mine. I have like a good little mix. I have a mix of all. It's still mostly commons, but I have a mix of like SRs and yours too. So if I had to guess, let me look at mine.
Okay, I'm gonna buy this one.
6K.
Wendy, which one are you buying?
I'm gonna buy the pink one.
There you go. Yeah.
Take a screenshot, post it to X. Better do the
No,
whole thing.
I
Yes.
don't want the troll. Thank you.
So Wendy,
Right now there are too many trolls.
how much do you think my comic vault is worth with 533 comics?
If you have a lot of comments that doesn't have that much value, might be between 1,000 and 2,000.
Wendy's the closest. It's 965.
Wow.
Okay.
You must have a lot of commons then.
So a lot of these are Squirrel Girl because I love her.
Oh,
you got some.
Oh, not yet.
Oh, you didn't get it yet.
Not yet.
So I also.
There you go.
You get it? Oh, you got it.
Nice. Congrats. 100 comics.
Get it, girl.
You're in the 3-digit club now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
And your vault value is probably higher than mine.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. You have way too many. However, the thing that helps me in my vault is my secret rare of this one, of the Fantastic Four, because I have the secret rare. That's because. That's the most valuable one.
Yeah.
I really liked the Ms. Marvel Disney Plus series. So I got a bunch of the all new Marvel Nows, which is her first appearance, and I got 69 of them. Everyone comment nice down below with 69.
Nice.
So I got I just have a bunch of stuff that's, in order to get into the top 500 wallets, I had to buy a lot of things, and they were all like $1.80, and so I just kept spamming buy on a bunch of them. But we appreciate everyone that goes and sells it for that. Wendy, I think that was really cool that you came on and had you got your 100th comic on here. Yeah. Me and Wendy have
I didn't expect that. What do you say?
And it's a good one too. Again, that's my favorite character lately, and I think they're gonna do right by her. So
thank you so much. I actually didn't realize that was that I had 99, and when you say, "Oh, that could be nice to do with everyone," and also, do you see this? This is from Jason, our artist. And
he gave us those. Yeah, the artist, he was there. Yeah.
Do you see it?
Yeah.
And this is Moonbot. This is Moonbot. I wanted to share that. All right. Thank you, beautiful humans of Randy's land. I have to go. I have to start my routine. So,
Wendy, thank you so much for being here. It's reminds me of the time where I was on your stream and you got a. What is
this? What was that? No, sorry. I got distracted.
Oh, you're good. It reminds me of one of the first times we had each other on. I went on her stream, and at that time, that stream is when she got 1,000 subscribers. And then like a week later, she came on my stream, and that's when I got 5,000 subscribers. So that'll always live rent free in my head.
I have been a long time since YouTube. My next goal should be 2,000, but yeah, I'm not still ready.
Yeah. Well, Wendy, I know you're super busy. Thank you so much for coming on. This is awesome. I miss you.
I love you guys.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bye. Nice meeting you.
She's cool. She's awesome. So everyone's loving the comic collection in the background that you have, the Funko Pops, the comics.
Oh yeah, I used to collect all kinds of Funkos, and now I'm trying to focus more in like the comic covers, Funko Pops. So those are the ones that you see over there.
Yeah, those are those all real against the wall?
Yeah,
that's insane. So X-Men 1, Hulk, Fantastic Four number 1.
They're coming up with all of these ones. Like really major covers are coming up in Funko, so they're pretty cool.
I was looking at the comics on the right wall, like literally behind you. Like,
oh no, no.
I was gonna say that's why I was like, wait, are those ones real? I'm like, that is
no, those are facsimiles. Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, from
no, those are all like 9.8 facsimile stuff. Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, those ones are insane, but yeah, the other ones are cool too. I see you got the Venom, and the other ones in the Funkos look cool too. So.
Yeah, most of my actual comics, I put a few of those every now and then, but most of my comics are in boxes. They're put away. Yeah.
Did you buy anything at Comic-Con, like comic-wise, or anything other than the?
No, I ended up only getting the ones from the VeVe booth and the Addiction one. I think this is the coolest comic that I grabbed.
Oh, sweet!
The metal one, the foil cover.
So that's the 1 of 10, the metal ones, right?
Yeah, this is the 1 of 10.
Oh, so the 1 of 5s I think are like nobody can get those because like
Mr. Rowley has a set. I think
of course.
Mr. Rowley's got a 1 of 5.
Yeah, he has the blue and see how this one has that pizza thing.
Yeah,
he has this VeVe in here.
Oh,
so he has a red one and a blue one, and he has the set.
That's
really cool.
Insane.
Yeah, David, you gave it to him personally, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
You also got a low mint graded, right, Michael? Like
I have the blue one, number 12. Yeah.
Yeah, out of 1,100. That's really low.
Oh, nice. That's the last mint. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
So have you matched up? I'll ask this. I gotta pee again. I'll be right back. But I'll ask this before I bounce. How many of the physical comics do you have matching on your digitals? And I guess physical toys, not just comics as well.
So I pulled a few the other day because Omi Daily Burn wanted to do a competition with sleeping. So I did like a quick search in my boxes and stuff. I had like 28 to 32, something in those lines, but I didn't really went into it. And then I forgot that, and that was just the raws. I didn't look into the graded, which like right here I have ASM 300 and Ultimate Fallout. So I have a bunch of graded twos that I didn't even took into account. So quite a few, but I have no idea how many.
Yeah. I don't think I have too many. I mean, I haven't really looked through it, but if I had to guess, probably like 3 or 4. Like not too if you count the facsimile AF-15 that you gave me, then sure, that's probably like 5 now. I'll count that. Screw it.
Yeah, AF-15 is cool. Yeah. So I like those because they're like holy grails. Like when I first started collecting comics, I saw those and I'm like, man, those are the grails of grails. Like I wasn't really into it yet, but I really wanted to display like those classic ones. So I'm like, sure, I'll buy the 9.8s. And some of them I bought it like for $30, $40 at the time. And like the one that I sent you graded is like $200, $250 now.
Yeah,
so,
I looked it up on eBay. I'm like, dude, that's not a cheap like facsimile, like AF-15.
Yeah, it goes up. It has gone up in price. I don't buy them for that. I just like seeing them, but yeah.
So nice with the 69.
Michael, how many how many MCP points do you get each day?
So currently I'm getting 6,800, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
And do you have OMI on the app?
I just put a million.
Oh, so if you put in like 9 more million OMI, you'd be getting like 7,200 a day or 73, something like that.
Yeah. The thing is, like when I joined VeVe, I was a collector as a kid, and I wasn't collecting anymore. I was done with collecting when I moved in here. And when I joined VeVe, the reason I joined VeVe was for OMI, because I'm an investor in the stock market and in cryptos. So I joined VeVe in April, and I didn't buy anything until like November. It wasn't like my interest to collect toys or stuff like that. So I'm more heavy in investing, and I have always seen OMI as an investing tool. So I haven't added it for that reason, because I want to have it there. If I want to sell it, I sell it. If I want to buy it, I buy it, back and forth. So a million to play is enough for me. Yeah.
Did you beat me in OMI? You got the?
Oh no.
Are you close? You getting that, Red?
No, I'm under 100 for sure. 100 million.
Okay, but you still got a good amount.
Way up there. You are way up there. No.
Yeah, but you still got a really good amount. You got a good.
Yeah, I have quite a few. I focus more in like ETH. I really like ETH and Bitcoin, so most of my money goes there.
Have you heard of one of the most funnest meme coin communities around?
Plenty of times. Yeah.
Do you have a little bag?
No, I don't have liquid. No.
It'd be really cool if you did.
I bet. I was having fun with those kind of coins during the bull run. Like everything that I took $200 on, every now and then it will come to thousands of dollars. So that was a fun time. Right now, I'm not messing much with those small cap stuff.
I understand. It's but it's attached with ETH right now. It'll have other trading pairs in the future, like very, very soon. I'm just very excited to see where it goes. There's a lot of fun stuff coming. Ooh.
Yeah.
My friends like to send me pictures of the wine and the drinks that they're drinking. I get a little jealous because I'm trying to be on this diet, and it's rough, man. I miss food.
Yeah, dieting is rough. I've been trying to get back into good shit. Like my workout routine's like fine. It's just the diet is just like not there. I'll be good for like 3 days, and then I hang out with friends, and then it just goes insane. It spirals out of control.
Bill Gardner's got a 9.8 Marvel, all new Marvel Now 0.1. Amazing.
Ooh,
nice.
That's awesome.
So, Michael, when you were collecting as a kid, what did you collect?
Me?
When you were collecting as a kid, what did you collect?
So I'm from Cuba, so my mentality in collecting is way different than from here. In a sense, because we don't collect with the intent of reselling at any point. There is not a really big market for collector sales and stuff like that. So you collect things that are close to you. especially as a kid. Like we didn't have Pokemons and stuff like that. So just to put a picture, in Cuba, like I will have candies with when I have family from the US come and visit, things like that. So I will collect the wrappings from the candies, and most kids did. So we will eat the M&M pack, save the wrapper, and put it inside like a book, and we'll have a book full of pages with candy wrappings, and then we'll go to school and we will trade back and forth because my uncle brought M&Ms, but maybe the other one brought Snicker, like stuff like that. So the mentality of collecting there is way different, but mainly stamps and coins. I did a lot of stamps and coins growing up.
Nice. Was there like a candy bar like tier list or like hierarchy where like this was the best, this is the worst?
So for example, like most of us have family in the US because living from Cuba, US was the easiest place to go. So if you had an uncle from Germany and he will come over with like this weird chocolate bar that nobody else has, that's like one of one. So that one is harder to get. So stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys were talking about scarcity over popularity, right?
Exactly.
That was a big thing.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
And was it very intentional to like open up the candy like in a very careful way to not damage it too much, or did you guys like not really care, just like rip it open?
I don't think we care much. I don't think we care much. Yeah.
Okay.
As a kid, I don't remember caring much. I just wanted to eat them. Yeah.
Yeah, I do that. My friend Lilith came from Austria. The first time she was here is in 2017, and like she wanted to go to Walmart so badly. I was like, why? And she's like, it's the American thing to do. I was like, okay, if you want, I'll take you to Walmart. Mm-hmm. So we go to Walmart and she gets a family-sized bag of Reese's because I guess they don't have Reese's over there in Germany or Austria where she's from. And throughout the week, she eats the entire family-sized bag by herself. It was very impressive. But yeah, I guess I could understand that, having other types of chocolate.
I mean, inside of Walmart, it's like a third world country in and of itself. So I don't know why you would go to Walmart in the US. It's like,
yeah, I took her to a relatively, I don't want to say class. I took her to one where you're not going to get stabbed in the parking lot. It was one that was in a decent neighborhood, so she liked that. It was fine.
Also, one of the things that I like collecting, I still have some left over there, were like albums. You know, the really big ones, acetate. I don't know. Music albums, the really big ones.
Oh, the big, yeah. I know what you're saying.
The vinyls. So vinyls.
Yeah.
So I collected. I had a lot of those. I have lost quite a few over the years. I still have a few over there left. A friend of mine was taking care of them. But yeah, I had a lot of those. And the other day I went into a guy's house over here. Because I do HVAC, and then so every now and then I go and I check my guy's work, and I went to his house. Man, what an amazing collection. I'm like, oh, and now I need to get into this too. They had like these giant speakers with all these albums and LED light ups, every album, and it was this beautiful place. And I'm like, man, I can spend hours here with you just talking about music. It's pretty cool.
Those have made like a comeback the last 10 years, the big vinyls that you were talking about with the records, and they're cool. My grandma had a bunch when she passed away. I was like, oh, these are fun. I don't know what I did with them. They're in some storage unit. Yeah, but they're fun. I don't know. Like I like a lot of old school music. I think Vibes, were you here when we were talking about the young kids that all they want to do is listen to mumble rap, and I hate it.
Yeah, I was there when they.
No, I like a lot of the Beatles. I like a lot of the 50s music too, especially when you have like a glass of whiskey and there's like a soft rain outside and it's like, oh yeah, this is the good stuff.
Yeah, my happy place is cooking with some headphones over my ears and listening to good music and with a beer. That's my happy place to go. Yeah.
What's your favorite thing to cook?
I cook a lot, but people seem to like my Cuban food because it's really rare. Yeah, but I cook all kinds of stuff. I go for sushi or good steaks or anything. Yeah.
I could see that.
What kind of beer?
Yeah,
what kind of beer are you drinking?
So I changed a lot because I'm in Colorado, and this is like one of the biggest places in the U.S. for beer.
Yeah.
So I'm into sours, and then I'm into APAs with milky APAs, or like all kinds. Then I go to stouts. It depends on how I feel, but I have a good variety. I drink a lot of beer, different stuff.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of microbreweries up there and stuff like that. Same thing like San Francisco, like Bay Area too. There's like a lot of like microbreweries. You could go to a bar and there's like a bunch of like locally sourced like beer and stuff that I've like never heard of before, and I'm just like, whoa, what is all this? You don't go to a place like that and get a Budweiser or a
No.
Like,
I
no,
don't remember
you
the last
don't do
time I had
that.
anything like that. We have one of the biggest beer festivals here ever in Denver. They do it every year. They have over 1,000 microbreweries from all around the U.S. Over 9,000 type of beer, so it gets crazy there. Yeah.
What time of year is that?
It's usually around October, November. I missed it this year, but yeah.
We missed it.
Yeah.
Too bad. Another time. But we had something like that in New Hampshire. It was super small. There was only like maybe like 50 or 60 of them. I don't remember what it was called. It was like 2015, I think.
Okay.
It was at this event called PorkFest. PorkFest was like a libertarian like thing where you all just go and camp for a week. It's like, F the government, and everyone's trading in bits of silver or Bitcoin, or like Dogecoin was used at the time. Again, this is like 8-9 years ago. Bitcoin was like $900, and I had the chance to buy some, and I didn't. Anyway, they had this big festival there, and I don't remember the name of the beer, but it was like a honey beer, and it was great. And I had so much, and I'm surprised I didn't get sick.
Yeah.
The closest thing I could find is Not Your Father's Root Beer. Have you ever had that?
Mm-mm.
I've heard of it.
Actually, yeah, I have had it. Yeah, it's like a alcohol root beer. Yeah, stuff. Yeah.
Really good. Alcoholic root beer floats.
That's a free spot right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yes. The music cover. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
I wonder that you wouldn't be able to do it, but I wonder if you can get like, you know how people wrap their cars and like, I'm going to have my car wrapped in this particular thing. If you could have the cover of like a music album wrapped around like your Ferrari or or your Lambo or your whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know if Lambo would let you do that. But VeVe could come out with their own car, the VeVe car, and then we wrap it with like, I don't know, Paramore would be cool, Green Day, Beatles, I don't know, just awesome stuff.
I really like this company.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah. So this is for Naruto, and it's like the Abbey Road from the Beatles, and they do that with a lot of characters and stuff. It's pretty cool. I like that company a lot for teachers.
All right. He brought up Naruto. We getting nerdy up in here right now? What are we talking about? Attack on Titan? Dragon Ball Z?
I'm mostly Naruto, Bleach, stuff like that. I haven't seen the.
Oh, you haven't watched Dragon Ball Z?
No, I haven't watched that one. I haven't gotten into it. I don't think that I will at this point, but yeah.
Yeah, I haven't either. I watched like I think the first like 40, like probably 30, 40 episodes of like Naruto, and then I just stopped because I got busy with other stuff in real life and just like never returned back. But I've seen Attack on Titan. I've seen probably my favorite one is Berserk. It's like an amazing anime. If you guys haven't checked it out, absolutely awesome. Watch the 90s version. I don't know how many episodes it is, but there's like 3 different versions, but watch the 90s version. It's like the best one. And then of course like Death Note and a bunch of other ones too as well. I can't think of off the top of my head, but I did get Dragon Ball Z because it was just whatever that character is who just cries all the time at the very beginning. What's his name? Gohan?
I guess Gohan.
Goku?
Yeah, the kid.
Yeah, he just cries over, and I just could not get over. I mean, I tried it like 9 years ago, but like I think I heard there's like an abridged version though that you can watch that skips a lot of it. The abridged
version is so funny. It's because they take the dialogue out and they put their own in, and it is hysterical. But yeah, like if you want to skip like the first 5 episodes or just skip the parts of Gohan, you can. That's fine. He becomes a good fighter eventually, but Michael Camp, if there's any recommendations that I could make on anime, it would be My Hero Academia.
Oh,
It
okay.
is
It's a good one too.
so good. It like I literally have like I got a Dragon Ball Z tattoo.
Okay.
So clearly I love Dragon Ball Z,
All
but
right.
My Hero Academia is arguably a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, one of my favorite shows is like only 50 episodes. Is Dead Note. Dead
Oh,
Note.
yeah.
That was
Death
so
Note's
good.
awesome.
That was so good. Yeah. And most people that I meet like it too. It's a good show. Yeah.
I feel like it's a pretty good intro for a lot of people that aren't into anime, or if it's like their first anime, just because it kind of subverts a lot of their expectations and it's a bit more psychological than they expect. Because I think everyone thinks anime, they think like weird cutesy girls and all that kind of stuff. Like it's like I get it, that's kind of what's like front and center with a lot of like ads and whatever else. But I think it's definitely one that kind of definitely intrigues like a lot of people. So that's kind of one of the ones I recommend too for like a lot of people that are like, oh, I've never watched an anime other than like Pokemon or some of the really big ones, right? Death Note's kind of one of the first ones I kind of recommend.
Yeah, for sure. I'll have to run, but before I go, I want to do a giveaway if that's okay with you.
Ooh.
I figured out a way to do it. Ask a question and chat can respond. The first person to get it right gets it.
Okay.
That works for you?
Yeah, so I just have to say, as the people are doing this, if let's say, you know, Omar and VeVe creators, let's say they say the same thing at almost the same time, their compute, like VeVe creators' computer will show it that he posted first, and Omar's computer will show it that he posted it first. But I will actually see who posted first, and I'll let people know. I'll take pictures. So whoever does post it first, whoever the first one is right.
Okay.
You know, I'll be like the decision decider for it. Just if you can comment in private chat or on the DMs, like what the answer is before you ask the question.
Just come up with a question, Andy. So it will be this one. So it will be the Funko Pop for the Captain America, and then this comic that I pick up at the baby booth during Comic Con. That's
cool.
That's a Superior Spider-Man, yeah.
So whoever wins gets this thing. So just come up with a question that people can get, and then we'll send it over.
Okay, so I'm gonna go and all right, hold on, Thug. Wait a second. And do it's gonna be it's something that kind of has to do with VeVe. It's gonna be one of the collectibles that's on there, but it won't be from, or maybe I should. I have to look at this beforehand. It's a really obscure one that is, I have to see if they have a name for him, because there's going to be different names for each one. Okay, it does not say his name, so you won't be able to look at it on VeVe, but we do have him on VeVe. Before becoming a variant of Thor, Throg was once a human named blank. First and last name, go. Whoever's the first to get it. Throg was once a human named blank. Again, there's first and last name. Whoever gets that right first. Whoever I see gets it right first. I imagine people are Googling right now.
Is this for the Captain America or the Superior?
Oh, this is...
It's like, together.
Oh, together?
Someone said Bob the Builder. Oh my God, VeVeVersity got it. Oh my God, she wins the giveaway. It is Simon Walterson. And plot twist, like the creator of Simon Walterson was Walter Simonson. Oh, how they do that.
Congrats.
Yeah, so VeVeVersity got it. VeVeVersity, I sent you a DM. But yeah, so send Michael Campa a DM, or Michael send you a DM.
On Twitter, please. Yeah,
on Twitter.
It's not at Michael Campa, and send me a DM.
Send him a DM, and then you'll get that bread, and then look at my DM, and then but that's amazing. VeVeVersity out of nowhere with the RKO coming in. So
watch out! RKO.
Michael, do you watch wrestling?
Sorry, what?
Do you watch wrestling, WWE?
No much. No.
So there's like what me and Vibes just did was like, there's a guy named Randy Orton, that he has a move called the RKO. It's just like you grab the dude's neck and you do like almost like a bulldog to him. Anyway, it's pretty cool.
Okay.
And one of the commentators on one of the matches. He's like RKO out of nowhere, and the other guy's like, "Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!" They freak out. It's really cool.
No, don't watch it. Okay, guys, thank you for having me. This was fun. I will keep listening. I have to go back to schoolwork, but yeah, great hanging out.
Oh, thank you so much for coming by.
Absolutely, man. Thank you.
Bye, friendo.
See
you
ya.
later.
See you, bye.
Dude, I love Puddin. Puddin's just like
Puddin's awesome.
Timmy Turner. Vibes, how old are you again?
33.
Oh
Just
yeah,
turned 33
right.
not too long ago.
When's your
We're
birthday?
about the same age. July.
Okay, I'll be 33 next month.
Oh, nice. So I got you by a few months.
Yeah, older than. Remember when you were like, when we were like, I don't know, like 8, and like whoever was the oldest was just the coolest because they were older.
I was that kid in my school because like for summer birthdays, you could either be like a year younger or a year older. Because there was a kid actually in my class in middle school. We had the exact same birthday, but I was a full year older. And so we did some birthdays together, like middle school and stuff like that. So, but it was weird that like his cake said 7, mine would say 8, his 7. It's like we're in the same class. But that's typically how it is for kids like born in the summer. That's like, all right, you either start early, you start later. I think my dad did it because it was just like you're a bit more mature, and then like you're probably a little bit better at sports because you have like a whole another year like under your belt and stuff like that. So I don't know.
Yeah, you're probably a beast at football, wrestling, whatever.
I did not want to do wrestling. I have a whole like level of respect, dude. Wrestling, and then my friend, he did water polo. Dude, water polo is intense. Like, dude, it's just water wrestling and fighting. People are like punching each other in the water, and you're swimming literally all the time. It's like water basketball with like wrestling moves, and you're just like kicking each other and trying to tread water and all that stuff. If anyone's ever played water polo, you know. I've never played it, but I've seen it, and it looks intense.
That does not sound. I mean, it sounds fun for a little bit, but that sounds very, very taxing. Sounds very, very hard.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I would do it. But yeah, when he said Timmy Turner, it brought me back to the Fairly Odd Parents. Love that stuff.
Did you play any sports growing up?
2, bowling and boxing. About as far away from each other as you can get.
I was gonna say 2 unusual or like atypical sports. People are like, oh, basketball, baseball, whatever, but bam.
What's up, guys?
You're back. Oh, what did you do on your adventures? Tell us everything.
Let me show my son is watching TV. I'm gonna shut the door real fast.
Okay.
I don't think y'all can hear him, but what did I do? I went bike riding. Riding. Hey guys.
But where'd you go in the bike ride?
Tempe Town Lake. There's a lake in Tempe. You can rent bikes and stuff and just.
What happened on the adventure? Did you see a squirrel? Did you see like?
No.
Yeah. What's his name? The guy you went with? What's his name?
There's no guy.
I'm just kidding. I just messed with you. Like, what's his name?
I thought I missed something. It's like, oh, there's a guy. I missed it. Oh.
Yeah. It's super nice in Arizona. It's like it was like 90 degrees or something earlier. So.
Yeah, it was warmer today though than I expected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been cooling down and everything, but it was like 90 plus.
Yeah.
There's it's another reason for me to go. That warm energy.
It's easy on the joints, you know. It's interesting, like especially like around like Phoenix and stuff.
This is
we got
I know, that's why I saw it.
Tony Stark.
He's so cute.
Go.
Wait, you need to kiss yours too. Oh, he's gonna kiss.
Give him a high five.
Oh.
Okay. Anyway, I'll put him right here. But yeah, I did that. Went and ate some food. Hanging out. No way!
Sarah.
Hi.
We have missed you.
I miss you so much.
Me too. How are you guys?
Better now that you're here.
Yes.
Doing awesome.
Wait, why am I hearing? Hold on.
To meet the stream.
Hi, Tammy.
Is that better? The sound?
Oh no, I had you playing in the background. Okay, it's better.
I've done that before too. Like, oh, oops.
Randy, while I'm on here, I got to get you to go touch grass.
But okay, hang on. All right, hang on. You know, we can do this.
Before I forget.
This was like the original thing. Like because in Web3, I don't know if anyone saw the post. Like, oh, everyone tells you to touch grass every now and then, but in the military, they specifically tell you if you touch the grass that is next to the commander's office and his window, they will make you do push-ups until your mustache is out of regs, and then they'll make you do push-ups again, or your mustache being out of regs, and then they're like, okay, so it's better that you just don't walk on any of the grass. And even nowadays, I actively try to not walk on any grass. So, yeah, where are we at here? We're gonna go in the backyard. I don't know if this will reach in the. Ooh. But this whole thing is because Fambam wanted me to touch grass. So, you know.
No, you made a post about your fear, and so I was like, how about I yell at you to touch grass?
Is it raining? Oh, no.
No excuses, buddy.
Jeez. There we go. Okay, we got the lights.
Because I was going to tell you something. So you're going to actually touch it and you're fine?
Yeah, I'll touch it.
Do you need me to hold your hand?
No. Well,
there we go.
Hang on.
Because do you remember, I was going to tell you, back in July of 2022, I was in San Diego, and you were there, and we sat on grass together.
Oh, yeah. That was because your flight was delayed?
That was we were waiting for people to like come out of Comic-Con and things. So.
Yeah, but that was your last you had to stay an extra day, right?
Yeah, that was one of the days. I know there were 2 days that we were sitting out there. Mike, I know you can do it. I know you got it in you.
I don't remember I remember the one time we sat on the grass. I don't remember the other time.
There was like a hill and there was a tree because the people somebody was in a Black Panther costume and they were on the tree taking pictures. It was so cool.
Oh, that's epic. Yeah. So Eva, how you been?
Very good. How are you? How have you been?
We're doing all right. We're recovering from New York Comic Con where we drank everything.
Yeah.
Oh, how was it? Did you see a lot of, was a lot of people? Were there a lot of people there?
Yeah. I only went to the con for one day, I think.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Because it was just the parties just had like, I don't know, they could tell you the parties had me. I'm not 20 anymore, and I don't know how other people went and partied hard for 4 days in a row because I was not about it.
Wow.
I'm a soldier.
Randy, I was out with my boyfriend. We went to eat at a restaurant, and I was just checking in on your stream to make sure you're still there before popping in because I did get your DM. And what did I win? Because I saw you guys were doing a giveaway, so I just answered really quickly. Did I win something?
Yeah, you won.
What was that?
You won a Funko Pop and a comic. Vibes, what did she win?
She won it was a Captain America Funko like box thing, and it had like the comic, his first appearance comic, on the back of him like in the Avengers. And then he also won the Superior Spider-Man one that the physical one they were not giving away, but selling at the Comic-Con. I don't know if you have one of those, but it's the one with like the VeVe logo on the back. But,
yeah. Oh, I did want to get that one. Oh, that's
well,
nice.
Now you're getting one. Yeah, now you're getting one.
So, and that's
what was the contest?
It was just.
I had to Google it. I'm not gonna lie.
It was who is like the name of Throg. So we have Throg, and I wanted to make sure that you couldn't just search his name on the VeVe app, but the name was like who is Throg, and he was Simon Walterson before he became Throg. And so you answered at like the perfect time.
So I know I was Googling it. My boyfriend was watching you in the room. I was Googling it. My boyfriend just screamed the answers. So that was pretty quick, but I'm happy.
Tag team, nice. They so for the Superior Spider-Man, do you guys know the story?
No.
So it starts off where Doc Ock is in like the hospital. And Spider-Man is out like kind of doing a Spidey thing. He's swinging, but he's acting like kind of like an a-hole to people, like to some cop that, was, saying hey to him, and some kid that was saying hey to him, like Spidey, what the heck? And then Captain America gets gets a hold of Spidey somehow. He's like, hey, Dr. Octavius is waking up. He asked to speak with you. You know, I told him, like, you know, whatever, but I'm just passing along the message. He's like, okay. And he goes to him, and then we realize that Spider-Man that we see that, you know, is Peter Parker is not Peter Parker. His mind and Dr. Octavius's mind has swapped. So Peter Parker's in this horribly destroyed Dr. Octavius body, like on his deathbed, and Dr. Octavius is in the body of Peter Parker. And then, you know, I won't give a ton of stuff away, but so I'll wrap it up. But I'll say that Spider-Man, the Peter Parker that's in Dr. Octavius' body, he somehow convinces Dr. Octavius that's in Peter Parker's body to be the best Spider-Man that there's ever been. And it's really touching, and it's so good. When you read it, it's so good. It's like, very happy you got this.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Maybe we won, by the way. It was Funko, and I'll show you.
Oh, cool. So how's your pupper doing?
He's good, actually. He's right here.
Oh.
Right at my feet here. You want to see him?
I want to see.
Oh, he's so happy. Guys, it's been so long we didn't stream together. This feels so weird.
I know. It's good seeing you.
Nice seeing you too. I really wanted to. I was really hoping you guys were still on. What time are you streaming until?
I'm supposed to stream another 4 hours. We could go on longer than that if you need.
Oh God, I don't know.
If you need.
I don't know how long I'm gonna.
I know. She needs.
I have to wake up very early tomorrow, but I'll stay for a little bit.
Yeah, these are. I mean, if I was gonna try, at some point, I do want to do, like, I have to plan it out, like a major, like, 100-hour stream, but I need to have, like, I need to really plan it out over, you know, like 5 days and decide.
Yeah, you need the AZ fam to cover for you when you're asleep, like last time.
Yeah,
hold it down.
Basically. Yeah, I think it was me, Fan Bam, and Wet Wizard. Like all three of us were just up. I was up until 3 a.m. or something like that. Like I had work the next day, or like technically that day, and I was like, "What am I doing?" Like I don't know. But
it was fun though. Yeah, the whole.
Oh yeah, it was a lot of fun.
My favorite was still like the Dumb and Dumber. I know we just talked about that again. I think.
What was the joke? I'm trying to remember what it was.
We were just mostly quoting the movie, and then Randy snores, and then VeVe vibes is just like, "Don't you go dying on me."
That's what it was. That quote.
That was the best one to me.
Yeah, that was the best one.
It was perfect. But we were just mainly quoting it, and then I think it was Ed or Fro. He made a picture of us all, and he edited it with the Dumb and Dumber stuff, like the hat.
Oh my God, yeah, that was hilarious too.
I haven't seen that. I want to see it.
You were sleeping.
Oh, did somebody like?
I'll see if I can
find it. Even if I can't find it in my feed, I'm sure I can message him.
You know what? I found somebody messaged me before. It was a video, and the video is of Fan Bam.
Shut up.
Whoa, what is that?
Well, so it's me, but it's Fan Bam that's pushing me, and
assaulting Randy.
You see me eat dirt.
Yeah.
Like I was barely putting my hand on him, and he just tripped, and then I'll take the blame for it. He likes to use me, so I let him use me.
FA push Randy down.
That's one of my favorite videos.
I don't like seeing it.
I don't know how I didn't break my nose. Because I was holding 2 drinks, so I clearly fell on my face. Anyway, good times.
How have you been?
Good, very good.
Yeah, how's the Canada? Is it cold up there yet?
Yeah, it's getting cold. It's getting very cold. But yeah, no, I've just been busy with work. Same as usual.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you guys?
This.
It's not. Yeah.
It's streaming by more OMI and VeVe stuff, and there. So I don't know how close you keep your fingers on the pulse. So VeVe's, or at least Dan and David, are going to France. They're going to a thing called Crypto XR. So it's a crypto thing. So you, speaking the French, I think would have a fantastic time if you decided to go.
They're not coming to Canada anymore? Or was that canceled? That was canceled,
not
right?
probably not for a while, which is why I think that because they announced next that they're going to France, a lot of people, and you know, all VeVe fam are welcome, and I think that you and your boyfriend deserve a nice getaway.
I think so too. I shouldn't taken you off my AirPods. Do you want to come say hi?
Oh, yeah.
You know he's not going to say hi. He's going to say hi? Are you serious?
What?
Wait, she's muted. No.
This will be FA.
But she's muted. First appearance hand. First appearance shirt.
You're muted, Eva. Oh my God, he's going to go on stream. What? Hey.
We don't have first appearance voice because she's muted.
You're muted.
It's because I took off my AirPods. Okay.
All right, first appearance voice.
Say hi.
Okay.
Hey everyone.
Hi. Nice
Hey.
to meet you.
What's up?
Nice to meet you. Seen you guys a bunch of times on videos.
It's so cool to have you on here.
He's always right next to me. He just never wants
Always
to show his
around,
face.
just walking around, you know.
Well, we're glad to meet you. We're glad to see your face.
Yeah.
I see all those Funko Pops in the back. I don't know if she told you we got one. We're still waiting
one?
for it. Oh, the Iron Man.
How'd you get it? Where'd you send it to?
My brother has an apartment in the US, so I shipped it to his house, but I just have to wait for him to go get it or ship it back here. So I still don't know what I got.
That could be the number one.
It's the number one.
It is.
What would you guys do? Would you immediately be like, okay, we're going to Bali right now?
You see, everyone knows we want to go to Bali.
No. We're holding
You
it.
would go to Paris.
I don't think we would sell it.
Yeah.
I think we would hold it for a bit.
Oh, you'd keep it.
Yeah.
40K is not enough, man.
Sorry, David.
Damn.
Yeah. Would you guys have sold it if you got it, or?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, if it was anybody else asking, I would probably either try to negotiate or, I mean, that's a big win. Even though I know obviously it'll go up, you know, much higher in the future. You know, that's a lot of OMI, it's a lot of other stuff, but also because it's David,
Yeah.
I gotta like, okay, I gotta give you what you want, man.
Yeah, but you guys met him, right? We never
We still
did,
haven't
so
met
it's
him,
like,
so.
He'd have to fly us maybe
He's a
to
cool
New
guy.
Zealand or something.
Yeah, if he
and
wants it, maybe if he flies us there personally.
there's like little perks in there that would help.
I want the check hand delivered to me.
Exactly.
That'd probably be fine. Are any of you guys artists?
No. He's not bad.
No, I'll say
I'm not that good at drawing. My brother's actually pretty good.
if you get a check signed by David Yu, suddenly a bunch of blank checks signed by David.
I'm good with Photoshop though, so.
They have I don't know if they do this anymore, but I don't know if you can do it anymore. So back in the day, you used to be able to put any like a pan or like a cat litter box, anything that's long and slender that you could put liquid in and a check in. If you put like nail polish remover on there with the check and with like a paintbrush, you could wipe away not the signature, you keep that on there, but you just wipe away the amount. And then this way you could change the amount.
You've been watching too much Catch Me If You Can, no? Like
no, this was just in the private investigating stuff that I did back in the day. And there was a lot of people that did that. I was like, oh, this.
No way. Wow, I haven't thought about that, but.
I mean, obviously, I would never do that, but it's just like it's just for the joke. It's for the lol.
Me neither.
David's about to get another text from legal. It was like, Randy's doing something a little weird.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done another long stream since the one we did last time together?
Oh, the 69-hour one?
Yeah, that was your longest stream ever, right?
Yeah. I've done a couple of other 12-hour ones. I might have done a 24-hour one, but I've done a couple of 12-hour ones, but nothing like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Just normal amounts of crazy.
Much better.
Can you give me water, please?
Nice to meet you guys. Next time I'll
We're proud of you.
Yeah.
There, guys.
Oh, he's so nice. He seems so nice. He seems so chill.
You guys didn't see the whole hour it took me to convince him to jump on.
Awesome. I know you've been
You're not
trying.
doing this to me again.
You've been trying, and I'm glad he actually did it. He's very handsome.
Yes. How tall is he?
He's like 7 feet. No, he's a little bit taller than me. I'm 5'5". How much are you? How tall are you? 5'10"? Not
All
bad.
glass of milk.
Okay.
What does your shirt say?
My shirt?
Mom's
Mom's favorite.
Yeah, it was a funny shirt that my mom gave to me and all my brothers, and so we all opened it for Christmas, and it's like, oh, I'm mom's favorite, but like we're all mom's favorite. It was kind of funny, but yeah. I just grabbed a random shirt before I jumped on stream. I didn't even know I was going to jump on range.
Spaghetti.
Mom's spaghetti. Yeah, that too.
I love those. Like, so on TikTok, there's a bunch of there's a bunch of people that are singers, and AI is like having them sing like other people's songs. My favorite one is Cartman going and singing like Every Time We Touch, and it's amazing. Him and Butters go really hard on it. Oh, maybe there's an AI Randy streaming. Maybe. How do you guys feel?
I found the tweet, Randy, about or I'll put it in the private chat. I think this is. Oh, did he remove it?
Oh, the tweet for what?
I don't know. Check this. Is this the one? This is the tweet for the what's it called? The Dumb and Dumber one.
Oh, if I go and I click that, I might X out of here.
Maybe
you send that via DM on Twitter.
Yeah.
Or you need to get another device, Randy.
Well, I have my phone, but I'm not signed into the StreamYard on my phone. So.
Oh, this is like Bam Bam's like reaction to it, but yeah, it's her tweet, but it's her reacting to the tweet.
Oh gosh, where's this at? Did you just tweet it?
Yeah, I'll send it to you, or it's in the private chat in here too.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
Oh, okay, Vibe sent it. I must admit.
Yeah, that's just click that, and it should show the.
Oh yeah, that's the one that Fro.
Were you sleeping or were you looking down?
I'm pretty sure I was.
Oh, Randy was asleep. I was looking down.
Okay, looks like you're sleeping there.
He just did like a screenshot really quick, and I just happened to have my face like that. Yeah, that's a good picture. I'm glad you found that.
Oh, there's. I have it on my. I have it on my tablet. I don't have it on this. I'll try to find it. On Queen VeVe put out and I'll talk about this as well. She put out a video with the advertising the gold logo thing, why you should get a gold logo, because she's auctioning one off for Al Kahn or for VeVe. David has an unused, unredeemed gold logo card that she's auctioning off, and the proceeds are going to go to First Responders Children's Foundation. And she made a cool video for it, and the video has a picture of me in it, but it's me going like this, like it's like there could have been any other photo that was used. I have to try to find it. I'll let
Andy,
you know.
I have some good pictures of you too. Where's my phone?
Good pictures or like?
Yeah, I think it was when you cut your hair. It's me, you, and Fan Bam. For some reason, you do the craziest things when me and Fan Bam are around you.
So what happened today?
It was like you had bangs.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, please find those.
Emo. Nico, can I have my phone, please? I don't know where I put it.
I want to see eyebrowless Randy. That's what I want to see.
That's
again.
what I have set as my phone.
Your background
contact.
Yeah, so in the middle of Lori Brenner's video, that's the phone.
Oh my god! Everyone's smiling. You're the only one.
Let me go here. I have to find Randy now on my.
17,000 people have seen that video.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Here, I'll cover up the information, but that's my contact picture for Randy.
Oh, that's when you were putting the tattoo on your.
Yeah, the eyebrow.
How are your eyebrows looking? They're fully grown, right?
Yes and no. So they look. I think they look good, but they were much thicker, like before.
Really?
Yeah. So, but it's fine because they were too thick. You know, they were like caveman.
Okay.
Neanderthal, Randy.
Yeah, it was not good looking. Not that it's good looking. It's just better now. It's slightly less grotesque, and I'm happy with it.
That was the funniest video. watching that. I was at work and I was cracking up.
Yeah, I think you and like VeVe Magic were about to like die of like a heart attack. Y'all were just like,
It was mostly because Dino was in there like telling you the wrong thing to do, and you thought we were giving you the wrong information. You're like, I don't feel like I should believe them. And he's like, I feel like Dino's telling me the truth.
well, so when are they supposed to be thicker on towards the bridge of your nose, or are they supposed to be thicker towards the?
No, they're supposed to. Yeah, they're supposed to be thicker, like here.
Because if you can see, mine's the exact opposite. Like mine are thicker over here. And they get,
Now that you say that, yeah, I see it.
and again, this was worse, like a year ago, or whenever we did this. So I've got the reverse eyebrows, and I don't know why.
It's okay. It was a great moment.
Messed up. Oh yeah, stay hydrated in long streams. I'll grab some agua. So Famba, was it a drunk bike ride, or was it just a
No alcohol.
Oh, that's fine. Right.
I'm having an alcohol-free weekend, and I feel good because
you didn't have a drink for Chandler Bing.
No, I did not. I was. Oh, I may as well have, because I was at Heather's house. We did a Halloween party, and we were drinking, and that's when we found out it was that Saturday. So yes, my collectibles in the house, Bill Curry. But yeah, so we were, we drank a lot in New York, and then the weekend after that, I went and hung out with a friend, and like got so, like, I don't know, I had a bad hangover. Even like, yeah, I was messed up my weekend. And then last weekend I was at Heather's house, and we drank some more, but I was more adult about it. Like I controlled myself, and I went home. I was home by midnight. And this weekend I said no alcohol.
Nice. I had a bunch that day. Not why I was a little tipsy beforehand, but then when that Matthew Perry died, they're like, okay, let's get toasty.
Yeah, I was sitting there with one of Heather's friends I had just met. She was really cool, and we were just like talking and stuff. And she's like, no, she's like, this has got to be a lie. It's like, my phone. I was like, oh my god, yeah. That's really sad. My daughter and I are actually going tomorrow. They're having a Friends trivia, which we had already planned before he passed away. They're doing a Friends trivia at a restaurant over here. And we were already like, we're going to go watch that.
It's going to be packed now.
We're not watch that. We're going to go participate. Yeah, now it's probably going to be packed. But
so what was the hardest celebrity death that hit y'all?
Very good question.
It was probably Steve Irwin. Eddie Guerrero was a close second, but I'd say Steve Irwin's number one.
I don't know. I know there's different. Princess Leia died. That was hard because then her mom dies the next day because of her. That was sad.
Oh yeah, the Carrie Fisher. Yeah, that was rough. Oh, this is also Steve Irwin. I know a lot of people really love Robin Williams, and that was
that's who I was just trying to Google his name. That's who, because I've never been attached to celebrities, but him, it's like, I grew up watching his movies. So yeah, that was very sad, especially the way he died.
When Barry Gibb dies, he's the last BG left.
I'd say another one for me was Stan Lee. When Stanley passed away, just because I always watched like a ton of his. I was a huge X-Men fan, like growing up, and like him and all those people like kind of kicked it off and all that. But yeah, also Robin Williams, because I loved his movies like growing up as a kid. So
yeah,
there's videos on I guess on YouTube and TikTok of there's like reaction videos, like country boy listens to rap, or like New Zealanders react to American football. And there's this one, I forget his name. He's like 20 years old. He's probably older now, and he puts it as like a rap fan listens to whatever for the first time. So it's this young black kid, and there's been multiple people like this that have done this video. Is like first time listening to the Bee Gees, and he's like, no way, this is a white person.
I've seen him.
It's like so good because he's never seen them before. And when you hear the voice, you think, oh yeah, it's a black guy. But then you look at him as a white dude. He's like, no way. Those are fun videos.
I remember the first time I listened, my dad had me listen to a Stevie Nicks, and I was like, all right, cool, it's going to be a dude. It was just not a dude at all. She has an amazing voice. Like,
yeah,
it's insane.
I used to think Air Supply was women.
You used to listen to what?
Air Supply, I used to think they were women singing. They're men.
I don't think I've heard their stuff before. I'll have to listen to it. Air Supply?
Yeah.
I've heard of it, but
I've never heard of that.
There's a bunch of songs that messed me up that I didn't even know. So there's a 99 Red Balloons, like the American version, but there's a German version called 99 like Luftballons, and it's I didn't know it was in German at first. I heard it and I was trying to listen, and I was like stroking. I literally got short of breath because I was trying to do something so hard, and it wasn't English, and I didn't know until I Googled it. I was like, oh, okay, that's why I couldn't understand. But I thought I was like having a stroke. I was like, ugh.
Mm-hmm.
But some people saying Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers, and
I'm
Paul.
sure there are some people I just can't think of it at the moment, but
I'd say outside. I don't know. Friends is hard because like that's. What do you got?
I was thinking of what's his name. Bill. What's his name? He did Twister. The movie Twister.
Bill Nye the Science Guy?
He's still alive.
Bill.
Oh.
That one mostly shocked me because he wasn't. He suddenly died from a heart attack, and it was like.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that guy from Wheel of Fortune. I was really sad when he passed away.
Bob Barker.
Pat Sajak.
Pat Sajak was Wheel of Fortune. Bob Barker was Price is Right.
Oh.
Price is Right. That's
no,
the wrong way.
okay. Sorry, I actually meant Price is Right, not the other.
You two are on the same over here.
Yeah, that's
yeah, Bob Barker was recent. Oh wow.
Yeah, spay and neuter your pets, everyone.
Yeah,
that's how he closed like every show. I loved it.
Oh, Pat Sajak is still alive.
Mm-hmm.
77.
Wow.
I didn't know he died.
How old was the guy from what's his
Price
name?
is Right?
Bob? Yeah.
Bob Barker was he was 99 years old and 6 months. He was
When
so
he
close.
died?
Yeah, or actually like 8 months because he
Wow.
died in August. His birthday was December. He was so close.
It's like Betty White. She was almost there.
Someone made a really kind of like funny but also messed up joke about Bob Barker and his past. It's not messed up, but it's just like appropriate for the shows. Like, wow, it's insane how he got so close to 100 without going over or something like that. I was just like, what? Come on.
I always enjoy the humor.
Dude, those it's like unfortunate that some of the most messed up things are like hysterical. And
I know one I'm really sad about.
Oh.
Kobe Bryant.
Oh yeah.
That's a big one.
Yeah, that one bothered me for quite a while. I think also because the daughter was the one,
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that. Yeah. I mean, that's I forget where it was on. It was like a question on like Reddit or 4chan or whatever. Like, would you ever, is it because you see a lot of these amazing superstars? Some of them just die young, and obviously sometimes it's kind of their own fault. In his case, it wasn't. But the question was like, would you live the lifestyle of the rich and the famous for 20 years, but then at the end of the 20 years, that was your time. It ended, however, and that's hard because like, do you live a okay or decent life for 60 more years, or do you live an amazing life for 20 years? And that's hard. And I don't know what I would answer.
I would do the not 20 years.
You do this 60 years.
20 years fly by so fast.
They do.
I was just looking at a list of like kind of unfortunate celebrity deaths. I remember like Mac Miller was kind of a big one too. And then also Chadwick Boseman, obviously Black Panther actor. That was unfortunate too.
That was, yeah.
Yeah, there's a few other ones too.
I was sad when Virgil Abloh died. Yeah, you guys have no idea who that is.
No, who's that?
He was a designer he's the one that created Off-White. the brand.
Oh, I just googled him. Yeah, former
And
CEO.
he
He was
became a
young.
designer for he was very young. Yeah.
41. Why do I know Off-White? I know that from somewhere.
It's a lot of people started wearing that at some point a few years ago. It was like you've probably seen that brand. It's yellow and black, like diagonal. It looks like
sure
a
I know.
construction. If you write Off-White belt.
Felt? F-E-L-T?
No, belt, like a belt.
Okay. All right. Because
The
Felt went to a cowboy hat. Oh, okay.
Off-White belt. Yeah, it's not very nice, but I mean, he got very popular for that.
Yeah.
This was another
the designer of LV.
Yeah, another one was Heath Ledger. I remember when he was that was a big one too, playing Joker, and then Whitney Houston was like another one. Bernie and Mac, dude, I still love watching the Bernie Mac show when I was younger and all that stuff. Like that was great. There's
I remember, I think the last film that he did was Transformers, and it was so wild to see him in that. I was like, oh, Bernie Mac's the car salesman. No way. Oh, hey.
Hey, Tammy.
Hey.
Hi. Now.
I'm at my friend's house, so we're somewhere else.
I love the F you, love you sweatshirt you got on.
Well, you know, I got to get it somewhere.
Yeah.
Shush. So my friend Mary's on the backside, so she's not into this whole YouTube thing. She goes, oh, you can go online. I said, okay. With my wine.
Oh, cheers, mate.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. No, we got to have some wine if we're going to be online.
Yeah.
Hi, Ava.
Hi. Have we ever seen together?
We haven't met. Well, maybe Decon, maybe, but I don't. Were you at Decon?
I've never been.
No. So we haven't met yet.
Well, nice meeting you.
You too, hon.
VeVe Vibes, we already streamed together, right? I feel like we did.
I think one time before, like I think it was on Randy's stream or someone else's.
Yeah, probably like one of the long streams. Okay.
Yeah.
I did peek in on here earlier. You had Metaverse Live. You had
Magic was on.
Sanjay was on. Yep.
Yeah.
Wendy came on. You missed. Oh, Eva, you missed Wendy.
Wendy was on. Ah!
Yeah.
She was on for like 20 minutes. She was on when Vibes and Michael were on.
Okay.
She bought her 100th comic on stream. That was exciting.
Wendy did?
Yeah,
she was like, we were kind of comparing like, oh, how many collectibles and comics? She's like, yeah, I have 99 comics. We're like, wow, one away from 100. She's like, oh, you're right. Like, what should I get? And so we helped her pick one out. I think it was the.
So this is my friend Mary. She's gonna say hi. I'm African. She is 100% African.
Oh, you made the African rice, right?
Yes, she's cooking now. She already have the African chicken wings.
Oh, I'm so curious.
And she goes, I don't like spicy, but this is so fantastic. I'm like, I know. This is real shit.
See, this is what happens when I go to my friend's house and have wine.
This is real shit, not American hot sauce. This is
no, it's good.
Real shit. That you for your system.
What else?
All right, she's tucking me into the.
I'm trying to get her to buy OMI.
Yeah,
I'm working on it.
Hopefully she's not drunk enough to help me to get it.
we got you. We'll be. Let me know if you need.
We're working on it.
I love you, guys.
Yeah.
She's crazy.
She seems
She's
great.
crazy. No, she made the best chicken wings I'd ever eaten. I sent Randy a picture. I'm not a spicy kind of person, but mild spice. It was amazing.
Yeah, I'm not into spice. I don't spice too much.
Right. She said it's because we're used to hot sauce. Regular spice is not. It's different than hot sauce.
Yeah. Real spice, not hot sauce.
She's in the kitchen right now cooking. That's what's funny.
That's a good friend.
Well, as long as I don't have to cook, we're good.
Like a lady after my own heart. Food.
Yep.
All right, Randy, I'm going to leave you with the ladies. It was nice meeting you all and seeing you all.
Oh, bye. You're leaving.
I am leaving. I'll still hang out and chat a little bit, but
You gotta join us for one of our little get-togethers.
I know now. Yeah, I will. I'll have to do that, and especially now I know that it sounds like Wet Wizard's not too far from me. So he's in North Scottsdale as well. So
if you're still around in a couple hours, be here. Well, I'll be here.
Yeah, if David D shows up, I might sneak in. You know,
Is
whatever.
David coming?
I didn't tell him about this, so I don't think so. Unless someone else gave him a link, but I don't.
Illegal takes up that.
Yeah, like no, not gonna happen. But all right, see you guys.
Bye. Nice chatting with you.
No, he's so cool. I love him.
So,
He's a Sapphire.
Wendy, Evie Magic, Sanjay. Was there a lot more people or?
Michael Campa, the one that you won the giveaway from.
Okay.
Who else was? Lori Brenner will be on in a bit.
Metaverse Life was on.
Metaverse Life was on.
Yep.
Okay.
So that was fun. K Collection's gonna come on at some point. My cousin Steph was supposed to come on, but she has kidney stones, so she is
Oh my God.
not having
Not good.
Yeah, no.
Your cousin Steph, is she the one who's on HRO?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I have her on Twitter. I was like, why am I following someone who's on HRO? But then, yeah, I figured that's.
Yeah, she's awesome. She I don't know if I still have which one it's from. She sent me a photo. I don't know which chat it was in.
Yo Steph, right?
Yeah, Yo Steph.
Okay, yeah.
I have to find it to see which one it was in.
How close?
I don't think it was. I think it was with the group chat. It was from super long ago. I'm gonna say 29 years ago. I don't know how she got the photo. It was like her mom's or something like that. But it's. I won't show her if she doesn't want to show her. But it is.
I think I've seen it.
So that's a baby Chavez.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, that's so cute.
I think all kids are cute.
And then she's I don't know if she wants me to show her, so I won't show her. But she has an Ariel doll, so it's got to be early 90s. I don't know what year.
So my friend Mary, we were just cleaning up her daughter's room because she's going to be coming home. She has a huge Chucky doll. Huge. I mean, huge. The daughter, not my friend Mary. And so I bring up the VeVe app and show her Chucky. And she said once her daughter gets here, I might actually get her into VeVe.
You know, it'd be like fun if I'm guessing she's never heard of VeVe. She might not know a bunch of stuff with AR.
No, she doesn't. No.
But take like a picture with Chucky, the digital Chucky in the background.
But I don't own Chucky.
Huh?
I don't own him. Chucky, her daughter, she's telling me her daughter owns anything that has to do with Chucky. Earrings, anything that has to do with Chucky.
All this stuff, everything. She spends a lot of money.
How old's your daughter?
24.
Almost 24, babe. When you see her, you think that she's 13.
They're young. They look young. Yeah. They hold their age very well.
It's a good gene.
So that's what it looks like.
Yeah, she has exactly the same one. And for custom for Halloween,
go get the doll.
Oh, I'm not touching that shit. She will know. You only spray a perfume. She didn't know I was inside the room.
I know.
Oh my God, that's you.
Cute.
Are you blonde?
No, my hair's
You're not blonde.
It was just.
You look blonde.
I know, girl. That hair. You were blonde when you were little.
No.
Yeah, you look blonde.
She looks blonde. You are golden blonde.
Here, look. Here's other pictures.
Oh, okay, there you are, Mary. See, look.
Here's one. That's when I was like in kindergarten. My hair's dark.
Oh yeah.
That was you when you were kindergarten?
Yeah. See, that's my friend Fam Bam. She's in Phoenix. When I moved to Phoenix, I'm gonna hang out with her a lot. I've been talking about you, Fam Bam. She's trying to get me not to move to Phoenix.
No, I want you to move because it's the best for you. I only care about your mindset. The happiness. That is the most important. Anything else?
As long as she doesn't pull me into the street to get hit by cars.
Oh my God, that was at NYC. That was an accident.
Wait.
I've been telling you.
That was an accident.
Wait, if it doesn't happen again.
We ran across the street.
She pulled me into the street.
And why was she? And then why can't you pull back?
Well, we were a little intoxicated.
Well, both of you on fault then.
And the car was like.
The car went around.
Thank
Oh my God, this really happened.
Yes, it was when you were with Magic fixing her room.
Say, where was
Yeah.
I?
Yeah.
Oh, it was on the way.
Our glass is empty, so she needs some refill.
That's root beer.
Shit.
I don't have to worry about refilling 'cause she does it for me.
Yes.
Mr. FC1, thank you for becoming a member. Nice.
Oh, member. I have not become a member, Randy, just
You
so
don't
you
need
know.
it. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
But thank you.
Yeah.
What's up, Connor?
So if you become a member, what do you get?
Okay, Randy, she wants to know what you get if you become a member.
And that's what
I actually don't know.
maybe 3 or 4. See, my hair's dark.
Oh, your hair is dark there. So if you become a member, you have you can see some of my videos early, like 10 minutes before I upload them. You get this nice little swoosh mark next to your name, and you get to go and there's something else. I'm forgetting what it is, but you get it.
Very convincing, Randy.
Right?
Well, so
he's like trying to get everybody to sign on.
Apparently,
Michael
I
Kappa.
am very convincing, Eva, because Michael Campa just became a YouTube member. But there is the biggest member, because it goes in like tiers.
Yeah.
The biggest tier, it's not even like a bunch. I think it's like $50 a month, but you get like a private one-on-one chat with me each month if you do that. But it is that's going to be limited to like 5 people because I really can't do more than that each month. But yeah.
That sounds like cool, except one problem. It's not about the money. It's about I'm not the internet person. Oh shit! Every time if I go on to check my email, I pass out. So I have 30,000 unread.
Remember, Randy, before NYCC, I told you I was going to the New York Yacht Club.
Yacht Club.
Yeah.
That was with Mary.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I need to use my yacht club. So when you guys come to Washington State, please let me know.
We'll go to yacht club.
Yeah.
I usually go every year. I haven't gone in a couple of years. Last time I went was 2021.
In Washington?
Yeah. I went to Tacoma.
That's where I work.
No, hold on. I'll find it.
Tacoma is where I work.
Okay, it's not there.
There's a golf club. There's a lot of
don't take my turn. Yeah.
I go to Spokane.
Oh, that's not no. Okay, Spokane. Okay, Tacoma. Spokane's like 6.5 hours away.
I go to Spokane because
how is it food there?
Not as good as here.
The oysters, the bacon oysters. Oh my God, those were so good.
What do I feel like?
He needs to go to Ocean Shores.
Why do I feel like you don't eat real food?
I eat real food.
Taco Bell is not real food.
Baked oyster. If a baked oyster is your idea of a good food, when you have to mention one thing about the restaurant, See, I don't know. See,
they're killing me here.
The only reason why I joined the yacht club because of the food. I'm paying the due that I don't even fucking go. I don't even
we
go
went to the yacht club, and the food was. Didn't Kendra order fish and chips? But the fish and chips was
actually not fish. It's actually
it's good. They actually can dip it into the
fish.
Yeah, it's good.
Are there bones in the fish?
No.
Okay,
Oh fuck no.
No, they didn't want it. Yeah.
$30. You better not have bone in the fish. Look, I'm going for the bottom. My glass is far away.
Oh my, Mary, I'm not out of the bottle.
Honey, I'm in my house. Usually I drink from the bottle. I just open the bottle and drink and put it in put it in the hot tub. And drink from the bottle in the hot tub. What am I going to have a glass in the hot tub?
You didn't know that this is what you were going to get.
I was fine.
Okay. Entertainment, right?
No, but I'm not fake. I'm real. What do you see? Oh, I like the baby. What is that?
That's Iron Man. Fam Bam, she's talking about your
my son. I would love you.
I have 2 of those.
This is Robert Downey Jr.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she will take over the show. So, Fam Bam, what did you get on your mint number?
382.
Okay. So
I'm happy with it. I really like him.
I got lucky. I got like 141 and 137, I think, off the top of my head. I got lucky.
On what?
We ordered. Okay, so those are Funko Pops, Iron Man Funko Pops.
I don't even know what that means.
I understand that, but before we went to NYCC, Funko announced a partnership with VeVe, and we got those 18-inch
Funko Pops.
Funko Pops.
These are Funko Pops.
And so the Gold Series, and the Gold Series never sells out except for that one, because all the VeVe community bought it.
And then they want more.
Well, yeah. And then David Yu, who's the CEO of our company, said that if you get the #1 secret rare, he'll pay 40 grand for it. I was not so lucky. I would have stole it in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Oh, so it's like my daughter.
Oh, that's Dashi.
Oh, so downstairs we have a room downstairs. She has Barbies that is
in the box.
Yeah, she never.
We don't have Barbies yet.
No, that she never sell. They worth like every time she check online.
Yeah,
they worth like 20 grand. And we only bought like $200 when she was little.
So my friend Mary here likes expensive shoes and expensive Barbies.
Not me. I don't like Barbies. I like good stuff.
Expensive stuff
bags, shoes, and clothes.
She has this purse that's worth like 20 grand.
Sorry. I was gonna say you should have showed her the Marvel Louboutin collaboration for the shoes.
Yeah. Lori is the best. Lori
in my room.
Lori is the best way. Is Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton. We have digital of that.
Not Louis Vuitton. Louboutin.
No, not the Louis.
Oh, not the bag and shoes.
No.
Oh,
they're
the red bottoms.
Yes. Randy, say it. Say it. Randy, say it.
The shoes.
Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton.
The shoes.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're like $2,000 for a pair of shoes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, she's gonna go get a pair of shoes.
We can show on the.
I'm not.
They're pretty cool. I don't know if they're sold out though. Are they? No.
She doesn't have the shoes that we got for the digital.
Well, you could only get them.
Oh.
She don't have those shoes. She has different shoes.
Okay.
Because she doesn't understand the digital space yet. I'm trying to introduce her to that. And that was the intention of me coming up here, but we had a lot of wine.
Yeah, but show her the actual ones.
Oh, that Lori has? I don't know if I have pictures of that.
Yeah,
you could get them on the website.
Because I'm on my phone, so I can't do it while I'm on my phone. So Eva, you live in Florida, right?
Oh no, I'm in Montreal, Canada.
Oh no.
She's way up there.
I'm far from you.
Oh,
guys.
she's coming.
I just grabbed 2 shoes.
Okay, she grabs 2.
I just grabbed 2. I didn't look.
Hold on, let's look. They're
still in the box.
Yeah, they're in like they're only. Look at this. Hold on. Look at this is what it's in. This is her shoes.
Okay, so yeah, it's the same brand.
I just grabbed that. I don't even look.
Yeah.
I have. This is for Paris. I have 4 of different ones. But this one that was like maybe 15 years ago. This was maybe $6,500.
65. So
that's a long time ago.
15 years ago, she paid $6,500 for the shoe.
Now nobody can afford it. Let me see which one.
So because she had a boutique, she used to have a boutique in Paris.
I love this one.
Oh my God!
I wore this a couple of times. But
look at this one. Oh shit! Oh, look at this one. It's got spikes.
They should ban people to wear this, but this is the real weapon.
It's the spikes.
No, this is real weapon. And I don't know why. They're like, oh, you can bring knife, you can bring gun, but shit, this is more dangerous. Shit,
here these.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh my God, I love those. I don't have that.
It's Louboutin and Marvel.
Yes. That's what you need.
Lori, no, I have these sandals, but not the heels.
Yeah,
not the one, not this.
Not the
sandals.
Yeah. See, she's gonna go buy. She's gonna go online and buy those.
Girl, my knee hurts.
I bet you before the night's over, she goes and buys those. No, that's that box.
No, girl, no, I can't.
We had people at our after party wearing those shoes.
Yeah. I feel like.
Picture of Lori.
Do I need to make a trip out to Washington? Are you going to be our new whale?
I'm trying. I'm working on it.
If you like good food and have good time and real, I'm done. If you're fake, I don't have time for bullshit. I will call your ass quick.
Oh,
She's gonna call you out just to let you know.
I'm an open book. You can.
That's what I like. I don't have time for this fake bullshit. Because at the end of the day, right? You don't pay my bills. I don't pay your bills, right? So why do we have to do all that crap?
What, like pay bills?
No, she's just talking about how life in general.
Yeah, people just act like you're better than them, or they're better than you, or some shit. Because I'm like, listen, if you pay my bill, yeah, you're better than me. But if you're not paying my bill, I'm not paying your bill. Why would I make you feel less than me, or you make me feel less than you? No, it's not. It doesn't.
So I'm working. So my friend Mary, I'm working on. We got to get her some Bitcoin she's buying some Bitcoin for a friend of hers, and I'm
buying a Bitcoin for my daycare kid.
Yeah, for one of her daycare kids. She's literally buying Bitcoin from one of her daycare kids.
She's gonna be 2, so she can keep it for us maybe
20 years.
20 years, and then hopefully it was something. I'm only spending $500.
Yeah,
for a birthday present, and
then she is gonna buy herself some OMI.
Yes,
that is the goal. That is the whole purpose
of this. Me cooking and standing with my feet after I'm been cleaning all day.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go put the shit at the back. I make a mess.
Okay,
I love her.
I am so sorry. No, you're crazy. She's crazy. She's a little craziness. So just so you all know, okay, I met her at the casino. She's the kindest person I ever met, but she's a little craziness.
I love her.
Same.
Oh, she's great.
I think we all love her.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, she will tell you point blank how it is. She's not gonna, no punches. She's gonna tell you the way it is.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, and she's like, oh my God, I only like so many people in my house, and you're in my house.
Because I don't have a night.
You're fine. You're fine.
You know what I mean? If I'm not busy, I can invite you. If I'm not doing shit, I'm not the kind of person that's gonna sit down, right?
So,
and then just
when I left the live stream earlier, this is where I came.
Nice.
Yeah, it's about an
I thought you were
hour
at a
from my house.
restaurant.
What?
I thought you were at a restaurant.
No.
That is my
That's
kitchen
her
restaurant.
house. That was her house.
And I made those food.
It looks great.
Yeah. So you guys can all come over.
Yes,
She'll cook.
I will cook. If you guys like spicy food and good food, I don't do this American bullshit with sugar and honey. Real shit. If you guys want to eat real good food when you ever in Washington State, as long as I'm still alive, you let her know. I'm gonna leave you guys to do your thing. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you. Bye. We love you.
Oh well, I talk about you guys all the time, and she doesn't understand. She doesn't get it. I'm like, oh my goodness, she cracks me up. I'm so sorry.
She would be a riot at a party.
Could you imagine her at NYCC?
She'd be making everybody food. What are you talking about? Bring her.
Yeah, she would cook. Yeah. We need her in the Airbnb, and she'll be having her pans out and everything, and making us good food, so we don't have to eat anywhere else.
So she has you said she had a boutique in Paris. Is she French?
She's from Nigeria. Okay.
And then,
so she used to have a boutique in Nigeria and in Paris.
And okay, so she's Nigerian, and is any part of like Nigerian, or what else? Is there any?
No, just Nigerian. She married a U.S. officer, right? Your husband was an officer, right? No. She said no. I'm delusional.
Yeah, I'm just American.
He's just American.
Okay, he wasn't in the military. All right. So that was great.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, she has great energy.
Oh no, this added like a whole extra hour to your stream.
I got 3-ish hours left, but like I said, I'll go longer if people.
Only 3?
Yeah, I've been streaming for almost 9 hours, 8 hours, 56 minutes, 40 seconds.
Yeah, I was on like at 2 hours, I think.
Yeah, you're on back. And I'm trying to think if there's any other people outside the ones that we had mentioned.
It was Magic, Sanjay, and then when they got off, Vibes came on, and then Wet Wizard.
Yeah, Metaverse Life was on, then Michael Campa, and then Wendy for a bit.
I didn't see Campa.
He was like just on. And Eva won a giveaway that he was doing. Like she just happened to check the streams, like, and then that was like great timing.
Yeah, I got lucky.
He gives away good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want transfers to come back. I want to do a bunch of giveaways. They do them every week, and then
I miss transfers.
Yeah, and then like
I don't know if they'll bring those back anytime soon.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Not in the same way. I mean, I think there would have to be some type of transaction fee.
I remember at some point, I think it was Reese that said, if we want to do giveaways, we can, and then if someone wins, then we just have to message him. But then I don't know
Yeah.
how that works.
Fanny was supposed to come on too.
Fanny?
Who?
Fanny Carbonell.
Oh.
Yeah.
She's doing some type of TV show or movie, so she has been a bit busy.
Yeah, I saw just before jumping on, I saw her post something about.
But we'll get her next time. I mean, there's still a few hours left.
She's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was glad to see her in New York Comic Con. Eva, you missed New York Comic Con. Everyone was there.
Next time,
Eva.
What?
How far is that from you, New York?
New York is about. Hey, honestly, I wanted to come. I wasn't gonna say anything. Me and my boyfriend were gonna try to come, but it didn't work out. I don't remember why. It's really not that far for me. It's like 5-hour drive.
Oh wow.
Oh.
That's
it's really not that far.
It's still a ways away. 5 hours.
Yeah, but it took me 6.5 hours just for a straight through flight. So 5-hour drive is not bad.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
For drive, I mean, she gets on a plane, it's going to be a lot faster, but
7 hours actually.
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
7, yeah.
Clearly, I'm
7
not the
hours.
one driving. Yeah.
Yeah.
7 hours in a car is a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess I would take a few breaks, you know.
Yeah, that's true. There was this truck driver, I forget his name, that would like comment every now and then. He's like, Randy, I drive for a living and I'm on the road like 60 hours a week. Your streams are a blessing. I just listen. I was like, oh, thanks, man. That made me feel so happy. I love that.
Especially for your 24-hour streams.
Those are long.
Yeah, he's probably in heaven.
Yeah.
Dude, the energy there was so good. Just everyone just having that, all the love. I was like, hey, just the honest, like, good to see you, and like the hugs, and just like, let me buy you a drink. I think those were probably the best. Let me buy you a drink was great. But yeah, so you haven't. Well, everyone here's experienced it except for Eva. With the, you're gonna have not like culture shock. You're just gonna have that. Maybe like imposter syndrome, because you have fans, like you have people that clearly love you, and you haven't experienced. And I want to be there when you experience that. When people go on like, "Oh my God, are you Eva from VeVeVersity?"
It is gonna feel very weird, but I'm just very excited to meet people in real life, because I know a lot of people from VeVe. I know what they look like. We've streamed together. I talk to a lot of people. I still talk to a lot of people online. Like, I don't know if he's still on, but One Punch Brand, I talk to him very often. So, you know, I would really like to meet people in person.
Yeah.
But then it's still so hard to, like, okay, what's his name? Now I can't even remember his freaking name. Crap.
No crap. I'm in Krat's class. No crap.
Okay. No, so we're in New York. We're at the bar, the first party.
Which?
And this guy comes up, and I'm just like, you look familiar. He's like,
who are you?
Viral. I'm like, oh,
damn.
It was who? Oh, VeVe Viral.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was like, of course. Like, but you know, I don't know what it is when you're just like there in person and you see these people. And it's like,
Well, and you have Omar. I met Omar. He was great.
Yeah, Omar's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, but when you have some alcohol in it,
Yes.
yeah, it intensifies things a little bit.
But seriously, I'm gonna take freaking name tags next time on my own with a marker, and I'm gonna slap them on people because like
you know who they are.
Twitter handle, not their real name.
Mine is just easy. It's Tammy Hannah. So it's easy for me. They all know who I am. I had so many people coming up to me. Oh, you're Tammy. Oh, I'm glad you got it.
I know. So Jay Green made these for a lot of people, which is really cool. And then I've had this made by Heather, where it's got VeVe Fam Bam.
Oh, that was at DuCon.
Yeah, but like seriously, I'm taking name tags next time, and I'm gonna slap them on everybody.
I had so many people coming up to me saying, "Oh, you're Tammy. Oh, you're Tammy." I had no idea who they were. It was so horrible.
They tell you their names, you know. It's just like, "Oh, you're so and so." But yeah, like you said, the alcohol is going, and then you're
and you forget
different people, and then it just gets mixed up, and you can't remember.
I'd really like for them to message me and say, "Oh, remember I talked to you at the second party because, you know, we were all a little intoxicated that day."
The whole time.
Oh, you know what? I was people at work. They asked me, "How was your NYCC trip?" I was like, "It was absolutely amazing. I was drunk every day. I only bought 3 drinks.
Mm-hmm.
The whole time, I only bought 3. Wow. I have no idea what half the crap I drank was."
Oh, guess what, Tammy?
What?
Remember the box that got left at the restaurant?
Yes. Did you get it back?
It was awesome. How'd you get
it back?
It just was in my mailbox yesterday. I went to check
because we called them.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. So I got a hold of Ali, and I'm like, guess what?
Oh, that was the Irish place, right?
No, that was where we ate. We drank the Irish car bomb things.
Yeah, that was the Irish place. Which honestly,
and
ordering Irish car bombs in an Irish place.
He talked like Scottish.
It
was me and you, Fam Bam, and Wet Wizard.
Whenever they were called, they probably were just like, "Yeah, no, there's nothing there." You know, they probably didn't say anything. So, but when they did find it, they probably just like.
Yeah.
Because we called and we're like, "Hey, we left the package," and they're like, "No, we don't see it," and they ship it. That's amazing.
Yeah, I know. I was really excited to see it because when I got a notification that I had a package, I was like, I'm not expecting anything. So, like, I went over there, and when I opened it, I was like, oh my God. So I already messaged him, and I'm like, dude, this is meant to be. Like, you have to have it.
No, you got to get it to him because it was. I remember you felt so bad, and I was on my phone trying to figure out who to call, and we called, and we were even. The driver was even willing to turn around and go back to get it.
Yeah, but yeah, I didn't want to do that.
So Randy said next year at NYCC we're all going to stay together again.
We can do that.
Yeah.
You guys all stay in an Airbnb together?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if I have the photo. So it was, there was there still is. There was a rumor that I'm a virgin. So when I posted the photo of me and Wet Wizard, and you know, he's like in bed and he's like this way. And I posted the photo of me like fun on. It's like when he won't even look at you the next morning.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Right.
So I think that gave him a little more fuel, but that was a lot of fun.
It's all about people like to, they have no idea what actually goes on behind the scenes, you know?
What if I am a virgin? What if I'm saving myself for marriage?
Wizard.
Oh my God, you are not getting married.
Not to Wet Wizard?
I don't think you're getting married to anybody.
Taps.
Maybe Taps, but Taps is already taken.
Taps did a tub stream with me. There's always hope. It's never off the table with him.
You know, I remember we were on stream with Lori, and she wanted you and I to do a tub, instead of you and Taps, me and you doing like a bathtub scene. But my daughter said absolutely no way. I couldn't do it.
I don't see anything wrong with it.
Well, you know, I got granddaughters. I got to be good with the granddaughters.
It's fine. We have I mean, there's no real big water parks or water places that we could all. I mean, I guess if we're all in a hotel and we're at the pool, we could do like a poolside chat. Oh, poolside. Oh, love that.
Poolside. That was amazing. Remember that when that happened?
Yeah.
Poolside? That was. I can't believe she did that.
But not for him.
No, yeah. I mean, it's something that we can actually talk about, but I feel bad for him.
You know what it's going to be? Okay, you know how like when Bitcoin, they always make fun of the guy who was just like, oh, Bitcoin's over, was it like $7 or whatever it was?
Yeah.
Poolside is going to end up being a term that
we'll never forget.
Yeah, but no, it's gonna like go like saying hodl.
Yeah, hodl. Yeah. Well, and the sad thing is that people that weren't here during that time they're not gonna have any idea what we're talking about.
They will.
I have no idea.
Well, they'll figure it out, but
it's gonna be a thing. They're gonna, it'll be a meme online, and then people will be like, "What does this mean?" And they're gonna be like, "There was this guy."
all the member corner. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember watching that. We were like, somebody's actually buying this.
He was buying up all those things. I'm like, no, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
I tried to get him on the podcast. I said no. Like,
I can imagine why.
There's a couple of people that I really want that I don't think will ever come on. He's one of them. Clever Jerk. I ask all the time.
And he won't come?
He's super private. Like I even asked him about like just you could wear a mask or you could just come to one of these things and not tell anyone who you are. Like no one will know.
Right.
And then he says like, that's fine. What's up, Mr. MC1?
Sergeant can't rescue you from all these ladies here, man.
It's okay. 3-2. We're still good.
All right. We're still good. Yep.
There's I feel like the stats on people's YouTube are a little misrepresented because YouTube has it scales towards men, and then VeVe in general, things in tech are men.
Okay.
So when my analytics show that my audience is 98% men, I like to have like a good mixture of both men and women on to show that it's not just men. It's not just not a whole bunch of carrots in the stew. There's women in here as well.
So, make your plans for next New York Comic Con. All of you. Yes. Just make sure you're there. Put it on your calendar. Google the date. Set up alarms, alerts.
New York Comic Con.
That means you have a.
I know.
Just make sure
we were all there, but we missed you.
So I'm already in touch with VeVe, man. I've got like a bunch of responses already. So the VeVe Oscars it's gonna happen, guys. I mean,
oh my God.
We don't know the details. All that has to be worked out. But I mean, there's enough buy-in that I know is gonna go down. So I'm already starting the preparation for which categories, who should be the judges. Randy, Randy. So let's say. Fast forward, right? This is like 2024. We're at the VeVe Oscars, right? Randy Chavez, you've won Best YouTuber.
Right.
Play some music and blah, blah, blah. Now, Randy, you give me a speech, right?
Oh, okay. So the speech would be, hey, guys, I still don't have a computer or a bed.
Feeling it, Randy. A little more emotion.
He still only has a twin-size bed.
A little more emotion, dude. Like, he just won the VeVe Oscar, man.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. All right, hold on.
Yeah. Come on, go, Randy. Go.
All right, give me like 12 seconds.
All right, let's go, Randy. Let's
11,
go.
10.
So Mary just goes, who has only a twin-size bed?
7.
Like it's Randy.
3.
It's gonna be fun.
Oh my God. I gotta have. No, you can't make me laugh.
All right. Who's excited?
Okay. Mario. Oh, I was at the store when he bought the Mario hat. Not the cat, but the Mario hat.
Let's hear the speech. Randy.
4 years ago, I decided to start filming Pokemon videos off my phone. This one here. I had no bed, no job, no dick. No, I'm joking. I don't know. It's gonna have to be in the moment. I'll probably be very drunk. I'll just be like,
we'll all be very drunk.
How long do I have for this? Is it a 30-second speech? Can I go for like 8 minutes? What's the?
We'll give you a minute, man. We'll give you a minute, Randy. We'll give you a minute.
I mean, Come on, if he wants everything, he can have as much time as he wants.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I guess to sum it up in 30 seconds, as would be.
No.
This is I'll forever always have imposter syndrome, but this is a testament to let everybody know that if you have a great idea or if you know that something is going to happen, it doesn't matter if your mom or dad, your town, the masses, everyone is telling you that something is wrong when it's right. It's your responsibility to go and stand firm with your beliefs, and as long as you're right and you're following the right people, it's your responsibility to go and make sure that you stick it out, because I didn't get to where I am today by following the crowd or having someone try to dissuade me from things that I know are correct. And you know, if this kid from Peru that was born in a house with no roof now has, you know, X, Y, and Z, whatever OMI's at that point.
Right.
There's no education. You can do it too. And hopefully that inspires a little bit of hope.
Oh, there you go.
Yay!
Good one.
Can't put me on the spot. And I normally I'm a lot better when I'm drinking, so you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm drinking enough for both of us. Hey, I got the wine. So, Randy, do you still have the chocolate spot on your hat?
No, I washed it. So I did not have the.
Serendipity. It was absolutely amazing.
Oh yeah. So Eva and Sanjay. Oh yeah, Fema, you didn't go to this one either. So Serendipity is this place in New York where they have the most giant ice creams, and it's horrible for you, but it's so good.
They have one in Vegas, right?
It was so much.
They have one in Vegas.
We ordered a frozen hot chocolate. It was so big, we had to split it. It was so much
Also,
food.
this is itchy. I'll be right back.
Oh my!
He's funny.
He's a character.
So, but seriously, book your, put it on your calendar, get that thing set up, put a little piggy bank on the side and keep sticking a $1 into it every day.
I'll be there.
I just have to figure out how to get on your yacht.
Say that again?
Well, you had mentioned getting on your yacht on some, I don't know. I don't do that. I'm not into I don't have the goggles. I don't have that. So I got to figure out how to get on your yacht.
Without the things too. Hey, sleeping.
Oh, I love him.
I love
him. He's awesome.
Sleeping is day.
But yeah, next year's New York Comic Con is going to be even better. There'll be like a VeVe event. There'll be like my event. There'll be, a lot more artists. I'm in touch with a lot of them. And then this concept, this whole kind of VeVe Oscar concept is going to be big, Did he
want a hat like yours?
He said so, yeah. I don't know if Evan was trying to talk. They said.
I'm muting myself. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
I don't have mine with me.
I have a question about hats. Is there anything that can be purchased that can go inside here? So if I was to wear this, I don't get makeup or anything.
Yes.
Yeah,
there is. When you buy a hat, a new hat, normally it comes with a piece. You don't have to take it off.
Yeah.
You can buy that on Amazon or something. A hat protector.
Yeah, I want one of those because I want.
Well, in my hat, I had Dan and David sign it, so I want to put it in a case. But I want it a 1-of-1, so I talked to Sanjay about ordering another one, but I don't know if I want to order another one because then there's going to be more than one.
That's right. Do you want?
I don't know.
My hat.
Oh, go get it, Ava.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Get that bread. This is great. So I'll, Mr. MC1 on the.
Just like
more,
in my own
we're
world.
into the more recent events. Are you going to go to any of the newer ones? Ooh, what?
Yeah, man. Like I want to go to France, but I'm not sure as yet. I got I'm kind of in wait and watch mode and kind of working on a deal kind of a thing.
What is that?
I have one of those. That's Ryan's hat, right? Yeah. I have that.
Oh, I don't have one of those.
Let me show you my VeVe hat collection.
I need one of those.
I don't really have a nice shape for hats, but
I don't either, Eva. It's okay.
because I have a small head, so I think this is too big for me. I have to make it.
I got all these freaking hats now. Like,
You have to pick out which one. I have 2 sleeping comics. I have my golden logo silver.
I definitely need a sleeping hat. I think they're so nice. Where can we
I have sleeping hats are nice.
he already sold. I don't know if he has any more since he's in the chat. Sleeping, do you have any more of these hats you just recently made?
Ava wants one.
I got 3 of them. I think I got a.
So Randy was nice. He got lucky. He got a white, black, and blue one. I only have a black and blue one.
Yeah, the white was the.
I got one of those too from Ryan.
Oh, I like yours.
I have the gray one.
I like it in gray.
Yeah, it's cool. I like the gray one. And
And
then
then
I need that.
Energy made the little logo, and then I had Dan, David, Reese,
Oh,
Alex.
yeah. What a nice hat. Who made this? VeVe family?
Energy. He made the little logo.
Oh,
He's
man,
got a whole
I
store.
gotta get myself one of those. That looks
Oh.
really nice.
VeVe Bam Bam.
Oh damn, that's
I
pretty
left.
nice.
Yeah, I'm for sure gonna get one.
That's pretty nice. And then I got all the
Energy. Oh.
Are we
all sleeping hats.
There you go. You see, I have a small head.
He's got 5 left.
That's big on me.
He has 5 left. Get a sleeping hat.
I definitely
5. I got 2.
10 white ones.
These are the Randy hats as well.
No.
So I have
hats
number 8.
are only 6 of these, I think, right? 6 of these?
There's 10 of them in existence.
10 whites. Okay. All right, sleeping.
See, I was not lucky. I did not get a tent. I did not get a white one. But I did get I have 76 in the black and 76 in the blue, and then an 8 on the blue.
So, see the blues?
I think the black. Oh, see, 888.
Oh, it's nice and blue.
Aw.
Yeah, see? No. And the only reason why I went with 76 is because that was a year after I was born.
Yeah. I think Silicon wanted the 8. Silicon.
He did.
I think his family must have the 8.
He wanted the 8s.
So anyway, but yeah, we've got some good VeVe merch, like
Yeah.
So,
That's cool.
Bam Bam, I'm liking that hat, man. I love that hat.
Oh, I like it.
But I want the one that Ava has. How do I get that one?
Ryan.
I don't know if he still makes them.
Oh, this
one. And the crazy thing is I don't even wear hats, but I want one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
There's
Only when I play poker.
There's
you
a
got the Hugh
sweatshirt.
Jackman OMI shirt?
Huh?
Oh, no, I have an OMI shirt. I said, hold on.
Most drunk at a VeVe party.
Take it. Oh, thank
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, me or Fan Bam probably. Oh, what's that one?
I am a VeVe addict.
VeVe
Yeah.
addict.
Oh,
I
I
got
got
it.
so many shirts.
I don't think
I got it as a gift. I don't even know who I got it from.
I like
That's
the
the
O
OMI shirt.
that you have.
Made by some other company.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
I would say me or Fan Bam gets
VeVe
this one.
Oscar for most drunk at a VeVe party.
That'd be Randy. I think that would be Randy.
Decon, Randy. Randy was just falling over and shit, right?
Yes, it was Randy.
Freaking, that's the event.
I think it was great with Bam Bam Trip Randy over at Decon.
I didn't trip him. I pushed him.
Yeah.
Okay, pushed him.
Get it right. You know how you pulled me out of that.
It's funny.
Yeah, it was awesome.
But I think next year, I think it's like this year there were at least 300 people, more than 300 people that wanted to come to the party, like my party. I know the VeVe one had obviously a lot of people. But next year, my sense is it'll be like 400 to 500 people because it's going to be like we'll do the VeVe Oscars. That's going to
be big.
Like a lot of people, a lot of categories, content creators, all that stuff, and people plan. Now they know that, man, that event is amazing. I don't know what you guys think, but the party that David threw was unbelievable, man.
It was unbelievable.
Crazy. That was an unbelievable party. I mean, give it to him, man. Give it to David and VeVe.
Yeah.
They did absolutely amazing. I'm ready for New York to come back again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready.
We used to do this damn thing every 6 months, right?
Yeah, so once a year, every 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe there's another location. You know, we got to figure out another event. I mean, I haven't been to San Diego Comic-Con. I don't know why I haven't done San Diego Comic-Con.
That's cool.
I tried to get tickets, and there were two. I couldn't get in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, because of COVID, from what I heard is like 3 years out to be able to get tickets. So you can't get tickets. I mean, Magic even said that she tried to go on the pre-sale, and they only allowed people that actually had tickets prior, and anybody who had press passes couldn't get in.
Oh.
Yeah, it's wild that they wouldn't let the press passes in.
Yeah.
But I think, San Diego becomes far for a lot of the Europeans, right? Like we have a pretty large, I mean, face it, we have a very large European community, right? And like if we have an event that's in New York, like if it's 5.5 hours for the guys on the West Coast, it's maybe 7 hours for the guys in Europe, right? So it's kind of, New York works out, I think, for one, if you had to have one like big global VeVe event, I think New York kind of works best, right? At least that's my thought, but I don't know if people agree or not.
So, I mean, if we have, so there's going to be one, and I might have mentioned this to MC1 before. I don't know if you guys can see in the private chat what I have written, but there is a big OMI and VeVe whale that will have a launch party, and he's going to have some special stuff there for not just the gold logo members. Those are not the ones that get the big one, but there is going to be some utility for the other logos as well.
So where is this place,
and
man?
that's in the Midwest, right?
Where exactly is this place? Where this
I can't say yet, but I'll say Middle America.
Okay, directionally, man. Like put a like
Middle America.
Fuck, now that's pretty big, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, right.
Randy, like a little better position.
Middle America. That's a lot of bigger Middle America.
Like middle or eastern.
Well, let me
middle
look at a
western
map,
middle?
and I will let you know.
Okay. Oh no, I can't eat one on.
I remember I had guessed it, but now I don't even remember.
It's like very, very middle. It's like
okay, got it.
Yeah. It does not border an ocean or another country.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, well, I mean, if there's the right kind of event, we can go, right?
Yeah, it's people will want to go. It'll be fun.
But I think DCon in Vegas is going to be amazing, man.
I'm going.
Not this
year.
year.
That's what I'm hoping.
When is that next year? The DCon in Vegas?
Always in that November, December timeframe, right?
Spicy. Yes, it is.
Late November, early December. So
I'm hoping they're going to put it back in November.
It gives me enough time to save.
Well, they didn't move to December. It wasn't their choice. It was the convention center's choice.
Yeah.
Spicy.
So I'm hoping they'll keep the November dates. Yes, Sleep and bring your wife.
Yeah, Sleepin'. First appearance, Mrs. Sleepin' Comics.
Yes.
Oh. She's not gonna know what Sleeping Comics and wife does. She has no idea.
Does she not? I feel like he would at least talk to her about it a little bit,
I would hope so, because I'm gonna tell you, when I went to Sanjay's party, when so many people are coming up to me, it was a little bit overwhelming. Just a little bit. I mean, it was amazing. I appreciate everyone. It made me feel wonderful. But Sleeping's wife, I don't think she realized how much it is.
Yeah, it's a bit much, like everybody comes and talks to you, right?
Yeah.
You think about like if there's a party where everybody talks to like literally everybody.
Right.
Parties, right? Literally you go around, you make sure you kind of talk to everybody. Those are fun.
Yeah.
The thing about Vegas though is it's such a party town, man. Like somebody's having a good night at the poker table, somebody's having a good night at the craps table, and
I'm just learning. I'm starting to learn how craps works. I'm in a class right now, but I'm telling you,
not gonna start, man. Your day isn't gonna start till freaking the afternoon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm literally
Vegas.
asking, how would you bet if you were in Vegas? How would you bet? Because I'm in the casino industry, and it's it's a whole nother world.
I used to live in Vegas.
Oh, no.
1 year.
No Vegas.
I love Vegas.
I used to live in Summerlin.
So, Eva, one of the harder things that you'll have to deal with, and it's kind of like silver lining, is that yes, everything's amazing, and you want to talk to everyone, but there's only so many hours in a night, and there's so many people there. But unfortunately, you just can't really get that intimate setting with everyone. It's got to be, oh, hey, how's it going? And unfortunately, that might be the most you say to someone that night, because there'll be others that you'll spend time
Or
with.
there's gonna be people you plan to meet and then you don't end up getting to meet them because you could be in the same room with them.
Yeah, and
but you still didn't get to meet them.
Super shy when I first meet, especially if there's a bunch of people at once that I know but I've never met in person. I'm gonna get really shy.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Well,
I think that's how Wendy was.
I think we have to do if you look at like a lot of these events and parties now, there's like it's like a bunch of hardcore VeVe people. Like they've been through the up, they've been through the down, they're here, they're friendly, they're nice, they get along with everybody. So these are the people that are going to be around for a very long time. But it can also become a little very cliquey, so we've got to make sure that we have like this kind of environment that's very open.
Yeah.
And like I've been following some of the Twitter stuff, like on X rather, and I'll tell you, look, there were some people in VeVe who just kind of burnt a lot of bridges and left, and for those people it's just hard, like you might have the biggest heart and you welcome everybody back, but others are going to troll them. But there are some people, I think, look, like Biscuits, like people like her, man, they're incredible, man. Like, don't troll her, man. She's amazing. She's a great community member, amazing artist. We've all been through the grinder and we've all kind of cussed out and cursed VeVe at some point or the other. We've all done it, man. Like, let's be honest, we've all done it. But like we have to be very welcoming to people that are brand new to VeVe, as well as like create a lot of roads in, right? Yeah. Open, friendly, nice roads in, and then we've also got to figure out how there are people. It's like people like Biscuits have to be in our community. Like
they have
amazing.
to.
They're artists, man. They're freaking.
She's amazing.
She's making a little helmet for this guy.
Oh, is that right? I've seen.
And
that is pretty amazing.
I never got trolled until I got to NYCC.
Yeah.
I mean, Randy even said to me, how does it feel like to be an influencer, because I got trolled? And it was so horrible that what was said to me was absolutely horrendous. I would never say that to anybody in the world because I'm the most compassionate, loving person in the world. For somebody to say that to me, it was horrible. And he's like, you need to block them right away. Block them.
Yeah. I mean, I blocked a lot of people actually.
It's horrible.
Because I blocked so many people.
Yeah. He's like, oh, I blocked him a long time ago. Well, I didn't know who he was. I don't have no idea. I mean, but when people troll you, they don't have anything else better to do.
Yeah.
I've gotten trolled a few times. Nothing too crazy, honestly. Just
Yeah, there was one time on a stream way back. I had to, after the stream was over, I had to make a video. Saying like to my male viewers, which is mostly most of them, because some people like don't know how to act. Like I imagine they wouldn't say certain things in person, but say it online, next to no consequence.
They had the screen to cover you.
Yeah, they don't.
But by the way, the one other person that I really I like, I want him back in the VeVe community in a big way is Kyle. I don't share the same feelings towards Paul Bearer. I saw that video that Paul did, but I think
I saw that.
Like if you make a list of all my friends or like a-holes and put me in the same bucket, like what the hell, right? I like Kyle a lot, man. Kyle was a good guy. I think he's somebody who's been in the community, long time, OG kind of guy, just like nice guy, man. Like this another guy. Look, I don't know if anybody has any problems with him or whatever, but get over it. Like I want Biscuits back, I want Kyle back, I want all these, like some of these OGs who are kind of, they lost interest or faith or whatever it is for a period of time. I mean, I'd love to have them all back, man. I'd love to have them all back. and I want a path to bring them all back.
Well, and it's kind of hard to understand why they left in the first place.
I mean, there are many reasons. There are many reasons. People kind of market was down.
Yeah.
VeVe missed its promises. I mean, face it, VeVe missed a lot of freaking promises, right? And for a while,
Absolutely.
I was on X kind of bashing VeVe, right, for a while.
And I met Kyle at Decon. Yeah. We went to this after we were the first night I was there. I met Kyle, Taps. I met all these wonderful people.
Yeah.
And then all this stuff happened. It was over the last year. It's been, and I even listened to a video from Cavelta earlier today about how they blocked him and everything. It's like everybody they have their own perspective on how life goes.
See, Cavell, misunderstood guy.
100%.
Cavell, his style, like there's different styles. His style of showing up is with these sensational headlines, right?
Yeah.
Like he just, it's a sensational headline, and then he'll flame it for the first couple of minutes, and then he'll answer the question, and if you listen to the whole thing, finish it out, it's kind of okay. Now, he's also got his, like all of us are crazy in some way or the other, right? He's also got his craziness about $10, this, that, and the other, and left, whatever, sold stuff, bought stuff, whatever, like shit. Everybody does that, man. Like my advice, hey, Coel's, he's a good guy, man. Like like you don't like his flavor, but no reason to kind of fight the guy. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's there, man. He's doing his stuff. He's got his own audience too, and he's someone who can, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of shit like that. But
and he has a lot of followers. I think I looked earlier today. It was 13,000 followers. That's a lot.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
I mean, let's all erase, like we've got to erase some of the past a little bit, like forget all these, kind of goofy ass things. Now, there are some people who are, were downright obnoxious, remain downright obnoxious. And, I won't take any names, but those people will always remain on my block list. And I got nothing, to say about those people. They gotta go, right?
Yeah.
But there's a lot of other people. And I took 3 names here. I mean, at least, with Biscuits, Kyle, I feel very strongly about, them being, valuable members of our community. And if you ask people, like Danny and, they'll all tell you, like, yeah, man, like these are important people, So anyway, I know they get a lot of crap from people and you can never stop that. But, if you're like an OG in the VeVe community, reach out, like reach out, drop a DM. And say hi, and bring these people back into the VeVe community. They're good people, and I think that's what we,
but Sanjay, what do you consider an OG?
Oh, that's a tough one, man. Like, I don't think I'm an OG. I came in August.
What do you consider OG?
I think OG
we're in November 2023. I mean, what is considered an OG?
So.
Before
so I'll give you my definition. I don't think it's fixed or anything, but I think OGs are people who either came super early. To me, that would be pre-February or March 21. Okay.
Yeah.
Like that wasn't there were like 10,000 people or 5,000 people, or like 20,000 people, or whatever. That to me, those are like OGs because they were here before freaking, like.
Anything.
April
believers.
2021.
That wasn't me.
8th. So.
When did you join, Eva?
April 8th, 2021.
Wow, that's
super OG.
Femdon, when did you join?
March 9th.
See, I didn't start until September 2021.
Me, August. Yeah, and Randy,
so you and I are close.
February 27th, 2021.
Yeah, I think anybody who's OG is 2021.
Yeah, 2021. There's a lot of people who came in, but
you're an OG.
My definition would be March, but
2021.
I'm willing to go with whatever,
Yeah.
I think the goalpost is also going to move. Like right now, I consider it like anything before golden moments, but then give it a few more years, and you're going to have,
And I was right before Golden Moments came out in November 2021. I was September 2021.
November 8th, 7th.
Yeah. I was September, I think, 18th.
November 7th, I think, is so actually in the next 2 days, VeVe
coming
finished
close.
2 years of golden, it'll be 2 years since Golden Moments kind of
I know.
started with VeVe.
Oh,
And-
that's soon. Yeah.
Yeah, it's soon. And I got all the golden moments.
Yeah. But yeah, and I think there's another definition to this OG thing. I think there are people who did, who started producing content or doing things when nobody cared about this app.
Yeah.
Like when I look at somebody like an OB app, right?
Yeah.
Like she did chat and Tuesdays and whatever.
Yeah.
To me, like I don't know exactly when she came in. It's got to be early, but she'll probably meet the criteria even in the first bucket. But someone like her, OG, and that's where I think someone like a Kyle is definitely an OG, and someone like Randy, and Randy hits OG in multiple buckets, right? That would be my definition, but I don't, I could be, everybody has their own kind of, thing.
Orange Bag Lady just had a kid recently.
Oh my God, so beautiful.
It's a very cute kid. Yeah.
I saw on Twitter, X, whatever. Yeah.
I'm so curious about what the kid's hair is going to be like in like 2 years. Dude, I'm so jealous. She has some amazing hair. Oh.
Going March 14th of 21.
Who?
March?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's early too. Super early too.
Yo, you guys are forming a gang.
Oh my gosh,
2021
Right.
game? Well,
So who
Bill,
else in this,
I
who else
think
is
Bill's
listening
been here
that's
since
March 21 and
2021.
before? Anyone else on the stream was March 21 and before? Just kind of type your
No,
name. or whatever.
September 2021.
You said March or
I'm
Okay,
September.
Tammy's changed the definition, so let's.
No, I'm September. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm not trying to say I'm prior to that. I'm September.
Yeah, mine is August 21, so definitely not
So
an OG.
we're really close, Sanjay.
We're very close, yeah.
Yeah.
a month away?
We all came after the whole Marvel thing, right? Or kind
Yeah,
of
it was after Marvel, before Gold Moments.
Yeah.
Guys, does anyone know what that is? Because
No,
swear
I saw a
think
thumbs
my
up.
computer's getting hacked. It's the third time this happened,
What?
and I have no idea what this means.
What?
You didn't see the thumb
You
that
got
was in her.
Jessica's
Hey,
turned
it's
on.
not me. My hands are right here. I
No,
swear
but
it's
do
not
this.
me.
Do this.
Okay, wait. I gotta hold hands.
No, you don't understand.
Yeah,
The
no, there
first
was a-
time I saw that happen, I was like, "What is that?"
When was it?
When I was on FaceTime with a friend, same thing.
I think I follow Randy. Bill, go back to go back sleeping.
He says
Okay,
it's the
pre-golden
OG.
moments is OG. I'm pre-golden moments. I'm
All
OG.
right, so, okay, then we're all kind of good there.
Okay.
Bill
so-
Gardner just followed from Earth 2 to here.
That's pretty
Brought
cool.
a bunch of the Earth 2 people.
All right, Thomas.
Okay,
there you
so
go.
Randy, I'm gonna let you go because I love you. I love you,
Okay.
everyone. But my friend
Bye,
Mary's
Pam.
gonna this is enough is enough.
All right, bye,
Have
Tammy.
fun.
All right, I'll talk to y'all soon.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Randy, I was
I'll be off soon, too.
just saying before, but everyone was talking over each other. I had to pop off too. I feel so bad that both jumping off at
No,
the same time. But are you
I'm
staying
happy
on
to hop
until 12?
Yeah, I'll be on for another 2.5, 3 hours.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna try to jump back in for a bit.
Even if it's like 3 hours in, I'll stay on another hour. So you can.
Okay, I can't guarantee anything, but I'll definitely try.
I heard you can guarantee that you can come in. Like,
It was great seeing you.
it's so great streaming with you again.
Let's
I love
see
that.
if we can get
Thank you so much.
Dr. Rolex to join, man. Like, give me a
Bye,
minute.
Sanjay.
Bye. Hey,
Is
put the New York Comic Con dates out there. You and your boy.
I will. I
Put it
promise
in
I
his
will.
calendar. Put it in his calendar too.
Okay.
Okay, so
Bye, guys.
I'm gonna go and.
All right.
You said grab Dr. Rolex.
Yeah, let me call him. I have a cell phone. Let me just put you guys on mute for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm gonna have
I
to.
just sent him the link, so hopefully he gets the.
I've been gone all day and like.
Oh,
to
you can't see Dashi. Oh.
the Dashi.
The Spider-Man job. There when Todd was in retail.
Yeah, I was there when Todd was in retail.
Oh yeah, I guess we were. Yeah, we were. 3 golden moments, solid OG line. VVB days, April. Very nice. Very nice. How much? Ooh. Not bad. Yo, he's got a pool table in the back. Yo, it looks so
Hey,
nice.
where did you send Rolex's link?
I sent it to his Twitter or his
Okay,
ex.
it's in your Twitter account. So go to your DMs there.
I can text it to him if he needs. You can't. When it's on mute.
Well,
No.
I'll have to get off. If you got, I don't think I've ever streamed with him before. Oh yeah, I met him in.
We're getting Rolex on. Let me see if I can get Tony on too. You want to get Tony on?
Tony. Kryptoni?
Tony Pittman. You know Tony Pittman, right?
Send him a link.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me just...
Yeah. Yeah, if he's got the link, he can totally send it. And then send
Rolly
it to
needs 2 minutes. He's on his PC, so he's just going to figure out a couple of things. So
okay.
Let me get
Yeah, send it to whoever you think would be fun. So Bam Bam, who have you not streamed with yet that you want to stream with?
I've never streamed with Reese.
Yeah, he's fun.
I've streamed a little bit with Dan, streamed with David. I mean, of course, in the community, I'm going to stream with everybody.
Oh, you streamed with Dan and the Women of VeVe one, right?
There was one with Magic.
Oh, yeah,
So
I think I remember.
when I was on that one, there was David, Dan, Alex. There were some other people. My collectibles was on there.
My hips.
But there's lots of people out there I want to stream with.
Ooh, my hips are going bye-bye. I gotta doing a stretch. Okay, my hip.
Hey, can you? Is it the same link that can go to him too, Randy?
Yeah, the one I sent you, you can send over to.
Okay, so I'm going to send it to Tony as well. So we'll have Tony and Rolly join here, and Tony will join in a minute too, so we can chat with these guys. Get some different guests, you know, like it'll be fun.
Yeah.
And they're both pretty cool.
Cool beans. Get the new peeps. I'm not sure I ever had Rolex. No, I think Rolex might have been on the 69-hour stream for a little bit at one point.
Rolex?
Yeah, I think he was on there for a bit. We gotta get. I was asking Fam Bam who she hasn't streamed with yet. What about you, Sanjay? Who's someone you really want to stream with that you haven't yet?
Will my Weibsman, VeVe Vantage, they've spoken to me, you know, we have to kind of get it scheduled, but hang on a second, let me just get this out to Tony.
Whoa. Sham's a super OG.
Yeah.
2020.
The one that I really enjoyed though was Danny the Bull. We had such a fucking amazing time. We both started drinking. I had committed to doing some giveaways, and oh my god, the more drunk I got, the more. And like all my comics are back here. You know, if you look back here, there's all these long boxes. There's more on the other side. I just kept picking up and giving them away. It was a blast, man. We had an amazing time. We got to do that. Danny keeps telling me we should do it again. We should do it again. I'm like, okay, you know what? Let's do it, man. One of these days.
That would be cool.
Amazing.
So Tony will join in a minute. And Rolex too. So
I can't wait to get back in the gym tomorrow. I could have done it this morning, but I did not because I'm lazy and undisciplined. But tomorrow, can't wait. Good, yeah, feeling all right. On the opposite end of that, I get to eat some carbs tomorrow because I'm going to work out. Oh, Tammy messaged me saying the African rice was too hot.
Don't say that out loud. She hears that, she's gonna go after Tammy.
Mark says he was there and confirmed that Sanjay Comic was a fun stream.
I'm gonna have to get off of here. I'm tired.
You gonna bounce, Fam Bam?
Yeah, so I've been gone all day. Need to
That's true. You have been.
get my son ready for bed for school tomorrow. Get myself ready for bed for work.
What time is it there in the Arizona?
Here it's almost 8. It's 7:45.
Oh,
Well,
so
I mean, there's time, but I still need
okay.
to-
well, you kids, you know, today's Sunday. You know, you can have a little extra, a few hours. What the hell?
Oh gosh. Don't tell him. He'll be like, "Yay!"
Hey, so VeVe Fam, tell me something. So I meant to ask someone this question. So I want to do one VeVe Oscar for best video with a kid. right? Or best child actor or whatever. Like, it's one where, like the one that Ryan did with his son, where he got his son to do the unboxing and stuff.
Yeah, that was great.
That was great.
So like one award, and obviously the kid won't come out and stuff, right? The parent gets the award, but it's for the family or whatever, for the kid.
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts on that? Do you think it's like maybe not appropriate for Web3 or just any perspective? Like when you hear this concept, are you saying, wow, love it? Or you're sort of saying, yeah, I don't know, maybe think about it. Or you're saying, oh, fuck it, it's horrible. Like, I'd love to get that reaction. And
I think it would be a good idea because the kids, like my son was in VeVe in the beginning. And, when they did it, like you can't have 18, under 18. And I had to merge his account with mine. And, that kind of sucks. And I know he was really enjoying it. Like he met Taps. Taps is the one that really got him going and all this. Him meeting Taps. Taps gave him, sent him a collectible, I think it was like a Bucky Barnes Marvel Mighty at the first Decon, and that's what had him make a little Twitter and stuff. So yeah, having the kids involved in some way, I think it's cool. I think it would be a cool idea. Kind of gets them excited.
Yeah, that's awesome. Because I see a lot of stuff on X with the kids, and I think it'd be good. It's a good source of conversation with the rest of the family, right? Like if you have like an award like this, a bunch of kids get nominated, parents and kid combos get nominated for their video. Now the rest of the family's heard about it. They're like, what the hell? And then one of these, father, son or mother, daughter or whatever combo gets, $1,000 or something like that. Now it's like, oh shit, right? I mean, $1,000 would be like nothing, peanuts, right? But anyway, that was sort of the thinking there. How do you use something like that to create engagement? Yeah, Tony, how's it going?
Good. Good evening.
What up, buddy?
What's up?
How you doing, fam?
Good.
So, Tony, Randy, have you spoken to Tony before?
I don't think so.
I met him.
We met at NYCC.
Mm-hmm.
This recently?
I didn't know it was him. Yeah.
He was always wearing his hat. Maybe that's why you don't recognize him.
Was it?
So Tony played for Penn State, man.
Oh,
so
nice.
It's very hard to get him, on a Sunday or a Saturday because there's always something or the other going on. But yeah, so Tony, just for people who are watching, Tony's background. Tony played for Penn State, never lost a game in his entire football career at Penn State. Not one game.
Wow.
Over 4 years. And his dad played for Penn State too, and also never lost a game over 4 years.
Your kid's got a lot to look up to.
That's their book.
We wrote a book about it.
So father son wrote a book about it. They both played for Joe Paterno as well. Can't believe as a Michigan State fan, I'm kind of talking about this other fucking school. But Tony's friend. But yeah, so only father-son combo that have never lost a game in their 4-year histories each at Penn State.
It's incredible.
How cool is that, man?
Do you have a son?
I do, but he is he's a creator, not an athlete, which is fine with me. So
So that would have been wild if one for 3 generations. Like, never be repeated.
Tony's
again.
also quite. Oh, Tony has the white hat too. You have the white sleeping hat. Oh, there you go, man. There's like 10 of them in the world, and there's 2.
Oh, you got the 41.
There you go.
I got the 43. And VeVe Magic has my 41 VeVe hat right now.
Oh,
man. We found out she torn her meniscus or something, but at the time she just hurt herself dancing, so she needed help carrying stuff to her room, and I accidentally left my hat there, or multiple hats there. But yeah, so she has it. So I was wear the sleeping one for now.
So also Tony's also a big Corvette guy. He has this atomic orange Corvette that he's got some artwork under the hood, which an artist has done, metallic artwork under the hood, man. That is. So Randy, you have to see that piece, man. That is like an epic piece. It's another, But I don't know, Tony. Maybe you put a picture.
Yeah, Randy, you may know me from your stream because usually when I'm on YouTube, I'm on my Atomic Z06 handle.
Oh yeah.
So we go way
for like
back.
years.
We go
Okay,
way
yeah. You I've known you for years. Yeah, okay.
That's funny. That is so funny. No.
Thanks, Magic.
That's too cool, man. That's too cool. So, Tony, this was a good freaking weekend for you, I guess. Penn State won. The Eagles won.
I have this crazy combo of things that have to go right for it to be like the perfect football weekend, and they all happened. So
awesome.
Pennsylvania. So Penn State won, of course. That's got to happen. The Steelers and the Eagles both have to win. The Eagles just won. And then on the downside, the big rivals have to lose. Like Notre Dame, that was my big rival in college. They lost, and the Cowboys lost. So when all that happens, it doesn't get better than that.
Yep. Another Rebel and Homie Max had a bet going, so Max lost.
Yeah, sorry for the Dallas guys.
Well, yeah, man. Yeah.
I haven't seen a football game in a long time. If the Jets go to the Super Bowl, I might have to do that though, because I've been a Jets fan since the 90s, and my football life has been trash since the 90s. Except for like 2013.
I hate to say it, Randy, but any sentence that starts with "if the Jets go to the Super Bowl," you can end it.
So I was in Vegas in February, and I put 100 on the Jets to win the Super Bowl because the odds were like
astronomical.
I don't know, like 27-1 or 30. The odds were pretty low that Jets were not going to win. And then it came out like, oh, hey, you have Aaron Rodgers that'll come in. It's like, oh, and then he gets hurt 4 plays in. It's like, oh.
Nice.
Testaverde curse.
So Tony has an amazing palindrome collection as well. Like he just buys palindromes. Whenever the start of this palindrome thing started, Tony started buying them. And he does not, I don't think he buys anything other than palindromes. So he's got like the most insane collection of palindromes. Of different things. He's quite a collector. I mean, Tony's got quite the amazing collection too. Car collection too, right? Like, is there any car on VeVe that you don't have other than that 1 of 7 thing?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's it. That Aston Martin 1 of 7 I haven't gotten, but I think I have all the rest of them. But for me, and I told David and Dan this, like for me, VeVe's been like a resurrection of my collection.
Yeah,
Queen is here. Yes.
Hi guys.
Hi.
Another Steelers fan in the mix.
Is that what you were doing, Queen VeVe? You had to wait until the Steelers game was over?
No, they played Thursday night.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But we went to go see a really bad movie about like the old Chuck E. Cheese.
Five Nights at Freddy's?
Yeah.
Queen VeVe, that was such a good movie.
No.
That was so good.
No, it was not.
Queen VeVe, it was amazing. It was. I was cheering and screaming throughout the whole movie. I was like,
no. but Max liked it, and William felt it was entertaining
because it was great.
So what's going on, guys?
Talking football, talking VeVe, and they're making fun of me because I'm a Jets fan.
Sorry.
Well, I said let's get some more different guests on Randy's channel. I know Tony's, Tony doesn't come on very much he's not coming on Randy's channel. So Rolex, has Rolex been on your channel before, Randy?
I'm not sure. I think he was on once. It might have been on the 69-hour stream, and I don't really remember it. But
got it. He said he'll join too, so I texted him as well. So yeah, I mean it's good to have just keeping Randy some company here, chatting VeVe and stuff. So Tony, what are you buying these days, man? Like what's
oh, he's gonna show us.
ASM 252, more of them. Come on, let's see it. Addiction. Oh, what is the oh wow, the Spider-Man. Oh, you got the VeVe version?
I got mine back. Yes.
Wow, all 9.8. How many of them? Holy smokes!
I don't know.
Oh, you got the
some
addiction one too?
I got the addiction ones. Yeah.
Do they
Oh,
never
nice.
give
And
a
you got the
10?
Virgin variant also, right?
No, they don't give a 10.
Why?
Hey Tony, that's an amazing. Oh, dog, that's amazing. No
Mr.
way.
Rolex is here, but I can't add him. It says, it just says edit name, kick from studio, or ban from studio.
Uh-oh.
So what should I tell him?
Tell him to go back out and go back in. He might be able to hear me. Wait, hold on. Who's that? Oh, Mr. Rolex is there. He can hear us. He says stand by. All right, standing by.
So this is the only 10 I've got.
Oh, wow. Very cool.
Yeah. Tony, you gotta put a dot in the middle, right?
No, it's a 10.
You gotta put a dot.
It's not the comic. It's this thing
I know,
they
I
did.
Okay, yeah.
I know what it is.
It's the silver foil. They did.
I know what it is.
They did 1,000 of them, and because it's metal, it got graded a 10. But that's the only 10 I've got.
Oh, that's great, man. That's awesome. Let me see. So he's coming back in, Rolex?
Yeah, I think he heard me when I say go out and go back in.
He's in the private chat. He says, stand by, stand by.
So Tony, I just looked at that Aston Martin. It could be yours for $100,000 hairs.
Yeah, that's a little much. But
Tony,
it's the one that's eluded me so far.
Tony, do you have a gold logo?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tony has a gold logo, man. Tony's part of the gold logo club, man.
Oh, you got that hat? Number
Yeah.
217. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it at last NYCC at the Sanjay event. Is that what we're calling it? Yeah. David
Man, I'm trying to build a brand out of this Mr. Anthony kind of thing, man.
But it was it took a few tries, different conversations, and finally David was like, well, show me your collection. And luckily, I kind of started scrolling through, and he kind of did his, handshake thing.
How's it going, Lori? How's the charity thing going?
Good.
You getting more bids,
tell
or
us
what's
about
the deal?
Yeah, tell us about it.
We are getting bids. I think we've received 5 or 6 so far.
Okay.
So, Randy, I'm sorry to tell you, but you've been outbid with your 4,069. I can say that.
Have a comment nice down below with 69.
Yeah. No, we are. It's going well though. They're coming in. We have until Thanksgiving Day, so we still have some time to go. But we're excited. I think that would be cool to have an unredeemed one. I mean, I almost want to kind of bid on it, but I won't.
You're not allowed to?
I'm not. No.
Oh, because you see other people's prices, right?
Yeah,
That's
it's
why.
a blind bid. Yeah, I can't do that. I did put it down at 4K, and I said if there were no bids over that, I would buy it. But there have been bids since that, so it's coming along. I'll be curious to see what the winner does with it. If they just hold on to it, or if they actually redeem it or not.
I'm sure they will. I mean, because it gives you another set. You get more MCP points. So I feel like, and then you get to go to the events and redeem all the other stuff.
Correct.
It keeps saying my browser has blocked my microphone and camera, but I'm allowing it. Well,
yeah, you have to do that, and then I had to click allow, and then it all worked.
Oh, all right. But Queen VeVe, what is the utility that gives us with Al?
Oh, a lunch in New York with Al and 2 guests.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun.
Get to share a meal with Al Kahn and with 2 guests is amazing.
Oh, that's amazing, man. What an opportunity. What an amazing opportunity. And I think, like the fact that they get to join the VeVe Gold Logo group is also pretty cool. That group is turning out to be, so, like I have like the list, right? That people, I built my own list, right? Because VeVe won't give me this privacy, right? VeVe won't give me a list. But as people have joined the Telegram group or, chatted with me, I've created like this database now. And I've got like a lot of attributes of these people, the name, the this, that, the Twitter handle, the Telegram handle, all that stuff. Michael wants to know where he can bid for the card.
I commented it down below. I think YouTube. Oh, no, here it is. It's queenscourtcharity@gmail.com, right?
Correct.
Queenscourtcharity@gmail.com. Yeah. Yeah, so it's got such amazing people in it. It's like pretty much if you look at the community, right? You've got all the content creators. A lot of the content creators have this card. They're in there. Whales. A lot of the whales have their Profit, and, Rolex, and this one and that. And there's a whole bunch of whales that are not very public. These guys have like 8,000, 9,000, 10,000 collectibles, but they're not very public. They're all in that group. They come for the parties. Guys like Colonel Satz and Michael Aziz, and all these guys, they're all in it too. It's unbelievable. And then, you have like hardcore, VeVe fans who, like Mahalo and E-Boogie and, these guys who are kind of at these events. And now it's Kermit and Sharky, and it's just an amazing group. Like I love that group, man. I really love that group.
Yeah.
And to, for someone new to kind of come into that group is amazing as well. So yeah, but anyway, we'll see how that kind of, looking forward to next year.
Yeah, they have a lot of just a lot of special people, and a lot of I really hope that the people that have it now, they aren't swayed when eventually, to say no to $5,000 or $6,000 if the floor is doable, but to say no when this is worth $30,000, that gets a little harder. Because that's a new car, that's a new, and maybe not for them, but for their kid, and that could be, and like put in a trust fund for the grandkids, whatever. So I hope that people kind of see what's going to happen, that other people will say, oh, I get to see these billionaires, David and Dan, and all these other special people, this networking, and they might overpay for it at the time. And I hope that people kind of see through that, and they're like, okay, I'm going to keep mine.
When this thing started, right? When last year, when David was starting to give these cards out, there were people who were selling them, who got them and are selling them for like $1,000, 1,000 or something like that. And I was like, okay, like you guys have no idea what how much value, intrinsic value this card has, even just in 1 year. In 1 year, the intrinsic value of this card is more than what you're selling it for, what you get for it, let alone what you're selling it for. And, today that card, the floor price, and that fluctuates, right? Anybody can put any floor price is 5.6 or 5.8 or something like that, right?
Yeah, it's 58.50, I think.
58.50. You know what? I dare anybody to go list that card for $3,000. Go do it. Yeah. List your card for $3,000. Go do it. If you really think this card is worth $3,000, go list it, man. See what happens. What happens.
Oh, please don't. I don't have enough money.
You want $3,000 for it? List it for $3,000. See it. See what happens.
I will literally empty out my bank account for it right now if somebody lists it for $3,000.
I'll take it right now. Anybody wants to sell your gold logo card for $3,000? List it. I'll take it right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, name it. That just tells you, like, so there are two things there, Andy. Like, one thing, and I think, I don't know, Lori and V, Fam Bam, and Tony, you guys already have this as well, right? So, has anybody lost money on the VeVe gold logo card? Anybody?
Hard to see how you could.
Anybody lost money on it so far?
No.
Anybody? Like, you got it for free, you sold it for something. You bought it for something, you sold it for something. It always sold, right? Mm-hmm. And for those who sold it, after they sold some of the gifts, they double dipped on it, right? As well. Yeah. And the beauty of it, they left money on the table. They left money on the table. But anyway, look, man, like that, that gold logo thing, I'm not pumping it or anything, but I'm just saying, I'm committed. To me, that was like a club. Everybody saw it as a collectible. I saw it as a club. Mm-hmm. And I saw it as a club where you have a lifetime membership for free, and David's going to keep giving you shit every year. And beyond that, there's parties. Beyond that, there's other stuff. So the way I saw it, there's a NPV of, if you look at the annuity of this thing, it's crazy. The annuity on this is absolutely crazy. And people valuing it for whatever they did, okay, fine, we'll take it.
Yeah, I think initially it people did sell it, but I think, as time goes on, it's getting more and more of people's hands that either won't sell it because of the emotional, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because of the value of it. and also the people, that don't need to sell it. You know what I mean? So I think those people that needed the money or whatever, they sold it. But also, I think a lot of the people that it's with now, it's going to stay there unless something really bad happens, in their life. For me personally, I think Sanjay.
Yo, what is that?
Oh,
I keep mine right next to my Blockbuster card.
wow.
I think mine's somewhere. My Blockbuster card. Tony, that's a good one. VeVe Gold logo equals Club 33. You are part of Club 33, man. Like that Telegram group, it's Club 33. All the party. By the way, when there's a VeVe Oscar event, if you have a gold logo, you're like guaranteed invitation in. Like that's
there you go. Yeah, mine's not for sale. Mine's not for sale.
Yeah,
I have 2 of them, not for sale.
Yeah. Hey, you want to know what my most prized possession from New York Comic Con is, though?
Yes, let's see it.
All right. This.
Yes.
Ooh.
Signed by David Hugh as well?
This is so when I got this signed by David, he was like, "Ooh, can I take a picture of that?" And of course I said, "Sure." I said, "But why?" He said, "Because this is the first one that's signed by him plus the entire Addiction team." So Vincent, David Quinn, Claudia, everybody all signed it, and David. So that was.
I have mine.
That is amazing.
I have the blue one. I have everybody signed it except David so far.
But it was really
the
hard.
First one. That's the first signature.
No, I know.
Yeah. It's really hard to get all of them because we had to have it verified like twice, once over at the Addiction
That's pretty
booth.
cool, Tony. That's amazing, man.
And re-signed and re-bagged. So yeah, proud to get that one.
That's pretty cool. But anyway, hey, listen, whoever hasn't, whoever has an intent, to support Alcon's charity, go ahead and bid on that VeVe Gold logo that's up for, on auction. You get to get the gold logo. You get to have, dinner or whatever with Al and 2 of your friends. And so,
And it's a tax write-off too. So.
Is that right? Oh yeah, because
Yeah,
you're
it's
donating
a charity.
directly to charity.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So it's a tax write-off. So if you had some gains and you're like, I don't want to pay taxes on this, make
Well,
a.
that's kind of cool though, right? Like
It's amazing.
Like I have so now I'm rethinking this whole thing. By the way, Randy, because I had a good year. I had a really good year, but there was a bunch of money, and I put a bunch of money in this donor advice fund. I still have like 50 grand in it, and so only thing is, it's with a bank, so I have to give them the name of the charity, and then they write the check to the charity or whatever, as long as it's like an approved charity. So technically, I could bid on this, write the check, and I get a gold card. No, it's already paid for. It's already tax-free.
You technically could.
Yeah.
I mean, well, yeah, because we're going to make sure that Randy or I, we won't handle any money. It'll go directly to the charity. So, let's just say you bid on it, Randy bid on it. We would ask Randy to make the donation directly to the fund, and then provide the receipt, and then we could always verify through Al and Jillian the donation. So absolutely.
But since
I just have to explain it to my wife.
Thanks, Randy. Keep talking, Randy.
Yeah. Now, where's my finder's fee? No, I'm joking.
So there's like, so maybe that's one thing to share with all the ultra high net worth people in the VeVe group, right? So literally let them know, look, dude, like since you're writing the check to the charity, it's look at all these guys kind of all enamored by freaking Tony's comic. Yeah. Oh damn, this is pretty cool. It's a tax write-off. Very cool. Very cool. But look, it's the children. It's the first responders children's charity, right? It's all these first responders who are affected. This charity supports their kids or whatever, right? So that's pretty cool too. So yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're excited. Yeah, Randy and I are going to get a firsthand look at one of the things the charity does on Thanksgiving. They host a really big breakfast. And, I had called Al and I'm like, we need to know, like, what do we prepare for? Should we be like really early? And what if we can't get a spot? And he's like, he like kind of laughed at me. He's like, we're going to block off 7 blocks of New York City for the charity. And I'm like, what?
Well, the interesting thing is the people who I saw the accounts that follow, the big accounts that follow the first responders children. Justin Bieber follows it.
Yeah.
There's, and he has like 160 million followers or whatever. And then there's another actress too, famous actress. I forget who it is. She also follows. She also has like a shit ton of followers as well. Like, and these are people, they follow first responders children's charity. Yeah. So it's that's quite impressive. I think one thing that you should do though, Lori, is to get those, visibility for this card and this whole thing to those people, some of the big donors or big followers of, first responders.
Children's charity. That's a good idea.
They've got, like, you name it. It's like New York City's who's who follow that account. Yeah. But really, just look at who they've like.
Yeah,
these are mega whales. Celebrities and politicians and bureaucrats and diplomats and stuff who follow that account. So it's massive.
Yeah, the breakfast isn't just with Al. It is with. Can we say, or is that not?
With Justin Bieber too?
No, it's not with Justin Bieber. Lori, can we say who it's with?
I don't know who you're talking about.
The First Responders Children's Foundation. Like, it's with Al, but can we also say who else it's with?
Sure, because I don't know who you're talking about.
Oh, well it's with Mayor Adams from New York City. So you do get to go and meet the mayor, which is really fun. And you do get to go and just kind of make that connection. I thought it was really cool.
Lori looked surprised.
Wait, what do you? No, you don't. For the VeVe card?
No, not for the card. For the breakfast that we were talking about in.
Oh, yeah.
No, you don't get breakfast with the mayor if you get the VeVe card. we get that because we're going with the charity on Thanksgiving.
That's too funny.
Yeah.
Hope nobody takes that out of context.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really is a good charity because, a lot of people lose parents, etc. And it's hard for every child that loses a parent, but these people are putting themselves out there, just to protect us. They don't have to do that. I know I would not want to be a fireman. I would not want to be a policeman, but I thank God that there are people that do really want to do that. So, yeah.
Hey, Randy, Rolex is trying to get on, I think, from his iPad or something.
Oh, okay. I'm waiting. I'm ready.
He's probably busy. He's got a bunch of kids too. So, Lori, one award category that I'm thinking about for the VeVe Oscars would be charity. So, people that have raised the most money for charity from within the VeVe community. I think, you might make that list, man. Like, you've run a couple of big charities, like this is not the first one you've done.
No, we raised over 5,000 last year, and hopefully we're on track to hit that as well this year. So we're doing pretty well. We got a few more coming out too. Myself and Sean from Comics and Crypto, we're putting together something for the Christmas season with a bunch of different things as well.
Oh, nice.
To go out and to auction on eBay, which it will go directly to the charities as well. So yeah, we're doing a lot in that area. So I heard about your Oscars and your Emmys, Sanjay.
Yeah. So I've got traction on it. The VeVe people love it, and So did you meet this lady Diana? She's new to VeVe. She's a new employee based out of Melbourne. She's responsible for the ambassador and influencer program at VeVe. She's relatively new. Yeah. So and she, she's Miss Deuce on Miss Deuce something on X. But anyway, so she is going to be my sort of point of contact. Corey's one point of contact, a bunch of others. And I'm going to meet them, I think, sometime in mid-November. I think one of them is out or something now for a holiday or something. So yeah, it's on, like next year. My goal is next year in New York Comic Con, there is a massive VeVe Oscar, whatever, working name for now, right? Event. And yeah, Tony's got a lot of love here, man. Tony, how much love are you going to get, man? You're getting more love than Randy here.
No way. I'll never. That's for sure.
That's cool, man. That's super cool.
So, Randy, I had a question. Are we still are they still on the lookout for the #1 Iron Man?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that has not been.
Lori, what are you unboxing? Come on, open those.
I haven't unboxed.
Over with
I got 4 left.
Lori,
okay,
Lori, you could be sitting on
open one.
I am. I know I am. I'm just waiting.
4 or 5 left. How many did
5.
you get total? 5 total.
No, I only opened 1. We got 6. I only opened 1.
Only opened 1.
Yeah, I didn't do it in the grand fashion that Rolex did it.
So why are you not opening them?
I don't know. I don't know because I don't know. Well, first of all, I wanted to do an unboxing, and every time I want to do it, my husband's like, "You can't do an unboxing looking like that." So that's the main reason.
So if you're gonna go get hair and makeup done and your nails done before the thing, that could be more expensive than the box itself.
I know. Comic-Con damn near killed me, between the shoes.
Why don't you buy another box and I'll do the unboxing for you? Or Will can, or Max can.
Oh, they're in the other room. Maybe I can get Rolex to unbox one with me. I think he still has some left.
He's coming on the show now. Like, I don't know what the hell is wrong with his device.
Yeah, and Mark says he's got 4 as well, and he'll open them in December if you guys want.
Oh, damn.
So why is he waiting?
Yeah, I know.
Because it's at a friend's house, so he needs to drive down to the States to get it.
Oh, okay. And he doesn't trust his friend to open the box.
I am going to have to jump off. My son needs some stuff that I'm having help.
All right.
Okay. Bye, Pam Bam.
What is going
Great
on?
to see you.
We love you, Pam
The
Bam.
link here. Okay. Bye, VeVe Fam Bam. Listen,
Bye.
you're like a major part of the whole VeVe Oscar thing, right? So okay. Anyway,
she's gone.
Looks like that didn't land very well.
Wait, why is she a major part of the VeVe Oscar thing?
Dude, like she is the #1 person who helps me, man. She helped me for that party in Decon, Anaheim. She did like more work than I did at that event, man. She really did.
I know she presented that thing to David and out. Yeah.
So I rely on her heavily for stuff, man. Like she's important for the stuff.
She's very organized.
So I sent Rolex the link once again. So let's see if he can join from this other device.
All right. I'm ready.
Is he in?
We could do, Sanjay. We could play
Not yet.
roulette.
With roulette?
Back VeVe roulette. Back in the old days, we would get on Twitter very late at night.
Yeah.
And we would look for anything that was unsold. And back then, it was very difficult to find things that were still left to buy.
Oh, that type of roulette. We did that with those what do you call it?
Lightsabers.
Lightsabers. Oh my god.
Oh God.
Oh, that was too much of fun. You want to do that now?
We opened so many. Did you guys go for the Jurassic Park draw?
Not yet. I got the stamps. The stamps was my last thing I got.
Yeah, I got them all.
I got a stamp. I didn't get Jurassic Park though. My husband did, and he got the secret rare, but he actually wanted the gates. So,
Yeah, I want a gate too.
because those look so cool. It does look really, really good.
Yeah. So the gate, one of the things that I would really want for it, is like I would spend the money on like a low mint gate because it's I think that's one of the things, a lot of people are going to have, but to have like a low mint one, I think would be cool. Oh, we got.
Did he make it?
Yeah.
Mr. Rolex.
We made it. Mama, we made it. Golly, I don't know what's going on with the PC, but it kept saying I was blocked, and to unblock my mic and to unblock my camera, but they're all unblocked. They're unblocked. Positive.
Oh, Lori, if you missed that,
Rolex.
it said
Like,
Sanjay bought an Iron Man for his nephew, but he had to open to check it was a common before he gave it to him.
like, you know, my strategy was get all these things for all my nephews and nieces, whatever. Like everybody in my family is getting a bloody Iron Man this year for Christmas and New Year. And every box will be open.
That's funny.
And redeemed. There'll be no
including my mom. She's gonna get an Iron Man.
Hey, you know, that brings up a good question. So there's the unboxing piece, but I haven't redeemed all of them. Are you guys? Is that worth holding off on?
You just haven't redeemed it?
I have a few to redeem.
Like what kind of cuckoo house are we in here, man? All these
I don't
guys
know.
Unopened boxes, unredeemed cards.
That's the
Well,
point.
because if you get it and it's a common, okay, but at least you still have that other dimension of you don't know what mint number.
Right? Right?
Well, I seen the mint number 1 of the comment already out there, so you know it's not gonna be mint number 1.
You still
Right.
could have a nice low
Funny.
mint, right? And that could be worth, you know.
Connie, just do it, man. Just do it. I'm so curious. Just do it.
I have 5 to redeem, 5 of them still.
Do you have any to unbox still, Rolex?
5, yeah, 5 to redeem.
Unbox.
5 to unbox.
Oh, unbox.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when do you plan to do that again now?
I don't know. I haven't thought about that yet. I unboxed what I unboxed, and I was gonna leave those just.
So is the plan to kind of get David to FOMO into all these unopened boxes after they're not able to find the one? That's it.
We'll
David,
see how many
there's
get.
only 25 boxes left. It's one.
That's exactly it. We gotta wait till there's a little small amount, and then we start throwing the numbers up.
It's less than 40K, he'll do it.
He'll do it, man. He'll do it. He'll do it. He'll do it. He'll do it. That's pretty cool.
So I appreciate the patience. What I missed? What's y'all been 12 hours, Randy?
It's been 10 hours and 23 minutes so far.
Oh, there it is. All live. I see it. 10 hours, 23 minutes. All right. So what did I miss in the last 10 hours and 22 minutes, give or take?
I'm trying to think of the highlights here. Well, I mean, for the people that you missed, we had VeVe Magic was on before, Metaverse Life was on, Wendy Sabalis, Michael Campa, a fan band you just missed by like
Wet Wizard. Wet Wizard
was there for a while.
Okay, right on.
VeVe Vibes.
Dr. Stuff.
Oh well, he wasn't on yet. He'll be on.
Crypto Rain.
Yeah, Crypto Rain.
Jordan.
Jordan Riz was on. Dr. Stuff will be on in like half hour maybe.
Right on.
Yeah,
Sounds
so
like
that
I made a good time, man. I'm doing work right now, taking care of some stuff, and he called me up and he's like, "Jump on!" I'm like, God, you know what? Your timing couldn't have been better, man. But let's go. So here I am.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, how you doing, Tony?
Yeah,
I seen the comic before I was booted out of the backstage.
That
Last
pretty
time
cool.
I tried to get
Did
in,
you get
I
yours?
got
Did you
booted.
get any of yours back yet?
Nothing back yet. I did get make the collections, but I got like a good amount coming. A good amount. I'm
So,
excited.
Rolex, where are you going to keep all those Iron Mans, man? You got like 10 of them.
Yeah, really.
Where the
Which
hell are you
one
gonna keep
them all,
it, man?
Rolex?
AirPod died. Well, I know I have a pyramid in my man cave upstairs of stacks of Iron Men. I know my kid, well, my 1-year-old, soon to be 2-year-old, knocked them all down. The pyramid. My daughter told me today. My 8-year-old daughter. So she ratted the little one out. I don't know, man. Like, I gotta figure that all out, bro.
Are they weatherproof, you think?
Yeah, I mean, we sit here and talk about how good collectibles are or digitals are because we don't have the space anymore for digitals yet. Here we go. But how many did you buy, Sanjay?
Like, I got boxes everywhere in this room. It's
I
crazy.
follow the rules, man.
We have 6. I know Rolex, you had 15.
17, 16.
Oh, holy shit.
Damn.
16.
Randy, how many did you get?
Did you like Rolex? Just okay. Pause.
Okay.
God is, this is when you say God is. There is no God, man. How can one man get 5 gold statues and 2 ultra rares, man? Oh, see, you got one secret rare.
Yeah.
2 ultra rares.
Out of that box,
5.
I've unboxed of the 16. I unboxed 11. Of the 11, I had 1 common.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Crack the code. You know what I'm saying?
There is no God.
Yeah.
Man.
If you know, you
Grubba
know.
looks so sad
There is
next
no
to
God.
you.
How can one man get all this shit?
Me and Grubba already knew we were doing the
That's pretty cool,
the
man.
whole
That's
thing.
pretty cool.
But yeah. If you know, you know, man. I'll just leave it at
Congratulations,
that.
Rolex. Congrats, man. Congrats.
Thanks,
That's
bro.
pretty cool.
Appreciate it, man. It was a good time.
Look at Tony. He's still thinking. Motherfucker.
I got 4. I got 3 commons and 1 ultra rare. Man, I don't know. You got 1 common out of 11. That's amazing.
I got 1 common and 1 uncommon out of 2.
I'm not gonna say I didn't cheat the system or anything. Don't get me wrong. I just bought a lot, and when I selected which ones I wanted to open, I was very selective in the boxes. I'll leave it
So,
at that.
Dr. Rolex, I also know that you got like 4 out of 5 of 1 mint. Did you get the 5th one too?
I'm waiting. You know what, man? Before somebody
Really?
listed, I haven't seen it yet.
Was it
I
the
got
39?
Yeah, I got all the 39s but 1. I'm waiting. I need the one last one that I need to get. So.
Whoa.
And it's 39 of. Oh my gosh.
He's got 39 of all of them except 1.
That's incredible.
I hit the SR, which was the 39 SR, which obviously we talked about, Tales of Suspense. So then I went and bought the other ones because they were pretty fairly priced for being sub 40 minutes, like very fair. And I got lucky because at that time they were all but 1 available, and then that last one, which ironically I hit 5 of the gold ones, which was the rares on the boxes that I unloaded. And of the 5 that I hit, I got a mint 22 and a mint 36 and a mint 46. So whoever has that mint 39, I'd be even willing to give them a 36 for that 39, a lower mint, or even maybe the 22. 22 might be a little hard to let go of, but
trust me, you'll let it go for the 39.
Probably right. I mean, 100% right. Yeah, it's not there yet still either. So not found yet. My search continues on that one.
Michael wants one of your gold ones, man.
Yeah, because he's got 4 commons and an uncommon.
I got you, Michael. For you, brother. Hey, me and you got that other deal going on, bro. I'll take care of you on that gold one. I got you, bro. Say less.
Dr. Stuff opened 3 commons.
That was sad. I was on that stream. Dr. Stuff kept opening.
Okay.
Every time his eyes would light up, and he'd open his fucking gold.
That's how I felt watching Grubba and Rolex. Rolex was
I know.
oh, ultra rare, and Grubba would be like, comment. He looked so sad that whole stream.
I felt bad, man. But we kind of
the Great Pumpkin. I got a rock.
You got a bounce.
Kind of figured that might be happening, just based off of speculation.
Mark says he'll buy one of your golden ones if you want, and he also wants you to open some with him and Lori in December if you have more to open at that time.
The gold
is pretty cool unboxing, right?
It's rare, right?
Like
I can do that.
Like a bunch of boxes together. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh.
Yeah, I would love that.
Do we know how many have been redeemed? The actual.
Yeah, somebody's running the math on it, where the probability of an unopened box being each rarity. Somebody has that math. I think it's ODB or somebody.
I could see how many are. Give me a sec. I might be able to see.
He runs a report on it.
Oh, I meant actually just the NFTs. Like, do we know how many have been from?
That's what he's talking about. The NFTs.
Data? Oh, okay.
Because that's the only thing you can really track, right?
Right.
Yeah. So we'll do the. See how many.
The problem is VeVe's still 0 in the store at all times, so you can't track that.
Right.
I know 29 of the black and gold were redeemed.
Okay.
It's gonna take forever to go through the other ones, but I don't know.
29.
My brother has 18 of the gold one. My brother
number
has
18. Gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah, he had it listed too. I think at like some ridiculous price. He doesn't want to sell.
The number 2 is listed at 24,500, and I know it's not insane. I mean, I don't think almost nobody would pay that. But if the number 41, or I'm sorry, if the number 1 is going to be bought for 40K, and then nobody can get that, well, the next best one is the number 2. So I think it's possible, very low chance, but I think it is possible that somebody buys the number 2 for 20.
I think somebody might put the number 2 set together if they're able to buy all the number 2s or something. That's when that.
That might be a way to go. But the thing with that is, like, for me, it's like, okay, if I know for sure that's going to be the last time there's going to be opportunity to buy a mint 1 off of like a digital or drop or something like this, then it could be worth. I would go buy it right now for that 20-something thousand. But
yeah, we don't know.
In the next year, Funko and VeVe drop 20 more drops like this, and there's a bunch of 2s, then that might be a high price to pay. So it's kind of like, you don't know. Even if they do a limited amount, it still could be worth the price that it is at now. Not financial advice. Nothing I say from anything prior and everything moving forward is not financial advice. Just want to get that out there.
Yeah. If anybody has a sub 50, what you want to do is find all the other guys that have the same rarity, different rarities of the same mint. Like find all the other, like if you have a number 22 or 28 or whatever, find all the other guys who have the 28, right? 28 common. Just go find a lawyer, get some paperwork done to sell it as a set, and what proportion you'd split the proceeds in, right? But basically, everybody will get more than what they would have got by themselves. Any mint, right? Like if somebody goes and says, I've got mint 22, like 5 people have mint 22s, they all go together. We're selling it. This is the order in which we're splitting the profit, and have like, I don't know, Sotheby's or somebody fucking sell it, or have.
That would be cool.
Yeah. We don't need Sotheby's. I think it's all VeVe people that buy it. One of the VeVe whales will pick it up for sure.
Yeah. So the last secret rare of the physical sold for, I think, $965. What's your guys' thoughts on that? I have to
Somebody
go
had it listed for $750, I thought.
I'll be back.
That seems low.
Wow. Yeah, it was on eBay for $750, unless that was an auction and it did go for $900 or something like that.
What was that?
That was a physical secret rare that went for, I think, $900 is what Andy's saying. Physical, just the physical by itself, without the. I mean, they're pretty impressive.
That's not too shabby. That's not too shabby at all.
Not too shabby at all. Yeah. So, Rolly, what are you buying these days, man? On VeVe, anything interesting? You kind of just sort of finishing up the sets and stuff, or what's
I always finish the sets. There's a few sets I'm missing, like 3.
Okay.
I've been buying, stuff that I want. I kind of went back and bought some older stuff.
Yeah.
I've been all over the place, like, comics. I bought some. I gotta hit some people back up on some comics that I wanted to buy, but I've been preoccupied with all the other fiasco stuff I've been dealing with
real travesty. That's just
with that other project.
Sorry to hear that, man. Sorry to hear your troubles there. So, how many full golden moment sets do you have, Rolex?
Well, I don't know, man. I got a lot of I got stacks upon stacks of specific golden moment pieces, but if we're talking about sets, you have to have
full set. How many full sets do you have? Like, I have one full set, and I have a second one that's partially, like, I've got just a few pieces left to do, and I'm thinking I might finish it.
Maybe 5 or 6 full sets.
5 or 6 of all?
Because of the partner statue, yeah. I mean, if I went and bought 20 partner statues, then I would probably have 30 full sets of them all. But that's basically the problem. You got to buy the partners to have the full set, right? So yeah, I got to buy more partner tattoos.
Hey, Jordan, how's it going, man?
Yo, welcome back. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Hey, Laurie, how you going?
Hello.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Rolex. First time.
Pleasure's
first
mine,
time
man.
chatting.
Good to see you, Jordan. Pleasure, man.
Awesome. And hello, VeVe NFT Comics.
Hey, Jordan. Hello, hello.
If you might have seen him, Jordan, on his YouTube, Atomic Z06.
Oh wow, Randy, you're frozen.
Oh, all right, hang on.
But you're talking. It's really odd. Can everyone else see that?
Yeah, he looks frozen.
Yeah. Randy's multitasking on his devices.
Is that better?
Yeah.
What's been happening? What are you guys up to?
We've just been talking, hanging, relaxing.
10 hours in, man. 10 hours. When are you going to, Randy?
Originally it was just 12, but there's a couple people that still want to get on. Magic, I think she's done. I think she had a little bit. I think she had a long day. Dr. Stuff is coming on. Eva from VeVeVerse might be coming back on, and then K Collection is supposed to come on. I think she was busy today, and then Brittany Kahn was supposed to come on as well, and then I think some of the guys from Comics and Crypto, but I think they had a busy day as well.
You got the all-star lineup, man. And NFC Hero said I didn't say hello to Mr. MC1. He's the first one I said hello to.
Yeah. Yep.
But it's Sanjay, right?
Yep.
Sanjay, cool.
Jordan, it's good to connect, man. You're based in Melbourne, correct?
And you have those parties, right? At New York.
Yeah.
I'm so jealous I couldn't go. So jealous.
He has some badass parties, man.
Next year.
Well, you
so
gotta
next
get the
year
gold
we're
logo.
going to do the VeVe Oscars during New York Comic Con. Just keep your eye out
Oh,
for tickets
that's
in the
gonna be
event
good.
and stuff, man. Try to do New York Comic Con next year. That'd be pretty amazing.
But Jordan, you have to go get a gold logo though.
We'll see. We'll see. If I can buy with Omi, that should be no problem.
You might be able to buy the gems with Omi, so being able to, that should be fine. I'm
What's it gonna
hoping
be
they
worth
have
then?
that. by New York
$100,000
Comic.
for VeVe logo?
Yeah.
Eventually.
I mean,
Remember.
but be advised, it likely won't be 5,600 gems next year. It'll likely be double that, if not like quadruple.
If
I
Omi
mean-
goes up at a faster rate, though, I should be able to pay less.
You should be good.
Yeah.
So is our stream actually getting blamed for the drop in Omi price that we did?
So
ours, Laurie, yeah. With
Are you
David.
serious?
Yeah.
Well,
everybody's blaming that dump on that stream. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's
which is
because of David talking about VeVeVerse, right? It's
Well-
more Dan's baby, not David's.
Yeah. David, listen, I love David. David, if you're gonna watch this, if you're watching this, no disrespect to you. Just don't talk about anything blockchain related or anything regarding VeVeVerse. Leave that for the pros, man. Let people do their
It's our
thing. We
fault.
love you,
It's our
man.
fault.
Talk about the IPs. Talk about
Yeah.
the collectibles. If you want to bring out the P word, bring it out. Just go ahead and say it. Pokemon. We know it's coming. Right?
It's because we asked him those questions, so he had to answer with something.
The VeVeVerse, like
My
that's the
husband
damn-
just told me that today. I said, "Why
mean-
slow me down?" He's like, "Well, you're apparently around the Akomi-verse."
The other thing, I mean, the VeVeVerse, can't really say much about it, but I know the people that had beta, have spoken very highly of it. And I trust those people. I'll just leave it at that.
but Dan has an interview, or Will Mai has an interview with Dan coming out in like 12 hours, and there are going to be clips from the VeVeVerse in there, so that should reverse a lot of FUD that has been going around.
Oh, nice.
Who's doing it? What's
Will Mai, Will MAI, Will Mai
Yeah.
VeVe. Yeah.
He's on Grubba, and I did the reveal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that'll be cool. Yeah. Mark
I'm
makes
okay.
you get your logo, bro.
Yeah, that
I'm
was
over here, I'm
actually
just on the
Jordan's
beach.
plan so that he could get that second mortgage through. to get.
What are you
Omi.
talking about? I'm up to my fourth mortgage. Get it right. I'm up to my fourth. Oh, actually, I considered it, but it's just so much of a hassle, and I think the timing's not good. I think everything's going to pop off before I get approved, so I'm just going to leave it.
Okay.
I'll hold on my bag. Oh,
They said the P word, and Chris is just like pickleball.
Pikachu.
Oh,
Pikachu.
dude, the
Review
people in the
magic is
comments-
on. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, she could totally come
Andy,
back.
Andy, what sparked this marathon? What sparked this marathon?
It
Anything?
was a post I made last week where I was telling people that in Web3, a lot of people say, "Oh, just go outside and touch grass." And in the military, you're very much disincentivized to touch grass because God forbid you go and you step on the grass outside the commander's office. They'll like make you do push-ups all day until your mustache is out of regs, and then they'll make you do push-ups for that. So they tell you it's best to just not walk on any grass ever. So when people say go touch grass, I have like this little tick. It's like, oh, I can't touch the grass. So FanBam commented, she's like, well, we're gonna need to stream for you to like touch some grass. So earlier before I actually did go outside and I physically touched the grass. I usually don't. So and that just became like I'll just stream for 12 hours. So yeah, that's there's normally never any rhyme or reason why I do things. It's just whatever.
Mr. Rolex, do you have OMI?
A little bit. Not enough to be like, considered. I don't have that much. Let's leave it at that.
You don't have the Randy bag.
No, I don't have a Randy bag. No.
That's like Randy bag is like a standard.
I've debated, but it's just it's more timing for me and gut, and my gut tells me be patient and wait for the right moment and buy the way I buy.
Nice. Do you invest in other crypto as well?
I got I do invest in other crypto, specifically Bitcoin, Ethereum. But usually I just set it and forget it. I just buy it and then I just let it sit. Like I've been doing that for the last couple years.
No ADA?
No Cardano, right? ADA. I've had it and I've sold it and I've traded it. Altcoins I dabble in here and there. I used to really hardcore, but I kind of stick with the Bitcoin, Ethereum right now.
They're great. They're great right now. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just don't have time to like trade. I just when I did, it was very time consuming. It took away from my regular work job, and very stressful. But yeah, I got lucky on a couple of trades. I bought like Shiba Inu. I bought 3.5 billion of that when it was at like 0.5 zeros and a 5, maybe under that, 24K, and sold at 290K. So that was a nice hit. VeChain. I made some good trades with trades with VeChain.
Yeah, I love Vet. Yeah, I did well with Vet as well.
Yeah, a few others. I can go through my portfolio and check, but I kind of just been buying and then just set and forget it. I just got to get on the OMI train eventually, and I will, and I'll make a big loud noise when it happens. I'm sure everybody will.
I think you should also get some Grumpy Cat coin.
Grumpy Cat. Seen that. I don't know too much about Grumpy Cat. I'm not gonna lie to you and say I do, but I don't. So I'll have to learn more about Grumpy Cat. If I could buy it at the pre prices it was before the.
It pretty much is.
It's cheap. It's cheap because
it's like a $2.5 million market cap.
Yeah, it's my smallest bag. It's Grumpy Cat.
Rolly, it's a $2.5 million market cap. It's very, very low.
Who's involved in that specific?
So as far as the dev or the main dev does have a lot of connections. The biggest wallets are Pro the Doge, who's the Dogecoin millionaire, who's notoriously he's just known for holding a bunch of his bags and not selling. And then you have one of the guys. So the guy in the VeVe community, Smarty Pants, he has 669 Pluto lenticular cards. He's a big VeVe whale. He's in the top, I think, 30 or 50 wallets. He's got the biggest bag of Grumpy Cat right now. because I can't say too much. I'll say that there's
He
a
said it
comic
on
book
stream. He said he's got $50,000 of Grumpy Cat.
yeah, there's a comic book coming. There is another way that you're going to be able to earn and burn Grumpy Cat, and there is going to be, the comic book might not just be digital. It might be VeVe NFT comic.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
So it's really cool. VeVe NFT comics. I was around for Randy's Millionaire Omi stream. Those were the days.
Remember that?
So you're saying I need to look into Grumpy Cat?
Yes, like 10 out of
Fair
10.
enough.
Would recommend.
I will be looking into Grumpy Cat. You have my word on that.
So Jordan, are you more of a VeVe guy, Omi guy? We haven't and I don't know.
I think
as
I'm
much
level
about-
38, level 38 in VeVe. So I'm a very small. I'm not a whale at all, VeVe.
Okay.
I love it. My kids love it. I've got a lot of the things I like. I'm just not going to grab everything. I've got a lot of comics too, but I don't have a lot of the expensive ones. And I've got about 200 collectibles and like 100 comics, something like that.
Nice.
Around those
And then
numbers.
Omi, is that your main thing?
Over 200 million Omi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's
that
he's
is
got
amazing.
a lot more than
Wow.
I do.
Yeah, Randy's got to catch me. You got to at least get to 200, Randy.
I don't think it's possible. Well, it is, but Earth 2 would have to release Essence. And
I guess if
once
Omi hits $1, we'll be flying on you guys' jets, man.
Oh yeah,
that'd be good.
count me in.
So
200 million Omi. What would it cost to buy 200 million Omi right now today?
if you could, you'd have to buy OTC, because once you buy like 10 million Omi, the price is going to rise.
About 150,000?
Yeah, that's the only way I would do it.
Yeah, but that's
The
if you buy it
OTC.
OTC. If you buy that directly from exchanges, it's
Oh
not going
yeah,
to be that much.
it'd be 300. You can't get it actually. You can't get it because most people, there's not that many sellers.
Yeah,
Very
there's no
few sellers.
liquidity.
You could probably get like $20,000-$30,000 before you pump the price too much.
Yeah.
Not much.
How much?
Maybe $10,000 or $20,000 before the
Oh,
price
10,
really
20.
flies. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the price, because there's just no liquidity down there, so it's just not a lot of there's not a lot of sell orders to meet that demand.
If you want a big order, I think we've got some whales we can talk to. Right, Randy, you got some whales that might want to offload a little bit?
I don't know them personally that would want to offload right now. There's, I think, one or two that I do know that would sell, but I don't know that. I would have to talk to someone that knows them.
Yeah, same here.
Hey Jordan, I'm curious with that much Omi, and Randy, you too. I mean, do you guys day to day like worry about where it's going day to day, or are you just like
Zero.
No, day to day I don't.
We both hit
but
$1 million, right? Randy, we both had $1 million worth of Omi at one stage.
Yeah, I remember very clearly when Randy hit it, and he had a big stream like this. You know,
It was a while. It
There was
lasted
a
like
song.
4 or 5 months. We had $1 million worth of Omi, right? And we didn't sell that
yeah,
whole
'cause
time.
it was 2 years. It started in 2021, and then it carried over into 2022. So I was a millionaire for technically 2 years, even though it was like 4 or 5 months. It was technically for those 2 years.
Yeah, I've seen it go up and down enough times to know it's going to go back up again. So it doesn't bother
But
me.
I hope that people kind of remember that I said that 90% of my net worth will go to animal charities. So there's not going to really be much room left for a plane or a yacht. I mean, I'll get a Tesla or two, but there's not going to be a ton of room for that. So I hope people aren't expecting like big islands that I'm going to get.
So if it goes, let's say you have $100 million worth of Omi in cash, 90 million will go to donating of animals and pets, and 10 million will go towards the Randy Foundation. Is that accurate?
Yeah, 10 million would be mine, but it wouldn't necessarily be donated. So the big idea that I don't think anyone's really going too hard on is to help save the most endangered species. They happen to be in Madagascar. So that would be trying to buy the land where the endangered species are. And currently, I think the run rate for security would probably be about like, I don't know, 300-400K a year. Because the farther you get away from the main city in Madagascar, the more like the law breaks down. It's like when Watto says like Republic credits are no good out here. I mean, need something more real from Star Wars Episode 1. So I feel like I talked to a few friends about this that I served with. I was like, hey, when this happens in X amount of years, can you guys just come be my security? I'll pay you like 70 grand a year. It'll be decent conditions, probably not, but they said, yeah, we'll do something like that. So as long as you get the security, as long as you get that, and then you try to build sanctuaries, and you kind of have that like big game hunting where you can get, and I know that sounds horrible, but when you have an animal that's sick or an animal that's whatever that's going to die anyway, what a lot of those big charities do is they have like a hunt. Somebody pays $50,000 for it to hunt that particular animal, and then that $50,000 goes to maintaining like the upkeep. So as long as I have some,
No.
So rude.
well, I mean,
It's like you're getting a billionaire to go shoot a fucking lion that's already.
So Randy, why don't you just
Laurie
take
hates
that
this.
money instead and put it with like some investment firm that can earn you, let's say 10% on that money annually, and then just take 10% of that every year and just roll it into any foundation that you want for life.
I've thought of that, and it's so Best Friends Animal Society does a really, really good job at getting the amount of animals put down each year were in like the millions, like 5-6 years ago, and for the amount of dogs and cats that are put down in shelters each year, and these kill shelters has fallen to less than 1 million dogs and cats each year. So they're doing a really good job at making sure these kill shelters turn into no-kill shelters. So they do a really good job, but that's in the U.S. and the saving of the endangered species. I feel like eventually humans will be really sad that we don't have these animals anymore. So I think that's the main thing. So why? So I have to do that myself, and I guess to your point, okay, well, let's say that costs 20 million, and then let's say 2 million a year in upkeep, whatever. Oh, Randy, what are you doing with that other 68 million? Okay, well, that other 68 million, yeah, I probably could do something like that. I could put it in T-bills. I could just go, that would probably be safest, or even just staking Bitcoin or whatever. Obviously, I'm still in the very, very rough planning stages, but that's the idea for now.
And when you hit that kind of money, you start a Randy coin. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I've talked about this with people, and people
you can put a endangered species, like that Pepe coin. You can have your own freaking endangered species coin. You know what I mean?
Oh, you should do that, Randy. You should do that anyway. You've got enough followers. Some people would buy it.
Yeah, I should do the Dashi coin, because Dashi I feel like is a bit more popular than everyone loves Dashi a bit more.
Well, like today you're laughing, Randy. Today you're laughing. Tomorrow, you'll go and do it.
It'll happen. It's slow but steady.
So Randy, do you watch Mr. Beast store? Have you heard his latest video?
Oh, I love him. Yeah, he's a hero of mine. Yeah.
You saw the wells? You saw the wells he built?
I saw the first one. How many did he do so far?
He built 100 wells around all different countries that need clean water. I actually want to do like a Mr. Beast in Australia, and so obviously my OMI holdings will help with that. It's sort of similar to what you want to do, is be able to have make videos that generate enough income to then use that income to make more videos that are helping people. It's such a great idea, right? Like the idea is you fund it while making content that then helps fund it more, and that's what Mr. Beast has done. His first big video, he gave away $10,000 to a homeless guy. That video went super viral, and he was able to get more sponsorships and more money to keep making more videos. And now look at him; he's got 200 million subscribers. It's crazy. So I'd love to.
Yeah, he goes viral
like
everywhere. It's
amazing.
Amazing story. Yeah.
So he I think he turned down $1 billion for his for like his name or his network, whatever. That's real money. That's real money. Took a week. Oh wow. Mark Hunt says it took me a week to buy 20 million OMI at a solo. Damn. So yeah, I guess it's harder to buy OMI than we thought.
20 million. Holy smokes.
I know people that know people, I think.
I talked to Dr. Profit, Mr. Rolex, if you know him. I think he might have some connections that have more OMI.
Yeah, I'll dial him up, see if he can.
Rolly's number.
If I was gonna buy, I wouldn't buy less than 100 million. I'll just put that out there. It would be 100 million plus.
Clip that. Somebody clip that. What are you 62 people watching? Clip it.
Just buy. Yeah, I don't think you probably couldn't even buy that on exchange. Not in one
No,
day.
there's no way. I mean, you would need to wait for somebody to get. Yeah, so every now and then somebody does get liquidated somewhere else, and I have to
my brother.
So, question. So, we've already seen apparently that if there's an unsatisfactory answer about VeVe, OMI can go down. What do you think? What do you think the catalyst will be for it to go the other way? What has to happen
to go up?
For me, or?
Yeah, either one of you.
There's lots of things.
Tickets. Yeah, go Randy. You go for it.
Oh yeah, well, Jordan said the first thing that's likely going to happen is bronze tickets. Either that or the VeVeVerse will come out, and I know people are thinking, well, VeVeVerse is one thing, and it's for your collectibles, and it's just going to be a home space at first. And yeah, you're right, but what's the main token going to be in the VeVeVerse? And they also mentioned that in phase 1, you're not only going to just get a home space, there's going to be OMI 2 accessory, and most of that should burn. So that we've never had it where OMI goes from the circulating supply and we're burning it ourselves. And that type of thing could be really changing for the token. I mean, it pumped like 40% when they said, hey, you put OMI on the app and then you get MCP points that we can't use yet. If it pumps 40% to give us a utility that really isn't that big a utility, I think bronze tickets and the OMI 2 accessory, which should happen within the next 6 months, that's going to be very, very big. And then OMI to gem, OMI to gem. Then you have the outside of the VeVeVerse, or inside that still, you're going to have IP branded worlds, which again, they could just announce one thing. They don't even have to release it. When they announce it, it'll pump. So, and these have just been the next like couple quarters. There's going to be a lot more to that. Jordan?
Yeah, there's also obviously we will eventually get exchanges. Do you guys, Randy, did you see someone in the chat earlier was saying that it looks like crypto.com, the exchange, has got a whole bunch of OMI sent to it?
The person that had posted that is a known liar. However, the pictures were real.
Yeah, somebody else confirmed it. Somebody else in the chat confirmed the transaction.
Yeah, so the pictures were real.
What was it exactly?
I think it was several billion OMI transferring from Gate.io to crypto.com.
Was it
Gate for what purpose? Is there speculation that crypto.com is going to list OMI? That'd be great.
I think so. But I can't confirm it. I didn't look. I was on the stream with Randy, but I just saw in the comments multiple people were talking about it. It could just be random, one of those rumors. Who knows?
Hey, what was Homer and Bart like last week?
Homer and Bart?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can check.
Wait, Queen VeVe, what do you say?
Nothing.
Okay, so the reason, okay, God damn it, Lori, let me know when you're ready for me to go.
I'm having technical difficulties.
I'm not going to do it. So you let me know when you're done, and I'll say it.
Randy, did you send her that chocolate?
No, I did not. I took 4 of these this morning, and it was it was.
What is it?
It
What is it, Randy?
Oh, hey, Will.
Nope.
Yo, there he is.
I'm trying to.
He's also my tech guy.
There you guys. Hey,
I'm the real queen. Don't listen to her.
Are you getting the collectible that I'm about to pump?
So, Randy, a week ago, Home and Bart, according to Vault Value, the app, it was just about 70 gems.
Oh, okay. So, Lori, did you get it yet?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so on the Simpsons just now, they had an episode about NFTs, and they also had an episode saying that they're retiring Homer choking Bart, and they're not going to go and show that anymore. So that Homer and Bart battle statue where he's choking Bart is probably going to be worth a decent amount.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't have one. I'll let that go where it goes.
I've got 6,
one.
but 6 is not enough. with that kind of news. And usually when they do something on The Simpsons, I mean, like shit. I remember watching stuff as a kid on The Simpsons, like Homer and Bart. Some that people are already snagging that floor, boy. They quick.
Already?
They are quick. Oh yeah.
I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that drop. When that dropped, you guys remember what happened there? I remember. I buy, and it would say fail. Next thing I know, I had like 6 Homer and Barts in my because it wasn't actually failing. When you were getting, you guys remember that?
Me as well, man. Me as well.
That was a crazy week. That week. That was the craziest week.
Crazy. That was crazy. Yeah.
That was this week 2 years ago.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah.
So it dropped on 7th November, Homer and Bart, 2021, sorry. And today is the 5th, so 2 days from now is the 2-year anniversary of the golden moments on VeVe.
Wow, 2 years.
That's amazing, man. 2 years have passed.
Yeah, I think I only had 100 million OMI back then, so I'm happy for these low prices.
Man, I'm hoping for you guys that the thing goes up.
That's true, Sanjay. When for the next party, we should all put a little bit of OMI into the burn
That is
wallet.
going down, guys. That is like a must. Like any effing event company in New York, if they don't take no OMI, they're like, bye bye, bye bye. No more Web3 shit here. We don't.
Yo, it's got the skateboard.
Nice. That's a set. That's a set, Chris.
I'm curious, Sanjay. Did we meet our
The Genesis set.
quota?
Oh,
Did the what?
Did we meet our
Holy
drink
shit, Michael.
quota?
Oh, way past. I saw
you did better than me.
they allowed food to be part of the whole map, and I saw props ordering like this branzino kind of like this big ass fish.
That's just delicious.
With this
Yeah, it
turban.
is.
Really good. It's so that.
Did you have some?
that? Magic.
Did you have some?
I grabbed a few. Yeah, I had the burgers. The burgers there were so amazing, man. They were delicious. But the fish was absolutely. That's just the way to do it, man. Like over here, we go to the Mediterranean places or by the Greek restaurants, and you order the whole fish like that. And they bring it out. It's all juicy and wet and.
So it was
good,
Homer and Bart was 84 gems when we talked about it 2 minutes ago, and now it's 98 gems. People going ham.
Guys.
Hey, peanuts, man. Really? Do you remember which comic was that we bought? Like, was it Night Nurse?
We did a few. Night Nurse was one that we did, but we did a few where we took from $14 to $400. Like we did,
uncommon.
we
From
swept
freaking $20 to like 400.
Don't
Yeah,
even
we
get me
swept
started
uncommon
on night nurse.
multiple times. We would do that all day. We would do that like 6 times a day, and then we'd start spaces. And now it's, hey, we're gonna sweep this whole floor, and then just go from like 10 to $400, and just have
Those are
fun,
the days, man. Those are the days.
laughing the whole time, bro. Doing it, just laughing away.
The whole time. Really, we could, if we put, even half that money, we can get twice or 4 times the amount now. You know what I mean?
Wouldn't be as fun.
Yeah. No, I think it'd still be fun. I wouldn't be opposed to doing it.
Yeah. I want to do ASM 50, by the way, sometime.
Ooh.
The common. Just fucking take it all. Take it all.
I would like
We
to
should
sweep
do
the
this. We
secret-
should get a
some
bunch of
secret
VeVe whales
rares.
together and just take over.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, that restaurant
that's
served
like
food,
the
Mark.
most
Really
iconic
good food.
comic cover ever, man. Like ASM 50. So that one I've got like 100, some 20, around 30 of them. And I see them as like, well, I can't see clearly. Can you
Is
push
that
pull it up?
garbage can Spider-Man?
Oh yeah, trash can Spider.
I was
Yep.
looking at that when you. That was
That's-
weird.
You know
one
what
of
I
those
got
iconic-
off the floor the other day that was literally sitting there? FF Fantastic Four #1 Secret Rare for like $800.
800. That's pretty good, man.
Yeah,
Wow.
that was a really good price. It's back up to like 1,200, 1,300 or something like that. Pretty sure that was what I got.
I paid a lot more for my FF1 SR. I'll just say.
Oh shit.
There's some really good deals right
No,
now
no shit.
too.
No shit.
Yeah, this
But
would
I
be a
have,
good time to stack some nice Secret Rare comics.
So really, my FF1 SR is like the 5th lowest SR.
Oh, nice.
I have, one in those comics, one in every 120 is like an SR.
Yeah, no, it's
And
sick
I
to
have
have.
1104. That's all I have.
No, that's a good one to have. Low. I like the low digit SRs, the 3 digits or the low 1,000 digits. Like my AF-15 is a 1,000 digit. I was happy to get that one finally. That was a rough story because my account got suspended for. I won the first ever artwork auction, and at that time they had the 12-hour rule, and they sent me the email at 3 a.m. So I by the time I got, I get so many emails. By the time I even got the email, it was like 4 p.m. the next day. And I was like going through my emails, and I was like late. And I was like, what's going on? And it was in my account because I was trying to buy that comic, the SR. And all of a sudden I couldn't buy anything. I'm like, what happened? And then I was in a space, and someone was like, well, did you not pay for an auction? I'm like, I'm pretty sure I paid for all my auctions. And I was like, wait, there was the artworks auction. So I went and I just typed in VeVe in my emails, and it popped up all the emails, and then it said I missed out. And then I went to the second person. I was like, no. So I was bummed out that I didn't get the mint that I wanted on the SR-AF-15. And I was bummed out that I didn't get my artwork, but it happens. Life lesson.
So Rolly, you and I also have
I wish they did. Oh, well, they do 24 hours now, but I wish they sent like a notification to your mobile phone saying, hey, you need to pay for your artwork. Because I've missed like 3 or 4 of those because I forgot because I get busy. Literally 4 that I've won that I just didn't pay. And
that
show must go on. What were you saying?
Rolly, how many Fantastic Four SRs do you have?
Fantastic Four. Let me see.
Yeah, there's like 188 editions, less 25 or whatever VeVe keeps, right? So maybe there's like 150 of them, maybe public, right?
Fantastic Four SRs. Oh, there's only 7 in the market. I might buy more right now.
No, how many do you have? How many do you
have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
I have 12. I have 12. So between us, we have 29 out of the 150. So
I like Neymar.
You and I have I'm not selling mine fucking ever. Fuck it.
No, me neither, man. I like it.
So we've got how many now? So we've got like 20% of supply.
29, yeah. I mean, and there's only 7.
Rolex and me.
7 on the market. I'll probably grab 2, 3 of those eventually.
Damn, big whales going hard.
That's random. That was a random one, but yeah, I got 17 of them. I like that one. I like giant size X-Men. I got 7 of those. There's someone just dropped one for 1,600, which is not a bad deal. Not financial advice, but 1,600 is not bad considering the one right above it is $2,000, and then the one right above that is 2,400, and then it goes to 3,700, which is insane. That's a good comic too. I know Mr. 41's a big fan of that too.
Well, you guys are big Peach Momoko fans, right?
I love Peach.
Yeah,
she still only has the one comic on VeVe, right? Is it Daredevil?
The Daredevil, the Daredevil. Yeah, the Daredevil with the what's her name?
Is that still her only one?
I think so. Let me check real quick. I'm pretty sure it is. Number 25, right?
Yeah, Daredevil 25. Yeah.
Yes.
It's the ultra.
It's the ultra rare variant. Yeah, that's the one.
Is that her only one?
I have that physical comic too.
Oh, dude.
I thought she had another one. I know Scotty Young's all over here. Scotty Young's here. Let me see how many of the ultra rares I have. I don't have enough. Let me grab a couple of those real quick. Oh, wow. You guys are really greedy, man. Y'all can let me grab one before I... Damn, bro. It went from 22 to 37.99. Like, all right, fine. Y'all gonna make me pay a premium. At least I'm gonna afford it. Oh, I'm gonna get that. No, I'm not gonna pay it. That palindrome is looking very juicy at 22022.
Don't tell them yet. No.
Well, it's just fucking buy it.
116.
Don't tell people, man. Like, you just
It's
gotta-
100. It's not even. It's priced a little high. I grabbed something else.
That's a good one though.
No, that's a great one.
I think this is the most money that's been spent while on my stream. Like anyone's ever done.
That's literally what I was doing when Sanjay called me.
Some of us know better than you even think. If you know.
If you know, you know. Yeah, somebody swept Amazing Spider-Man 50. I got 49 of those.
49.
Yeah.
49 of the what?
You can't stop at 49 of Spider-Man 50. You got to go for 50.
Yeah, all right. I didn't need one more, but they swept the floor of that secret rare. I was gonna go grab another one
Rolly, you have 50 of what?
of Amazing Spider-Man number 50.
Like all rarities together, or just like the
Total, yeah, in total. Spider-Man
Okay.
No More, yeah, all total. But I was gonna go grab another SR, but that one probably got swept too while we were. Somebody said something about it.
The common cover is
I
the one
have been in the
that-
market. Nobody talk about anything.
I want to know what you guys do for work to be able to afford these. Sanjay, what do you do? Are you able to
Please
talk about that?
hustle.
Man, believe it or not, I don't work, man. Like, you know.
Sanjay's retired.
Yeah, he's beyond.
What did you do?
I used to. Well, I work. I work with private equity now. So I used to run tech companies. So I ran like a fintech called One Technologies. I ran another one called Tax Act, and then before that, I was a general manager at Amazon. So, yeah, when I went into Amazon, the price was generally low, and then when I left, it was quite a bit, So, so made a little bit of Amazon money and a little bit of fintech money. But yeah.
That's wicked. I used to actually sell products on Amazon. I had a couple brands. I sold them off this year and last year.
Oh, nice.
Which I put all that into crypto. So
Yeah, buddy.
Well, that's good, man. You got a nice collection. 200 million OMI and Shabby, man.
Yeah, let's get that OMI to 5 cents, guys. Oh, I'll easily
Good
retire with
luck.
that.
I mean, it'll happen. It's just
matter of time.
Might take a little bit. Oh my God, Kitty!
I could
This
pretty much
cat.
retire off 2 cents OMI.
I swear to God, this cat every stream, Randy. Every time I'm on stream, this cat comes on.
He's a
loves it.
star.
I better head off. The kids are still playing. It's only 3 p.m. here during the day
Oh wow.
in Australia.
Yeah, I have to get going too. I
me too, man.
unlike Sanjay, have to work in the morning.
As do I.
No, I work too, guys. I'm just kidding. I don't work full time. I work in private equity, so I work on deals. So whenever there's a deal, I end up working a lot. Otherwise, not a lot. But yeah. All right, guys. I got to bounce as well.
Fun. Yeah,
This was
honored to be
fun.
here. Keep streaming, Randy. I'll keep watching you for sure.
Keep it going, man. Keep it going,
man,
Randy.
same.
I will.
Appreciate you having us, Randy.
100%,
We're
guys.
all leaving Randy at once.
I got this.
Yeah, I got
45 minutes left. I got this. It's gonna be the most beautiful 45 minutes y'all ever seen.
All right.
All right, everybody. Have a good one. Thanks, Randy. Thanks,
I love
Lori.
you.
Thanks,
Meow, meow, meow.
Alex.
Everyone say bye-bye to Dashi. Okay. Well, not everyone, because I'm still going to. Rolly? Okay, there you go. I was like, Rolly. Okay, so where have we been? It has been a good 11 hours since I have wanted to go over the news. So let's get this spread from Thursday. Oh no, we were on Friday. Oh God, look at how good looking I was 3 years ago. Anyway, to parties. Okay, remember, still fits. So Chainlink has gone on and posted. Tokenized real-world asset adoption continues to accelerate. HSBC has launched a blockchain-based platform for institutional clients that tokenizes 400 troy ounce gold bars held in the bank's London vault, a prime example of fractionalization. Each token is equivalent to 0.001 troy ounce, which could make gold more accessible to retail clients. Why does this matter? Why are they reporting that? Well, there's a couple reasons. One, we found a ton of money that was going into certain stocks. Like one clocks back, 3 years, 4 years, where Tesla was $800-900 a share. This is like 3 or 4 splits ago. and they're going, okay, well, if somebody only has an extra $500 or $1,000 for a share, if they only have $1,000 to invest, well, what do you want them to do? In general, you want people to diversify. I want to go to the VOO or the SPY, and maybe you want a little Square, and maybe you want a little bit of Fastly or Illumina or whatever. But you also want Tesla. You also want that growth stock. And what do? They just get one share of Tesla and nothing of anything else. Well, what was the solution to that? Well, the solution was Square going out and saying, hey, what we're going to do with our Cash App is we're going to make it so that you can buy fractional shares of stocks. And everyone's like, oh, so you didn't have to buy an entire Tesla stock for $900. You could buy a third of it for $300 and take the other $600 and buy some Fastly, buy some CRISPR, buy some aluminum, whatever it was. So it's like, okay, that's a really good thing. And now suddenly you have a bunch of retail investors that couldn't afford, I think the price went up like $3,000 at one point per share of Tesla. That's a mortgage payment. That's a lot. But they could afford 1/10 of Tesla, where they could go and get it for $300. So if that type of thing happens, and this is just with HSBC, and this is just, yeah, you see what you did, Jordan? You see what you did. It's okay. It's okay. This is where I thrive. Anyway, yes, thank everyone left me. Just bought 500,000 OMI yesterday. Richard Samuel, I bought an extra 400,000 OMI today. So I did buy a little bit more, and I need to take a rest for a couple weeks. I need to get more Grumpy Cat. I need to get more Grumpy Cat. So I'll keep you posted on that. But it's okay, Jordan. Like I said, this is my playground. Being here alone, this is the type of work that I was made for. Anyway, why does it matter that HSBC is talking about this? Well, they're doing it currently for gold, which is fine. But as people get more comfortable with that type of investing, as people go and say, oh, I can buy a fraction of something, it's going to be a lot easier for them to say, like, okay, how do I get a Bitcoin? Well, that's $30-something thousand. That's too much. Obviously, by the time they get in, it'll be like $50,000-$60,000. But then when they realize, oh, you could just buy a portion of it, it's just an easier pill to swallow. Because going into the crypto world, when you have no experience and you're just from traditional investing, buying a portion of something really wasn't available for all those years. Buying a portion of something was just up until 2019, 2020, it never happened before. So that's recent. And, those saying, okay, boomer is around for a reason, because, they don't know a lot of that stuff. But now that they're getting more comfortable with it, they'll be getting more comfortable with crypto in general. Anyway, moving on. Plenty of evidence lately. Yep, teams on the right tracks. Okay. There's a buddy of mine that has 400. Oh God, you can't see it. Hang on. There's a buddy of mine that has 401 uncommon Deadpools. That is so much. That is a ridiculous amount. I've had death threats in the past. It never really came to. Well, one did, but it obviously I didn't die. I survived. But no, I would. I'm sure I'm on a couple people's, but okay, try it. Try and see what happens. Gossip Girl is not. Nope. Used to break into. Nope. I'm just going for the other bits of. Oh, here's me and Markiplier in 2017 at San Diego Comic-Con. Some other. I can't believe we're allowed to post these pictures. So here's me in Kuwait, and I'm looking for the rest of the VeVe news that's been going on the last couple days. Okay, one day. All right, I'm gonna be native. Okay, hold on. So somebody wanted me to make a video about this. I'll retort here. I won't make my own video. Oh, maybe. So what Vance is referring to is VeVe has gone on the last, I don't know, like couple days, and they've been unfollowing people, which is fine. You want them to go and only follow a select number of people. It looks a lot nicer when you have thousands or tens of thousands, or in VeVe's case, hundreds of thousands of followers. It looks a lot nicer when you only have a couple hundred people that you're following, just because, let's say like Dan Chabel. Dan Chabel has a couple 100,000 followers. Jeremiah Aoyang has a couple 100,000 followers. But Dan Chabel also follows a couple 100,000 people. Darcy Donovan has a couple 100,000 followers. She also follows 100,000 people. It, which is fine. It's whatever. But it just happens to look a lot nicer when you have a couple 100,000 followers, but you only follow, X amount of people. So I do think that's why they do it. I think that's why Metaverse Life did that. I think they have big plans for him. I think he follows like 12 people, most of which involving the VeVe team. So to go on and see why they're doing that, it's just one, they were following too many people, and two, they were following a lot of futters. They were just that were once part of the VeVe community in a, in just some way, whether it was just dialogue, whether it was because they were buying a lot or posting a lot. And okay, well, if you're not going, and one, if you're just not active, on Twitter, on whatever, like, hey, this person hasn't been active, their Twitter hasn't been active X amount of time, that's fine. But then if you're constantly going and you're constantly bad mouthing VeVe, and again, constructive criticism is fine. Like, hey, VeVe, can we get a search bar? That was a valid criticism for, well, up until this year when we got major improvements to the search bar. But I'm talking about, and I'm sure people know, VeVe's trash, VeVe's a scam, VeVe's this. You can't say those things and expect VeVe to follow you. Like, that's lunacy. So obviously, yeah, and obviously they are blocking people as well, which is fine. That's their prerogative. But the unfollowing, I think, is fine. I don't know, and to be honest, it doesn't really matter. VeVe likely probably shouldn't have been following a lot of these people anyway. This is just time. And to be honest, even if they go and they say, hey, Randy, you get drunk on stream a lot. You sometimes are on hallucinogenics on your stream a lot, and that's just not really the image we want to maintain. And we still love you, but we have to unfollow. If they did that, that's fine. Listen, I even told David last year, we're at a lunch before DCon, and I was like, hey, listen, I know you want to roll out the ambassador program at some point. If I'm a little too wild and crazy, and you have licensors you have to answer to, and you need to go and maintain a certain image, it's okay if you don't pick me. Like, I have enough. I'm not doing this for the money. I'm not doing this for the whatever. I do it because I like it and I'm passionate about it. But he said no, that's fine. So I think really, if VeVe unfollows you, whatever. It's that they have hundreds of thousands of followers. They can't follow everyone. Nobody should feel any way about that. Nobody. If they block you, though, it's for a reason. And I'm just letting you know, if they block you or if I block you, it's for a reason. Anyway, Crazy Joe says, when Danny asked David, is OMI going to be the native token for the VeVeVerse, it came across like David said they were going to wait for clarity and security issues, etc., which can take years. I must be hearing this response wrong. What do I know? What I do know is I didn't hear a yes. David can be optimistic and not give away details or dates, but he just makes OMI seem like such a burden. Can you make a video playing that section of the video and then responding to it? Would love to hear your take. So yeah, that's a good thing to go over. When there are a lot of, just in general, even if this wasn't crypto, if this was stocks, saying a forward-looking statement like that, like, yes, like Tesla stock, if you have a Tesla stock, does it perform this utility, it'll do that. It's just a lot. And forward-looking statements in general, and Dr. Stuff can answer this a lot better than I can.
I just jumped in. I can answer. What's up? Well, first of all, what's up? What's up?
What's going on, Doc? How you doing, fam?
Oh man, recovering from this crazy.
Yeah, you were down.
Oh yeah, bro. I've been like down for like 5 days. It's been...
you were down for long. You couldn't come on the stream on Monday because you were like, you were toast. So it's like 7 days now. Jeez.
But I'm on the upswing. Good. I'm on the upswing. So But so what was the question?
So the question was last week when Danny had gone on and he had asked David, hey, is OMI going to be the native token for the VeVeVerse? And we all know it is. But when David kind of, beat around the bush, danced around the question, basically saying, we have to wait for security, just economic clarity for it. There are people saying that, why is this such a burden? What's going on? And, in general, if you have forward-looking statements in stocks, not even crypto, just you have forward-looking statements in stocks, you say something that could be considered that you're pumping the price a little bit. You get in trouble for that. Elon Musk has done that multiple times and got in trouble for that multiple times, and that's in fairly regulated stuff like stocks. So if David were to go and say, hey, yes, OMI's going to be the native token. Yes, we're doing this. Yes, like, in my opinion, that could probably be interpreted as a forward-looking statement. It could be interpreted as, hey, you're trying to pump the price. So that's why, in my opinion, David didn't directly say, give a bunch of catalysts for OMI. Am I in the right there, or is that like a bit off?
Yeah, look, there is a clear lack of regulatory clarity when it comes to the type of utility you can offer with this token. And I mean, we can look at Bored Ape Yacht Club, right? And they did the same thing. Ape coin was supposed to be the native coin of this game that they had, and they've had to change it. Not only did they have to change it, but you could so they now had an in-app currency for this game that you could purchase with Ape, but then you couldn't take money out. And so this is Bored Ape Yacht Club, right? Like, this is like when people compare and they look at Bored Ape Yacht Club as like, this is decentralized, or, their NFTs. And I love what a lot of Bored Ape, what they've done for the space, honestly. But that's a perfect example of even those guys now are kind of backing away and being like, we need to better understand what we can and can't do so that our token isn't considered a security. But here's the thing. Here's the reality of it. No, they don't want it to be. But at the same time, like Bored Ape Yacht Club, they have the money if they wanted to. If ApeCoin was a security, they have the money. It just is compliance and regulatory reporting, which is a lot of money to come in compliance with that. But could they do it? Yeah. But that would also mean that they'd have to show their financials every quarter. There's a lot that would go into it. So I also think that VeVe, honestly, if it came to it, could do that. I don't understand Realm World's doctor of Oink.
Oh, so I guess him and I thought it was inside. I thought so him and VeVe Magic, I guess, have an inside joke where I know he's just been oinking at people all day. He's been going oink, oink. So I thought, I don't know what it's from, but I think it's funny.
I don't get it.
So
yeah.
See, he's just oinking.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, look, man, I'm down for whatever.
I mean, I guess I meow, he oinks. It's fine.
That's great, but back to that question. I know that people they're frustrated, and I am too. Look, I don't even have the bag near the bags that you do on this, right? But one of the things. I'm very diversified in the type of crypto that I have. But one of the things that I actually like about VeVe, it's one of the very few companies in this space that's really taking regulatory compliance seriously. And that pisses a lot of people off because they want, something to moon super quick. And you hear all these complaints about OMI's going down while everything else is going up, and they're concerned about that. And I was like, yeah, there's a time and a place for everything. And right now, because they're being more serious about it, some of these tokens, you look at SafeMoon, look what just happened to SafeMoon, right? This was this meme coin, and it had this massive pump. And now the founders are charged with securities fraud and wire fraud. Now, I think that they were actually stealing from the liquidity pool that they had, right? Yeah. So, but that's the thing here, right? So everyone was like, oh, SafeMoon's the best thing as the price was going up, but now it's all rugged and it's done, And so I have bags on projects that I think probably aren't going to be around in 3 years, but the token will probably pump. But then I have a bag with OMI where I think maybe the token won't pump you know, and then maybe it's a 7 to 8 year thing before things happen. But I think VeVe's going to be around for the long term, for like the long haul. And so I told one of my buddies, I have a ledger that I stored some OMI on that I'm not touching for 10 years. I'm like, everything else, like I have OMI in the app, I have OMI like in a non-custodial wallet, and then I have this. That's great. So anyways, but I do love how they are playing it safe, but I see how people can get very frustrated and they can call VeVe like a rug or a liar and a scammer. And I don't think that they were intentionally trying to mislead people. I think that they were following along with what the space was doing. But then as they started talking with attorneys, as they were having meetings with Disney and Marvel, and they're like, yo, you got to be firm on the compliance thing for us to stick around, that they kind of had to backpedal. And not that they wanted to necessarily, but what they like had to do to make sure that they didn't fall into the things like SafeMoon and some of these others that have just had the SEC crack down on it. Well, the SEC labeled there's another token recently that the SEC labeled as like a security, right? And man, so there's just a lot of risk.
Is that a legit thing, or is that something the SEC is trying to just do to drum up a case that they could finally try to win?
Sorry, I'm just reading this 18-inch side conversation. Look, the SEC, I talked to a previous or prior SEC employee, and they said one of the jokes that was going around, which I didn't think was very funny, but he says is that they basically could argue that anything's a security. And I'm like, okay, it's one.
But they do it well.
Argue, right? That's the thing, right? You can argue that, but are you going to win in court? What we're starting to see is that no, but the other thing is you have to have the money. And luckily XRP had the money, right? And Coinbase has the money. But a lot of these projects don't have the money, or like they do initially, but they don't have the runway to continue to fight that. And so they just end up closing shop because they're just like, you know, we're just going to take the money we had and point to the SEC and be like, look, this is just like a choke point thing. It seems like with, you know, Gary Gensler and, but that's where I think the VeVe is really trying to navigate these kind of precarious waters right now and waiting for Congress to pass laws that give clarity, you know? So that's my whole take on it. And, but I do love my 18-incher. I'll just say that there. We'll just say it like that.
He did also say that they are moving full steam ahead with utility. So there are a couple of things that is, I don't know how much it's going to release. I think at first it's going to be bronze tickets and then OMI to accessory. Because as long as we burn the OMI ourselves, that's fine.
Correct.
You know, we could always choose to do that. So that's really ingenious. I don't know who came up with that. Maybe Puddin Reese or one of the new dev team members. But that's going to be really exciting when we're able to start to do that.
Yeah. So when they talk about who is that question, they said before they can deliver. So I think that there are certain things, minions that VeVe can do that are within the realm. And one of those is something like bronze tickets, right? Where it's the people themselves that are using the token to do that. But if VeVe is saying, like, hey, you can purchase things in this app, and then you can cash out. You know, like that's where there needs to be more clarity on that. Is that considered security then? Like, is it a currency? Like what is it? What is the SEC gonna claim that if it's an in-app currency, but it can be used to then, I don't know. I wish I knew Gensler's mind. I listened to some of the things, right? I saw all of the things he did when he was a professor and how he talked about Bitcoin and Ethereum not being securities. And then he gets in and is the chair, right? And all of a sudden now ETH is potentially a security and everything that lives and breathes is a security. And so I think that's where they're a little bit nervous and apprehensive. But there are certain things, minions, that they can do. I do think that they can, they'll be able to do the bronze tickets. I think that they'll also be able to do OMI to NFT. I believe that is something that they will be able to do.
The OMI to gem, I think, is on their docket list first before OMI to NFT.
Okay.
because that's because that's the gems are going to be there from that gem liquidity pool, and the people could use their OMI to buy those gems. The OMI automatically gets burned because it's the person doing it. I think that's easier than person to person.
Yeah, and it could be because like if people are like, well, I'm using this OMI, I'm listing my token, I mean my NFT in OMI, like this is how I want it, like you know, but again, those are the conversations they're having to have with attorneys just to cross every T and dot every I, just so that they don't become a target and have to divert a ton of funds that they could be using to build additional IP or you know to eventually start marketing in the APAC region. All these things are divert it towards attorney fees.
Yeah, there's I think I'm pretty sure that they have access to Disney's legal team, and Disney's legal team, they pay their lawyers like $1,200 an hour. It's like ridiculous. Yeah, it's nuts. So I would say they're in the safest hands, or the token's in the safest legal hands that they can be in.
Yeah, and I think it's so. To me, VeVe has every incentive to want to make the token work. Like, I don't see how people don't see that. It's like David and Dan have billions. Okay, so yes, the company is making money, but potentially if they can get this token to where it like they're fitting through all the regulatory framework and the token is worth a penny, 30 cents, $3 to $5, like whatever, right? Like they're going to be extremely rich off the token. And also the business dev wallet also has OMI tokens still. Like
yeah, they have like 30 billion there.
Yeah, so like there's additional funds. Like it's another resource that I don't think that they just want to like throw away. You know, like so I try to look at things logically, and to me it makes no logical sense for them to just shun the token. But when they don't talk about it in things, it's because they are concerned about the regulatory landscape and the lack of clarity thereof.
There's a lot of there's a lot of reasons to do it. So there's I don't know if this would really be true, saying they don't want to bring funders to illuminate the connection, cause the SEC to review quicker. Is it possible that OMI is just not on the SEC radar right now? I feel like
could be. Yeah, it could be. Look, I mean, I'm going to be very clear with people. I think that early on, OMI definitely could have met the definition of a security according to the SEC's terms, right? They raised funds. They did not have a product, right, with the NFT platform and everything. They used the funds from that raise to build the product. Now, the thing is they were smart and they didn't raise in the US. Yeah. And then since then, right, like what they've been trying to do is build out utility to the token. And I think once you get that utility in there, certain utility for the token, then it becomes a utility token and potentially not a security.
There's a I mean, so it'll be listed as a utility token at some point, depending on when they roll certain things out. But I'm excited for when they're listed as a metaverse token, and they're up there. They're up there with Mana and Sand and the rest of them. Is 8 considered a metaverse token? Because
I would assume so. Yeah, okay. I mean they're building that crazy game. Have you seen some of the testing? I mean, look, I think Bored Ape, those founders have made very little missteps. Like it's incredible how successful almost everything they've done has been. And one of the things that they're doing, they've hired this team to really build out. And one of the things that they're trying to do, I don't know if you've seen some of those clips, is build basically a metaverse or like this world where it's just like tens upon tens of thousands of people could potentially be in there at the same time. Have you seen that game and stuff that they had, and like all these people jumping around?
Was there a big hole that they were jumping into?
Yeah, at one point.
I did see that.
And like, but these were people from all over the world interacting with each other. It was insane, right? Because, and like, I don't know how they set that up technically with all of the servers to be able to identify and register everyone that was in there at the same time. But that's what they're building out there. So I think that they're really pushing you know, the edge of technology in this type of worldwide gaming space. So yeah, I do think that ape is is considered a metaverse token. I think we can look it up right now though. Right? Let's see.
Yeah, that'd be good. There's I think in places where you could build things. Yeah, that's why like Roblox and Minecraft is really good, especially for kids, especially like for autistic kids. It's fun to go and build something, have a little engine going. So if VeVeVerse goes and they have that, I'm really excited.
Wait, you're really excited if VeVe has what?
Oh, so like when you're able to go and build stuff in the VeVeVerse, like that's what I think is really fun with Roblox and Minecraft. Especially taking a long time to do something, makes the payoff that much better.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it's funny to me that people seem to be kind of freaking out about the Around the Comiverse interview with David, where he said, "Look, initially, it's just an expansion of the vault," and people misheard him or misconstrued what he said. But he said initially, like, we're not going to have these theme parks and things, right? He's like, the focus is we've seen the data. People spend a lot of time in their vaults, so we want to expand that initially. And then once we're seeing that, right, and we can get the virality from people posting on their expanded vaults and all these things, right, then we can talk about opening up the wall, right, opening up that barrier and being able to see more people and interact with more people and having this builder economy, this creator economy. And he talks about this, right? Like, and that's where you can get, and that's the smartest thing ever, where VeVe is like, we don't have the manpower to build out this crazy metaverse, right? But instead, we're going to put it in the hands of all of the people who are like all of the users who are like, now you can create. We're going to give you these tools, and you can create your own YouTube channel in there, right? And he talked about that and streaming. But you could build games, and you could build a freaking theme park if you want. Like, but it's going to be the people building it. It's not VeVe trying to build it and saying, "Come here." People are going to have a specific use case, and they're saying, "I'm going to build this, and I'm going to try to build a business in here that people want to do. They want to play this game. They want to do these things. They want to come see my vault." All of that, like, it's so smart. It's so simplistic. And I think people were thinking it was going to be Ready Player One. And I'm like, look at Decentraland, who tried to do that, and no one's there, and they spent billions. That's not the way to do it.
It's like when I use a really weird reference here, where Joe Louis and George Foreman both tried to go back to boxing in their 40s, or close to 50. And, you know, Joe Louis tried to go back to boxing, and he tried to go back to being like the number one, like right away, fighting top ranked fighters, and he got his ass kicked. George Foreman, when he went back, when he was in his late 40s, he started at the bottom fighting, you know, this random guy, independent shows, and then he worked his way up. And that's similar to what, like you said, Sandbox, they tried to be Ready Player One, tried to be the best they can at first. So VeVe's going expansion of the home space. And then, you know, X amount of months later, we'll have IP branded worlds. Ron English's Delusionville is already announced. They'll have more being announced over the next several months. And then you're going to have customizable avatars. So that's going to be another downloadable thing, you know, a quarter later. And then you're going to have gamification. So the gamification probably won't get till 2025 with the land sales and stuff. But the rest of that should come next year.
See, and people misheard him too, because David said something about like not having land, and people are like, "Oh, that means like land sales are off." And I was like, "No, he's talking about phase one, and this stuff is going in phases. Eventually, we'll get there." But like, I'm like, and I can give some leeway to certain people who maybe this is the first time they're hearing David speak, or they haven't heard him. But for those who have been here for like since basically the beginning and have listened to every single AMA, you know, like they've talked about like these land sales, like that's not going away. It's not the narrative now, right? Everyone was like, "Oh, we're offering land and this could be a thing," and then that narrative went away. But I still think it's going to be a thing, and especially if you have, right, Ron English already building something like we're what do you call it again? I can't remember.
Delusionville.
Delusionville. I love that.
I love
But
them so much.
you know, Marvel's probably going to have a space. Disney's going to have their own vault and things, and then people are going to be like, as that world gets built out, I
Could
want
you
to have
imagine?
property by Disney. Oh my gosh, like that would be crazy.
Doctor of Stuff, could you imagine if they come out and let's say at like San Diego Comic-Con next year, they announce, hey, here's a demo for Marvel Verse, or Marvel in the VeVeVerse, or at D23 next year, here's Disney in the VeVeVerse. People would lose their goddamn minds. People would go and just be like, well, I'm waiting for the day. Now, obviously, you have, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that as VeVe years ago, were going and building, they probably had multiple people try to buy them. And even though VeVe's not for sale, I definitely see a scenario in which Dan and David sell off a piece, 2%, 5%, and they go and they raise tens of millions or $100 million. That type of thing, $100 million in Dave and Dan's hands would be crazy. I don't know what they would do with that, but they would grow at an exponential rate no one's ever seen before. And let's say it's Apple, let's say it's Amazon, let's say it's one of the big major companies that goes and buys 5% of them. When that happens, when they go over that on the Q3 earnings call and they say, what the fudge is this line item? What is VeVe? And then when that goes public, I don't know, I feel like that's a catalyst that not necessarily has much to do with VeVe because they're not really developing anything. They just raised a bunch of capital. But now that it's owned by someone that has, tens, hundreds of billions, or even $1 trillion in market cap, even if they just own 5%, that's their baby. It's a big win.
Yeah, I mean, I could see where VeVe would want to raise funds, but really with a strategic partner. They're saying, hey, we're not just going to accept money from anyone. We're going to accept it from someone who's actually going to open some doors that maybe we can't open ourselves, or it's going to bring like additional eyes onto us, right? Like that's a big deal, and where I could see them then opening that up to raise funds, but also with a strategic partnership type thing. Yes, NFT Hero. I mean, rumor on the street, right, is that, and I don't know if I should say who, but someone's done an interview potentially with Dan, right, and where they talk about the VeVeVerse, and that was the thing. And around the Comiverse, Dave is like that's not what I'm focused on. So like he's giving his answers, but it's just from like sitting in meetings, and Dan is giving certain little things. Like I do look forward to this interview coming out, right, and some potential clips. But yeah, Tails coming out and being like, just laughing at people and being like, here you guys are sitting here saying, oh, VeVeVerse can't do this and this, and he's like, and then I'm a beta tester, and I'm just laughing at you. Right. And basically what he's saying is it's just like, you guys have no freaking idea. So why are you even talking about it? You're making all this speculation, but like, why don't you listen to the people who are actually doing it? And everyone, I have not heard a single beta tester say, it's a little underwhelming. No, all of them have said it's way better than I expected. And that to me is bullish. Now, again, I'm not expecting like Ready Player One.
Yeah.
So,
and it wasn't just like 6 people or even 12 people. There's like 30 something people in that original group, and there's obviously going to be more, and I can't wait. I do worry that the more people that get in the beta tester, the bigger the chance it is that something leaks, and I kind of don't want anything to leak. I kind of want them to wow and surprise us. So hopefully the NDAs are super strong.
Yeah, they better be strong. And I think that even like this next group, they're going to have to be people that they probably have interacted with or trust and have all of that because, like, I don't know what the contracts are or, what their IP is allowing or if there's any issues with that. So I do hope that they take it very seriously and everyone who's in there really understands, how important it is to keep that under wraps until it's ready.
That's 100 million collectibles in his warehouse.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I don't even think that people understand like how much 1 trillion is. I googled it once. I think like hold on just a second. I think it was like okay, someone's saying like there was a comment way back when that like $1 trillion bills would go to the moon and back 4 times, but someone else is saying like it would go about 1/4 of the way to the moon. Like it's $1 trillion is so much. Like, that's such,
So
and it's so crazy because we just see like them talk about on the news like, oh, the U.S. is in debt like $20 trillion, and I'm just like, that is so much money. Like that is so insane. This is why Bitcoin was created and why so many like and why it's taken hold is because people are terrified of governments printing the value of their money into non-existence. It's crazy.
So there's a I forget what the formula was. Like, well, I'll ask you this, or you don't have to. I'll use myself as an example. Like, I love money, but I also I'm a little bit of a germaphobe, and some people would pick up like a quarter, or a dollar. It's fine, and I just to me it's not really worth it to like get sick, because you don't know where that dollar's been. But if it's $5, okay, yeah, I'll pick that up because you can get a drink and you can get a bag of chips. That's useful. And let's say with everything, with the OMI, NFTs, a bunch of other stuff, or with Dashie's worth, I can't sell Dashie. Let's say, 200 between Dashie and everything, let's say 250,000 net worth. And I say, okay, well, how do I go and I get to $5? How much percent of that? That is 0.00002% of my net worth. So if we extrapolate that out and we say that, okay, if somebody has, I don't know, what's a good amount? 10 billion? Let's just do 1 billion. And we say 1 billion times 0.00. That means that the same way that I would only pick up $5, but I wouldn't pick up $1, they would pick up $20,000, but they would not. There's like, oh, $10,000. Nope, not worth it. So if you have just $1 billion, you're like, oh, yeah, I'm not going to pick up $15,000. Someone else is going to have to grab that. So, and that's just 1 billion. If you're someone that has, a decabillionaire or $100 billion, like some of these companies, where they just leave $2 million on the ground and they just.
It's a rounding error,
Yeah.
It's interesting to work with some of these companies that are just in the multi-billions and billions of dollars, and we're talking about financial statements and things, and they're like, oh yeah, like we didn't worry about that. That was like, I mean, it's $1 million, and they're looking into it, but like, it's not a big deal for the financial statements. It's just like, I mean, yeah, according to the accounting, like you're not wrong, but man, it's wild. It's wild, when you change from M's to B's and then to T's, those type of things, just that number of money. But look, man, I don't know what it is. I think I'll always pick up a quarter. Shoot, I'll pick up a penny just because I'm interested. I'm like, what year is this? Like, where'd this come from? Like, it's more of a curiosity thing than like, I mean, in fact, like I hate pennies, but I still pick one up. Like, I don't know.